Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Aizen Sōsuke. Konohagakure Grand Arena. Uchiha Shisui scanned the massive crowd filling the stands, taking a deep breath. Today was his Jonin promotion exam, but to Shisui, this battle was also his fated showdown. His opponent was a genius who matched him in both talent and dedication, Aizen Sōsuke. They were known as the twin stars of Konohagakure, both rivals and closest friends. Clang. The blade slid out of its sheath. Shisui's right hand trembled slightly on the hilt, not from nervousness, but from excitement. His eyes locked onto the brown-haired boy across from him, whose face carried a gentle smile. I know, Aizen. You must be feeling the same way I do right now. He understood Aizen, just as Aizen understood him. Shisui felt their bond had reached a level where they could read each other's thoughts with just a glance. This was the absolute trust they had forged through years of fighting side by side on the Kirigakure battlefield. In the spectator stands, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the two battle-ready youths, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. Who do you think will win? Aizen is someone I personally trained. Shimura Danzo, sitting beside him, responded coldly. Even though his old friend's tone was as stiff as ever, Sarutobi could hear the pride and satisfaction in his words. He couldn't help but tease, but as far as I recall, Sōsuke never called you teacher, did he? Danzo's face twitched before he shot back. He belongs to my root division. He doesn't need those weak and foolish bonds you love so much. A ninja's life is not a child's game. Sarutobi paused, suddenly feeling that his old friend was going further and further down a dangerous path. He wanted to say something. Danzo, you. But before he could finish, Danzo interrupted him. It's starting, Hiruzen. Keep your eyes open and see for yourself just how perfect my creation is. A soft hum. Aizen slowly drew his blade from his waist. Shatter, Kyōka Suigetsu. A crisp sound, like breaking glass, echoed through the arena. From Aizen's position, thin wisps of mist began spreading outward, quickly filling the battlefield. So, he's starting with that technique. Shisui kept his expression calm. In his crimson eyes, 3 black tomo spun rapidly. Kyōka Suigetsu. As Aizen's closest friend, Shisui knew all too well, this was Aizen's original S-rank genjutsu. This genjutsu used light reflected from the blade to create mist and flowing water, confusing the enemy's vision and trapping them in an illusion. It could also conceal Aizen himself, allowing him to silently close the distance. Just like now. Shisui suddenly turned, gripping his short sword tightly, and swung it in a horizontal slash. Clang. The two blades collided, sparks flying. Missing his strike, Aizen swiftly pulled back. But Shisui didn't hesitate, he closed in immediately. Their incredible speed made them look like shadows flickering across the arena, crossing paths and clashing again and again. The audience was completely drawn in by the intense battle, unable to take their eyes off the fight. At that moment, no one, not even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo up on the platform, noticed the young man standing at the entrance of the spectator stands. He wore a white kimono, his hands tucked into his sleeves, watching the match with a calm expression. His brown hair was slightly messy, and he wore black-rimmed glasses. A long sword with a green hilt hung from his waist. His face showed no joy, no sorrow, just complete neutrality. If anyone in the crowd happened to glance in his direction, they would be shocked to realize, his appearance was exactly the same as Aizen Sōsuke, the one fighting in the arena. But no one noticed. Even if someone did look his way, all they would see was an empty passage. They wouldn't see him standing there. That was the true power of Kyōka Suigetsu, complete hypnosis. This wasn't just a genjutsu. It was the ability of Aizen Sanpakuto. The moment he released his blade earlier, everyone in the arena had already fallen under Kyōka Suigetsu's control. Even the Sharingan, which could normally see through illusions, was helpless against its overwhelming power. Aizen had confirmed this fact long ago. Yes, that's right. The brown-haired young man's real name was Aizen. He wasn't Aizen. Back on Earth, Aizen had been a well-known psychological analyst in China, specializing in studying the mental states of certain unique individuals. His journey to this world wasn't anything dramatic. He wasn't hit by a car, struck by lightning, or sucked into a sewer. He simply fell asleep one day and woke up in the Naruto world. Not only was his body now that of a young child, but he had also received a special ability called the God-level character system. The system was simple to use. In short, it worked like a lottery. It contained characters from countless worlds, allowing the user to randomly draw one. Aizen's first draw was a character role-playing card for Aizen. As long as he played the role of Aizen well and increased his proficiency, he could gradually unlock all of Aizen's abilities. Of course. Role-playing sounded simple, but actually doing it was another matter. He had to perfectly imitate Aizen's personality, preferences, mannerisms, speech patterns, every little detail. Luckily, the system was quite user-friendly. It automatically adjusted his appearance, ensuring that he looked exactly like Aizen. Not only that, but the system had also transferred all of Aizen's memories and talents to him. Without that, he probably wouldn't have come this far over the years. Pulling his thoughts back to the present, Aizen glanced at the progress bar on his system interface. Current role-playing progress, 34%. Buzz. The air suddenly rippled, distorting like a vortex. A man in a black cloak and a strange mask appeared behind him. Chapter 2, The Akatsuki Organization. Welcome back to Konohagakure, Madara-san. Aizen spoke softly, not even turning around. You're a little later than I expected. Uchiha Obito flinched slightly, his expression behind the mask turning sour. If anyone else had called him Madara, he wouldn't have thought much of it. But the boy in front of him clearly knew everything about him, making the name feel more like mockery. You don't seem to like that name very much, Aizen said, as if reading his mind. He tilted his head slightly. Or would you prefer I call you Obito-kun instead? I am Uchiha Madara. That is my only name. The masked man's voice was cold as his gaze shifted to the battle in the arena. So this is the power of your Kyōka Suigetsu. Ah, it's just a little trick. Aizen's expression was gentle, and his voice was calm. This kind of ability doesn't work on the Manjikyu Sharingan. Mr. Madara knows that very well. The masked man could tell that when Aizen said Madara-san, he wasn't referring to him, but to the real Uchiha Madara. The brown-haired boy in front of him had known Uchiha Madara even longer than he had. But, was it really ineffective against the Manjikyu? The masked man looked at Shisui, who was locked in a fierce battle with some kind of humanoid puppet. The crowd around them cheered, watching the bizarre scene unfold. A deep sense of doubt crept into his mind. At the same time, Uchiha Obito raised his guard against Aizen once again. He decided that from now on, whenever he was around this boy, he would keep his Manjikyu Sharingan active at all times. He couldn't afford even a moment of carelessness. Madara-san, may we leave now? That calm voice sounded again, pulling Obito out of his thoughts. Seeing Aizen standing so close, Obito instinctively took 2 steps back. Trying to appear composed, he said, before that, I want to know your real goal. Why did you join the Akatsuki? Obito didn't believe that someone like Aizen would care about so-called world peace. If he was taking part in the Moon's Eye plan, he definitely had his own motives. The real Uchiha Madara claimed he could control Aizen, but Obito found that laughable. After observing and testing him for a long time, Obito had already realized that this boy wasn't someone anyone could control. He was too dangerous. The way he manipulated people was chilling. Even as a bystander, Obito felt a shiver run down his spine. My goal. Aizen thought for a moment, then said in a calm tone, I suppose. I want to understand the true nature of this world. The true nature of the world? I wonder if you has ever heard of the legend of Yamatsu Hirasaka. They say that all those who pass away go there. If the living could find a way in, wouldn't it be possible to bring the dead back home? Bring them back home. Bring the dead back to life. Obito's eyes widened at Aizen's words. If that were really possible, could Rin? For a brief moment. The usually composed Obito felt his mind thrown into chaos. Aizen, watching his reaction closely, curled his lips into a subtle, unreadable smile. Omegakure, Akatsuki's headquarters. A new member, Aizen Sōsuke. With a gentle smile on his youthful face, Aizen's soft voice echoed through the space. Nice to meet you all. At this time, the Akatsuki wasn't as powerful as it would be in the Naruto storyline, but its members were still familiar faces. Aside from the leaders, Pain and Konan, there were also Sasori, Kakuzu, Orochimaru, and one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, Biwa Juzo. Ha! Just a kid. Sasori muttered, clearly dissatisfied. He's not just any kid, Orochimaru said in his raspy voice, licking his lips. I never thought I'd run into you here, Sōsuke-kun. Indeed. It's been a while, Orochimaru-senpai. Aizen didn't seem surprised at all, his smile as gentle as ever. To think that one of Konoha's twin stars would betray the village too. Orochimaru grinned darkly. How interesting. Konoha's twin stars. Your heads are worth 6 million ryo, you know, Kakuzu said, staring straight at Aizen with an unsettling gaze. Konoha's twin stars. Aizen Sōsuke. Biwa Juzo seemed to recall something and grinned. Oh, so you're the kid who took down Mangetsu, huh? Not bad. Aizen glanced at him briefly and said in an indifferent tone, if you're using someone like Hozuki Mangetsu as a benchmark, I wouldn't call that impressive. That level. Biwa Juzo raised an eyebrow and said, "Kid, you're pretty arrogant." "No, I'm just stating the facts." Aizen shook his head slightly and said softly, "I took an interest in him because I heard he was a hunter who preys on the 7 swords of Kirigakure. But it turns out that the so-called once-in-a-century genius of Kirigakure is just full of empty talk. Or maybe, all of you Kirigakure ninjas are only at this level. Brat, are you trying to provoke me?" Biwa Juzo drew the massive executioner's blade from his back, his voice cold. Although he had defected from Kirigakure, he still had some feelings for the village. And he could tell that this kid named Aizen was deliberately targeting him. Aizen spoke softly, "No need to act so angry. Deep down, you also want to see for yourself just how strong the boy who took down your so-called genius really is. You little." Biwa Juzo felt like his thoughts had been completely seen through, and his face darkened. "Not coming at me." Aizen spoke casually, but both of his hands remained tucked inside his sleeves, making it clear that he looked down on his opponent. Biwa Juzo instantly flew into a rage. "Kid, you're gonna pay for that." He lunged forward, swinging the executioner's blade down at Aizen's right shoulder. As the massive blade whistled through the air toward him, Aizen simply lifted his left hand lightly. Clang. The executioner's blade, which could easily slice through rock, was stopped by a single slender, youthful hand. Not only Biwa Juzo but even Pain, their leader, showed a faint look of surprise. "So this is the executioner's blade? It doesn't seem that sharp," Aizen commented while drawing his zanpakuto from his waist with his right hand. "Then, how about you take a look at my sword instead?" A flash of silver light flared up in an instant. Squelch. A blade sliced into flesh, and bright red blood splattered through the air. Chapter 3, a chat group. Thud. Biwa Juzo knelt on one knee, using the executioner's blade to support himself. A deep, bloody cut stretched from his right shoulder down to his abdomen. "I originally planned to take your whole right arm, but you managed to dodge at the last second." Aizen flicked the blood off his blade, his expression calm as he praised, "Impressive reflexes." It sounded like a compliment, but to Biwa Juzo, it felt like pure mockery. His face twisted in anger. "Damn, you little brat." Aizen ignored him and turned to Pain. "Leader, do I have the qualifications to join now?" Biwa Juzo's attack had clearly been permitted by Pain. His goal was to make Aizen display his power, and Aizen understood that perfectly. Pain nodded slightly, his expression cold. "Next, I'll assign you a new mission." Aizen didn't really listen to the rest. Since he had read the original story, he already knew what the Akatsuki was about. The so-called new mission was just another step in their strategy to hunt down and capture the tailed beasts. That was exactly why Aizen chose to join the Akatsuki. His own plan required the Ten-Tails to appear. Of course, even without joining, Aizen could still capture all the tailed beasts by himself. Even with only 34% of his power unlocked, it was more than enough to crush the entire ninja world. But that wouldn't be his style. Rather than brute-forcing his way through everything, Aizen preferred achieving his goals in a more interesting way, by guiding, manipulating, and using others as tools. But at the moment, the tools in front of him didn't interest him that much anymore. Because he had found something even more intriguing. "Congratulations. You have received an invitation. Would you like to join the dimensional chat group?" Looking at the glowing screen before him, even Aizen was momentarily stunned. Opening the group's description, he quickly saw that this so-called dimensional chat group allowed people from different dimensions to connect, interact, and communicate through a system-invited chat room. And judging by the interface, it bore a striking resemblance to a certain social platform from his previous life. In other words, was this his second cheat ability? Interesting. Aizen raised an eyebrow and used his thoughts to click join, following the instructions in the group introduction. An actor has joined this group. An actor. Seeing his own nickname, Aizen immediately realized that some kind of will within this group seemed to recognize that he was playing the role of Aizen. However, judging by the notice at the top of the group chat, the group owner position was currently vacant. In other words, the group's will and rules were just unconscious constructs. Clearly, this group was something beyond Aizen's control, but he didn't dislike it, he actually found it interesting. However, if a group owner were to appear, things would be different. That would mean the possibility of being controlled or dominated. Neither Aizen himself nor the Aizen he was playing could allow that to happen. With this thought, his gaze shifted to the group chat interface. Curly-haired guy, oh. A new member. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, an actor. Dojin artist, welcome, Newbie. If you don't mind, could you introduce yourself? Curly-haired guy, Macho-chan, an actor, is actually a kind of job. They wear all sorts of weird costumes and play different roles in movies and TV shows. But of course, my favorite kind is the kind that doesn't wear anything at all. Oh. Could it be that our newbie is that kind of actor? Dojin artist, shut up. Stop corrupting Machonizan, you bastard. Curly-haired guy, what are you saying, you idiot Eriri? I'm just helping Macho-chan grow up. An actor who doesn't wear clothes. If Aizen wasn't currently playing Aizen, his face might have turned completely dark. But from their conversation, he had more or less figured out the identities of these group members. Curly-haired guy was Sakata Gintoki, Scarlet Lotus Fairy Wesley Macho, and Dojin artist was Eriri Spencer Sawamura. In his past life, these were all quite familiar names. Pulling his thoughts back, Aizen followed the group's instructions and typed a message with his thoughts, "My name is Aizen." After sending the message, he instinctively glanced at his roleplay progress bar. It was still at 34%. So, chatting in the group didn't affect his roleplay progress. Curly-haired guy, hey, newbie, do you have no sense of socializing? Just saying your name counts as an introduction. Can you at least be a little more engaging? Dojin artist, shut up. You, of all people, who constantly spout dirty jokes, have no right to talk about social skills. This is an actor, sorry, my introduction was indeed a bit too brief. My name is Aizen, male, 27 years old, and I work as a psychological analyst. Curly-haired guy, huh? What is this, a job interview? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, psychological analyst. Curly-haired guy, don't ask me. Even I, the great Jin-san, don't know. Dojin artist, probably something like a psychologist. But your username doesn't really match your job. Are you an actor on the side or something? This is an actor, yes, something like that. Role-playing is basically acting, just without the paycheck. Omega-Kure Village's angel, huh? When did we get a new member? Omega-Kure Village. Angel. The moment this username appeared, Aizen's gaze immediately shifted to Konan, who was not far away. She had her head slightly lowered, her eyes focused on something at her lower right, as if lost in thought. So, it really is her. Raising an eyebrow, Aizen had already made up his mind. Although no one but himself could see the chat group's light screen, Aizen knew that its position was exactly at the lower right of the group member's vision, the very spot Konan was currently fixated on. Moreover, he also noticed that Kyōka Suigetsu's control over Konan's senses had disappeared. Interesting. This is really interesting. Aizen's lips curved slightly as he sent a message in the group chat, "Hello, my name is Aizen. I just joined and am new here." Konan didn't seem to catch the hidden meaning in the other person's words. She politely replied, "Hello, my name is Konan. Welcome to our big family. Chapter 4, a new member in our organization today." A family. Aizen had only intended to amuse himself, but he paused for a moment. That word gave him a strange feeling. Both Aizen and the Aizen he was pretending to be understood what family meant. But unfortunately, neither of them had ever truly experienced it. Aizen grew up in the East Rakangai of the Soul Society. Because of his immense spiritual pressure, ordinary souls would disintegrate before even getting close to him. That was why, as a child, he was called the Devil's Child. Having such a terrible childhood left him with a distorted understanding of what family was supposed to be. Later, he found answers in books, but by then, his worldview was already set. He decided that family was unnecessary and had no real value, so he never had one. Aizen's situation was similar, he was also an orphan. Although he wasn't as extreme as Aizen was withdrawn and didn't fit in with others. Because of this, no family ever wanted to adopt him when he was a child. His personality gradually improved after he started working, and he even thought about finding someone to build a family with. But before he could act on that plan, he was thrown into another world. His physical body traveled to the shinobi world, where he was raised en route from a young age. No matter how he looked at it, there was no way for him to feel a sense of belonging to any family. Even though Danzo gave Aizen certain privileges, it was only because Aizen had carefully crafted the image of himself as Danzo's perfect disciple. Their relationship wasn't really that of a master and student. It was more like a craftsman and his artwork. Aizen had simply disguised himself as the perfect piece of art sculpted by Danzo's hands. But even as a prized disciple or perfect artwork, Aizen knew very well that the moment he became useless, Danzo would discard him without hesitation. So how much truth was there in Konan's idea of a family here? Was family really just a web of interests tied together, or was it something else entirely? For some reason, Aizen felt a bit curious. He wasn't just someone who liked to manipulate people, he also enjoyed studying and observing human relationships. It was both his twisted amusement and his personal interest. His eyes returned to the group chat screen. Dojin artist, by the way, Konan, have you come up with any good ideas? How should we deal with Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu? Omega-Kure Village's angel, sigh, not yet. I'm not even sure if I should tell Nagato. Curly-haired kid, well, their strength isn't that crazy, but their abilities are ridiculously annoying. If we don't take them out in one go, they'll just cause even bigger problems later. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, that's true. But luckily, we still have time. We can take it slow and plan carefully. Are they discussing the Naruto storyline? Aizen wasn't surprised. Since the world of Gintama had Jump, and Naruto was serialized in Jump, it would be more surprising if people here didn't know about Naruto's plot, especially with Sakata Gintoki, the protagonist of Gintama, existing in this world. But they were actually struggling with how to deal with Obito and Black Zetsu, which made Aizen feel like laughing for no reason. Black Zetsu doesn't have a physical body, but he's usually attached to White Zetsu, so using Yin-Yang release or sealing jutsu would be enough to take care of him easily. Obito is even simpler, just summon Rin with Edo Tensei, and he'd probably surrender right away. If they wanted to be extra cautious, they could just set up an anti-space sealing technique beforehand. Logically, knowing the story means knowing their weaknesses, so why are they overthinking something this simple? Just use the right method to counter them, it's not that hard. This is an actor. Of course, Obito and Black Zetsu were still somewhat useful to Aizen at the moment, so he didn't say anything in the group chat. He just typed a string of ellipses to show that he had something to say but decided to hold back. Dojin artist, huh? The newcomer seems a bit lost. You can check the memory list for information about Sister Conan's world. Memory list. Aizen noticed a button in the second column on the right side of the group chat. When he clicked on it, a list of stored memories appeared. Besides Naruto at the top, there were also scattered memories uploaded by other group members. The titles made it clear that these memories were records of the worlds each group member came from. So, this was their way of understanding each other better. Aizen realized what was going on and casually uploaded a selected portion of his past life's memories. Dojin artist, whoa, amazing. Our newbie is seriously impressive. You've earned so many degrees and awards. This is an actor, I just worked a little harder than most people. Curly-haired guy, hey, don't you think your life is kinda boring? It's just work and studying. Are you some kind of monk? This is an actor, not really. I watch movies, anime, and read novels too. Curly-haired guy, that's not what I mean. I'm talking about the main course, you know. Anime and novels are just the icing on the cake. Wait, hold on. Don't tell me, you're still a virgin. Guys, come check this out. A rare creature. A 27-year-old virgin. That's rarer than a panda. This is an actor. With Aizen's composure, he wouldn't get angry over something like this. Yep, not angry at all. Dojin artist, shut up. He's just keeping himself pure. Not everyone is like you, thinking with your lower half all the time. Curly-haired guy, every man's lower half is a beast. A Megakure Village's angel, oh, right. I forgot to tell you all something. Dojin artist. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, what is it? A Megakure Village's angel, today, Uchiha Obito brought a new recruit into our group. Curly-haired guy, a new member. Uchiha Itachi. No, that can't be right. According to the timeline, that shouldn't happen for another 2 years. A Megakure Village's angel, it's not Uchiha Itachi. He calls himself Aizen Sōsuke. He said his best genjutsu is called Kyōka Suigetsu, and then he pulled out a sword. Isn't that hilarious? Curly-haired guy. Dojin artist. Chapter 5, try getting closer to Aizen, girl. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, why does everyone seem so worked up? Curly-haired guy, no, this isn't excitement. It's definitely not excitement. If I had to describe this feeling, it's like seeing your own dad in a maid outfit. Dojin artist, it's horrifying. A Megakure Village's angel. Curly-haired guy, see, calm down. Maybe it's not what we think. Maybe it's just a prank. Konan, take a picture. Dojin artist, yeah. Take a picture and send it over. Let's see if it's really Aizen himself. Inside the Akatsuki base. Konan looked at the chat logs from Gintoki, Sakata and Eriri, feeling confused. What's going on with these two? Do they actually know this Aizen? But she didn't ask much at the moment. She quickly opened the camera function, aimed it at the brown-haired boy nearby, and took a picture. A Megakure Village's angel, image. When the image was opened, it showed a boy with slightly wavy brown hair and black-framed glasses. He was looking directly at the camera with a soft, warm smile on his face. Curly-haired guy, why yeah. This guy. He's really that Captain Aizen, right? Damn, this is bad. Even worse than seeing my dad in a maid outfit. Dojin artist, I don't know why he got younger, but his facial features and overall look definitely match Aizen. At least an 80% resemblance. Considering this is a transition from 2D to 3D, some minor differences are expected. A Megakure Village's angel, what's going on? Konan felt an intense curiosity rising inside her. Curly-haired guy, Aizen Sōsuke, this guy is a demon. No, to be precise, he's something even scarier than a demon. This is bad. Not even Lord Frisia could handle him. Dojin artist, Konan, maybe you should grab Nagato and run. Curly-haired guy, yeah. The best thing to do right now is find a hidden place to lay low, then use the group's travel function once it upgrades. A Megakure Village's angel. Konan looked completely confused. After spending more than half a month with the group, she felt like she had a pretty good grasp of their personalities. They weren't cowards. Even when discussing Uchiha Madara, they weren't this panicked. Could this Aizen guy really be more terrifying than Uchiha Madara? That's impossible, right? Sure, he did easily defeat Biwa Juzo just now, but that guy was one of the weakest in the Akatsuki. Beating someone at the bottom doesn't prove anything beyond the fact that this boy is talented. But talent is just talent, it doesn't mean absolute strength. Konan wondered if these two were overreacting. It wasn't that she refused to believe them, it was just hard to take seriously. The main issue was Aizen's age. He looked, at most, 12 or 13. Based on the common sense of the Naruto world, no matter how much of a genius someone is, there's no way they could reach an unbeatable level at that age. Dojin artist, Konan, stop questioning it. Just run. Curly-haired guy, exactly. We don't have time to figure out why this guy is in the shinobi world. The priority is getting out of here. Notice, this is an actor, has uploaded the memory file Bleach. This is an actor, the more you tell her to run, the more curious she'll get. Let's just let her see for herself. Uploading one's own story, normally, no ambitious person would ever do that. But Aizen didn't care. Even if he didn't upload it, Eriri or Gintoki would eventually do it anyway. Besides, what difference would it make if Konan saw his true nature? Would it mess up his plans? Aizen didn't think so. In fact, he believed that once Konan knew who he really was, it would actually make things go even more smoothly. Dojin artist, I totally forgot to upload the memory. Konan, after you watch it, don't panic. That guy will notice if you do. How am I supposed to stay calm? In reality, after going through the memories of the Bleach world, Konan's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. Now, she finally understood why the others were so terrified. That man called Aizen was truly terrifying. And it wasn't just about his overwhelming strength. A genius-level IQ, a cold and calculating personality, words that could manipulate anyone, plus Kyōka Suigetsu, which could control all 5 senses, this villain had no weaknesses at all. More importantly, she felt like she had already fallen into the trap. A Megakure Village's angel, what should I do now? Why is that Aizen Sosuke appearing in our ninja world? We haven't even dealt with Obito and Black Zetsu yet, and now a big boss from the Soul Reaper world shows up. Is this some kind of joke? Curly-haired guy, could it be Doraemon's Anywhere door? Dojin artist, there's no Doraemon in the Soul Reaper world. I think it's more likely that Aizen used the power of the Hogyoku to travel through time and space. This is an actor, no, the Hogyoku isn't that powerful. What it actually does is manifest a person's inner desires according to their own thoughts. But there's a catch, it only works if the user has the strength and ability to make their wish come true. Clearly, even Aizen from the Soul Reaper world can't break through the dimensional barrier. Or rather, the idea of a dimensional barrier probably never even crossed his mind. Thinking about this, Aizen suddenly realized that Aizen from the Soul Reaper world had his own limitations. His perspective was confined within the framework of his own world, he never thought beyond it to a multiverse concept. But she didn't have that limitation. Maybe she could give it a try. Dojin artist, is that really the case? Aizen-san, you're truly amazing. Even when watching anime, you remember so many details. This is an actor, I just pay close attention. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, I think now isn't the time to discuss this. The important thing is, how do we deal with Konan's current situation? This is an actor, we don't know Aizen's full strength yet, and Konan might have already fallen under Kyōka Suigetsu's illusion. So confronting Aizen head-on is definitely a risky choice. Dojin artist, that's true. A Megakure Village's angel, then what should we do? This is an actor, try getting close to Aizen. Chapter 6, Konan, feeding the tiger with her own body. Curly-haired guy, hey, are you kidding? Dojin artist, getting close to Aizen. That's crazy. A Megakure Village's angel, I want to know why. Why would we choose to approach Aizen? This is an actor, obviously, for your and Nagato's safety. Dojin artist. A Megakure Village's angel, can you explain it more clearly? This is an actor, why did Aizen join the Akatsuki? Is it because someone here interests him, or is he after something? And what exactly could that be? Curly-haired guy, the Rinnegan. This is an actor, that's one possibility. We can't rule it out, right? But in reality, Aizen didn't join the Akatsuki for the Rinnegan. He had already learned about those eyes from the original Naruto storyline, and he wasn't interested in them at all. The only reason he chose to join was to assign roles to the Akatsuki members according to the script he had planned for the future. But now, with Konan's unexpected presence, the original script might no longer work. Things were getting a lot more interesting. Dojin artist, maybe Konan should just talk to Nagato and hand over the Rinnegan to Aizen. That might even spark a conflict between Aizen, Black Zetsu, and Obito. A Megakure Village's angel, impossible. I can't even explain this to Nagato properly, so how could I convince him to give up the Rinnegan? Besides, what if Aizen's goal isn't the Rinnegan? Curly-haired guy, ugh, this is so frustrating. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Aizen, why did you say that getting close to Aizen would keep Konan safe? This is an actor. Aizen has a very complex personality, but there are certain things he can't hide, like his love for interesting situations and his extreme curiosity. When someone approaches him, he becomes intrigued and tries to figure out their intentions and plans. Because of that, for now, it should be absolutely safe. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Aizen, isn't that just your assumption? This is an actor, this isn't a guess, it's an analysis. Curly-haired guy, hey, you can even analyze anime characters' psychology. This is an actor, whether it's anime, novels, or TV shows, the characters created by the author always follow some kind of pattern. Of course, this doesn't apply to purely comedic characters. Dojin artist, should be safe. So, you're saying there's still some risk? This is an actor, yes. After all, the Aizen we know exists in the Bleach world. But if we miss this chance, Konan might end up in an even more dangerous situation. Dojin artist, what do you mean? This is an actor, take another good look at the photo Konan took. Look closely. Dojin artist, the photo, what about it? Eriri, feeling a bit confused, opened the photo Konan sent earlier again. The person in the picture had slightly wavy brown hair, a gentle but somewhat youthful face, black framed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and a bright, cheerful smile directed at the camera. There was no denying it, though Aizen was a manipulative villain, he was undeniably attractive. Especially that gaze, soft yet carrying a hint of dominance, as if it could see right through someone. Wait, that gaze. Eriri suddenly realized something was off. This photo was clearly taken in secret by Konan, right? Then why did it seem like Aizen's eyes were looking directly at the camera? At that moment, Eriri felt a chill run down her spine. And she wasn't the only one in the group who felt that way. Curly-haired guy, hey. Why do I feel like this guy is looking right at me? He's definitely looking at me, right? This photo, it's not cursed or something, is it? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, feels like he knew someone was taking his picture. Dojin artist, no way, right? Even if it's Aizen, there's no way he could know about our chat group. This is an actor, maybe he didn't notice the chat group itself, but he did notice something strange about Konan. Dojin artist, that's way too sharp. This Aizen, he feels even scarier than the one in Bleach. That was inevitable. The Aizen here wasn't just a time traveler, he was also a member of the chat group. On top of that, he was a master of psychological manipulation and analysis. If he wasn't stronger than his original version, he might as well just give up. This is an actor, don't panic. It's just a photo. But from this, we can tell that Aizen has already taken an interest in Konan's behavior. Now, there are only two choices, take the initiative or be forced into it. Dojin artist, it's all my fault. If Jin-san and I hadn't asked Konan for the photo. A Megakure Village's angel, no, it's not your fault. Since he chose to join Akatsuki, escaping was never an option. I'll inform Pain. From now on, I'll be in the same team as Aizen. Dojin artist, sigh. Curly-haired guy, Konan, isn't this basically feeding yourself to the enemy? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, that's called offering yourself to the tiger. Read more books. Aizen, are you sure Konan will be safe? This is an actor, this is the best option for now. After sending the message, Aizen lifted his gaze, looking at Konan, who was currently talking with Pain about something. Pain hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. Dojin artist, in the end, it's because we're too weak. We don't even have a chance to fight back. Curly-haired guy, damn it. If only we could travel between worlds right now. But we need to level up the group to 1 first. A level 1 group needs 50,000 points to level up, and right now, the only way to earn points is by sending messages. Each message gives 2 points, but the entire group's total points haven't even reached 10,000 yet. Points seem to have many uses, but for now, they can only be spent on buying abilities uploaded by group members. Aizen opened the ability list and glanced over it. The pricing was interesting, apparently set based on the power level and usefulness of each ability. For example, Konan's paper-release Keki Aigenkai was priced at 200 points, while having Chakra at Kage level cost 500 points. Logically, Keki Aigenkai should be more valuable than Chakra, yet Chakra was priced higher, double the amount, even. The reason was simple: Keki Aigenkai wasn't practical for most people. If an ordinary person without Chakra got it, it would be completely useless. Just as Aizen was thinking about this, the Akatsuki meeting came to an end. Konan forced herself to stay calm and walked up to Aizen, keeping a cold demeanor. "Let's go." Aizen didn't mind her distant attitude. In a gentle voice, he suggested, "Since we're teammates now, shouldn't we drop the codenames and call each other something more natural? Like Konan-senpai. Do whatever you want." After a brief silence, Konan responded flatly. "I see." Aizen nodded slightly, looking directly at her. "Then it should be fine if I call myself Captain Aizen, right?" Chapter 7, A Battle of Acting Skills. Captain Aizen. Konan froze for a moment, her eyes flashing with a hint of panic. After seeing Memories of the Bleach World, she knew exactly what that title meant. Aizen was once the captain of the Gotei 13's 5th Division. In other words, the title, Captain Aizen, should belong exclusively to the Soul Society. So why did he bring it up in front of her? Did he figure something out? No. That's impossible. A chill ran down Konan's back. She quickly opened the group chat and started messaging the others. "Dojin artist, no way. There's no way he knows we're aware of the Bleach storyline. This is an actor, in theory, Aizen shouldn't know, unless he's in the group. Curly-haired guy, hey, that's not funny. Dojin artist, Konan, this is a huge crisis. How can you joke at a time like this, Anzen-san?" There were only a handful of people in this group, and all of them had uploaded their memories. Memories don't lie. So no one believed Aizen was actually in the group. But what they didn't know, what they couldn't even imagine, was that Aizen was a transmigrator. He could split his memories. And he had a system that let him play different characters. So no, he wasn't joking. Aizen felt a little disappointed. He had expected them to pick up on his hint and figure something out. But it seemed he had overestimated them. This is an actor, no worries, I don't think Konan is in any danger. If anything, Aizen is definitely curious about her. Everything is going exactly as we expected. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, curious about what? This is an actor, I can think of two possibilities. Either Aizen believes Konan knows why he ended up in the ninja world, or he thinks Konan is from the same world as him and has some knowledge about him. Curly-haired guy, but neither of those possibilities make sense. This is an actor, we know that. But Aizen doesn't. Remember, he's not from the Naruto world. We know Konan well, but to Aizen, she's still a mystery. A Megakure Village's angel, so, what should I do now? This is an actor, if I'm right, he's already picking up on something from your reaction. But it's not a big deal. Just act natural. Keep pretending you don't know him or what Captain Aizen means. Dojin artist, but if we're exposed, shouldn't we at least acknowledge it? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, won't that put us in direct conflict with Aizen? This is an actor, no, it won't. Aizen is a naturally curious person. If anything, giving him just a little bit of information will only make him more interested in Konan. Curly-haired guy, still feels risky. Dojin artist, like dancing on the edge of a knife. A Megakure Village's angel, it's fine. I trust Anzen-san. Phew. Konan took a slow, steady breath, calming herself. What's wrong? Aizen's voice was soft, yet probing. Does this title make you uncomfortable, Konan-senpai? I'm just curious. Konan met his gaze, her voice cold. Why do you want me to call you that? And as a new recruit in the Akatsuki, don't you think you're being a bit too bold? She was nervous as she said it, but keeping up the act was more important. She needed to pretend she didn't know him, so this was exactly how a senior member would talk down to a rookie. Nice performance. Aizen smiled slightly, as if amused, and said, "My apologies, Konan-senpai. It's just that this situation reminds me of something from my past." His past. Konan's heart skipped a beat. Was he mistaking her for Jin Ichimaru? It actually made sense. She did approach him with hidden motives. But unlike Jin, she didn't hold any personal hatred toward Aizen. What she felt was caution and unease. "Konan-senpai, you seem quite wary of me," Aizen suddenly remarked as they approached a dense forest. He noticed. Konan wasn't surprised. She had been keeping her distance from him on purpose. Of course, she knew it was pointless. If Aizen really wanted to harm her, keeping her distance wouldn't change anything. "I don't know why, but you feel dangerous to me." She saw no point in hiding it anymore. Oh. A warning from your instincts. Aizen's lips curved slightly. That reminds me of my former superior. That former superior wasn't Danzo. He was talking about Shinji Hirako, the previous captain of the 5th Division in the Soul Society. Shinji had always had an instinctual distrust of Aizen. He even recruited Aizen into his squad just to keep an eye on him. But in the end, Shinji still underestimated him and became a test subject in Aizen's holification experiments. Is that so? Konan responded coolly, but she was struggling to keep her composure. His questions were relentless. It was like he was using words as weapons, chipping away at her defenses. Yes. Aizen nodded, smiling. But compared to him, you're much more interesting. Interesting. Konan didn't know what part of her was so interesting to Aizen. She opened her mouth to respond but ended up saying nothing. As they walked, they arrived at an open clearing. Aizen suddenly stopped and said softly, "Konan-senpai, it seems we have company." Chapter 8, Orochimaru's Crisis of Identity. Company. Konan paused, surprised. Then, she saw Aizen glance toward the trees and say calmly, "Are you here to catch up, Orochimaru-senpai?" He. Your perception is as sharp as ever, Sosuke-kun. Orochimaru, dressed in a black cloak with red clouds, stepped out of the forest, a faint smile on his lips. It really was Orochimaru. But what was he doing here? Konan was curious. Then she noticed something strange. Orochimaru wasn't even looking at her. It was as if, standing next to Aizen, she didn't exist at all. Something's not right. No matter what Orochimaru's reason for being here was, he wouldn't just ignore her like this. And yet, he acted as if he hadn't even noticed her. That could only mean one thing. This was Kyōka Suigetsu's ability. It controlled the 5 senses, making Orochimaru truly believe she wasn't there, like she was nothing but air. Realizing this, Konan felt a chill run down her spine. Was Aizen doing this on purpose? Was he deliberately showing her the power of Kyōka Suigetsu to test her reaction? What should she do now? Should she stay silent or say something? Feeling completely at a loss, Konan thought about opening the group chat for help again. Facing someone like Aizen, she felt utterly powerless. In reality, Konan was overthinking things. Aizen wasn't testing her, he had no reason to. Since group members couldn't harm each other, Kyōka Suigetsu didn't work on Konan in the first place, which was why she could still see the truth. As Konan quietly typed in the chat, Aizen spoke again. This has nothing to do with perception, Orochimaru-senpai. It's simply that your ability to conceal yourself is far too clumsy. His tone was polite, but there was a faint trace of disdain in his eyes. Orochimaru's smile instantly vanished. He said coldly, "It seems that after working under Danzo for a few years, you've become arrogant. My apologies. It looks like my words have offended you, Orochimaru-senpai," Aizen said with a slight smile. Then, let me put it another way, your spiritual pressure is far too obvious to ignore. Spiritual pressure? Konan froze. A deep sense of disbelief surged in her heart. She knew exactly what spiritual pressure was. And because she knew, it was all the more shocking. Spiritual pressure, the unique energy of the Soul Reaper world. But how could Orochimaru, a ninja, have it? Could it be? Her eyes suddenly shifted to Aizen. It had to be him. There was no doubt about it. The fact that spiritual pressure even existed in the Naruto world had to be his doing. Konan hadn't forgotten that among Aizen's many accomplishments, he was also a researcher and an inventor. In the Soul Reaper world, his research skills were probably second only to Urahara Kasuke, the founder of the Technology Development Bureau. Which led to the real question, why? Why would Aizen give Orochimaru spiritual pressure? What was he after? Konan's mind raced. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's expression darkened. His hoarse voice broke the silence. Sosuke-kun, you really do know a lot. Looks like avoiding that fool Konan and coming to meet you alone was the right choice. Now, tell me everything you know. Otherwise. Fool. Konan's mouth twitched slightly as she watched Orochimaru talk nonsense right in front of her. And what if I don't? Aizen remained as calm as ever, his gentle smile unchanged. Then this. As Orochimaru spoke, he suddenly lunged forward, his pale hand stretching out to grab Aizen's throat, lifting him high into the air. I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Oh. That's quite the scary threat. A familiar voice unexpectedly came from behind Orochimaru. What? Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, a flash of a blade appeared behind him. Slash. Orochimaru's body was sliced in two and fell to the ground. Aizen could tell it was just one of Orochimaru's body substitution techniques, but he didn't care. With a sharp sound, he sheathed his sword. Let's go, Konan-senpai. Konan snapped out of her thoughts, pushing aside the questions in her mind and giving a small nod. But just as they turned around, Orochimaru's upper half suddenly burst out of the ground behind them. His long black hair hung over his shoulders as his pale hands quickly formed hand seals. Earth release, stone lance barrage. Asterisk swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, asterisk. More than a dozen pitch-black stone spears materialized in midair, shooting toward Aizen at an incredible speed. Aizen didn't turn around. His expression didn't change in the slightest. He simply extended a finger toward the ground and murmured, "Earth release, 10,000-mile earth wall." Boom. A massive cloud of dust exploded as a towering stone wall, dozens of meters high, suddenly rose from the ground behind Aizen. The impenetrable wall completely blocked all the incoming spears with a series of heavy thuds. How is this possible? Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the enormous wall standing before him. The 10,000-mile earth wall was only an A-rank jutsu, but it usually required multiple ninjas working together to perform. The sheer amount of chakra needed was enough to drain even an elite jonin in an instant. But this 12- or 13-year-old boy had not only used it effortlessly on his own, but had done so with a single hand. No, wait, was that even a proper hand seal? He only used a single finger. Orochimaru began to doubt reality itself. But at the same time, he became even more certain, Aizen must have used that asterisk and not the incomplete version that he himself had been experimenting with. Danzo. That old bastard Danzo must have finished developing the full holification formula. And yet, he had been keeping it from him this whole time. This was infuriating. Orochimaru couldn't stand it. He could hide his true strength from others, but if someone hid theirs from him, that was unacceptable. He had to find a way to make Danzo understand the cost of keeping secrets from him. Chapter 9, The End of the Ninja Era. Curly-haired guy, holification. In the Naruto world. Hey, are you serious? A Megakure Village's angel, yes, Aizen admitted it himself. Dojin artist, but according to the Bleach world's logic, isn't holification only possible for spirit bodies? A Megakure Village's angel, based on Aizen's explanation, chakra, as a form of spiritual energy, can somewhat replace the function of a spirit body. Since chakra is attached to a ninja's meridians and cells, holification of the physical body becomes possible. Dojin artist, that reminds me. Before Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina died, they left part of their chakra inside Naruto. That chakra acted almost like a soul, capable of manifesting a physical form. Curly-haired guy, this is crazy. Aizen, that guy, what is he trying to do by introducing holification into the Naruto world? Aizen smirked and sent a message, yeah, what could he be planning? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, and why would he reveal such an important secret to Konan? A Megakure Village's angel, because he wants me to join him in creating a true era of peace. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Dojin artist, pfft. Curly-haired guy, ha. Creating a true era of peace. That sounds as ridiculous as someone telling me that one day, I'd wear a dress. It's so funny it makes my teeth hurt. This is an actor, image, here's you in a dress. It was a picture of Gintoki Sakata, fully dolled up with heavy makeup, twin pigtails, and a woman's kimono, striking a dramatic pose. Curly-haired guy. Dojin artist, pfft. A Megakure Village's angel, wait, is that really Jin-san? This is an actor, yep, I pulled it from my memory. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, gotta say, it's pretty, elegant. Curly-haired guy, no way. No freaking way. Quit messing around. There's no way I'd ever wear those lame twin pigtails. And what do you mean by, pulled it from your memory? Wait, don't tell me. This is an actor, yep, it's exactly what you're thinking. Sakata Gintoki, the protagonist of Gintama. By the way, you're pretty popular over here. Dojin artist, huh? This guy is actually a protagonist. Eriri seemed completely unaware of Gintama's story. Aizen quickly realized something strange. Gintama was also serialized in Weekly Shonen Jump, so Eriri shouldn't be completely clueless about it. That probably meant that the versions of Jump in Eriri's world and Gintoki's world were different from the one in Aizen's previous life, some things were missing. Curly-haired guy, ha. Ha ha ha. Me, the protagonist. I actually figured that out a long time ago. I mean, come on, someone as good-looking as me. Of course, I'm the main character. Notification, this is an actor has uploaded the memory file Gintama. This is an actor, let's see if you can still laugh after watching this. Dojin artist, this. Not just Gintoki himself, even Eriri, who was just a bystander, didn't know what to say after watching the memories of the Gintama world. Although Gintama was known for its wild comedy, Gintoki's personal story was incredibly heavy. His most important mentor, Shoyo Yoshida, was beheaded by his own hands. And then, he found out that his teacher hadn't actually died, but was just a fragment of a much darker force, representing its kinder side. That kind of twist, who could handle that? Omegakure Village's angel, Jin-san, are you okay? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, maybe we should leave him alone for now. Let him process it. Dojin Artist, so, Konan, did you agree to Aizen's offer? Omegakure Village's angel, I don't know. Dojin Artist, you don't know. Eriri was dumbfounded. She had actually expected Konan to accept Aizen's offer. After all, when facing someone like Aizen, sometimes the smartest choice was to just go along with him. Of course, refusing was an option too. She could simply say she was loyal to the Akatsuki and didn't want to betray Pain. Aizen probably wouldn't force her. But she never expected Konan to respond with, I don't know. That was huge. It meant Konan was genuinely considering switching sides. Omegakure Village's angel, yeah, I really don't know. I'm hesitating. Dojin Artist, don't hesitate, Konan. Wake up. That guy is trying to manipulate you. Omegakure Village's angel, I know what kind of person Aizen is. I also know very well that I can't and shouldn't trust him. But. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, but what? This is an actor. What exactly did Aizen say to you that made you start having second thoughts? Omegakure Village's angel, without a unified nation and a well-structured system, this world will never achieve peace. And the existence of ninjas and the ninja village system is the biggest obstacle to that peace. Since a small group of ninjas controls most of the resources, ordinary people outside of this group suffer terribly. So, Konan, are you willing to help me change this? Dojin Artist, damn it. That bastard Aizen really knows how to hit people where it hurts. Even though I know he's just manipulating, I have to admit, he sees the problem clearly. If the ninja world wants peace, the best way is unification. And to build a unified nation, the ninja system is an unavoidable problem. Plus, the entire ninja world is designed to prioritize ninjas, putting all the best resources in their hands. The ruling elite also uses ninjas as tools to oppress civilians and maintain their power, creating a closed, vicious cycle. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, so, Aizen's goal is to eliminate ninjas. How would he even do that? Omegakure Village's angel, I'm not sure, but I think it has something to do with the holification experiments. Dojin Artist, it's probably best not to trust him too much. Aizen, what do you think? This is an actor, it's obvious that Aizen is trying to use Konan. But at the same time, she can also use him. Konan wants peace in the ninja world too, doesn't she? Omegakure Village's angel, yeah, that's what I think as well. Honestly, I don't have any personal grudges against him. If he can actually bring peace, I don't mind being used. He went to see Hiruzen Sarutobi just now and should be back soon. We'll talk later. Dojin Artist. He went to see Hiruzen Sarutobi. He'll be back. Konan, where are you right now? This is an actor, she's probably in Konohagakure. Didn't Konan say earlier that Aizen's identity in this world is one of Danzo's subordinates? Dojin Artist, so, is Konan actually living at Aizen's place right now? What kind of situation is this? And just now, her tone sounded like she was secretly messaging us behind her husband's back. Chapter 10, Danzo's Rage. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Eriri's comparison was so strange that even Limacho didn't know how to respond. She just twitched the corner of her mouth, speechless. Master, what's wrong? The young girl next to her, Hong Lingbo, noticed her master's unusual expression and asked curiously. It's nothing. Limacho took a deep breath and adjusted her expression. I'm just a little tired. Tired? Hong Lingbo froze for a moment, looking confused. Her master had been resting in the room for half the day, how could she still be tired? Something's not right. This really isn't right. Even someone like Hong Lingbo, who wasn't the sharpest, could tell that her master had been acting differently lately. The old Limacho had a short temper and never showed her any kindness. But now, she could actually talk to her calmly. Logically, this should be a good thing, but to Hong Lingbo, it just felt off. And before, her master was in a hurry to return to the ancient tomb and reclaim their sect's secret manual, Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, but now, she was in no rush, taking her time along the way. Even stranger, she would often just stare blankly ahead, wearing an expression that made no sense. Like right now. Could it be that master is possessed? Hong Lingbo suddenly had a wild thought and blurted it out. Crap. The moment the words left her mouth, she realized she had messed up. Lingbo. Sure enough, in the next second, Limacho's icy voice rang out. I don't think I've tested your martial arts in a while, have I? Gulp. Hong Lingbo swallowed hard, her face filled with regret and fear. Seeing her disciple's pitiful expression, the anger that had been rising in Limacho vanished instantly. But she still kept her cold face and said, "Don't try to act all pitiful. Get out." "Yes, master." Hong Lingbo, feeling like she had just been granted a pardon, bolted out of the room. This ungrateful disciple. Watching her run off, Li Macho shook her head slightly, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. She knew exactly why her disciple had said that. It was simply because she had changed so much recently, no longer as ruthless and cold-hearted as before. And it was all thanks to Konan and Eriri. Over time, they had helped thaw the ice around her heart. Because of that, she now saw the group members as family. Even though some of them would sometimes say outrageous things that made her, as someone from ancient times, blush in embarrassment. "Curly-haired guy, no way. I refuse to accept this. When did my dear Konan get married? I never agreed to this. Doujin artist, idiot, can't you tell I was just using a metaphor? And what do you mean by dad? Don't think you can just claim Konan while she's not here. Curly-haired guy, humph, I'm not just claiming Konan. Jin-san here is the father of all of you. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Get lost. Doujin artist, haha, I wouldn't even want you as my son. This is an actor, looks like Gintoki's coping skills are pretty strong. Has he already come to terms with it? As always, Aizen ignored the nonsense and got straight to the point. Curly-haired guy, ha. Like that would happen. It's just another layer added to the burden we already carry. This is an actor, I see. Aizen understood what Gintoki meant. The so-called burden of daily life was really about fate and bonds. Shoyo had already died, and those ties and karma should have disappeared. But now, with Atsuro's appearance, this burden had taken on a new meaning. It was clear that Gintoki had already made up his mind to settle things once and for all. How would he go about it? Would he follow the original storyline step by step, or take a different path and storm the Tendashu's headquarters? If possible, Aizen really wanted to see it happen. A master and disciple showdown like this would definitely be interesting. Aizen's thoughts began to drift. Bang. At that moment, Danzo, who was sitting not far from him, suddenly slammed the long table. I refuse. Danzo. Sitting beside him, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't seem surprised by his reaction. He spoke calmly, "This is the joint decision of myself and the two other advisors." Danzo's sharp gaze swept toward Mito Kato Hamura and Utatane Koharu. The two only nodded slightly without saying a word. Aizen is mine. Danzo's face darkened, his voice deep and cold. Root is also part of Konohagakure, Hiruzen said lightly, taking a drag from his pipe. And I am the Hokage of Konohagakure. Danzo fell silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke coldly, "You'll regret this, Hiruzen." With that, he grabbed his cane and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. "I'm truly sorry, Hokage-sama," Aizen said sincerely, his face full of guilt. "Because of me, you..." "No." Hiruzen raised a hand, cutting him off. "This was my decision from the start. Someone like you doesn't belong in Root." He was serious. Hiruzen knew Aizen well. The boy wasn't just exceptionally talented, he was also calm, humble, and completely loyal to the village, a perfect model of what a shinobi should be. Hiruzen had once considered pulling Aizen out of Root and placing him under his own command, but both Danzo and Aizen himself had refused. It was only because of Danzo's recent actions that Aizen had finally been pushed toward Hiruzen's side. Even so, Hiruzen could still see the guilt and reluctance in Aizen's eyes. He could tell that Aizen still had respect for Danzo and was struggling to let go. But instead of feeling uneasy about it, Hiruzen was actually pleased. Because it showed that the young men in front of him valued relationships and bonds. That was a clear sign of the will of fire. But are you really sure? Hiruzen's expression grew serious again as he looked directly at Aizen. You want to work at the academy? Yes, Hokage-sama, Aizen nodded firmly. I've thought it through. So, he still couldn't let go, huh? Hiruzen remained silent for a long time before finally sighing. I understand. I'll have someone bring you the paperwork later. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Once Aizen was completely out of sight, Hiruzen slowly pulled a few reports from his drawer. He flipped through them carefully, his brows furrowing deeply. The title on the front page read, Experimental Study on the Division of the First Hokage's Cells, and The Concept of Sharingan and First Hokage's Cell Fusion. Even just the title alone was enough to be shocking. What do you think? Hiruzen asked the two advisors. How likely is this to be real? 80%. 90%. They had just reviewed the report, and it was highly detailed. Based on their experience, they could tell that there was little chance of it being fake. Danzo. Hiruzen sighed again, lighting his lighter and setting the document on fire. Let's just hope he doesn't keep going down this path. Chapter 11, Arankar. Does he really hope he won't go down the wrong path anymore? In a spacious room, Aizen sat leisurely in a high-backed chair, resting his face on one hand while watching the screen in front of him with amusement. On the screen, a live feed from the Hokage's office played. The image was so clear that even the folds of Hiruzen's ceremonial robe and the specks of dust on his collar could be seen in detail. Yet, the people being watched, Hiruzen and the others, were completely unaware of it. They continued their conversation, oblivious to the surveillance. What a noble wish, Aizen muttered softly, shifting his gaze to another screen. This screen displayed the interior of the root headquarters. Danzo, now free of his bandages, was holding a syringe and injecting something into his right arm. As he did, his face twisted in pain. Then, moments after the injection, a white, bone-like mask began to spread over his face, and he let out an unconscious, beast-like growl. Crack. After a few dozen seconds, the mask shattered, and his face returned to normal. 5 seconds longer than last time. Danzo took a deep breath, murmuring to himself, I can feel it. I'm getting closer to achieving full hollowification. Just wait, Hiruzen, and that bastard Aizen. You will both pay for this. No one leaves root. No one. Has he already started becoming more extreme due to the influence of the hollow's negative emotions? As expected, a failed experiment. Aizen paid no attention to the threats on the screen from Danzo. He was simply analyzing the conclusions of his research while occasionally sipping his tea. Not far from him, Konan was still in shock, unable to snap out of it. It wasn't surprising, anyone standing in a place like this would find it hard to stay calm. This was a laboratory filled with a sci-fi atmosphere, packed with all kinds of instruments, tools, and materials. At the front of the lab was a row of surveillance monitors. The screens displayed the offices of the Kage from different ninja villages. Not just their offices, Konan even spotted a few places she knew very well. The Akatsuki base, Nagato's residence, and even Uchiha Madara's burial site. Even though she had read the original Naruto story, Konan never knew that Madara's resting place was in a valley at the border between the land of fire and the land of earth. But here, on the screen, a neat little annotation pointed it out. Terrifying. If she hadn't stepped into this lab, she would never have known that Aizen had been secretly monitoring the entire ninja world. But more than the surveillance, what caught Konan's attention were the rows of cultivation tanks placed to the side. Inside them were eerily lifelike corpses, many of whom she recognized. Pakura of the Scorched Style, Hozuki Mangetsu, Kinkaku, and Ringo Amuri, to name a few. They were supposed to be dead. Some should have long since turned to dust. Yet in these cultivation tanks, they looked almost alive. However, each of them had parts of their faces covered by white bone-like masks, making them look somewhat eerie. Seeing these human figures, Konan was struck by a sudden realization. Her eyes widened. They are Erinkar. A soft voice suddenly broke the silence. Creak. Konan slowly turned her head, meeting Aizen's deep brown eyes that seemed to pierce straight into her soul. At that moment, fear gripped her heart. She knew that her reaction just now had definitely made Aizen suspicious. By injecting reishi into the soul and merging it with hollow essence, the dead will adapt to hollow power even better than the living. Strangely, Aizen didn't seem to mind her reaction. Instead, he smiled and explained, compared to the living, they can reach a complete hollow transformation much more easily. That's why I call them Erinkar. Konan's heart was pounding, but she forced herself to stay calm. According to what you said before, reishi doesn't exist in the ninja world. If that's the case, how did you inject it into their souls? It's not that it doesn't exist, but rather that the ninja world rejects it, making it difficult to gather. Aizen turned slightly, the dim light casting deep shadows on his face. But if someone strong enough uses spiritual pressure to forcefully draw in reishi, it can still be gathered quite easily. However, in this place, we don't even need to go through that trouble. This place. Konan caught onto a key detail. Yes. Because this isn't the ninja world. Aizen's lips curled into a slight smile as he gazed out the window. This is the Pure Land. A realm where souls naturally reside. The density of reishi here is no less than that of the Soul Society. Pure Land. Konan's face showed complete disbelief. She even forgot to hide the fact that she knew about the Soul Society. Her mind buzzed, her expression blank. She was standing in the land of the dead. And Aizen had managed to set up his base here. How in the world did he do it? Wait. Konan suddenly remembered, when she followed Aizen earlier, they had entered a pitch-black tunnel. Could that have been a Garganta? Did Aizen actually connect his base to the Pure Land using Garganta? What a crazy idea. Konan took a deep breath, still in shock. This villain from Bleach was truly living up to his reputation. Even after coming to a different world, he was pulling off things no one could have imagined. Not only had he placed his base in the Pure Land, but he was also monitoring every major force in the ninja world. And on top of that, He was even cultivating an army of Arrancar beyond normal standards, not to mention his own terrifying power that seemed bottomless. At this point, Konan couldn't even imagine what kind of person or force could possibly stop this man from taking over the ninja world. If possible, she almost wanted to advise the ninja world to just surrender. Because from the very start, they never had a chance of winning this war. Chapter 12, The Gate to a New World. Curly-haired guy, Arrancar. Aizen actually managed to create Arrancar too. Damn it. This is straight up cheating. Doujin artist, Ciro, Sonido, Resurrección. Just thinking about it is terrifying. I feel bad for the ninja world. Omega Kure Village's angel, I think so too. But these Arrancar aren't quite like the originals. They have some pretty clear weaknesses. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, weaknesses. Omega Kure Village's angel, yeah. According to Aizen, these Arrancar need physical bodies to act in the ninja world. Without them, their reishi will dissipate quickly. And once they have physical bodies, they can be hurt by ninjutsu and regular weapons, though their He arrow still gives them a lot of protection. Doujin artist, even so, this isn't something regular ninjas can handle, right? Omega Kure Village's angel, that's true. Even a regular Jonin-level hollow transformation already surpasses most Kage in every way. And Arrancars are the most perfect form of hollow's curly-haired guy, ha. Knowing how Aizen thinks, even Arrancars are probably just cannon fodder to him. Omega Kure Village's angel, yeah, he sees them as disposable assets. His original plan was to turn Akatsuki members into Espada, but for some reason, he abandoned the idea. Doujin artist, whoa. So Konan actually dodged a bullet. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Konan, I still think it's best not to trust Aizen too much. Curly-haired guy, that's right. Aizen's best skill is acting and lying. If the Oscars don't give him a Best Actor award, it's a crime. Doujin artist, Oscars, not Grammys. The Grammy is a music award. What, do you want Aizen to win Best Tenor instead? Omega Kure Village's angel, Best Tenor. Konan couldn't help but imagine Aizen Sōsuke holding a microphone, belting out a song to an audience. She quickly shook her head to get rid of the thought. Curly-haired guy, so what if he's a tenor? How do you know Aizen hasn't won a singing award? What do you really know about him? For all we know, he might have won the Soul Society's top comedy award too. This is an actor, he hasn't. Doujin artist, are we really talking about tenors right now? Weren't you just saying Aizen was the best actor? Stop changing the topic just because you don't know anything. Curly-haired guy, who doesn't know anything, you idiot. Back in the day, people called me Teacher Jin, you hear me? Teacher Jin. Don't underestimate me. Doujin artist, oh, a teacher, huh? A teacher of shamelessness, maybe. That does sound impressive. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, there you go again, arguing. Omega Kure Village's angel, I know I shouldn't fully trust Aizen, but honestly, he seems pretty nice to me. Doujin artist, huh? Konan, what kind of tone is that? You sound like a woman trying to justify staying with her abusive husband. Omega Kure Village's angel. Curly-haired guy, abusive husband. No way. I won't allow it. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, so, are you going to kill Aizen? Curly-haired guy, I'll take him down, once I master Kaioken times 100. He's dead meat then. Doujin artist, you might as well wish to become a Super Saiyan god while you're at it. This is an actor. Meanwhile, Aizen, who was in the middle of teaching at the Ninja Academy, opened the chat group only to find out that everyone was plotting to go Super Saiyan and kill him, because they thought he was an abusive husband to Konan. What kind of bizarre storyline was this? Even someone like Aizen didn't know what to say. This was just weird. Omega Kure Village's angel, don't mind them, they're just joking around. Doujin artist, of course it's a joke. Everyone knows our gentle and kind Konan would never get together with a villain like Aizen. Curly-haired guy, but Konan, the way you seriously explained things to him just now, kinda suspicious. You wouldn't happen to have feelings for our newest group member, would you? Smirks. Konan wasn't the type to get flustered over a few words. She casually replied, even if I do, that's none of your business. Jin, you should be worrying about your own love life instead. Curly-haired guy, TCH. A man like me is too independent to be tied down by ordinary women. This is an actor, ordinary women can't handle you, but maybe an ordinary man can. Doujin artist, ha ha ha. Right. Jin's true goal is to find a good man to marry. Curly-haired guy, shut up. I'm not into guys. That's slander. This is an actor, not really. In our world, there are official art pieces of you and Hijikata as a couple. Image. The image loaded, Jin and Hijikata holding hands with their fingers interlocked. Each of them even had a rose in their mouth. The bromance energy was off the charts. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, men, with men. That's possible. This is an actor, ever heard of the ancient term Longyang love? Doujin artist, pft. Ha ha ha. If the official art says so, then it's canon. Jin, you might as well just accept it. Curly-haired guy, get that thing away from me. No way in hell. What kind of twisted mind made this? That's it, I'm going to hunt down Hijikata and end this madness. A Megakure Village's angel, wait, he actually logged off. Doujin artist, he's not really going to take out Hijikata, is he? What is this, some kind of killing your brother to achieve enlightenment thing? So this is what BL is about. It's more interesting than I thought. This is an actor. Something seems off with Eriri. Did she just open the door to a whole new world because of the picture she posted? Aizen's smile faded. He suddenly felt like he had played too much. Chapter 13, are you willing to bear this arrogant sin with me? Doujin artist, looks like trying out something new isn't such a bad idea. This is an actor, people should try new things, but they should also consider the feelings of those around them. Eriri, wouldn't Aki Tomoya prefer if you didn't get involved in that kind of thing? Doujin artist, what? I have nothing to do with him. Stop making things up. Wait, Aizen, how do you know Aki Tomoya? Eriri froze, suddenly feeling uneasy. Could it be that Aizen has access to fictional works from her world? No, that's impossible, right? Her world doesn't have aliens, ninjas, hollows, or soul reapers, there's no way it could be part of some fictional story. But the next second, her unease was confirmed. Notification, this is an actor has uploaded the work How to Raise a Boring Girlfriend. This is an actor, that's how I know. Doujin artist. A Megakure Village's angel, Eriri, you okay? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, are you alright? Doujin artist, I'm fine. Really, I'm totally fine. I don't care about that guy anyway, we're not even friends. I'm fine. I really am. A Megakure Village's angel, the way you're saying that doesn't sound like you're fine at all. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, you don't have to act tough in front of us. This is an actor, if you're feeling sad, it's okay to cry. That's just a natural way for people to let out their emotions. Doujin artist, I am not gonna cry. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, that's a relief. A Megakure Village's angel, if she can still talk in that tsundere tone, then things aren't too bad. Doujin artist, Aya. I am not a tsundere. Stop listening to Jin's nonsense. This is an actor, I'm really glad you're bouncing back so quickly. But trust me, the way you're talking right now is a textbook example of tsundere. Doujin artist, Aizen. Not you too. Whatever. Honestly, I think it's just because I've read Jin and Konan's story. Compared to what they went through, my situation is nothing. This is an actor, you don't have to think like that. Konan's fate has already changed, hasn't it? Knowing the story in advance is like having foresight, you should be able to change your own ending too, right? Doujin artist, no, it's different. Jin and Konan had their lives pushed forward by others, which is why they had the will to fight back. But I'm not like them. Even after everything I did, in the end, that guy still didn't choose me. Since that's the case, there's no point in forcing it. A Megakure Village's angel, Eriri, I support you. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, yeah. A guy who's that indecisive isn't good enough for our Eriri anyway. No point in forcing it, huh? Looking at Eriri's message, Aizen's lips curled into a slight smile. These people in the chat were even more interesting than he had expected. At first, he was just trying to steer Eriri away from BL. Not that he had anything against it, he just didn't want to end up in a BL comic himself. After all, in his past life, there were tons of fans shipping him with Jin Ichimaru. Who knows? One day, Eriri might get the idea to draw something like that. That would be unsettling. But now, things had taken an unexpected turn. The mood in the group chat and Eriri's own change in perspective gave him a strange sense of satisfaction. So this is what having a family feels like. Not bad at all. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Aizen turned to the boy sitting next to him. Do you like the taste of the dango here, Itachi? The boy looked about 9 or 10, his long black hair tied into a ponytail behind him. He was holding a skewer of colorful dango, his cheeks stuffed full. Hearing Aizen's question, Itachi gave a small nod. It's really good. Even if it's good, you shouldn't eat too much, Aizen said with a gentle smile, reaching out to pat the boy's head. Too many carbs can make you gain weight. Itachi paused for a moment, then stopped eating. Aizen, Sōsuke has been having more and more conflicts with the clan lately. I see. Aizen didn't ask much, just let out a soft sigh. After a brief silence, Itachi spoke again in a quiet voice. Can't the village and the clan just get along? In a world with limited resources, people will always want more, Aizen replied, his words sounding both like an answer and a sigh. Once doubt and suspicion take root, conflicts and divisions naturally follow. If we want to solve this completely, there are only two ways: either an overwhelming external force appears to suppress everything and force people to unite, or one side is completely destroyed. I don't want either the village or the clan to be destroyed, Itachi said bitterly. But there's no way an external force like that will just appear, right? To Itachi, such a force would mean another war between the 5 great ninja villages. While small conflicts still happened, every village was maintaining the appearance of peace. A large-scale war was simply impossible for now. If it doesn't exist, then create it yourself. Aizen spoke calmly, his confident gaze reflecting through his glasses. Itachi, are you willing to carry the weight of this madness with me? Itachi was stunned, as if he suddenly understood something, his face full of disbelief. Aizen, you. Uchiha Itachi had never expected that this mentor-like older brother would say something like this. Creating a force powerful enough to threaten Konohagakure with his own hands, was that even possible? And why would Aizen want to do this? Right now, Itachi's mind was filled with both curiosity and confusion. Of course, I won't ask you to believe me. Aizen smiled gently. I just want you to place your hopes and expectations on me. If you're ready, then follow me. Watching Aizen's figure slowly fade into the distance, Itachi clenched his teeth and quickly followed. Chapter 14, let's have some tea first. Curly-haired guy, nanny, so there are virtual works that match Eriri's world too. And Eriri herself is actually a rejected love rival dumped by the main character. Ha ha ha, how embarrassing. Dojin artist, shut up, you perverted silver-haired idiot. Curly-haired guy, oh. The cries of a loser have appeared. Dojin artist, you bastard, go to hell. Omega-kure Village's angel, Jin, say less. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, even if you're joking, you shouldn't poke at someone's wounds. That's just mean. Curly-haired guy, TCH, I'm just teaching her a lesson. Girls love to believe in those childhood sweetheart romance fantasies, but in reality, childhood friends usually end up in some kind of twisted, tragic story. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, twisted story. Omega-kure Village's angel, Mo-cho, it's better if you don't dig too deep into this. Konan didn't know exactly what twisted story meant, but her instincts told her that nothing good ever came out of Jin's mouth. Dojin artist, and what about you and Hijikata? A fairy tale? A pink-colored fantasy? Curly-haired guy, shut up. Don't say that name, damn it. Jin-san's preferences are totally normal. I only like bouncy, energetic older women, got it. You know, the kind that go boing boing boing. Omega-kure Village's angel, even if you say that. I have no idea what boing 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 means. Curly-haired guy, humph. Of course, I'm talking about those that bounce when they jump, those headlights that make people unable to look away. This is the ultimate boing boing boing, something that surpasses human logic and reality. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Omega-kure Village's angel. Dojin artist, you bastard, do you have to make everything dirty? There are underage girls in this group. Curly-haired guy, but the only underage girl here actually understood what I meant. Now, whose fault is that? Dojin artist, I only know because of my work. Curly-haired guy, oh, that reminds me, I totally forgot. Please draw me a dojin, Kashiwagi Eri-sensei. Dojin artist, Don't call me by my pen name in the group, you bastard. Sitting in her classroom, Eriri's face turned bright red, steaming like a kettle ready to blow. Curly-haired guy, I get it now, Kashiwagi Eri-sensei. Please, I insist, take my request. Dojin artist, go to hell. Omega-kure Village's angel, Jin, enough. Stop making Kashiwagi Eri-sensei angry. Dojin artist. Curly-haired guy, ha 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 ha. Omega-kure Village's angel, sorry. I didn't mean to say that, it just slipped out. Dojin artist, puffed. Like hell that was a slip of the tongue. This is an actor, good afternoon, everyone. You're all here. Dojin artist, yeah, they're all here, bullying an innocent underage girl like me. These guys are the worst. This is an actor, bullying is just another form of affection. From my perspective, this is how they show their love for you, dear Kashiwagi Eri-sensei. Dojin artist, Anson, not you too. I'm done talking to you all. Curly-haired guy, ha ha ha. Yes, exactly. This is how we show our love. Please accept it, Kashiwagi Eri-sensei. Dojin artist, like hell I will. Go to hell. Omega-kure Village's angel, Anson, you've changed. You never used to joke around like this. Sharp observation. Aizen's lips curved slightly as he silently praised her. His interactions in the group chat had affected him in ways he hadn't expected. His views on family were no longer just cold observations and analyses, he was starting to ease into it. Of course, he wouldn't admit this outright. Instead, he replied casually, in this group, aren't we all constantly changing? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, that's true. Limacho felt this the most, she believed she was the one who had changed the most in this group. Dojin Artist, speaking of change, the ones I need to thank the most are Konan and Aizen. One gave me sisterly care, and the other helped me completely snap out of the illusion of so-called romance games. Omega-Kure Village's angel, I also owe it to Aizen's guidance that I now have a real chance to make my dream of peace a reality. This is an actor, no need to thank me. In the end, these were your own choices. And since we're all like family here, there's no need for gratitude between family. Curly-haired guy, hey, you guys. Isn't this getting a little too emotional? This isn't some kind of award ceremony, damn it. Omega-Kure Village's angel, Aizen's back. Dojin Artist, Konan, are you planning to disconnect again? Omega-Kure Village's angel, sorry, I'm just afraid he'll notice something. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, yeah, with someone like him, it's best to be careful. Dojin Artist, I get that, but the way you're acting really makes it look like you're a married woman secretly meeting her lover behind her husband's back. Curly-haired guy, honestly, you don't even need to be this cautious. If Aizen really found out, he might actually enjoy it. That kind of cuck mentality totally fits him. This is an actor, I don't think Aizen is into something that extreme. Omega-Kure Village's angel, image, he really doesn't seem to be paying attention to me right now. The image opened to reveal a photo of Aizen standing next to a boy. The boy's expression was exaggerated, completely stunned, eyes wide open. But his face looked oddly familiar to everyone in the group. Dojin Artist, Uchiha Itachi. Curly-haired guy, wait, Aizen actually roped him in too. Can I call the authorities and report him for child labor? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, why Itachi? Shouldn't it be Uchiha Sōsuke? From what Konan said before, Aizen seemed to have a closer relationship with Sōsuke. This is an actor, a good relationship doesn't mean they share the same ideals. Compared to Sōsuke, who already has firm beliefs, Itachi at this age is much easier to influence. Dojin Artist, so, what's Aizen planning to do with Itachi? This is an actor, my guess. Aizen's probably going to invite him for tea. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Curly-haired guy, at least try to make your jokes logical. Dojin Artist, what does drinking tea have to do with anything? The Pure Land. Snapping out of his daze, Uchiha Itachi looked at Aizen and quietly asked, where is this place? Aizen, what exactly are you doing? Even though he trusted Aizen a lot, the sight of all these surveillance monitors and research equipment still made his heart pound uneasily. When did he set all this up? How does he even have the ability and resources to do this? What is his real goal? Countless questions swirled in Itachi's mind. For the first time, he realized that the brotherly figure he thought he knew so well actually felt like a complete stranger. Welcome to the Pure Land, Itachi. Aizen pulled out a chair and casually sat at the long table. There's a lot to talk about, but first, let's have some tea. Chapter 15, Reaching the Edge of the Rules. Curly-haired guy, puffed. Are you serious? Dojin Artist, he actually invited Itachi for tea. Omega-Kure Village's angel, yeah, Aizen really is amazing. Aizen continued chatting with Itachi as if nothing was out of the ordinary, but his eyes flicked toward the group chat. At the same time, he quickly sent a message using his thoughts, stay calm. No big deal. Curly-haired guy, no big deal, my ass. This is definitely a big deal. The fact that you can even predict Aizen's thought process, are you a monster? Or is every psychologist just naturally this scary? This is an actor, or maybe it's not just a guess. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Dojin Artist, what do you mean by that? This is an actor, maybe. I'm actually Aizen himself. The group chat fell silent for a moment. Then. Dojin Artist, puffed. Ha ha ha. You. Aizen. Curly-haired guy, if you're Aizen, then I'm Kakarote. No, wait. Actually, I'd rather be Piccolo. He's way cooler. Omega-Kure Village's angel, I never noticed before, but Aizen, you actually have a great sense of humor. Clearly, no one in the group believed that Aizen was Aizen. After all, they had all seen his memories, and none of them could imagine Aizen ever helping the group like Aizen did. This is an actor, do I normally come across as stiff? Oh well. Since no one believed him, Aizen decided not to push the issue. Letting them slowly piece things together like a detective game might actually be more fun. Dojin Artist, not stiff, exactly. How should I put it? You give off that straight-laced, rule-following vibe. Like one of those top students in school who don't really mix with the crowd. Curly-haired guy, ugh, you talk too much, Pamu Eri-sensei. Let me sum it up in one word. What's the term again? This is an actor, reclusive. Curly-haired guy, that's it. Like a nerdy loner. A Megakure Village's angel, actually, that's pretty normal. It takes time for new members to open up. We all went through it to some extent. Konan was a little worried that Jin's sharp words might make the newcomer uncomfortable, so she spoke up to smooth things over. Curly-haired guy, unlike the rest of you, I don't need that kind of process. From the moment I joined this group, I've been the master of slacking off. Dojin artist, oh, you really have the nerve to say that. You tricked me and Konan, claiming to be the last samurai of the ninja world just to get us to send you money. Do you even have a conscience? This is an actor. Even Aizen, with all his composure, was left speechless after reading that. This guy, Sakata Gintoki, was truly something else. Curly-haired guy, shut up. In the end, I didn't get a single cent. I even lost a delicious snack, that was my lunch, damn it. Dojin artist, oh, please. We've been sending supplies to you in the group chat all the time. You've got no right to complain. Curly-haired guy, hey, don't make it sound like I didn't spend my points. I had to use all my points to buy supplies, and now I don't even have enough left to trade for Konan's chakra energy. You people, who never have to worry about money, could never understand my suffering. This is an actor, sorry, can't relate. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, nope. Dojin artist, yeah, not at all. Curly-haired guy, I knew it. You heartless bastards. Just go to hell, all of you. A Megakure Village's angel, speaking of abilities, there's something I haven't told you all yet. Notification, a Megakure Village's angel has uploaded Shinigami power. Value, 200 points. Notification, a Megakure Village's angel has uploaded beginner Kido. Value, 100 points. Notification, a Megakure Village's angel has uploaded beginner Shuinpa. Value, 100 points. Dojin artist, whoa, Shinigami power. Konan, have you actually become a Shinigami? Curly-haired guy, Aizen gave you this power. A Megakure Village's angel, yeah. He used a blade infused with his spiritual energy and stabbed it into me, granting me Shinigami powers. That's why I said earlier that he hasn't treated me too badly. Dojin artist, wake up, Konan. Aizen only did that to make better use of you. A Megakure Village's angel, don't worry, I know that. Curly-haired guy, man, Aizen's so stingy. He literally stabbed you, and this is all the power you got. How heartless. This is an actor, are we just gonna gloss over the whole stabbing thing? Dojin artist, you just have to make everything sound dirty, don't you? A Megakure Village's angel, it's not just about the initial power. From now on, I have to absorb spiritual particles and train to grow stronger over time. And to be clear, I'm not defending Aizen, I'm just stating the facts. Our relationship is one of mutual use, and I won't forget that. After sending the message, Konan glanced to the side. Uchiha Itachi and Aizen's conversation was wrapping up. Itachi seemed fully convinced now, nodding firmly at Aizen. Don't worry, Aizen-san. I'll make sure to handle everything just as you asked. Don't push yourself too hard, Itachi, Aizen said with a warm smile. Our journey has only just begun. The obstacles we face now will merely become embellishments to our future success. Understood. Itachi took a deep breath and nodded. Buzz. Behind him, a black portal suddenly opened. Itachi inhaled deeply, then turned and stepped inside. Aizen didn't move until Itachi's figure had completely disappeared. Then, he slowly stood up and walked to the window. Even in the land of the dead, you can still see such beautiful sights. Outside, tiny green lights flickered in the air, resembling fireflies dancing in the dark night. But Konan knew those weren't fireflies at all. She was well aware. This boundless sea of green lights was made up entirely of human souls, all gathered in the pure land after death. These souls still retained their consciousness but were trapped in an eternal slumber. To be confined here, even in death, it's a disgrace. Aizen extended his hand, and as if drawn to him, one of the glowing green lights drifted toward his palm, floating gently above it. The world has its own rules, Konan finally spoke, breaking her usual silence with him. Rules exist for those who can't survive without them, Aizen said with a faint smile. Suddenly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from his palm. Guided by this force, the tiny green light flared up, growing larger and larger until it began to take the shape of a human. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind swept through the room, rustling the edges of Aizen's white robe. He didn't seem to care. Instead, he gazed calmly at the glowing, red-haired figure before him and asked, in an even voice. My fellow soul, would you like to join us on our journey to the end of all rules? Chapter 16, The Seed of Hatred. A Megakure Village's Angel, hiss. You guys won't believe what I just saw. Konan sounded excited, like a kid eager to share a secret. Dojin artist, what? What happened? Curly-haired guy, judging by that tone, don't tell me you just saw Aizen's golden mushroom. This is an actor. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Dojin artist, Jin-san, you really need to get your head checked. Also, why Inoki mushrooms? Shouldn't it be something like Matsutake? This is an actor. Curly-haired guy, foolish Eriri. Have you forgotten Aizen's current age? That guy is still just a kid, there's no way he's reached the level of a Matsutake. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, what are you guys even talking about? Dojin artist, ahem. Nothing, we got sidetracked. More importantly, what exactly did Konan see? A Megakure Village's Angel, Soul Resurrection. I saw Aizen awaken a sleeping soul with my own eyes. Curly-haired guy, That's not really surprising coming from Aizen, is it? Dojin artist, yeah, I mean, all those Erankars in his army were originally dead, right? A Megakure Village's Angel, it's different. I didn't see him create the Erankars firsthand, but this time, I actually watched him awaken a soul. The feeling was, beyond words. This is an actor, I get what you mean. Konan said it was beyond words, but Aizen knew the truth. The whole time, she had kept a completely blank expression. It seemed her acting skills had improved again, she could now hide her inner thoughts even better. Aizen's lips curled slightly, feeling rather pleased. But then, a curse rang out in the distance, making him frown. He looked over and saw a scruffy blonde-haired boy. The kid looked no older than 5 or 6, with light blue eyes and a round face that still carried a hint of childishness. His skin was pale and a bit yellowish, as if he wasn't eating properly. A child like that would usually make people feel sympathy. But instead, all he heard around him were curses and insults. That damn fox again. He's the one who killed my parents. Damn brat, why don't you just drop dead? The boy didn't say a word in response. He simply picked up the rice ball that had fallen to the ground, now covered in dust and dirt, and silently walked away. Aizen exhaled. From somewhere behind him, he could feel waves of hostility. Of course, it wasn't directed at him, it was aimed at the people cursing the boy, as well as those lurking in the shadows. Those people were the Umbu that Sarutobi Hiruzen had stationed around the boy. Their job was to keep him safe from danger. But clearly, the villagers' hatred didn't count as a danger in their book. Do you see it now? This is the reality you wanted to confirm. Aizen seemed to be speaking to himself, yet at the same time, it felt like he was talking to someone else. I wonder, does this reality satisfy you, Kushina? A low hum echoed in response. As if answering him, the hostility in the air grew even stronger. No need to be impatient. Aizen stepped forward casually, as if taking a leisurely stroll, and walked in the same direction as the boy. The long night may seem endless, but dawn will always come. Try to keep up with me, I will become the new sun. Dojin artist, Kushina. Aizen actually brought Kushina's soul back. What's he trying to do? Is he going to turn her into an Erankar too? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Kushina, as in Uzumaki Naruto's mother. Dojin artist, yeah, and she was also the 4th Hokage's wife. That's why I don't get it, wouldn't making someone like her his subordinate be too risky? Curly-haired guy, not necessarily. Maybe he just wants to collect her. This is an actor. Dojin artist, what do you mean by collect? Curly-haired guy, you know exactly what I mean. Dojin artist, hey, where are you even getting that idea from? Curly-haired guy, it's simple. From what we saw in Bleach, Aizen has zero interest in young girls. He had Momo Hinamori practically worshipping him, and he still stabbed her without hesitation, what a waste. So, what if, he's actually into mature women instead? A Megakure Village's Angel, no way. Is Aizen really like that? Dojin artist, this is all just your own wild guess. There's no real proof. Curly-haired guy, ha. Behind that refined and elegant image, there's a wild and untamed soul. People like that, you can never be too sure. Dojin artist, ugh. Anson, what do you think? This is an actor, let's put Aizen's preferences aside for now. I just don't think he's bringing Kushina back just for collecting her. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, what do you mean? Dojin artist, no way, is he actually planning to make Kushina his subordinate? There's no way that would work, right? This is an actor, if you find the right method and weaknesses, shaking someone's resolve is actually pretty easy. Based on the timeline of the Naruto world, Uzumaki Naruto should still be in the stage where he's being discriminated against, right? Dojin artist, ah. I get it. Aizen wants to use Uzumaki Naruto as a key point to guide Kushina. A Megakure village's angel, no wonder Aizen took Kushina's soul to seek the truth. Naruto was his real target all along. This is an actor, the dark side of the ninja world isn't as simple as what's shown in the manga. The amount of discrimination and abuse Naruto suffered can't be fully expressed with just a few images. As a mother who deeply loves her child, there's no way she could stay indifferent after seeing all that. Curly-haired guy, so that's how it is. This Aizen guy really can't be underestimated. This is an actor, and that's not all. Don't forget, the essence of hollows is the result of human obsession, hatred, and twisted emotions. If Kushina sees her child treated like that by the village, and her negative emotions are amplified, do you really think she'll still believe in the will of fire? Silence. Everyone in the group chat fell into silence. It was as if they could already see a monster, personally created by Aizen, about to be born, a monster filled with hatred and rage toward Konohagakure. The most ironic part? That monster's name was Uzumaki Kushina, the wife of the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 17, Group Leader Vote. This is an actor, good morning, everyone. A Megakure village's angel, good morning, Anzen-san. Curly-haired guy, morning. Morning my ass. It's the middle of the night over here, damn it. Stop making me stay up late. I'm on the verge of a nervous breakdown, you bastards. Dojin artist, then just log off. Curly-haired guy, if I could do that, I would. But humans have this thing called curiosity. The moment I close my eyes, I feel like you guys are talking behind my back. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, don't worry, that won't happen. Dojin artist, yeah, if we wanted to talk behind your back, why would we bother hiding it? Are you overestimating yourself a little? Anyway, I gotta go, talk later. This is an actor, Eriri, is it afternoon on your side? It's funny how we're in the same group but have different perceptions of time. This difference isn't just about different time zones. Even the flow of time in each member's world varies. Aizen once secretly did some calculations, 2 days in the Naruto world roughly equal 2 hours in Eriri's world, half a day in the Gintama world, and 1 day in the Condor Hero's world. In other words, since the day Kushina was guided, more than half a month had passed in the Naruto world. But from Eriri's perspective, only a dozen hours had gone by. Since each world has a different time ratio, it should, in theory, cause serious confusion among the group members regarding time. No one should be able to define an exact timeline. But that's not the case, because the group has something called group time as an anchor. As long as members are online, their perception of time aligns with the group's time. In short, as long as everyone stays connected, they all experience time in the same way. It's unbelievable. Truly fascinating. This is a power that transcends dimensions and worlds. Curly-haired guy, fascinating, my ass. I'm seriously about to drop dead over here. Go to sleep. All of you, log off. If you all go offline, then I won't have to stay up all night, damn it. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, don't panic, I'm staying up too. Curly-haired guy, that's easy for you to say. You practice internal energy cultivation. But I'm just a regular human. I don't know any fancy meditation or energy restoring techniques. This is an actor, Jin, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about what a regular human is? You can cut through solid metal with a wooden sword, normal people don't do that. That's called a monster. Dojin artist, and a silver-haired, curly-headed pervert monster at that. But speaking of internal energy cultivation, Muchu, you haven't gotten the 9 swords of Dugu yet. A few days ago, Anzen had some free time and uploaded the Return of the Condor Heroes into the memory archive, so now everyone in the group had some basic knowledge of the martial arts world. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, I'm on my way to Xiangyang, should arrive in 2 days. Why, you interested? Dojin artist, yeah, I want to try what it feels like to be a martial arts master. Compared to all kinds of ninjutsu or Jin swordsmanship, Eriri still felt that the light and graceful martial arts style suited her better, especially since she was a delicate little fairy. Of course, the main reason was that she didn't have enough points. Otherwise, she would have chosen everything. Curly-haired guy, what's the point of learning that in a law-abiding society? Are you planning to be a vigilante? Watch out, or you might get taken in for experiments, Professor Pomu Eriri. Dojin artist, none of your damn business. Who knows if my seemingly peaceful world actually has werewolves, terminators, or zombie viruses lurking in the shadows. Curly-haired guy, whoa, have you been watching too many Hollywood movies? Dojin artist, if Aizen can appear in the Naruto world, then anything's possible. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, always be prepared for danger. Eriri makes a good point. Dojin artist, besides, I just saw a news article saying they found a giant anaconda over 20 meters long in South America. That's clearly unnatural. Curly-haired guy, are you sure you're not just being paranoid? A Megakure Village's angel, A 20-meter-long anaconda. Isn't that pretty normal? This is an actor, by Naruto world standards, sure. But Eriri's world doesn't have supernatural abilities. The largest known anaconda species in South America is the green anaconda, with a verified world record of 12 meters. 20 meters would be a new world record. Based on Earth's oxygen levels and environment, it shouldn't be possible for a creature that big to exist. A Megakure Village's angel, I see. Dojin artist, Anson-san, you sound like an expert. This is an actor, Eriri, can you confirm if this news is real? Dojin artist, no idea, my phone just pushed it to me. This is an actor, then let's wait and see. If more similar news comes up, keep a record of it. News from phone notifications is usually just clickbait. But Aizen still decided to be cautious and asked Eriri to keep an eye on it. It never hurts to be careful. Dojin artist, got it. Since she trusted Anson, Eriri didn't ask too many questions. She just did as she was told. Curly-haired guy, don't overthink it. Humanity is still in its infancy when it comes to exploring the world, so anything is possible. But more importantly, has Aizen been up to anything lately? A Megakure Village's angel, no, he's just like a normal ninja teacher now. He spends his days reading and teaching his students. Sometimes, he takes Naruto out for a walk and gives him better meals. Curly-haired guy, building a bond, huh? Aizen, you sneaky guy. Are you trying to win over the son so you can get to the mom? I have to admit, that's a solid strategy. This is an actor. A Megakure Village's angel. Notice, this group has been active for 30 days. A vote for the group leader will start in 60 seconds. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 18, Group Leader, lead us to crush Aizen. So this is how the group leader is chosen. Aizen raised an eyebrow slightly, but there wasn't even a trace of surprise on his face. In fact, from the day he joined, he had already noticed a grayed-out group leader option in the top right corner of the chat. That meant it was only a matter of time before a leader was selected. He had even speculated about the conditions for the leader's selection and his chances of becoming one. But now, it didn't really matter. Without any hesitation, Aizen cast his vote for Konan. The reasoning was simple. Konan was not only one of the original members, but she was also the one who resolved conflicts, comforted the group members, and provided guidance. Her contributions far exceeded anyone else's in the group. Aizen was sure the others thought the same way. Since that was the case, he might as well support her. After voting, Aizen closed the group chat and focused entirely on his lecture. Playing the role of Aizen wasn't just about causing trouble. Acting in ways that fit his personality and mindset, even in daily life, also contributed to improving his roleplay skills. Though the progress was slow, it was steady. Besides, for now, all Aizen had to do was wait. Wait for the fully evolved Erinkar to awaken. Wait for the seeds he had planted to sprout. Once they broke through the soil, that would be the moment the ninja world trembled. As if he could already see the future unfolding, a faint smile appeared on Aizen's lips. Notice, congratulations. You have been elected as the group leader of the Dimensional Chat Group. Just then, the chat interface suddenly popped up in front of him, displaying a bold red notification. Huh. Even Aizen was a little surprised this time. He actually got elected. Why? Opening the chat, Aizen sent a single message. Curly-haired guy, whoa, our great leader has finally arrived. Everyone, bow down. Remember, proper warrior kneeling posture. If you mess it up, go commit seppuku. Dojin artist, seppuku my ass. We're not samurai. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Anson, you look a bit confused. Do you not know what happened? This is an actor, yeah, I'm a little puzzled. Honestly, I thought Konan would be a better choice. Curly-haired guy, whoa, hold up. I can't just ignore that. Clearly, Gintoki should be the leader. I was born to lead. Dojin artist, so that's why you voted for yourself. Curly-haired guy, of course. No one understands leadership better than me. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, I'm curious. With your lazy personality, why do you even want to be the leader? Curly-haired guy, do you even need to ask? It's so I can abuse my power without consequences. That's every man's ultimate dream. You think those middle-aged CEOs are fighting tooth and nail for their jobs because of passion? No, it's for the perks. Dojin artist, you're beyond saving. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, that's just straight-up scummy behavior. A Megakure Village's angel, This is exactly why no one would ever vote for you, Gintoki. Curly-haired guy, TCH, whatever. Doujin artist, you were just calling it your ultimate dream, and now you're pretending not to care. Anyway, let's answer Aizen's question first. Actually, at first, both Muchu and I were going to vote for Konan, just like you. But she voted for you first and convinced us to do the same. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Konan said that, compared to her, you were more suited to be the leader. Because everyone in this group has received your help at some point. You've done more for the group than she has. This is an actor, I don't really think that's true. A Megakure Village's angel, no need to argue. To me, it's a fact. This is an actor, well, whatever. Since I've already been chosen as the group leader, arguing about it won't change anything. Don't worry, I'll fulfill my duties properly. This is a promise, a guarantee. But this isn't coming from Aizen, it's coming from Aizen. There's a big difference between the two. Aizen may be playing the role of Aizen, but in the end, he's not actually Aizen. Aizen might manipulate and hurt his subordinates without hesitation for his own goals, only to casually say, admiration is the furthest emotion from understanding. But Aizen wouldn't do that. He actually cares about his group members. Curly-haired guy, whoa, are you giving a presidential inauguration speech or something? Yes, we can. Doujin artist, Obama's era is long over, you idiot. Curly-haired guy, shut up, what do you even know about Obama? Obama was the best president ever. If it weren't for him uniting Europe and starting the steam age, we wouldn't even have TVs to watch. Doujin artist, I don't even know where to begin correcting you. This is exactly what makes you different from Aizen. When he speaks, he sounds calm and reliable, unlike you, who just spouts nonsense all the time. Curly-haired guy, huh? Calm and reliable. Don't be fooled by appearances, Eriri-chan. Every man has a beast lurking inside him. If you're not careful, you'll get eaten up, bones and all. Doujin artist, ugh. You're the one who's gonna get eaten, you pervert. Sitting in the classroom, Eriri's face turned bright red, like a boiling kettle. It was obvious she had understood the hidden meaning in Gintoki's words. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Eriri-chan. Is that a new nickname for Eriri? A Megakure Village's angel, it does sound kinda cute. Doujin artist, no, it's not. Call me by my actual name. This is an actor, got it, Eriri-chan. A Megakure Village's angel, understood, Eriri-chan. Doujin artist, ugh. You guys are at it again. You just love picking on me, don't you? Fine, whatever. Eriri gave up on resisting. She knew fighting back was pointless. Besides, the nickname Eriri-chan was actually kinda cute. A Megakure Village's angel, oh, it's time for me to go. See you later. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, is it because your Aizen is back? Curly-haired guy, husband. You were totally about to type husband, weren't you? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, sorry, but whenever I see Konan send a message like that, I can't help but picture the scene Eriri described before. Doujin artist, stop talking about it. I feel the same way, and it's really messing with my head. Is there any way to fix this? Curly-haired guy, the only way to fix it is to go straight to the source. So, almighty group leader. It's time to fulfill your duty and lead us in taking down that bastard Aizen. This is an actor, next time, for sure. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 19, a newcomer joins, incoming red packets. Taking down Aizen. Yeah, that's not happening. You can't fight yourself. But considering how tense Konan always seemed around him, Aizen figured it wouldn't hurt to help her relax a little. A Megakure Village's angel, unbelievable. Aizen actually went to sleep. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, well, he's got a human body now, so sleeping isn't that surprising. A Megakure Village's angel, sleeping is normal, sure. But the timing isn't. Aizen's daily schedule is packed, teaching, reading, practicing calligraphy, monitoring the ninja world, researching errand cars. He never sleeps before 2 a.m. Not only that, but he's always up before 6 a.m. to continue his research from the day before. Doujin artist, pfft. That guy's level of self-discipline is insane. But I guess that's exactly why he's so successful. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, true. He's on another level. I could never be that dedicated. Curly-haired guy, hey, what's going on with you guys? Have you all been hypnotized by Kyōka Suigetsu or something? Aizen is our enemy. Why are you all singing his praises? Doujin artist, well, according to Konan, we don't even know for sure if Aizen is really our enemy. And even if he is, we should still be honest about his abilities. Wait. Gintoki, are you jealous? Jealous that Aizen's better than you. Curly-haired guy, ha. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Jealous? Me? No way. I'm the best, got it. I can even bake strawberry shortcake, sweet, delicious strawberry shortcake. Dojin artist, that's just because you love to eat. That's the only reason you learned how to make it. A Megakure Village's angel, you know, it's funny, but Aizen can actually cook too. And he's really good at it. His food tastes amazing. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Dojin artist, wait, seriously. Curly-haired guy, you've got to be kidding. That Aizen. Cooking. I've never heard of anything like that before. This is an actor, I told you, stop thinking of him as just his anime version. This Aizen is a real, living person. He's not as one-dimensional as the show makes him seem. Meanwhile, Aizen wasn't actually asleep at all. He was just lurking in his room, secretly scrolling through the chat. Dojin artist, ahem, getting back on track. Based on what Konan said earlier, does this mean Aizen sleeping early is a sign that he's planning something big again? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, that's very possible. Curly-haired guy, you don't think Aizen is just pretending to be away while secretly spying on us, do you? Dojin artist, spying on what? Curly-haired guy, what else? Girls taking a bath, of course. Think about it, Kyōka Suigetsu's ability makes it easy for him to be right there, and you wouldn't even see him. That's like the ultimate Invisible Man cosplay. I bet he's read a bunch of those Invisible Man stories. This is an actor. To be honest, Aizen had never even considered such a thing. This Sakata Gintoki guy sure had a wild imagination. A Megakure Village's angel, no way, right? Konan didn't really believe it, but after seeing Jin's message, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. It was as if invisible eyes were watching her. Creepy. Maybe. I'll just skip bathing today. Dojin artist at curly-haired guy, don't assume everyone's as perverted as you, damn it. Curly-haired guy, who are you calling perverted? I'm just pointing out what any normal guy would think of. You, on the other hand, always defend Aizen. Be honest, do you have some kind of agenda? Dojin artist, bullshit. That's not normal at all. That's straight up creepy. Only a total freak like you would come up with the idea of using Kyōka Suigetsu to play Invisible Man. This is an actor, agreed. Aizen couldn't help but sigh. That was definitely something he'd never do. Curly-haired guy, TCH, then what do you think Aizen's real reason is? Dojin artist, he definitely has a reason, but it's not that. Maybe, he's secretly trying to contact someone else behind Konan's back. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Black Zetsu or Obito. According to Konan, he already knew them before. Dojin artist, maybe even the supposedly dead Uchiha Madara. After all, that place is the Pure Land. Who knows, Aizen might have secretly turned him into an Arankar. A Megakure Village's angel, with Madara's pride, I don't think he'd ever agree to be Aizen's subordinate. Dojin artist, you never know. Think about Baragon, the number 2 Arankar in the Soul Society world. That guy was literally the king of Hueco Mundo, super arrogant. But in the end, he still had to submit. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, if Uchiha Madara really became an Arankar, he'd probably be number 1, right? This is an actor. Aizen just sat on the edge of his bed, watching these people wildly speculate. He had indeed met Uchiha Madara. Not only that, but Madara had actually invited him to join the Eye of the Moon plan and even assigned him as Obito's overseer. Of course, that was all part of Aizen's plan. Madara thought Aizen was a talented but easily manipulated kid. To be safe, he even tried to place a curse seal on Aizen's heart. Too bad he overestimated himself and underestimated Aizen. The curse didn't work, and instead, Madara himself fell under Kyōka Suigetsu's spell. But Aizen had never intended to turn Madara into an Arankar. The reason was simple, Madara had the audacity to try to control him. That was unacceptable. Aizen had already decided Madara's fate long ago and wasn't about to change it. System message, skirt-flipping maniac, has joined the chat. The moment the notification popped up, the group, which had been discussing Aizen and Madara, suddenly went silent. Then, the chat exploded. Dojin artist, a new member. Another one already. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, it's only been 5 days since the last one. That's pretty fast. A Megakure Village's angel, that username though. System message, the group has now exceeded 6 members. A special lucky red envelope event will begin in 10 minutes. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 20, if he's a beautiful girl, I'll livestream myself eating crap. Curly-haired guy, wait, a red envelope. This group has that kind of feature. I've never heard of it. Dojin artist, me neither. This is an actor, It's probably a hidden function that only activates under certain conditions. Looks like this group is more interesting than I thought. Curly-haired guy, what can you even get from the red envelope? Can I finally hit the jackpot and get rich overnight? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, no idea. There's no description. Megakure Village's angel, we can talk about the red envelope later. Shouldn't we welcome the new guy first? Konan, being the big sister type, naturally cared more about the newcomer than some event. Even though, that username was kind of weird. Dojin artist, skirt-flipping maniac. Judging by the name alone, he's 100% a pervert. Seriously, looks like the creepy old man club is getting a new member. Curly-haired guy, what? Since when did we have a club like that? Who started it? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Jin, are you seriously asking that? Dojin artist, don't play dumb. There's a limit to how much you can pretend not to know. Curly-haired guy, what do you mean by that? Wait, don't tell me you've already labeled me as a member of some creepy old man club. That's slander. Absolute slander. Dojin artist, relax. You're not a member, you're the president of the club. Well, even though you're the only one in it. Curly-haired guy. Who the hell wants to be the president of some weird club like that? I'm a charming and dashing main character. Why am I being seen as some sleazy old guy? Are you all blind or what? Dojin artist, hey, newbie, introduce yourself. Don't be shy. Even if you really are a sleazy old man, you'll find a place here. Plus, you can report to your president in advance. Curly-haired guy, are you ignoring me? Ignoring the super handsome and charming me? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, I think I just hallucinated. Handsome and charming. Megakure Village's angel, sigh. Gintoki, at least keep your exaggerations somewhat believable. Curly-haired guy. Dojin artist, ha 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 ha. Skirt-flipping maniac Hi, everyone. Dojin artist, oh, there they are. The newbie has arrived. Megakure Village's angel, welcome to the family. Skirt-flipping maniac thanks. Please take care of me. By the way, is this some kind of new technology from Academy City? Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Dojin artist, Academy City. What's that? Megakure Village's angel, no clue. Skirt-flipping maniac It's not. This is an actor, newcomer, you should check out the group introduction first. It'll help you understand this place better. Skirt-flipping maniac okay. Curly-haired guy, whoa, what's with that tone? Are you some creepy old man pretending to be a cute girl? That trick was already outdated 50 years ago. Dojin artist, 50 years ago, you weren't even born yet. This is an actor, don't jump to conclusions. Maybe they really are a cute girl. Curly-haired guy, puffed. Would a cute girl have a nickname like skirt-flipping maniac? If they turn out to be a cute girl, I'll livestream myself eating crap today. Gintoki was confident in his statement because he knew that the group nicknames were always tied to a person's job, personality, or past actions, they weren't just randomly assigned. So, if this newbie's nickname was skirt-flipping maniac, it meant they had definitely done something perverted before. What kind of cute girl goes around lifting people's skirts? That's obviously the kind of thing only a sleazy old guy would do. This is an actor, I see. Then, let's hear your introduction, Ruko. Dojin artist, Ruko. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, you know them, Anzen. Skirt-flipping maniac wait, you know my name. A dessert shop in District 7. Satan Ruko stared at the floating screen in front of her, completely stunned. She had just finished reading the group introduction, and her head was still spinning. At first, she thought this was some new high-tech project from Academy City, after all, the virtual screen had a futuristic, sci-fi feel. But now, she understood that this group wasn't something technology could create. Connecting across dimensions, linking different worlds. This ability was practically divine. And despite being in separate worlds, the group leader somehow knew her name right away. Was he a god? This is an actor, yes, I know. Now, please introduce yourself. Skirt-flipping maniac okay, I got it. My name is Satan Ruko, I'm 13 years old, female, and a student. I currently attend Sakugawa Middle School in Academy City. Is that good? This is an actor, thank you for cooperating, Ruko. Skirt-flipping maniac and no problem. Satan Ruko felt like she was speaking to a god. The pressure was unreal. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, 13 years old. Megakure Village's angel, looks like we have a little sister in the group now. Dojin artist, she's really young. Even younger than me. She must have just started middle school. Skirt-flipping maniac yes. Megakure Village's angel, Ruko-chan, you seem a little nervous. Don't worry, there are no bad people in our group. If you want to know more about us, you can check the memory list. Dojin artist, oh, and just a heads up. The top section of the memory list contains basic information about our world, while the bottom section includes additional details we've contributed, things like what we've done in our respective worlds and how far the story has progressed. Skirt-flipping maniac got it. Seeing how friendly everyone seemed, Satan Ruko gradually relaxed. She followed the instructions and opened the memory list to catch up on the background. Dojin artist, now that the newbie welcome is over, shall we move on to the next part? Curly-haired guy, yes, yes, yes. The lucky draw. I've been looking forward to this. Ahaha. Dojin artist, changing the subject won't work, Jin-san. Come on, time to go live. Let everyone see how you plan to eat your words, at curly-haired guy. Curly-haired guy, sorry, the number you dialed is no longer in service. Please recite the D&D revival spell after the beep. Notice, the lucky draw event will start in 10 seconds. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 21, Gintoki Sakata's Melancholy. Dojin artist, there's no way a group chat like this can go offline, idiot. And what kind of phone company requires a D&D revival spell to leave a message? Even someone with a hole in their brain wouldn't come up with that. Curly-haired guy, fantastic comeback. Looks like you've grown into a proper Tsukomi master, Eriri-chan. Dojin artist, shut up, I'm not playing the straight man here. Notice, the lucky draw event has begun. Please click the open button on your screen to claim your prize. Dojin artist, opened the lucky draw and got 200 points. Skirt-flipping maniac opened the lucky draw and got 1000 points. Dojin artist. Airi had been quite pleased with her 200 points, but the moment she saw Satan Ruko's score, she instantly felt a little bitter. And to make matters worse, Gintoki's mocking words made her blood boil. Ha ha ha, what a stark contrast. Hey, Eriri-chan, you wouldn't happen to have African ancestry, would you? Your dad's European, so how come you ended up with African luck? Dojin artist, shut up. If I have African blood, then so do you. Your whole family does. Skirt-flipping maniac guys, don't fight. If you need points, Eriri-chan, I can give you some. Curly-haired guy, buffed, ha ha ha. She's being offered charity. Eriri-chan is getting charity from a middle schooler. If I were you, I'd be at home crying into my pillow right now. Dojin artist, shut up, you silver-haired pervert. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, opened the lucky draw and got a rare item, Desert Eagle, unlimited ammo. Omega Kure Village's angel, what's that? Konan had initially thought it was an actual eagle living in the desert, but when she saw the unlimited ammo part, she realized she had misunderstood. Dojin artist, Desert Eagle. Is it the one I'm thinking of? Quick, show us. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, image, I believe this kind of weapon is called a pistol. When they clicked on the image, a massive silver handgun appeared on the screen. It was resting in Limacho's pale hand, its metallic surface gleaming under the sunlight. Omega Kure Village's angel, it's beautiful. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, I think so too. Limacho admired the desert eagle in her hand, clearly fascinated by it. She glanced at a wooden post in the distance and pulled the trigger. Bang. A burst of fire shot from the barrel, followed by a thunderous explosion. The wooden post now had a hole the size of a baby's fist right in the center. Phew. Limacho gently blew on the gun's barrel and, under Hong Lingbo's stunned gaze, tucked it into her bag. Curly-haired guy, whoa, you two need to chill. That's a gun. A weapon meant to kill people. What's with all this, it's beautiful, nonsense. That thing doesn't belong in ancient times at all. Skirt-flipping maniac, oh yeah, I remember now, Macho's world is ancient martial arts, right? Using a gun in a wuxia setting, that's quite the contrast. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, it's fine, I'll get used to it soon enough. Curly-haired guy, what about the other martial artists? Did you ever think about how they'd feel? This is straight-up cheating. Just hand it over, I'll keep it safe for you. Dojin artist, oh, please. You just want it for yourself. This is an actor, interesting. So even things that break the rules of reality can be drawn in this event. Aizen found the breaking the rules part particularly intriguing, specifically, the unlimited ammo written next to the Desert Eagle. How could a handgun have infinite bullets? Clearly, it was tied to some deeper mechanics. Dojin artist, wait a minute. Why does Macho's Desert Eagle have a listed rarity, but my points and Ruko's don't? Does my score not even deserve a ranking? Curly-haired guy, ha 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 ha. Maybe the points are just a consolation prize. Stop struggling, Ali. Your fate as an unlucky soul is already sealed. TSK, and to think your dad is British. How did this happen? Dojin artist, will you die if you don't mock me? I'm warning you, don't go too far, or you might end up being the clown yourself. Curly-haired guy, ha. Like that would ever happen. I, Jin-san, am the embodiment of pure luck. A Megakure Village's angel, opened a lucky draw and received an epic item, Zanpakuto, Hyarinmaru. Dojin artist, hiss. Konan is the real lucky one here. She actually got Hyarinmaru. Skirt-flipping maniac, whoa, congrats, Konan. A Megakure Village's angel, thanks. Konan looked at the icy blade that appeared before her, a small smile forming at the corners of her mouth. Even with her normally calm personality, she couldn't help but feel a little excited. Ever since she gained Shinigami powers from Aizen, she had a Zanpakuto as well. But that Zanpakuto was nothing more than a blade forcibly shaped using her own spiritual pressure, just like how Ichigo Kurosaki's first sword worked. It never had the true abilities of a real Zanpakuto. That wasn't surprising. After all, every real Zanpakuto was forged by Nemea Otsu of Squad Zero. Even Aizen didn't have the technology to properly forge one. Although Arankars also have Zanpakuto, theirs are simply used to seal away the power they already possess, their core. Resurrection is just the process of unlocking that sealed power. This is completely different from how a Shinigami Zanpakuto works. But thanks to this lucky draw, Konan had finally gained the complete powers of a Shinigami. This is an actor, you can replace your old sword with this one. Aizen was genuinely happy for her too. With Hyarinmaru, Konan would have no problem protecting herself. A Megakure Village's angel, yeah, I'll try not to let Aizen find out. This is an actor, he already knows. A Megakure Village's angel, ha ha ha, Aizen, are you trying to claim your Aizen again? Curly-haired guy, I can't hold back anymore. It's time. Oh, mighty gods of luck, grant me infinite fortune. From this day forward, I shall be known as Napoleon IV. Skirt-flipping maniac, was there ever a Napoleon IV? Dojin artist, of course not. This guy is just making stuff up. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, desperate times, huh? Curly-haired guy, humph. You don't believe me. Napoleon IV will rise today. Curly-haired guy, opened a lucky draw and received a legendary item, indestructible teddy bear underwear, women's. This is an actor, women's. A Megakure Village's angel, women's. Skirt-flipping maniac, this. Dojin artist, ha 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 ha. What did I just say? What did I just say? The clown is actually you. Eriri burst into laughter, tears flying from her eyes. Curly-haired guy, no, something's not right. I must have opened it wrong. Stay calm, I'll try again. Gintoki's eyes went blank. In one hand, he held a delicate pair of white teddy bear underwear. With his other hand, he furiously tapped the screen in front of him. But clearly, it was pointless. Every time he tried to press the button, his fingers just passed right through the screen. No one knew how much time had passed. Eventually, Gintoki seemed to accept his fate. Slowly, he sat up, placed the tiny underwear on his head like a hat, and wrapped his arms around his knees. His entire being radiated pure despair. A Megakure Village's angel, Jin, just let it go. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, life always has its ups and downs. Dojin artist, exactly. Besides, even if it's a pair of women's teddy bear underwear, it's still legendary, right? You, Napoleon IV, deserve this title. Ha ha ha. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 22, this man cannot be understood with common sense. What a great day. Eriri was feeling absolutely amazing. Even while walking to school, she couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear, completely ignoring any sense of grace or elegance. People passing by kept glancing at her, wondering if she had just won the lottery or if something was wrong with her. Normally, Eriri wouldn't act like this. She actually cared a lot about her image in public and only let loose when she was at home. But today was different. Just thinking about Gintoki's ridiculous prize made her unable to hold back. The overwhelming feeling of payback was just too satisfying, it was addictive. As they neared the school gate, Eriri finally stopped laughing. Because she saw someone she knew. It was a short-haired boy wearing black-framed glasses and carrying a black shoulder bag. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on her, as if he had just found his savior. This was her childhood friend, Aki Tomoya. Something wrong? Eriri watched as he walked toward her, frowning slightly. Yeah, I need to talk to you about something personal. Aki adjusted his glasses and asked, why didn't you come to the multimedia room last night? That's weird. Why should I have to listen to you? Eriri pouted, crossing her arms. Besides, I have zero interest in that game idea you mentioned. Go find someone else. No interest at all? Aki looked shocked, almost in disbelief. Why? Because it's boring, Eriri answered bluntly after a brief pause. And I've already decided to try something new. Something new? Was she quitting the scene? Aki was stunned, his face going blank. He had never expected his childhood friend to say something like that. Was this really the Eriri he knew? Come on, think about it again. Aki snapped out of his daze and tried to convince her, but he didn't realize that Eriri had already made up her mind. She wasn't planning to stay involved with him in any way, especially not in his game circle. Still, since they had known each other for so long, Eriri didn't completely shut him down. We all have our own paths to take. If we can't walk the same road to the end, then let's just wish each other well. No need to force things. With that, she didn't spare him another glance and walked past him. You seem different, a voice suddenly came from behind her. Do I? Eriri stopped for a moment and turned around. Standing there was a long-haired girl with straight black hair and a white headband. And what makes you say that, Kasumigakaka? The old you would never have turned him down, Kasumigakaka Yutaha said confidently, arms crossed. Could it be, you found someone new? Eriri smiled brightly. How can you have someone new when there was never someone old to begin with? Your question doesn't even make sense, Yutaha. Oh. Yutaha raised an eyebrow, suddenly feeling like the Eriri in front of her was very different from the one she used to know. The Eriri she remembered wasn't this sharp-tongued. And she definitely wasn't this mature. What exactly had changed to make her like this? As Yutaha lowered her head in thought, Eriri suddenly spoke again. Just a friendly warning, don't waste your time on something that's already decided. What? Before Yutaha could react, Eriri had already stepped into the school building. Taking her seat, Eriri opened the group chat again. Curly-haired guy, enough. I've had enough. My life, my future, there's nothing left worth looking forward to. Goodbye forever, you bastards. Image. The picture showed a window. Sunlight streamed through the glass, looking like a tunnel leading to another world. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Jin, don't do anything stupid. Skirt-flipping maniac, yeah, calm down, Jin-san. Jumping from the second floor won't even kill you. Puffed. Eriri nearly spat out her soda when she saw that message. She quickly typed a reply, ha 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 ha. Ruko-chan, that was the perfect finishing blow. Well done. Curly-haired guy, you guys have no sympathy at all. Your beloved Jin-san is about to disappear from this world, and you're just sitting there cracking jokes. Shouldn't you at least try to comfort my fragile heart? This is an actor, that's because everyone knows you're way too shameless to die over something this small. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, shameless. This is an actor, it just means he wouldn't actually go through with it. Curly-haired guy, small. How is this a small thing, damn it? I'm facing a social death crisis here. Dojin artist, so what exactly happened? At first, Eriri thought Jin was just upset over losing a lottery draw. But now, it sounded like something much worse. Social death. What was that about? A Megakure Village's angel, long story short, Jin was about to try on his prize when Kagura and Shinpachi walked in on him. Dojin artist, try on. Eriri took a sharp breath, her mouth twitching. Skirt-flipping maniac, yep, try on. Jin-san asked in the chat earlier if it would fit, and I told him there was no way it would. He didn't believe me. Curly-haired guy, how was I supposed to know it'd be that small, damn it? As he sent the message, Gintoki was still desperately pulling at the edges of the bear-print underwear, veins popping out on the back of his hands. But as expected, the underwear didn't budge at all. Clearly, the indestructible part was no exaggeration. Dojin artist, you're a freak. You're seriously a freak. I always knew you were weird, but I didn't think you'd go this far. Women's underwear. And not only did you wear it, but you got caught. You idiot, you're embarrassing our entire group. Curly-haired guy, what are you talking about, moron? This was my prize, shouldn't I put it to good use? Getting caught was just an accident. Put it to good use, my ass. Eriri had no idea how to even respond to this. Was this really something a normal person would do? This is an actor, if you really want to use it, you don't have to wear it. Since it's indestructible, why not use it as an enchantment item? Curly-haired guy, an enchantment item. Like, putting it on my head during battle. Aizen, you're a genius. Are you actually a genius? This is an actor. Aizen had actually thought about tying it to his sword, making the blade unbreakable. He never expected Gintoki to take things in such a unique direction. Yeah. This was a man who could never be judged by normal logic. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 23, in Kirigakure, preparing to retrieve the six tails. Dojin artist, you're actually serious about putting it on your head? Eriri was completely stunned. She couldn't begin to understand how Gintoki's mind worked. She was sure that wasn't what Aizen had meant. Curly-haired guy, ha. I just tested it, my head can smash through walls now. This is the best way to use it. Aizen, you really are a genius. This is an actor, whatever makes you happy. What else could Aizen even say at this point? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, can you really fight while wearing that? Lee Macho imagined the scene and immediately shivered. That was too much for her eyes to handle. Dojin artist, the enemy would die laughing, right? They'd definitely die laughing. Gintoki, why are you like this? Curly-haired guy, listen up, Eriri. In battle, it doesn't matter how you fight, only winning matters. Hesitation leads to defeat. Megakure Village's angel, no matter how you phrase it, it doesn't change the fact that this is just plain weird, Gintoki. Just as Konan sent that message, the entire chat screen suddenly turned dark gold. The window shook violently, and a bright red system message popped up for all members. This is an actor, opened a red envelope and received a mythical talent, God of Swords. Dojin artist. Curly-haired guy. Megakure Village's angel, mythical. Skirt-flipping maniac, amazing. I don't even know what mythical means, but it sounds incredible. The whole group notification effect was just too flashy. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, so you can draw talents, not just items. Megakure Village's angel, as expected of Aizen, a mythical talent must be insanely strong. This is an actor, looks like I got lucky. Aizen's screen displayed the detailed description of the mythical talent. God of Swords, born with a sword bone, supreme mastery of the blade. Effect, increases sword technique learning speed by 500%. Boosts all sword techniques power by 500%. Significantly enhances the ability to see through enemy sword moves. A powerful ability, definitely worthy of the mythical title. Even so, Aizen remained calm. He casually copied the description and sent it to the group. Dojin artist, not bad. That's all you have to say. Just not bad. Curly-haired guy, not bad, my ass. This is a completely broken ability. Do you even realize how insane this is? If he had this kind of talent, he wouldn't need to wait for the right moment, he could just march straight into the path of Heaven's headquarters and wipe them out. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, so from the description, this means both sword mastery speed and power increase 5-fold. Megakure Village's angel, and it also lets you see through enemy sword techniques. This is an actor, yeah, so I'd say it's decent. Aizen never lacked talent. Looking at the history of the Soul Society over millions of years, no one had ever been as gifted in cultivation as he was. Even in the ninja world, it had only taken him a few years to surpass Kage-level strength. That's right. Even without his character card, without his Soul Reaper abilities, Aizen had already surpassed Kage-level on his own. And he hadn't even been training seriously. His current strength was just a side effect of his research on chakra energy. Such natural talent, it's terrifying. So when he said, not bad, it was just an honest opinion. But to the others in the group, his blunt honesty came off as showing off. Dojin artist, damn it. I got flexed on. Aizen-san totally flexed on me. It's blinding. Curly-haired guy, he did that on purpose. No doubt about it, you bastard. Acting all calm on the outside, but inside, I bet he's grinning ear to ear. Just admit it already, Jin-san, I see right through you. Megakure Village's angel, haha, so Aizen-san has this side to him too. Interesting. This is an actor, TCH, forget it, let them think whatever they want. Explaining would be exhausting and pointless. Curly-haired guy, what's with that, TCH? What kind of attitude is that? Are you looking down on me, you bastard? Dojin artist, if you don't mind me asking, is there anything about you that people should look up to? Your talent for cross-dressing, maybe. Or that little bear print underwear on your head. Skirt-flipping maniac, buffed. Sorry, but, ha 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 ha. In the dorm assigned by the school, Satan Ruko couldn't hold back her laughter. Satan-san. Wearing an apron and holding a spatula, Ueharu Kazari ran out from the kitchen. Did something funny happen? Ah, it's nothing. Satan Ruko shook her head, wiping away the tears from laughing. Just chatting with my friends, it's really fun. Chatting with friends. Ueharu Kazari blinked and glanced around. There wasn't a single person in sight, and Satan's phone was still charging on the desk. Where were these friends coming from? Wait. A chill ran down Ueharu's spine, and her eyes filled with horror. Satan-san, please don't joke about stuff like that. Huh? Satan Ruko was briefly stunned before realizing what was going on. Oh right, Uehara couldn't see the chat group in front of her. Thinking quickly, she changed the subject. Haha. Uehara-chan, you totally got scared. Sorry about that. Geez, Satan-san, you're always pulling these pranks. Uehara pouted, then suddenly changed the topic. By the way, I already agreed to Shirai's invitation. You better not pull any scares then. Shirai's invitation. Oh, you mean that level 5 thing? Satan Ruko pursed her lips. I don't really want to go. As someone with no abilities, Satan felt a bit insecure. The idea of meeting the so-called, friendly and approachable level 5, Shirai Kuriko mentioned just didn't sit right with her. She didn't believe that someone that high up would really lower themselves to befriend them. Besides, chatting with her group friends was way more fun. But Uehara Kazari clearly didn't feel the same. She looked at Satan Ruko with eager, expectant eyes. Satan-san. Alright. I'll go, okay. Satan Ruko sighed, waving her hand in surrender before turning back to the chat. Curly-haired guy, you guys are the worst. I'm not talking to you anymore. Konan, they're bullying me. Cute little Jin-san needs comfort. Omegakure Village's angel, no time. Image. When they clicked on the image, it showed a misty landscape. Several low buildings were shrouded in a thin fog. Scarlet Lotus Ferry, where is this? Omegakure Village's angel, I'm in Kirigakure, getting ready to retrieve the 6 tails. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 24, Confident Konan. Dojin Artist, 6 tails. Oh, that big snot monster. Skirt-flipping maniac, its name is Saiken, right? It has water release and can spit out corrosive liquid. Omegakure Village's angel, yep, Ruko-chan, you've got a good memory. Skirt-flipping maniac, hee hee, I try. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, did Aizen send you to retrieve the 6 tails? Omegakure Village's angel, yeah, Aizen wants the tailed beasts too. Dojin Artist, I don't get it, what does he want them for? Is he planning to turn them into hollows? Can you even do that? Omegakure Village's angel, according to Aizen, tailed beasts can be hollowified. But he doesn't seem to be planning on doing that. Since tailed beasts already contain a massive amount of twisted emotions, hollowifying them would make them completely uncontrollable. A mindless killing machine like that has no value. Skirt-flipping maniac, then, is he trying to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki? Dojin Artist, that's not impossible. Curly-haired guy, TCH, as if he isn't already strong enough. If he actually becomes the 10 tails Jinchuriki, what's the point of anyone else in this world even trying? This is an actor, Aizen wouldn't choose the 10 tails Jinchuriki path. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Skirt-flipping maniac, why not? This is an actor, Aizen only believes in himself. He wouldn't put his trust in anyone else, not even the 10 tails. Dojin Artist, but didn't he fuse with the Hogyoku in the end? That thing was created by Urahara Kasuke, wasn't it? This is an actor, the 10 tails and the Hogyoku are different. The Hogyoku is an object with a will of its own, but the 10 tails is a living creature. Aizen would never fuse with another living being's power, he would see it as putting his fate in someone else's hands. And to him, that would be the ultimate disgrace. Skirt-flipping maniac, wow, Anzen-san's analysis is amazing. Omegakure Village's angel, ah. Skirt-flipping maniac, Konan, what's wrong? Curly-haired guy, that reaction. Did that snot slug do something weird to you? Dojin Artist, your mind is so filthy, it's hopeless. It's a snot slug, not a tentacle monster. Curly-haired guy, hey. I'll return those words to you exactly as they are. Omegakure Village's angel, I'm fine. It's just that what Anzen-san said just now is almost exactly the same as what Aizen told me before. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, so that means Anzen really understands how Aizen thinks. Dojin Artist, this is kinda freaking me out. He figured out Aizen's thoughts so clearly. I don't even know who's scarier, Anzen-san or Aizen. This is an actor, no need to be scared. I am Aizen. Skirt-flipping maniac. Anzen-san is Aizen. The big bad guy was right beside me this whole time. Curly-haired guy, there it is again. One of those Anzen-style deadpan jokes, except this time, it's really not funny. Dojin Artist, yeah. Aizen-sama, please have mercy. Omegakure Village's angel, if Anzen-san really were Aizen, then I'd actually feel relieved. This is an actor, relieved. Aizen hadn't expected that response from Konan. Shouldn't it be fear, resentment, or anger instead? Omegakure Village's angel, yes, relieved. Because I trust Anzen-san. Someone as kind and dependable as him would never hurt us. At that moment, Konan had no idea that the person she called kind and dependable was floating in midair, calmly watching her. And she was completely unaware. What an idiot. But at least she's an idiot that's nice to watch. Muttering softly, the brown-haired boy let a faint smile appear on his lips. It wasn't Aizen's smile, this one belonged to Aizen alone. Dojin artist, yeah, when people talk about Aizen-san, they think of kindness and reliability. But when they talk about Jin, it's skirt-flipping maniac, bear-print underwear. Curly-haired guy. Dojin artist, pfft. Ha ha ha. Ruko-chan, you're a master at landing finishing blows. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Ray is absolutely right. A Megakure Village's angel, target acquired. Moving in now. With that message sent, Konan was already standing in front of a small wooden house deep in the forest, her gaze calmly fixed on the short-haired young man in front of her. The young man wore a blue kimono and held a long flute in his hands. He watched Konan cautiously, his voice cold as he asked, "Who are you? If possible, could you hand over the 6 tails?" Konan ignored his hostility and spoke gently. "Don't worry, I won't take your life." Instead of using the chakra-draining Phantom Dragon 9 seal, Aizen had developed a safer and faster way to seal tailed beasts. But it required the Jinchuriki's cooperation, or at least for them to be unconscious. "So that's it. You're after the tailed beast." Utakata understood her intention, and chakra tails began to form around him. "I don't know how you found this place, but you're making a huge mistake." Sensing the overwhelming danger from her, he activated his tailed beast transformation right away. "If possible, I'd rather not use force." Konan sighed and lightly placed her right hand on the hilt of her sword. "But since negotiations have failed, I have no choice." Shing. The silver blade slowly slid out of its sheath. Konan held her sword in her right hand, leveling it in front of her. Her lips, painted with violet lipstick, parted slightly as she spoke softly. "Sit upon the frozen heavens." Hyarinmaru. Boom. The once clear sky was suddenly covered by rolling clouds, and thunder rumbled across the land. She could change the weather. Still in the early stages of his transformation, Utakata stared up at the sky in disbelief. Just how powerful was this ability? Was this really something a ninja could do? Konan didn't intend to answer his doubts. Instead, she simply raised her blade and swung it through the air toward him. A terrifying cold burst outward in all directions, freezing the grass beneath her feet in an instant. This is. Utakata's eyes widened, reflecting the image of a massive ice dragon with its jaws wide open. Dojin artist, I'm really worried. Is Konan okay? Skirt-flipping maniac she should be, okay, right? A Megakure Village's angel, I'm back. Using Hyarinmaru's Shurikai is still too much for me. My spiritual pressure almost couldn't keep up with the energy drain. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, so, the attempt to capture the tailed beast failed. Skirt-flipping maniac, it's fine if it failed, as long as you're safe, Konan. A Megakure Village's angel, no, it was a success. In front of Konan, Bubble was completely encased in an unbreakable layer of ice. A black cube hovered in the air, spinning wildly. On its surface, a large 6 was etched. The tailed beast chakra inside Bubble was continuously being extracted, flowing endlessly into the cube. Curly-haired guy, wait, Shurikai. You used Hyarinmaru's power? Aren't you worried that Aizen will notice? A Megakure Village's angel, don't worry. I've already confirmed that this area isn't under Aizen's surveillance. Plus, I checked through spiritual sensing beforehand, there are no other living beings nearby. This is an actor, I see. The message from Aizen was sent as he quietly observed Konan from above. His lips curled slightly into an almost imperceptible smile. A gentle breeze lifted his brown hair, causing the white fabric of his clothes to sway slightly. At that moment, Konan didn't even notice that a shark-faced young man had appeared beside him. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 25, Aizen's Goal. Is this guy one of Aizen's subordinates too? The shark-faced young man wore a Kirigakure headband and carried a massive, bandage-wrapped sword on his back, with another long blade strapped to his waist. His grin revealed a row of sharp teeth. What terrifying power. Aizen didn't respond, not even glancing at him. You know what to do, Kisame. Of course. Hoshigaki Kisame smirked as he pulled down the high collar covering his lower face. What was truly unsettling was that his jaw and neck were covered in layers of white, bony material. Slash. Without hesitation, Hoshigaki Kisame drew the long blade from his waist and slashed it hard against his left shoulder. Blood gushed out, and his grin became even more menacing. The 6th Squad of Kirigakure's assassination unit was attacked by Aizen Sōsuke from Kanegakure. 14 members, including the vice captain, were completely wiped out, and the Six-Tails Jinchuriki was taken. In reality, it was Konan who captured the Six Tails, and Kisame himself who slaughtered the entire Kirigakure assassination squad. Yet, at this moment, Kisame was pushing all of it onto Aizen. Aizen, however, seemed perfectly content with this version of events. His voice was calm as he said, "You've worked hard." Clearly, everything had gone exactly as he had planned. As a Konohagakure ninja, he not only killed numerous members of Kirigakure's assassination unit but also stole their strategic weapon, the Six Tails. So now, how would Kirigakure's higher-ups respond to Konohagakure? The answer was obvious. "There's no need to be so formal, Aizen-sama," Kisame said with a wide grin, gazing into the distance. "I'd love to see the future you envision." "You will," Aizen said confidently, lifting his gaze to the sunlight. His expression radiated pure self-assurance and pride. As soon as he finished speaking, the group chat interface in front of him suddenly flickered. Dojin artist at this is an actor, Anzen-san. Anzen-san. Are you there? Omegakure Village's angel, Eriri, isn't this a little inappropriate? If Anzen-san is busy with something important, wouldn't this just disturb him? Dojin artist, it should be fine, right? Anzen-san seems pretty relaxed every day. Besides, who else in the group could answer that question? Curly-haired guy, as the group leader, getting disturbed is part of the job. It's his duty, his responsibility. If I were the group leader, I'd gladly let people bother me all the time. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, that tone. Sounds like you're jealous of Anzen, Jin. Dojin artist, makes sense. Talented people always get envied, especially by those who aren't as good as them. Curly-haired guy, pfft. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? What do you mean, not as good? Let me tell you, at the very least, I have the guts to drop my pants in front of everyone without flinching. You think Anzen could do that? Omegakure Village's angel. Skirt-flipping maniac, drop your pants. Satan Ruko's eyes widened, her face burning red. Dojin artist, fine, I'll admit it, when it comes to being shameless, no one can compete with you. This is an actor, be more confident. Take out the maybe. Skirt-flipping maniac Anzen-san is here. Dojin artist, whoa, looks like my summoning technique actually worked. This is an actor, I was just assigning tasks to my subordinates. Curly-haired guy, oh, that reminds me, you're actually in charge of a research facility, aren't you? TSK, I bet you've used your position to take advantage of your subordinates more than once. Disgusting. Dojin artist, hey. Stop assuming everyone is as messed up as you. Omegakure Village's angel, having a boss as capable as Anzen-san must make things easy for his subordinates. This is an actor, sometimes, I can be quite strict too. After sending the message, Aizen glanced at Hoshigaki Kisame, who was covered in blood. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, being strict is also a form of training, but let's get back on topic. Dojin artist, yeah. We were talking about Aizen's goal. Anzen-san, why do you think Aizen is collecting tailed beasts? Konan said he never told her the reason. This is an actor, the Ten Tails. Skirt-flipping maniac, huh? Dojin artist, that can't be right. Anzen-san, you clearly said before that Aizen wasn't interested in the power of the Ten Tails. This is an actor, I only said that Aizen wouldn't become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. I never said he wasn't interested in its power. Omegakure Village's angel, so, what you're saying is. This is an actor, just because he won't become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki doesn't mean he won't create the Ten Tails. If Aizen wants to overturn the ninja world, he has to start at the source. And where does a ninja's power come from? Chakra. But how is chakra created? Omegakure Village's angel, the Ten Tails. The Divine Tree. Dojin artist, so Aizen plans to destroy the Divine Tree. Is that even possible? Curly-haired guy, if it's Aizen, he just might pull it off. That guy doesn't play by the usual rules. Skirt-flipping maniac, Jin-san, I think you're just like him. This is an actor, I also think it's possible. But I doubt he plans to destroy it. He wouldn't do something that boring. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, then how does he plan to overturn the ninja world without destroying the Divine Tree? This is an actor, think about it differently. If the Divine Tree, the source of chakra, were contaminated with spiritual energy instead, then what would ninjas be refining? Chakra or reishi? Dojin artist, whoa. Eriri took a sharp breath, looking utterly shocked. Curly-haired guy, damn, that Aizen guy is seriously devious. Omegakure Village's angel, so that's how it is. Konan looked at the black cube in her hand, a flash of understanding in her eyes. Skirt-flipping maniac, then what do we do? Should we stop him? Dojin artist, that's the problem, how do we stop him? The most terrifying thing about Aizen is that even if we figure out his plan, all we can do is watch. Curly-haired guy, what if we wait for him to get distracted and launch a sneak attack? Maybe we'd have a chance. A Megakure Village's angel, no, there's no need to stop him. Dojin artist. Skirt-flipping maniac, huh? A Megakure Village's angel, my goal is peace for the ninja world. As long as peace is achieved, it doesn't matter if ninjas cease to exist. Right, Aizen-san. This is an actor, yes, that's right. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 26, Declaring the Existence of God. Dojin artist, but if there are no ninjas, can it still be called the ninja world? A Megakure Village's angel, doesn't matter. We can just rename it the spirit world. Or even the soul society. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Konan, you're really open-minded about this. The soul society, huh? Curly-haired guy, copyright infringement warning from Bleach. Skirt-flipping maniac, still, Aizen-san really is amazing. He figured out Aizen's plan so easily. Curly-haired guy, TCH, in the end, it's just his own analysis and guesswork. Who knows if it's actually true? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, even if it's just a theory, doesn't it make a lot of sense? Why do I get the feeling Jin is picking a fight with Aizen? Dojin artist, just ignore him, Mochu. He's obviously jealous. If he's so capable, he should come up with his own analysis. Curly-haired guy, humph. Jin-san isn't some manipulative schemer. Dojin artist, you, the guy with panties on his head, actually have the nerve to call someone else a pervert. A Megakure Village's angel, Aizen-san isn't just playing mind games. He's the real Aizen, isn't he? This is an actor, oh. You noticed, Konan-senpai. I thought you would have figured it out sooner. Skirt-flipping maniac. Satan Ruko looked completely lost. What was going on? Was Aizen really Aizen? Curly-haired guy, hey, are you two putting on a stage play or something? If you've got skills, why don't you pull a rabbit out of a hat for me? Dojin artist, that's magic, you idiot. But still, Konan and Aizen's performance does feel pretty convincing. A Megakure Village's angel, sorry if we scared you, Ruko-chan. But Aizen sure gets into character fast. The way he talks and acts, it really does feel like Aizen. This is an actor, that's because I am Aizen. A Megakure Village's angel, sure, I believe you. Konan, who had just sent the message, smiled slightly and reached out, tapping the air in front of her. Buzz. A black void suddenly opened before her, like a giant mouth waiting to devour everything. After steadying herself, Konan stepped into the darkness. Welcome back, Konan-senpai. The moment she stepped out of the dark portal, Konan saw Aizen already waiting for her. He sat in a high-backed chair to her right, a cup of tea on the table in front of him. His eyes, behind his glasses, were calm and composed. It seems your mission went smoothly. Konan kept a blank expression, silently pulling a black cube from her sleeve and placing it on the table. It was the sealed Six Tails. I've completed the task you gave me. Now I need to return to the Akatsuki base. Ah. Even if you didn't say it, I would have let you go back. Aizen nodded slightly, speaking in a soft tone. What are you planning? Konan's expression shifted as she tried to stay calm. Aizen smirked slightly and said casually, please inform Leader Pain that I'd like him to come to Konohagakure in 2 months to retrieve the 9 tails. Retrieve the 9 tails. Konan's pupils shrank, and her body tensed. She knew full well that Aizen would never just let Akatsuki take the 9 tails right under his nose. So why was he telling her to pass this message to Pain? Could it be, his real goal was to create conflict between Konohagakure and Akatsuki? Konan felt like she had figured it out, but she kept a straight face. With Konohagakure's current defenses, even if the entire Akatsuki attacked together, they wouldn't be able to break through head-on. That was the truth. Neither Akatsuki's overall strength nor Nagato's mastery of the Rinnegan had reached the level described in the legend of Hokage High 8. If they tried to brute force their way into Konohagakure now, it would be nothing but suicide. Yes, that's true. Aizen's smirk deepened as the reflection from his glasses hit his brown eyes. The bloodline clans, the many elite jonin of Konohagakure. If they all banded together, their power would be overwhelming. Even Akatsuki would have no choice but to back off. Then why? Before Konan could finish, Aizen interrupted, but what if, by that time, Konohagakure was already caught in a war? With Leader Pain's strength, he should have no problem crushing a weakened and exhausted Konohagakure, don't you think? Konohagakure, in a war. Konan froze, disbelief written all over her face. But she didn't ask any more questions. After a brief silence, she stepped back into the black portal, deep in thought. The moment she left the realm, she hurriedly opened the group chat to ask for help. Dojin artist, he's asking Akatsuki to come to Konohagakure for the 9 tails. What the hell is Aizen up to this time? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, I remember Konan mentioning that he's been in contact with Naruto pretty often. If he really wanted the Nine Tails, he could have taken it himself with no problem. A Megakure Village's angel, exactly. That's why this feels so suspicious. Curly-haired guy, don't tell me Aizen is luring Nagato over just to take him out. A Megakure Village's angel, no way, right? If there was one person in the Naruto world that Konan deeply cared about, it was definitely her friend Nagato. Skirt-flipping maniac, I don't think that's very likely. What reason would he have to go after Nagato? For the Rinnegan. Aizen didn't even care about the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, so I doubt he'd be interested in the Rinnegan. Curly-haired guy, the Rinnegan. You think that's his goal? You're too naive, Ruko-chan. It's still too early for you to understand what's really going on here. Skirt-flipping maniac. Dojin artist, what do you mean, too early? Curly-haired guy, Aizen isn't targeting Nagato just for the Rinnegan. His real goal is Konan. If he gets rid of Nagato, his damn rival in love, he can have Konan all to himself. Skirt-flipping maniac, a Megakure Village's angel. This is an actor. Aizen's eyebrow twitched slightly. Humph, there's no point in getting mad at an idiot. Taking Gintoki seriously is a losing battle. Dojin artist, here we go again. You seriously need to get your brain checked, Gintoki. Curly-haired guy, a little brat like you wouldn't get it. I'm talking about real male instincts here, male instincts. Every man has a strong sense of possession deep down. Dojin artist, no, I think that's just the instinct of a pervert. Curly-haired guy, huh? Then tell me, what other explanation do you have? Dojin artist, Anson-san. Hurry up and shut him down. A Megakure Village's angel, thinking about it, I still feel like the root of the problem is in Kanagakure. Since Aizen said the village would be caught in war, it means he's probably been working behind the scenes to make that happen. And now that the Akatsuki is involved, what will Kanagakure become? Skirt-flipping maniac, so, the whole village will turn into whatever Aizen wants. Dojin artist, pfft. Turning Kanagakure into his ideal shape. That's not quite it. Seeing the messages in the chat, Aizen shook his head slightly. What he wanted wasn't to reshape the village, it was simply to make a declaration. He would use Kanagakure as a stage to announce the existence of a god to the world. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 27, no proof needed, because I am Aizen. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, so, what is Konan planning to do? Is she going to follow Aizen's plan? Curly-haired guy, well, even if she doesn't want to, she doesn't really have a choice. The consequences of going against Aizen could be even worse, who knows what he'd do to her. Dojin artist, TCH. Stop assuming everyone thinks as filthy as you do. Skirt-flipping maniac, but Gintoki does have a point. Aizen has his eyes on the entire ninja world. There's nowhere to hide from him. A Megakure Village's angel, I've already told Nagato, and he agreed. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, sigh, it feels like we're just being led around by the nose. Dojin artist, yeah, we have to admit that Aizen's control is terrifying. He plans everything out beforehand, and no matter what, people always end up playing along, whether they want to or not. He always finds a way to make them comply. Curly-haired guy, TCH, this sense of powerlessness. Dojin artist, hey, why not just have Konan bring Nagato into the fold? I don't think Aizen would refuse if the leader of the Akatsuki wanted to join him. Skirt-flipping maniac, so, if you can't beat them, join them. A Megakure Village's angel, well. To be honest, Konan was a little tempted by the idea. If Nagato joined Aizen, it might ensure that Aizen wouldn't see him as an obstacle and eliminate him. But there was a big problem, Nagato's own will. A man who called himself a god would never willingly serve someone else. This is an actor, it's not the right time to bring Nagato in yet. Dojin artist, why? This is an actor, Aizen let Konan get close because he's curious about her. But Nagato is different, Aizen has been watching him for a long time and already knows him inside out. If Nagato suddenly offers to join, Aizen will definitely be suspicious. Besides, do you really think Nagato would ever accept being someone else's subordinate? A Megakure Village's angel, then when do you think the right time will be, Anson-san? Konan had already started seeing Aizen as her strategist, just like those master tacticians in manga and novels. This is an actor, after Aizen's plan in Kanagakure is complete, the timing should be right. By then, Aizen will probably shock the entire ninja world. Dojin artist, so you're saying Aizen will step out of the shadows after this event? For real. This is an actor, that's just who he is. Aizen was never meant to stay in the background forever. As long as the opportunity is right, he will step into the spotlight in a grand fashion, just like he did in Soul Society. A Megakure Village's angel, a stage. So this whole thing happening in Konohagakure is just a stage Aizen deliberately set up. This is an actor, it's not just a possibility, it's a certainty. Curly-haired guy, aren't you a little too confident? At the end of the day, this is all just speculation. Where's your proof? Show me the proof. This is an actor, no proof is needed, because I am Aizen. Skirt-flipping maniac Anzen-san is joking again. Dojin artist, that's such an Aizen thing to say. But even if it's just speculation, it's logical and convincing. Unlike a certain troublemaker who does nothing but cause chaos. Curly-haired guy, who the hell are you calling a troublemaker, Dojin artist, That's weird. I didn't even mention your name, so why are you jumping in? Don't tell me Jin-san actually has some self-awareness. Curly-haired guy, alright, you little brat. I'll remember this. Don't let me catch you slipping. Dojin artist, oh no, I'm so scared. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, were you two enemies in a past life or something? Can't go a day without arguing. Skirt-flipping maniac, am I the only one who thinks Anzen is getting too into character? Isn't this kind of dangerous? I heard that if you keep imagining yourself as someone else too much, you might end up with a split personality. A Megakure Village's angel, that's serious. Maybe Anzen should be a little more careful. This is an actor, thanks for the warning. As expected, no one believed it. But Aizen had already anticipated this. He simply gazed at the sunset in the distance with a calm expression. The golden glow of the setting sun covered the village like a thin veil of light. Aizen sighed softly. What a beautiful sight. Unfortunately, he probably wouldn't be seeing this view again for a long time. And the one responsible for destroying it was himself. Sosuke-kun. Sosuke-kun. A voice calling his name snapped him out of his thoughts. Turning around, he saw two strikingly different yet equally beautiful young women. One was gentle and elegant, with a quiet demeanor. The other was wild and carefree, radiating energy. Mitarashi-san and Yuhi-san, Aizen's smooth voice carried a slight warmth. Are you two out shopping? He had noticed the bags in their hands. How many times do I have to tell you? Stop using formal speech with me. Mitarashi Anko, dressed in a long coat with her signature ponytail, rolled her eyes in frustration. And not just with me, why are you so polite to Kurenai too? Are you dense or something? Anko, that's rude. Kurenai blushed and quickly pulled at her friend's sleeve. Sorry, Sosuke-kun. You know how Anko is. But, she's right, you don't have to be so formal with us. I see, my mistake. Aizen admitted sincerely before adding, to make up for it, let me treat you both to some dango. I want some too. Anko and Kurenai had just opened their mouths to accept the offer when a cheerful voice cut in from the side. Aizen, I want dango too. A black-haired boy carrying a small sword on his back jogged over with a grin. Uchiha Shirsue. This is Sosuke's treat. Why are you butting in? Anko scowled at the newcomer. This was a perfect chance to get her best friend and Aizen together, why was this third wheel ruining it? Aizen is my close friend. Why shouldn't I be here? Shirsue replied confidently, even throwing an arm around Aizen's shoulder as if to stake his claim. You little. Anko's temper flared instantly. She clenched her fist and held it up threateningly. You looking for a fight? Oh. Bring it on. Shirsue smirked, refusing to back down. All right, that's enough, Shirsue. Aizen sighed, clearly exasperated. Just as he was about to continue speaking. Ding. 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 A sharp alarm suddenly rang throughout Konohagakure. Shirsue's face changed immediately. That's a high-level emergency summon for Jonin. Is something big happening again? Kurenai's expression turned serious. The last time they had heard this alarm was 5 years ago, during Sunagekyu's invasion. Could another village be attacking? Sorry, Kurenai. Aizen sighed, looking genuinely apologetic. Looks like our dango plans will have to wait. It's okay, Sosuke-kun. Kurenai smiled softly, clearly pleased that he had dropped the formality. There will always be another time. Exactly. Anko waggled her eyebrows playfully. We've got plenty of time. Yeah, plenty of time. No one noticed that when Aizen repeated those words, his tone carried a strange hint of something unspoken. As he turned and walked away, his figure slowly disappeared into the distance. Kurenai suddenly furrowed her brows. For some reason, she felt an uneasy sense of foreboding. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 28, Chapter 28, Is there anything Jin-san wouldn't dare to do? What? Kirigakure launched a surprise attack on the Land of Fire's border outpost, starting a war with Konohagakure without warning. the entire Konoha meeting hall erupted into chaos. The Jonin present wore expressions of shock, disbelief, and utter confusion. If the Hokage himself hadn't delivered this information, hardly anyone would have believed it. Setting aside the fact that the major villages had only signed a peace treaty a few years ago, there was also Kirigakure's location to consider. Why would they suddenly attack Konoha? What were they after? Doubt. Confusion. But after all, everyone here was a seasoned Jonin, so they quickly regained their composure. Following the Hokage's orders, the selected Jonin returned home to pack their belongings, getting ready to head to the front lines. Aizen and Sōsuke were among those chosen. It made sense, after all, the twin stars of Konoha had made a name for themselves on the Kirigakure battlefield. They had the skills and experience to handle Kirigakure's ninjas. But this time, Aizen didn't seem as calm as he had been on his last trip to the front lines. His brows were furrowed, and he looked a little anxious. Sōsuke, with his sharp senses, even caught him muttering to himself. So you're really going through with this? What did that mean? Sōsuke froze for a moment, looking surprised. But he didn't ask anything in front of everyone. Instead, after the meeting ended, he silently followed Aizen out of the hall. The two of them, lost in thought, walked down the main street of Konoha. It wasn't until they reached a side alley that Sōsuke grabbed Aizen and pulled him aside. Aizen, do you know something? Is this Kirigakure invasion, planned by someone? So you did notice? Aizen paused for a moment, his eyes behind his glasses showing a complicated look. Forgive me, Sōsuke. I never wanted to drag you into this. What the hell are you saying? Sōsuke grabbed his shoulders, eyes blazing with anger. Aren't we best friends? If we are, then we should face things together. Yes, and it's exactly because we are friends. Aizen took a step back and said softly, that's why I don't want you to get involved. I'll carry this burden alone. Sōsuke stared at him, as if he could see an indescribable sorrow hidden in Aizen's eyes. Aizen, you. Swish. Before he could finish speaking, two figures wearing animal masks suddenly appeared in front of them. You're from Root. Sōsuke immediately recognized them, his face darkening. What do you want? The shorter of the two ninjas glanced at him before turning to Aizen. Aizen Sosuke, Danzo-sama has ordered you to return immediately. Return. A bad feeling hit Sōsuke all at once. His expression changed drastically. But Aizen didn't seem surprised. He simply nodded. I understand. As he turned away, his lips moved slightly, forming a silent message to Sōsuke. Sōsuke's pupils shrank. He had been about to stop Aizen, but his body suddenly froze in place. The two Root ninjas didn't seem to notice their silent exchange. They took Aizen with them and left. Sōsuke watched their backs disappear, his expression shifting several times. In the end, he clenched his teeth and turned in the opposite direction. Pure land. A black void suddenly opened, and Aizen, along with the two Root ninjas, stepped out. Welcome back. Good work. Aizen sat down in a chair with a relaxed voice. At that moment, the two masked figures removed their disguises, revealing themselves as Konan and Uchiha Itachi. The three of them turned their eyes to a fourth screen on the left. The monitor displayed an image of Sōsuke, who had quietly returned home. Resting his cheek on one hand, Aizen also looked at the screen, a small smile playing on his lips. The choice is in your hands now. What will you do, Sōsuke? Konan recorded everything and sent it back to the group chat. Curly-haired guy, I can already see the tragedy unfolding. This is brutal. I need a strawberry sundae to recover. Dojin artist, using Sōsuke's trust and loyalty while setting up both him and Danzo. Aizen is seriously ruthless. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, it's not just trust and loyalty. He also played on Sōsuke's curiosity and sharp instincts. Aizen factored everything in. Skirt-flipping maniac, this is terrifying. I feel like I just got a first-hand experience of Aizen's danger. He makes people walk right into his plans without even realizing it. Dojin artist, there. Come here for a hug, Ruko-chan. Skirt-flipping maniac, MHM. Hug. Curly-haired guy, humph. My chest is broad too, you know. I'll allow you to hug me as well. But don't get too full of yourselves, you little brats. Dojin artist, get lost, you creepy old man. Skirt-flipping maniac, dude, you've got a pair of underwear on your head. And it's got little teddy bears on it. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Omegakure Village's angel, Jin, stop harassing the kids. Curly-haired guy, what the? For crying out loud, all he wanted was a friendly hug. How did things end up like this? Was he really that much of a creep in the group chat? Sakata Gintoki, with a pair of teddy bear panties on his head, fell into deep thought. This is an actor, am I the only one who finds his acting terrifying too? Aizen wasn't bragging, he was giving them a hint. Didn't they realize there was another actor in the group? Doujin artist, forget the acting. I'm more curious about what Aizen meant by choice. And what's that secret code he and Sōsuke were using? Eriri's message completely changed the subject. Aizen's hint was like winking at a blind man. If he weren't so composed, he might have already cursed them out. A Megakure Village's angel, I'm not sure about the choice, but the secret code is probably a clue. Curly-haired guy, TCH, Aizen is always saying weird, confusing things. It's so frustrating. Doujin artist, then go beat him up. I dare you. Curly-haired guy, huh? What kind of nonsense is that? There's nothing in this world Gintoki wouldn't dare to do. Doujin artist, eat poop. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, become a eunuch. This is an actor, data cactus. Curly-haired guy. Are you guys actual demons? Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 29, The Fourth Wreckage Shock. This is an actor, not a demon. I am a soul reaper. Curly-haired guy, oh no, here we go again. These lame cold jokes aren't funny at all. And honestly, you're even worse than Aizen in some ways. At least Aizen wouldn't come up with something as messed up as data cactus, right? This is an actor, you never know. Curly-haired guy, hey. Don't go acting like you're really Aizen, you bastard. Aizen at least has some morals. I think. He should have some, right? Doujin artist, who are you even asking? You're the one who said it, and now you're doubting yourself. Are you okay in the head? Curly-haired guy, I don't know anymore. I have no idea what kind of person Aizen really is. A perverted housewife lover. A sadistic torturer. Damn it, my brain is breaking. Skirt-flipping maniac, aren't both of those just different flavors of messed up? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, pretty much. Limacho was catching on fast. She didn't even need an explanation to understand what Gintoki meant. Doujin artist, instead of, your brain is breaking, maybe it's more accurate to say you've never had a normal thought in your life. You silver-haired, naturally curly freak. Curly-haired guy, excuse me. I'll have you know I've been voted Kabukicho's outstanding citizen 5 years in a row. Show some respect, damn it. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, isn't Kabukicho basically a red light district? Getting that award there doesn't really prove anything, does it? Doujin artist, if anything, it just means his mind is even more messed up than we thought. It might already be rotten. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, yeah. Rotten. Skirt-flipping maniac, welp, time to bury him on the spot. Curly-haired guy, you damn women. Gintoki gritted his teeth in frustration. But he had no comeback. It was pure suffering. A Megakure Village's angel, I have to head out for a bit. You guys keep talking. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, where to? Doujin artist, is Aizen making a move again? A Megakure Village's angel, yeah. This time, the target is Kimogakure Village. At that moment, in Kimogakure Village, the fourth Wreckage, A, was leaning back in his chair, reading a letter under the dim light of his office. As he read, his expression turned into one of pure disdain. What nonsense. Boom. His right hand, still holding the letter, slammed onto the desk. The wooden surface groaned under the force, letting out a deep, heavy sound. Finishing the letter had put him in a foul mood. He felt like someone was messing with him. And honestly, he had every reason to think so. According to the letter, some Konohagakure ninja named Aizen Sōsuke planned to sneak into Kimogakure tonight and steal the 2 tails and the 8 tails. What kind of joke was that? Aizen Sōsuke. Yeah, A knew him. Half a year ago, at a diplomatic meeting between Kimogakure and Konohagakure, he had met the boy. Brown hair, glasses, a bright, friendly smile. During the event, the kid had even demonstrated his genjutsu skills. His talent was impressive, sure. But that was all it was, talent. Turning talent into real strength took years of training, discipline, and battle experience. That kid was, what, barely 13. How strong could he even be? A brat like that, trying to rob Kimogakure of its tailed beasts. Unless the higher-ups in Konohagakure had lost their minds, there was no way they'd approve something this insane. So was this letter just a bad prank? Or an attempt to stir up conflict? And more importantly, the fact that it had been placed directly on his desk, without anyone noticing, meant someone had done it on purpose. Whoever pulled that off was no ordinary person. Thoughts raced through his mind as A locked his eyes on the signature at the bottom of the letter. The Akatsuki. What kind of group was this? What were they trying to achieve by stirring up conflict between Kimogakure and Konohagakure? One question after another swirled in A's mind, leaving the fourth Raikage restless. He had a bad feeling something big was about to happen. Boom. A deafening explosion suddenly shook the air. A's expression changed as he quickly turned to look out the window. A blinding white light shot up from the southwestern part of the village. That's B. A recognized the location immediately. It was his brother Killer B's home. Crash. With a sharp crack, A smashed the glass in front of him with a single punch. In the blink of an eye, his figure turned into a streak of blue lightning and disappeared. Swish. In mere moments, A arrived near Killer B's home. Because B was the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, he rarely interacted with the villagers. His home was tucked away deep in the forest, far from the crowd. But now, the once lush green forest had been reduced to a barren wasteland. Killer B's house had been completely destroyed, leaving behind only scattered blackened debris. The smell of burning filled A's nose. What happened here? A's sharp eyes scanned the area. Where was B? Had he been fighting someone? Then, A's gaze locked onto something, his face showing utter disbelief. A brown-haired boy with black-framed glasses stood in his line of sight. Beside him was a woman with short purple hair, her expression cold and unreadable. Ah, Raikage-sama. The boy spoke with a warm smile, his tone just as calm as the first time A had met him. It's been over half a year. I'm glad to see you're still in good spirits. Aizen Sōsuke. A froze, unable to believe what he was seeing. Why was this Konohagakure ninja here, near B's home? Could it be true? Was he really here to steal Kimogakure's tailed beast, just like the Akatsuki's letter had warned? No. Impossible. A refused to believe it. His brother, Killer B, was a perfect Jinchuriki. He could fully transform into the Eight-Tails without losing control. There was no way some kid could defeat him. More importantly, neither of them had a single scratch on them. Their clothes weren't even wrinkled. They looked like they had just taken a casual stroll. There were no signs of a battle at all. Then what caused the explosion? Where was B? As that thought crossed his mind, A's pupils shrank. He finally spotted his brother, lying completely still at Aizen and the woman's feet, covered in blood, barely breathing. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 30, Don't Panic. Sizzle. A flash of blue lightning shot between Aizen and Konan as A reached out and carefully lifted his brother into his arms. B. But B didn't respond. His breathing was faint, and he was completely unconscious. Ah, my apologies, Raikage-sama. I didn't expect you to find out so soon. Aizen's lips curled into a slight smile as he spoke words that made the fourth Raikage's blood boil. If I had known, I would have just turned him into mincemeat. Aizen Sōsuke. A gently laid his brother down and slowly stood up. His dark face was twisted with fury as he spoke coldly, I'm going to kill you. Rage, pure, uncontrollable rage, filled his chest. He no longer cared how this kid had managed to hurt B. He didn't need to think about it. There was only one thought in his mind now, he would tear Aizen apart. Crackle. Lightning flickered around A's body as he entered lightning release chakra mode. Blue electric arcs wrapped around him, making him look like a thunder god descending from the heavens. But Aizen didn't seem fazed at all. Instead, he smirked slightly and said, Oh. You're just putting on a show now. If you keep acting tough, you'll only make yourself look weaker. Die. The fourth Raikage's eyes widened with fury. He raised his right hand, forming a blade with his fingers. His entire body turned into a streak of blue lightning as he charged straight at Aizen. Lightning plow hot knife. Squelch. A's lightning-cloaked hand pierced straight through Aizen's chest without any resistance. Aizen didn't even seem to have time to react. But instead of falling, he smiled. A moment later, his body dissolved into dust and vanished before A's eyes. What? A seemed to sense that something was wrong, but before his body could react, a flash of a blade suddenly appeared behind him. Splat. Bright red blood sprayed out as A slowly collapsed to the ground. His dark face was still frozen in shock and disbelief. Clang. Aizen, who had appeared behind him at some unknown moment, had already sheathed his sword. With a calm expression, he walked past the fallen Raikage. Let's go, Konan-senpai. That empty shell is no longer worth recovering for Konohagakure. Konan gave a slight nod, took a picture of the unconscious fourth Raikage, and then turned to follow Aizen. Only after they had completely disappeared did A's fingers suddenly twitch. Back at their base, Konan opened the group chat and filled in the missing details. The chat immediately exploded with discussion. Skirt-flipping maniac, the fourth Raikage isn't dead, right? A Megakure Village's angel, of course not. Aizen deliberately spared him. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, what a brilliant move. Aizen is truly a master schemer. Not only did he take the tailed beast, but he also framed Konohagakure at the same time. Talk about killing two birds with one stone. Even someone as ruthless as Lee Macho had to admit that Aizen's strategy was incredibly deep. Skirt-flipping maniac, that's just too cunning. A Megakure village's angel, and that's not all. Even the Akatsuki has been dragged into this. The letter in Reikich's hand. Aizen sent it in the name of the Akatsuki. And there's a second letter, which I have right now. Aizen wants me to deliver it to Reikich tomorrow morning. This is an actor, let me guess. The letter invites Reikich to join forces with the Akatsuki in attacking Konohagakure. A Megakure village's angel, yep. Dojin artist, whoa. That connects everything. The Akatsuki really will take action now. With all these forces gathering in Konohagakure, that village is in serious danger. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, one step leads to another, all perfectly linked. Aizen Sōsuke is truly a terrifying man. A Megakure village's angel, yeah. As the person in the group closest to Aizen, Konan truly felt this from the bottom of her heart. The more time she spent with him, the more she understood his abilities and ambitions. And the more she understood, the more terrifying he seemed. Dojin artist, but considering the current situation, isn't it actually better that Aizen is so powerful? Didn't Konan already decide to side with him? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, that's true. Curly-haired guy, yeah, but you still can't trust Aizen completely. Just think about what happened to the Arankars. This is an actor, that's right. Learning to protect yourself is important. A Megakure village's angel, thanks for your concern, Anson-san. I understand. Curly-haired guy, wait, why? Why are you only thanking Anson? Are you ignoring me? Or is it that in your eyes, only Anson exists? A Megakure village's angel, you already know the answer. Curly-haired guy, yeah, I know. Wait, no, I don't. I don't get it at all. Explain it to me properly. Dojin artist, do you really need an explanation? It's obviously both. Konan ignored you and only sees Anson. Those aren't contradictory. Curly-haired guy, no way, I don't believe it. Skirt-flipping maniac, but that's just the truth. Curly-haired guy, I refuse to accept such a sad reality. Dojin artist, who cares? A Megakure village's angel, enough messing around. Get some rest. I have to wake up early tomorrow to deliver the letter to Kimogakure. This is an actor, good night, Konan-senpai. A Megakure village's angel, ha ha ha, that title. Good night, Aizen-sama. Curly-haired guy, you two need to stop this. Don't turn the group chat into your role-playing session. Dojin artist, having a boss like Aizen who loves giving orders must be tough. And now you even have to wake up early. Waking up early is the worst. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, think of it this way, if Aizen stops ordering Konan around one day, that would be even scarier. Skirt-flipping maniac, by the way, is it nighttime over there for you, Konan? Dojin artist, yeah, it's the time difference between different timelines. Anson-san explained it before. You'll get used to it. Skirt-flipping maniac, wow, that's crazy. I just woke up not long ago. Oh yeah, I also have plans to meet someone important today. I need to get ready quickly. Curly-haired guy, huh? What kind of big shot does a middle schooler like you need to meet? Skirt-flipping maniac, it's an LV5 Esper, one of the 7 strongest in Academy City. This is an actor, Misaka Mikoto. Skirt-flipping maniac, I don't know her name yet. This is an actor, did Shirai Kuriko introduce you? Skirt-flipping maniac, yeah. Huh? How do you know Shirai? This is an actor, I see, so this is the start of Railgun. Curly-haired guy. Dojin artist, Anson-san, what are you talking about? Notice, this is an actor has uploaded the memory, a certain magical index/railgun. After the memory was uploaded, the group chat went silent for a while before messages started rolling in again. Dojin artist, YUVE got to be kidding. Ruko-chan, is your world really that dangerous? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, espers, magicians, angels, magic gods, and all those shady researchers. Skirt-flipping maniac, I didn't know either. After watching the memory, Satan Ruko started doubting her entire life. She was just an ordinary middle schooler with no abilities, so why was she living in a world where even Earth itself could be destroyed? Curly-haired guy, in any case, don't panic. Just find a time machine first. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 31, Satan Ruko's Sense of Justice. Dojin artist, you're the one panicking the most here. Even Ruko-chan, who's actually involved, is calmer than you. Curly-haired guy, but still, the world of a certain magical index is terrifying. Why would angels from the Bible want to destroy the world over something like that? Aren't angels supposed to be cute, soft creatures that let humans cuddle them? Doujin artist, what kind of perverted angel are you talking about? This is an actor. In Index, angels are more like artificial programs than living beings. They don't have emotions, they just follow the rules they were programmed with. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, you make it sound like those angels are kind of tragic and gongzi. This is an actor, yeah. They have all this power but no mind of their own. In the end, they're just tools, weapons controlled by a higher being. Curly-haired guy, hey, that's a pretty arrogant way to look at things, don't you think? This is an actor, I'm just stating facts from the perspective of an intelligent life form. Being non-human doesn't mean being not me. Anything that abandons its sense of self is destined to be a tool used by others. Curly-haired guy, are you possessed by Aizen's spirit again or something? This is an actor, you don't get it. I even dumbed it down so a 10-year-old could understand, but I guess I was overestimating you. Curly-haired guy, shut up, you bastard. Of course, I understand. I was just complaining about how smug you sound. This is an actor, oh, really? Curly-haired guy, obviously. There's no way I'm dumber than a 10-year-old. At least have some limits when you're looking down on people, you jerk. Doujin artist, then why don't you translate what Anzen-san just said? Curly-haired guy, anyway, even if Ruko-chan's world is full of danger, her life doesn't seem to be in any serious trouble based on the story. That's a relief. Doujin artist, changing the subject. Curly-haired guy, shut up. Mind your own business, brat. Skirt-flipping maniac, yeah, I haven't run into any real danger yet, and for that, I'm grateful. But if I can, I want to stop the tragedy that's about to happen. As she sent this message, Satan Ruko watched Misaka Mikoto playing around with Shirai Kuriko, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. That innocent brown-haired girl had no idea that her clones were being slaughtered like livestock. Once she learned the truth, how deep would her heart sink into despair? Satan Ruko shuddered at the thought. If she were in Mikoto's place, she'd probably have a mental breakdown on the spot. Is there something on my face? Noticing Ruko's stare, Misaka Mikoto scratched her cheek in confusion. No, I just think Misaka-san is really pure. Satan Ruko let out a small sigh and shook her head. She's not quite what I imagined an LV5 to be. Despite being young, Satan Ruko was very mature in her thinking. She understood that revealing spoilers now would only lead to disaster, so acting natural was the best way to handle it. Curly-haired guy, huh? Stop a tragedy. You're just a middle schooler. What big words. Come back and say that when you're a high schooler. In Japan, only high schoolers get to save the world. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Jin-san, be a little more tactful. Skirt-flipping maniac, I know. I'm being unrealistic. But still. I can't just stand by and watch a tragedy unfold in front of me. Doujin artist, Ruko-chan, having a strong sense of justice is great. But don't be too reckless, okay? This is an actor, by the tragedy in front of you, do you mean what's happening to Misaka's clones? Skirt-flipping maniac, This is an actor, then you should know who your real enemy is, right? Skirt-flipping maniac, Alistair. That's right. If Satan Ruko wants to save the Misaka sisters, their real enemy is Alistair, the director of Academy City, leader of the science faction, and the greatest magician of the 20th century. A villain who divided the world into science and magic, making humanity fight against itself, all for his own goals. This is an actor, good, looks like you understand the situation well. Now, against an enemy like that, what do you think your chances of winning are? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, the difference in power is just too big, it's hopeless. Doujin artist, what chances? There's no way we stand a chance. Skirt-flipping maniac, then is there really nothing I can do? This is an actor, that depends on what you want to achieve. If you only want to stop the slaughter of the Misaka sisters, it's actually quite simple. Skirt-flipping maniac, what do I need to do? Please, Anzen-san, teach me. This is an actor, find out where the absolute power experiment is being conducted, then lead Kamiju Toma to the site. Doujin artist, oh wow, so there's a method like that. That would basically make the original story happen earlier than planned. Curly-haired guy, Anzen. You may not be as smart as me, but at least you're somewhat useful. Though you're still not as great as me. Doujin artist, you sure know how to praise yourself. Skirt-flipping maniac, but isn't that basically setting up Kamiju-senpai? That feels a bit wrong. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, there's nothing wrong with it. To Alistair, he's just another pawn anyway. Curly-haired guy, exactly. That kind of womanizing protagonist should be used as much as possible. Damn it, why does a spiky-haired guy like him get to have a harem? Doujin artist, so you're just jealous of his harem, huh? As the group got into another heated discussion about Kamijutoma, Aizen stayed silent. The advice he gave Satan Ruko actually had a big flaw. For example, how would she even find out where the absolute power experiment was happening? A top-secret experiment like that would be locked down tighter than anyone could imagine. There's no way an ordinary middle schooler like Satan Ruko could dig up any clues. Unless she got ridiculously lucky, like how the original Misaka Mikoto happened to run into her clone on the street. But the chances of that? Basically zero. Misaka Mikoto was able to meet a Misaka sister because Alistair wanted to use her to lure Kamijutoma into the experiment, so Toma could stop it. That way, Alistair could then, legitimately, spread the Misaka sisters across the world. Satan Ruko was clearly not part of Alistair's plan. But that was exactly what Aizen wanted. He never actually expected Satan Ruko to succeed, he just gave her a goal to ease her sense of justice. Until the ability to travel worlds was fully unlocked, he didn't want his group members getting involved in uncontrollable dangers. So he chose a roundabout way to let Satan Ruko vent her feelings. The sun's up. Aizen slowly lifted his gaze, glancing at the monitor to his right. Ah. A blood-curdling scream suddenly echoed from the screen. Aizen's lips curved slightly as a faint smile appeared on his face. Things are about to get interesting. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 32, The Death of Aizen. Morning, Konohagakure, Training Ground 4. The warm sunlight shone down on Mitarashi Anko. But at that moment, the purple-haired girl felt no warmth at all, only a bone-chilling cold inside her. Why? Anko's eyes were fixed on the stone platform ahead. On it lay a lifeless, pale white corpse. Her pupils shrank, and she muttered in disbelief, Sosuke, Konan. The familiar brown hair, the familiar black-rimmed glasses, the familiar gentle face. The boy who had always worn a warm smile in her memories was now nothing more than a cold, lifeless body. Thud. Her knees gave out, and Mitarashi Anko collapsed to the ground. She could no longer hold back her emotions as she let out a heartbreaking scream. Aya. Swish, swish, swish. Hearing the commotion, the Konoha shinobi quickly rushed to the scene. Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma, Yuzuki Yugao, Gekko Hayate, Kurenai, and Uchiha Shursue all arrived one after another. This has to be a joke, right? Aizen, he actually. Damn it. Who the hell did this? Sosuke-kun. No, that's impossible. We had an agreement. Why did this happen? Kurenai seemed unable to handle the shock of what she was seeing. Her body swayed, on the verge of collapsing. Luckily, Yugao Yuzuki, who was beside her, reacted quickly and caught her just in time. Kurenai, are you okay? Kurenai. She's fine, just passed out. No matter what, we need to get her to the Konoha hospital first. The sudden event left the surrounding shinobi in a state of chaos, scrambling to react. The only one who remained frozen in place was Uchiha Shursue. He stood there like a statue, staring at Aizen's lifeless body, completely motionless. No, it shouldn't be like this. His pupils were unfocused as he muttered to himself, this isn't how things were supposed to go. This is my fault. It's all my fault. He should have known. When Aizen was taken away by Danzo, there was no way things would end well. But because he trusted Konoha's higher-ups, he had done nothing. If he had acted sooner, Aizen wouldn't be lying here, cold and lifeless. Rage, pain, guilt, and regret, so many emotions swirled inside Shursue, suffocating him. Tap. 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 Just then, a steady, deliberate sound of footsteps echoed through the air. The shinobi gathered at the scene instinctively made way as the figure approached. Hey, looks like something interesting happened here, a cold, amused voice spoke. Hearing that voice, Uchiha Shursue's head snapped up. His eyes burned with twisted hatred. Danzo. His pupils spun wildly, the black tomo in his Sharingan rapidly shifting, until they finally merged into a shape resembling four blades. Mangekyo. The death of his best friend, the overwhelming rage toward Danzo, at this moment, Uchiha Shursue had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. Clang. Shursue drew the short sword from his back. With a burst of speed, he lunged at Danzo like a madman. You bastard. I'll kill you. It was as if Danzo had expected this. He didn't even flinch. Just as Shursue was about to reach him, two root shinobi appeared out of nowhere, one on each side. In an instant, they intercepted his attack, stopping him cold. What? Shursue's eyes widened in shock. Even with his Mangekyo Sharingan, he could barely track their movements. It was as if they had truly teleported. These two, they aren't ordinary shinobi. As his thoughts raced, Danzo spoke in an icy tone. Not only have you killed Aizen, but you also dare to attack me, Konoha's advisor. Take this traitor to the interrogation chamber immediately. Sōsuke was Aizen's killer. The surrounding shinobi looked stunned. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Everyone here knew how close Aizen and Sōsuke were. Saying that he killed Aizen. That was impossible. Just as the two root shinobi prepared to carry out their orders, a deep voice rang out. Hold it. The crowd parted, revealing Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, wearing his Hokage hat. Hiruzen's eyes swept over Aizen's tragic corpse, a trace of sorrow flickering across his face. Then, he turned to Danzo. You claim Sōsuke killed Sōsuke. Do you have any proof? Danzo let out a cold snort before pulling a letter from his sleeve. See for yourself, Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the letter and read it carefully. His expression darkened. Then, he turned his gaze toward Sōsuke and spoke in a heavy tone. Uchiha Sōsuke, do you admit to this crime? Hokage-sama. Sōsuke's eyes were wide with disbelief as he shouted, it was Danzo. Danzo killed Aizen. Look at this yourself. Is this not Sōsuke's handwriting? Hiruzen's face remained stern as he held the letter up to Sōsuke. It wasn't a long letter. The general idea was that Aizen had discovered Sōsuke's Mangekyo Sharingan had awakened, but he sensed that this power was too dangerous. For the sake of Konoha, and out of concern for his friend, Aizen had decided to meet with Sōsuke at the 4th training ground that night to convince him to seal away his Mangekyo powers. Just in case anything went wrong, he had written this letter as a precaution. The logic was sound. The handwriting matched Aizen's perfectly. But Sōsuke knew, he knew for a fact that this was Danzo's setup. Last night, he had stayed at home, thinking about Aizen's final words to him. He hadn't met with anyone. And more importantly, he had seen Aizen being taken away by Root yesterday afternoon with his own eyes. That was an undeniable fact. But when he opened his mouth to speak, he realized something terrifying, he couldn't explain it. Everyone had seen his Mangekyo Sharingan. He was the only witness to Aizen being taken. No matter what he said now, it would all sound like empty excuses. Danzo, was this all your plan? Sōsuke gritted his teeth, his face filled with anger. Trying to frame me? Danzo sneered. I have no idea what you're talking about. And he really didn't, because the ones who took Aizen weren't his men at all. But in this situation, denying it wouldn't change anything. Sōsuke would never believe him. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, rubbing his temples as he looked at Danzo and Sōsuke. Until we get to the bottom of this, Sōsuke will be temporarily held in the prison beneath the Hokage's office. In truth, he leaned more toward believing Sōsuke. Danzo's actions made him a far more likely suspect. But as the Hokage, he couldn't show favoritism, so this was the best compromise he could make for now. Still playing favorites, even now. Danzo scoffed, seeing right through him. Your indecisiveness is going to be your downfall one day, Sarutobi. I have my own judgment. Sarutobi Hiruzen shot him a cold glance. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 33, might want to Google this one. Oh my, looks like you're in trouble, Sōsuke-kun. Inside the Pure Land, Aizen and Konan sat in front of a monitor, watching everything unfold. Just as I expected, you still chose this path. Says the guy who caused this mess in the first place. Konan's lips twitched slightly as she held back her thoughts. As an outsider, she could see it clearly, Aizen had faked his death to create conflict between Uchiha Sōsuke and Danzo. No, not just them, he was dragging Sarutobi Hiruzen into this too. With the third Hokage's keen perception, he would surely notice something wasn't right. And with the seeds of doubt Aizen had already planted, Hiruzen's distrust toward his old comrade Danzo would only grow. This would drive an already divided Konohagakure even further apart. What a terrifying strategy. This Aizen was truly devious. Konan frowned and turned her gaze back to the screen. The corpse they were looking at, flawless, even from her perspective. So this was the power of Kyōka Suigetsu. That's actually a real human body, Aizen said casually, as if reading her thoughts. Though, to be precise, it should be called an artificial body. An artificial body? Konan paused, realization dawning on her face. She had seen the concept before in Bleach, an artificial body that looked no different from a real human. Even Kyōka Suigetsu can't hypnotize every single resident of Konohagakure in such a short time, Aizen said in a calm, almost gentle voice. To avoid any unexpected issues, I prepared this artificial body in advance. Konan was silent for a moment before asking, so you've been planning this from the start? Not just from the start, since the very moment I stepped into Konohagakure, Aizen chuckled. From the day I entered the orphanage, I had already scripted Aizen Sōsuke's death. From the moment he entered Konohagakure. Konan's eyes widened in shock. He had told her before that he arrived at the orphanage when he was only 4. Meaning, he had been preparing for this since he was 4 years old. This man is terrifying. Konan's hands trembled slightly, but she quickly masked her emotions, turning her focus back to the monitor. The screen showed Uchiha Sōsuke, shackled in the prison beneath the Hokage's office. His expression was twisted with anger, regret, and pain. He was still blaming himself for the death of his friend, unaware that he was just a puppet, his fate controlled by unseen hands. Poor kid. Konan sighed as she looked at the suffering Uchiha. But before she could process her thoughts further, her expression suddenly shifted in shock. Gag. On the screen, Uchiha Sōsuke suddenly let out a dry heave, spitting out a strange, white, foamy substance. The substance moved as if it had a life of its own, rapidly spreading over his entire face. This is... Konan's eyes widened as a single word flashed through her mind, holification. Aizen, however, remained completely unfazed. He adjusted his glasses slightly and smirked. Oh, looks like Sōsuke-kun has just opened the little gift I left for him. Meanwhile, inside the prison beneath the Hokage's office, Uchiha Sōsuke felt his consciousness sinking into an endless abyss. He was surrounded by nothing but darkness. Yo, Sōsuke. A teasing voice rang out as a shadowy black figure appeared before him. You finally made it here. You again. Sōsuke's voice was filled with disgust. He recognized this voice, but he hated it. No one would be comfortable with some unknown being invading their mind. Humph. You're just as unpleasant as ever. The black figure sneered. Pathetic. So weak it's painful to watch. What did you just say? I said you're pathetic. The figure scoffed. Think about it, who was the fool that trusted the Konohagakure higher-ups so much that his best friend got killed? Who was the one who had his enemy right in front of him, but got held back by 2 nobodies? Silence. The words from the black shadow stabbed into Sōsuke's heart like a knife. But soon, another question hit him. What do you mean by defective product? He remembered the 2 root ninja under Danzo who had blocked his way. Their speed was so fast that even his body flicker couldn't keep up. And this black shadow seemed to know all about them. It means exactly what it sounds like. The shadow seemed to sneer. You couldn't even fight off the spiritual pressure from those low-level rejects. Uchiha Sōsuke, you really are useless. In that case, just give me your body. With a flash, the figure charged straight at Sōsuke. Boom. A deep, heavy thud echoed through the endless abyss. The holification process had begun. From Konan's view, it was clear that Uchiha Sōsuke was now completely covered by a white, hollow-like shell, no longer looking human at all. Luckily, Sarutobi Hiruzen trusted Sōsuke enough that he hadn't assigned anyone to guard him. Otherwise, whoever saw this might have been scared to death on the spot. Without hesitation, Konan snapped a picture and sent it to the group. Guess who this is? Doujin artist, you can't even tell it's a person anymore. How are we supposed to guess, Konan? You're putting me, Fat Tiger, in a tough spot. Curly-haired guy, that's holification, right? Full holification. That Aizen guy again, who's the unlucky test subject this time? Hopefully it's Sarutobi Hiruzen. A Megakure Village's angel, no, it's Uchiha Sōsuke. Doujin artist, wow. That's Aizen for you. Always targeting people we know. Skirt-flipping maniac, he looks so pitiful. Curly-haired guy, TCH, Uchiha Sōsuke, huh? He already had it rough in the original story. And now he's caught up in Aizen's experiments. Although, maybe if he fully hollows, he could get super regeneration. Like, even if his eyes get gouged out, maybe they'll grow back. Actually, he might come out of this stronger. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, I just hope he's okay. This is an actor, no need to worry. He'll pull through. He's my chosen friend, after all. Something like this won't bring him down that easily. Doujin artist, now that's the kind of thing only Aizen-sama would say. A Megakure Village's angel, Aizen-sama, hockey. Skirt-flipping maniac, Aizen-sama, please help me. Where do I find a site to run these absolute ability project experiments? This is an actor, humph, I'd recommend Baidu for that. Notification, shark-faced guy has joined the group. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 34, so it was you. Doujin artist, huh? A new member again. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, that's weird. It's only been 2 days since Ruko joined. This is an actor, the group's invite rules are totally random. It has nothing to do with how long the last person's been here. Sometimes, no one joins for years. Other times, we get a bunch in one day. As the group admin, Aizen knows some of the group's rules, but only knows them. He can't change them. Curly-haired guy, Hey, forget the rules. Shouldn't we be paying more attention to this new guy? Look at that nickname, who does it remind you of? Omega-Kure Village's angel, shark-faced. No way, could it be? Meanwhile, at the Land of Fire's border, Hoshigaki Kisame stared at the strange glowing screen that had appeared out of nowhere, his eyes wide in confusion. A cross-world chat group that connects countless dimensions. Kisame-sama, what did you say? A nearby Kirigakure ninja turned to ask. Kisame realized the ninja wasn't reacting to the screen at all, his eyes were fixed only on Kisame's face. That meant, this screen could only be seen by him. Thinking this, Kisame calmly shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Carry on." "Yes, sir." The Kirigakure ninja nodded respectfully and continued, "According to the latest intel, our advanced troops have already entered the central region of the Land of Fire. We're about 27 kilometers from Kanagakure." But Kisame wasn't listening anymore. All his attention was focused on the glowing screen in front of him. Dojin artist, Hoshigaki Kisame. The new guy is really Hoshigaki Kisame. At Shark-faced guy. Shark-faced guy, you just said my name out loud like it's nothing. Looks like I joined a seriously unusual group. Skirt-flipping maniac, it really is him. Curly-haired guy, TCH, the travel feature isn't even active yet and you guys are already meeting people in real life. I'm so jealous. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, meeting in real life. Dojin artist, it means online friends hanging out in person. This is an actor, welcome to the group, Kisame. Shark-faced guy, so you're the group leader, huh? I guess this is the part where I say, nice to meet you. But, everyone here already seems to know a lot about me. This is an actor, I know you've got a lot of questions. Don't rush. Let's start with an introduction. Dojin artist, yeah, even if we do know you already, we still do intros here. It's group tradition. Curly-haired guy, name, gender, age, job, orientation, relationship history, XP, you better spill everything. Skirt-flipping maniac. Did something weird just sneak in here? What's with those last three? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, is Jin acting crazy again like he always does? Omega-Kure Village's angel, don't mind him, Kisame. Just tell us the first four. Of course, if you don't mind, you can share the rest too. We can give you some advice. Skirt-flipping maniac. Dojin artist, advice. What kind of advice? Konan, don't start saying weird stuff like Jin. Hoshigaki Kisame twitched a little at the corner of his mouth. This group felt off. Wasn't this supposed to be a cool, mysterious organization? Whatever, best to ignore the weird stuff. With that, he started typing with his thoughts. Name, Hoshigaki Kisame. Gender, male. Age, 23. Job, ninja from Kirigakure. Dojin artist, huh? So Kisame-san hasn't defected from Kirigakure yet. Shark-faced guy, not yet, I still have some missions to finish. Kisame could tell these people knew quite a lot about him, so he didn't bother asking how they knew he was going to leave Kirigakure eventually. Omega-Kure Village's angel, missions. Are they from Uchiha Obito? Shark-faced guy, who's that? Omega-Kure Village's angel, oh, right. He goes by Uchiha Madara in public. Shark-faced guy, you mean the one who controlled the fourth Mizukage? Nah, that guy's not my boss. Dojin artist. Curly-haired guy, not that guy. But in the original story, didn't you agree with Madara's ideas and join the Akatsuki because of him? Shark-faced guy, agree with Madara's ideas. Ha ha ha, looks like you're not as all-knowing as you think. Omega-Kure Village's angel, what do you mean by that? Curly-haired guy, I feel like I just got roasted. Dojin artist, so the story's already off track. Shark-faced guy, I don't know how much you really know about me, but you've definitely got this part wrong. My superior is someone way scarier than Madara. He's like, a bottomless pit. Omega-Kure Village's angel, got it. Aizen Sōsuke. When Konan sent that name, Kisame's eyes widened in shock. He was silent for a long time before finally replying, looks like I really underestimated you all. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, no, to be exact, we underestimated Aizen. Never thought even you ended up working under him. Dojin artist, now I get how Aizen was able to stir up Kirigakure into attacking Konoha. I'm guessing Kisame had a big part in that. Shark-faced guy, sounds like you all know Aizen pretty well too. This is an actor, it's more than just knowing, Kisame. Aizen smiled, a subtle and knowing curve at the edge of his lips. Omega-Kure Village's angel, yeah, way more than just knowing. Once you finish reading the memory files from both Bleach and Naruto, you'll understand everything. Following Konan's hint, Hoshigaki Kisame opened the memory list and absorbed everything from the Naruto and Bleach worlds. His face went blank, frozen in shock. So it was you. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 35, Kisame. Curly-haired guy, what do you mean? You've met Konan before. At this point in time, Kisame shouldn't even be in Akatsuki. He should still be active only in Kirigakure. So it made no sense for him to have met Konan. Shark-faced guy, yup, we met. It was when she beat Utakata and captured the Six Tails. A Megakure village's angel. Konan's eyes widened, clearly shaken. She had double-checked the area that day using her spiritual senses. Aside from her and Utakata, there shouldn't have been anyone else around. So how could Kisame know about it? System hint, shark-faced guy has filled in Naruto world memories. Shark-faced guy, see for yourself. Skirt-flipping maniac, wait, was Aizen there that day too? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, sounds like he used some kind of cloaking trick. Dojin artist, so, that means he already knew Konan had Hyarinmaru back then. Curly-haired guy, this is bad. This is really, really bad. All our cards are on the table now, damn it. Skirt-flipping maniac, what do we do now? Is Konan in danger? A Megakure village's angel, she shouldn't be. Even though he found out I have Hyarinmaru, he didn't show any reaction. Everything has been normal these past few days. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Konan forced herself to stay calm. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, still, we can't let our guard down. That guy is definitely scheming something in the shadows. Dojin artist, I noticed something really weird. From Kisame-san's memories, it seems like Aizen knew Obito would approach Kisame one day. That doesn't make sense, right? We only know this because we've seen Naruto's storyline. Does Aizen have some kind of future sight? A Megakure village's angel, that is pretty strange. Even Aizen shouldn't be able to predict something like that, right? Konan phrased it as a question, showing she wasn't entirely sure either. After all, this was Aizen in the Naruto world, no less. With all his endless research and mysterious abilities, who knew if he had gained a foresight ability like the Great Toad Sage? Skirt-flipping maniac, maybe it's not that complicated. What if Obito just told him? Shark-faced guy, that's possible. Hoshigaki Kisame had already seen Konan's recovered memories and knew that Aizen had been introduced to the Akatsuki by Obito. Maybe they had a close relationship. Curly-haired guy, arg. This is driving me crazy. There are too many things that don't make sense. Why? Why does a simple Naruto world have to deal with someone as complicated as Aizen? This is an actor, maybe it's fate. To be honest, even Aizen himself didn't know why he ended up in the Naruto world. Falling asleep and suddenly waking up in another world was something even he couldn't explain. Dojin artist, is the Naruto world really that simple, though? There's plenty of scheming, betrayal, lies, and killing. Skirt-flipping maniac, but if you sum it all up, Naruto is basically just about Black Zetsu trying to save his mom. Curly-haired guy, brilliant. That's the kind of soul-piercing commentary I love. Ruko-chan, one day, you're going to be a true master of comebacks. The whole world will be watching you. Skirt-flipping maniac, huh? Me. I can do that. Curly-haired guy, believe in yourself. Dojin artist, Ruko-chan, don't let this weirdo influence you. Being the designated comeback character is a miserable fate, let him handle it himself. Shark-faced guy, just Black Zetsu trying to save his mom, huh? When you put it that way, it really does make sense. If all of our destinies are just side effects of someone else's plan, I kind of understand why Aizen wants to flip the entire ninja world upside down. Curly-haired guy, Konan, your coworker here is definitely on the same wavelength as you. Dojin artist, Kisame-san, you really shouldn't trust Aizen too much. Just look at Uchiha Sōsuke, he got tricked and still helped count the money he was sold for. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, speaking of which, how is Sōsuke now? A Megakure village's angel, it seems like he's fully mastered holification. Konan watched the monitor, where Sōsuke had returned to his normal human form, his eyes now filled with unwavering determination. At that moment, he was having some kind of conversation with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shark-faced guy, holification, huh? If it's a gift personally given by Aizen, it must be something special. This is an actor, Aizen is probably raising Sōsuke like he did Ichigo Kurosaki. Dojin artist. Curly-haired guy, Ichigo Kurosaki. This is an actor, that's right. From the way Aizen interacts with Sōsuke, we can see that they're not just close friends, they're also destined rivals. And that dynamic wasn't just something Sōsuke imagined. Aizen deliberately set it up. He's been grooming Sōsuke this whole time. Skirt-flipping maniac, now that you mention it, yeah, it does seem that way. A Megakure village's angel, was that his original plan? This is an actor, But Aizen probably realized that Sōsuke doesn't have the same potential as Ichigo Kurosaki. Which makes sense. Ichigo's growth is basically a cheat code. That kind of power-up isn't something you can just recreate. Doujin artist, true. In the original Bleach, Ichigo was basically hacking reality. Other people trained for centuries and still couldn't catch up to him in a few days. Shark-faced guy, the group leader is amazing. He figured out Aizen's plan so easily. Curly-haired guy, that's not analysis. Let me tell you a secret, our group leader is actually Aizen. Shark-faced guy. Hoshigaki Kisame froze in shock, his face filled with disbelief. No way. That couldn't be real, right? Curly-haired guy, ha 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 ha. Got you. You totally fell for it. Doujin artist, bullying the newbie, huh? Gintoki, you really have a twisted sense of humor. Shark-faced guy, so, was it fake? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, of course it was. How could Aizen possibly be in our group? A Megakure Village's angel, looks like Kisame has developed a bit of a trauma toward Aizen. But don't worry too much, we don't have any conflicts of interest with him right now, so he probably won't bother us. Use this time to build up your strength. Doujin artist, yeah. When the time is right, we'll take him down in one go. Shark-faced guy, can we really do that? No joke, when I was near Aizen, it felt like I had fallen into a bottomless abyss. That guy smiles at you on the surface, but it's like he could devour you completely in the next second. This was Hoshigaki Kisame's true thoughts, his most honest feelings. He had never told anyone about this in real life, but in the group, he vented without hesitation. It was clear that keeping up his usual act was exhausting. He was so drained that he even started to hallucinate, almost as if Aizen Sōsuke was standing right in front of him. Wait, this wasn't a hallucination. Hoshigaki Kisame froze. And in the next second, he heard Aizen's calm voice, so, is that really how cold and ruthless I seem to you, Kisame? Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 36, Aizen, you really know how to play. Stunned. Hoshigaki Kisame's mind went completely blank as he stared at Aizen in shock. What did he mean by that? Could he really be in the group? No way, that's impossible. Trying to suppress his panic, Kisame forced himself to sound calm. Oh, Aizen, sir. You're saying things I don't quite understand again. Oh. Do you really not understand? Aizen's lips curled into a slight smile as he spoke in an unhurried tone. Being near me feels like falling into a dark abyss. Smiling on the outside, but ready to consume you at any moment. It seems you have quite the opinion of me, Kisame. Boom. It felt like lightning had struck Kisame. His small, round eyes widened in shock. Hey Aizen, sir, you. At times like this, I do prefer being called group leader. A gentle breeze ruffled the boy's brown hair. His gaze behind the thin lenses appeared warm and kind, but to Kisame, it was bone-chilling. Group leader. Kisame's whole body trembled as his mind buzzed. So it was true, Aizen was really the group leader. And yet, the other members seemed completely unaware, even treating it as some kind of joke. This was beyond ridiculous. What the hell? Kisame felt like he had been completely played. His mouth hung open, but no words came out. It took him a long while to snap out of it. Aizen, sir. You really know how to play, don't you? A big villain sneaking into the resistance and becoming their leader must be quite the sense of accomplishment, huh? Accomplishment. Aizen turned slightly, gazing toward the distant mountains. If they had managed to figure out my identity based on my hints, that would have been satisfying. But unfortunately, their impression of me seems to be deeply ingrained. Of course, it was. The memories you uploaded had nothing to do with your real identity. Who the hell would have thought memories could be fake too? Kisame mentally ranted. He still didn't know that Aizen was a traveler from another world, he just assumed Aizen had deliberately forged that past. So, are you telling me this because I'm no longer useful? The shark-faced guy had already accepted his fate. He knew there was no point in resisting or making excuses, so he figured he might as well face it head-on. No, I just thought revealing the truth would make things more interesting. Aizen shook his head lightly. Whether you choose to expose me or keep it a secret, it's entirely up to you. With that, he casually turned and walked away. At that moment, the Kirigakure ninjas nearby were all busy with their tasks, completely oblivious to the fact that Aizen had been there the whole time. Well, is there even a choice here? Watching Aizen's back as he walked away, Kisame grinned. Then, he turned his attention back to the chat. Doujin artist, Kisame-san. Where'd you go? Skirt-flipping maniac, maybe that conversation triggered his deepest fears. Curly-haired guy, nah, I think he went to turn himself into sashimi. Or maybe a shark platter. That might actually taste pretty good. Damn, now I'm hungry. Shark-faced guy, I may look like a shark, but deep down, I still think I'm human. Curly-haired guy, he actually responded. And with dark humor, no less. You've got a shark face, but you dream of being a comedian. Aren't you overthinking things? Besides, you're an Arankar, man. Arankar. Arankar aren't human. This is an actor, don't underestimate Kisame. He's got talent. Aizen was referring to Kisame's acting skills. Staying so composed in front of him was already quite impressive. Shark-faced guy, haha, not as good as you, boss. To Kisame, if he was just a decent comedian, then Aizen was an award-winning actor. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Kisame sounds a lot more cheerful than before, doesn't he? Omega-Kure Village's angel, did something good happen to you? Shark-faced guy, something good, huh? Does running into Aizen count? Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Skirt-flipping maniac. Curly-haired guy, whoa, seriously. What was Aizen doing there? Don't tell me he's got his eyes on a shark platter now. Dojin artist, enough already. You guys just can't let this joke die, can you? Shark-faced guy, that's not it. He saw what I said in the chat earlier and gave me a good scolding. Oh, and by the way, our dear group leader is actually Aizen. This is an actor, so in the end, you decided to spill the beans, Kisame. Shark-faced guy, isn't this what you wanted, Mr. Aizen? Must have been hard holding back all this time, huh? This is an actor, not at all. It's actually been quite an entertaining experience. Shark-faced guy, geez, you really are a scheming one, aren't you? Skirt-flipping maniac. Curly-haired guy, are you two doing some kind of comedy routine in the chat? I'm telling you, this forced humor of yours isn't funny at all. Omega-Kure Village's angel, it's fine. Seeing Kisame in a better mood is good enough. Shark-faced guy, hey, thanks for the concern. On the surface, Kisame was grinning, but deep down, he was thinking, these people are beyond saving. I did my best to warn them, but they still think it's just a joke. Also, what even is a comedy routine? Notification, Scarlet Lotus Fairy has uploaded her sword technique, Duga 9 swords, for 200 points. Skirt-flipping maniac, whoa, Muchu, you actually learned Duga 9 swords. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, yep. It was tough, but I finally got it down. Limacho only uploaded the technique after mastering it because of how the group chat system worked. When uploading personal abilities, the original user wouldn't lose them. The system would make infinite copies, allowing anyone in the group to buy them. But if someone uploaded a manual or a weapon, the item itself would be transferred into the marketplace. Once purchased, it would belong to the buyer and couldn't be duplicated. So obviously, it made the most sense to learn something first before uploading it. Omega-Kure Village's angel, sorry, Aizen's back. Curly-haired guy, I get it. Time to log off, right? Dojin artist, this is ridiculous. Sneaking around like this every time. Let's just elope, Konan. That brute of a husband doesn't deserve you. Shark-faced guy. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 37, Orochimaru's Revenge. Dojin artist, ahem, don't take it the wrong way. I was just joking. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, because every time Konan chats with us, it feels like she's sneaking around behind her abusive husband's back. Shark-faced guy, oh, I see. I actually thought Konan and Aizen really had that kind of relationship. Guess I was overthinking it. Dojin artist, of course not. There's no way Konan would fall for someone as scheming as Aizen. I think she actually likes Aizen. Shark-faced guy. Hoshigaki Kisame had no idea how to respond anymore. They were the same person. Skirt-flipping maniac, wait, really? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, based on our analysis, there's about an 80% chance. Ruko, haven't you noticed? Konan always seems really happy whenever Aizen shows up. Dojin artist, and Konan treats Aizen differently from other guys. Though to be fair, aside from Aizen, the only other guy in our group used to be Jin. Skirt-flipping maniac, that's true. If she had to pick, even an idiot would choose Aizen. Curly-haired guy. As the group continued gossiping, Aizen remained silent. He simply glanced at Konan out of the corner of his eye before turning his attention back to the screen in front of him. The monitor displayed the Hokage's office. So, this is what Sōsuke wanted you to have. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the wooden box with a deep frown. I'm sure of it. Shursue kept his eyes locked on the box, his tone complicated. The patterns on it are from a sealing technique Aizen and I developed together. Only the two of us know how to carve those markings. And besides, it was found beneath the southern stone monument. That monument was the clue Aizen had left Sōsuke before being taken away by Konan and Itachi. Back then, Sōsuke didn't think too much about it. He planned to ask Aizen for more details after he returned from route, but he never expected that would be their final farewell. Alright then, open it up, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded lightly. Release. Following the sealing technique he remembered, Sōsuke extended his index and middle fingers. With a soft click, the black wooden box slowly opened. Inside, there was a letter filled with writing and several sheets of white paper covered in strange symbols. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the letter and only skimmed through it before suddenly standing up, his face changing dramatically. Danzo, you. Near the borders of the land of grass, in a secluded valley. This is the place. Shimura Danzo's aged face emerged from the shadows. Yes, sir. The root ninja beside him, wearing a fox-faced mask, responded respectfully. This is where we detected that strange energy fluctuation. Danzo nodded slightly and closed his eyes. Soon, over a dozen flickering flames of special energy appeared in his sensory field. A faint smirk formed at the corner of his lips as he muttered excitedly, yes, this is the source. The so-called source referred to the origin of the hollow transformation. To Danzo, these creatures were a fascinating form of life. They wore bone-like masks resembling beasts and possessed extraordinary strength. Previously, it had taken 6 elite root ninja just to bring down one of them and retrieve its corpse for study. A special substance could be extracted from these sources. If injected into humans, it granted them incredible abilities and power. Danzo had named this substance, Hollow Essence. The discovery of Hollow Essence caused Danzo's ambitions to swell rapidly. He believed that if he could gather enough of it, he could create an unprecedented army of hollow-enhanced warriors, perhaps even rule the entire ninja world with ease. However, these sources were extremely rare and elusive. Even after sending countless root operatives across the ninja world to investigate, there was barely any information on their whereabouts. But today, in this remote valley near the land of grass, he had found a large number of them. How could he not be excited? Capture them immediately. Don't let a single one escape. Danzo ordered coldly with a wave of his hand. By now, many of his subordinates had already undergone hollow enhancement, making them far stronger than ordinary shinobi. Where they once needed to gang up on a single source, they could now take them down with ease. Understood. The root ninja responded and prepared to move. Whoosh. 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 Suddenly, several kunai shot out from the trees at the side. Thud. Thud. 2 root ninja were struck instantly and collapsed to the ground. Who's there? Danzo barked, tearing off his bandages as his hands formed a series of seals. Wind release, wind cutter. Swish. 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 Transparent blades of wind materialized and slashed toward the trees. Boom. Towering trees were sliced in half, their lush foliage instantly stripped away. The figures that had been hiding among the branches were now fully exposed. You. Under the moonlight, Danzo finally saw who had arrived. Orochimaru. He. Long time no see, Danzo. Orochimaru smirked coldly, his black cloak with red clouds swaying slightly as he rushed toward Danzo. I've come to settle the score. Protect Danzo-sama. The remaining root ninja immediately took defensive positions, weapons raised. But Orochimaru moved at an eerie speed. One of the root ninja didn't even have time to raise his guard before a blade pierced straight through his chest. What's happening? There he is. Damn it, why can't I keep up with his speed? Thud. 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 One by one, the root ninja fell. Against Orochimaru, they were nothing more than helpless prey waiting to be slaughtered. Something wasn't right. Danzo quickly realized the problem. These subordinates of his had all been enhanced with hollow essence. Even if they weren't as strong as Orochimaru individually, they shouldn't be going down without a fight like this. What was going on? SHHHK. By the time only one root ninja remained by Danzo's side, a trembling figure wearing a fox mask, Orochimaru finally halted his slaughter. He seemed to have noticed something interesting. Staring intently at Danzo, he spoke in a hoarse voice, that expression. You mean to tell me you had no idea? Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 38, Betrayal and Loyalty. What are you trying to say? Danzo narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. It looked like he was questioning Orochimaru, but at the same time, he subtly took 2 steps back. However, Orochimaru didn't answer. He just watched with an amused expression. Through his research on hollow transformations, he had long discovered something. When a human undergoes hollowification, they develop a unique pressure field that affects any living thing nearby. The stronger the hollowed individual, the more terrifying this pressure field becomes. And when faced with another hollowed being, its effects are even more pronounced. That was why the root ninjas had been unable to fight back against his massacre. At first, Orochimaru thought he was the only one who had discovered this oppressive force. But then he met Aizen. From him, he learned about Ryatsu. That was when Orochimaru realized just how narrow his own understanding had been. To him, Aizen was one of Danzo's most trusted subordinates. If Aizen knew about Ryatsu, then it was likely that Danzo's research on hollows was even more advanced than his own. But now, looking at Danzo's clueless face, Orochimaru felt like he had overestimated him. This guy probably didn't have a single clue. If that was the case, then how did Aizen know about Ryatsu? Could it be? As a certain thought crossed his mind, Orochimaru's smile widened. He licked his lips and murmured, "Interesting. This is getting really interesting." Neither he nor Danzo had truly understood just how dangerous that kid, Aizen, really was. Danzo had no idea what was going through Orochimaru's mind, but to him, this was the perfect chance for a sneak attack. Silently, he moved his hands, preparing to weave hand seals. But just as he began, a long blade suddenly pierced through his lower back, stabbing straight through his abdomen. Gah! Danzo hadn't expected an attack from behind. He coughed up blood, staggering before barely steadying himself. Holding his wounded stomach, he turned around in shock. You. What he saw was his own masked subordinate. Sorry about this, Danzo-sama. The root ninja removed his fox mask, revealing a young, delicate-looking face. You traitor. Danzo's lips trembled as he slowly raised his right hand, seemingly about to activate some kind of technique. Don't waste your energy, Danzo. Orochimaru saw through him instantly and sneered. That binding curse mark you placed on him. I already removed it. You bastard. Danzo's face turned pale with fury. He finally realized, this was a setup. A carefully planned trap. Why? I've never wronged you. Not only had he never wronged Orochimaru, but they were also business partners. Danzo couldn't understand why Orochimaru would suddenly try to kill him. Well, who knows? Orochimaru's expression turned strange. Maybe you should ask your precious disciple. You mean Aizen? Danzo was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Ah, right. I heard some rumors, your dear disciple is already dead, isn't he? Orochimaru chuckled. In that case, you'll just have to go to the afterlife and ask him yourself. Kabuto, do it. Orochimaru now knew that his earlier assumptions had been wrong. Danzo didn't have what he was looking for. But at this point, it was too late to turn back. Orochimaru wasn't the type to leave loose ends. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Yakushi Kabuto, who had been standing nearby, nodded slightly. Under the moonlight, his blade gleamed coldly. SHHK. Bright red blood splattered. Orochimaru gasped, his knees buckling. What? What just happened? Not far away, Danzo was just as stunned. His eyes widened in shock. Asterisk, what is Kabuto doing? Asterisk. Kabuto. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, his voice filled with rage. You dare betray me? Kabuto didn't betray you. I'd appreciate it if you didn't blame him too harshly, Orochimaru-senpai. A calm voice suddenly interrupted. As the words fell, two figures slowly stepped out from the darkness. In an instant, both Danzo and Orochimaru were frozen in place, eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Aizen. How is this possible? Aizen-sama. Kabuto stepped toward Aizen and bowed deeply. Kabuto has always been loyal, Aizen said with a soft smile. Just not to you. After a brief silence, Orochimaru finally seemed to understand. His face darkened as he said, so that's how it is. This was all part of your plan. You catch on quickly, Orochimaru-senpai. Aizen smiled and praised him in a soft voice. I knew about your obsession with holification research. All I had to do was leak a little information about spiritual pressure, and you'd take the bait. As expected, you immediately assumed Danzo-sama was behind everything. Quick to react, my ass. If I was really that sharp, how did I let this brat outplay me? Orochimaru felt like Aizen's compliment was actually mocking him, making his face turn red with anger. Aizen. Though he reacted a little late, Danzo finally realized he'd been played. Aizen had faked his death to escape from his watch, then used Yakushi Kabuto to lure both him and Orochimaru into this trap, letting them fight it out. Danzo had to admit, it was a flawless scheme. But there was still something that didn't add up. When did you learn about holification? Danzo had kept all research and experiments on holification hidden from Aizen. Even though he considered Aizen his perfect creation, he had still been cautious and withheld information. And yet, Aizen not only knew about holification but even had a more detailed understanding than Danzo himself. At the very least, Danzo didn't even know what spiritual pressure was. When did I find out? Aizen smirked, his expression carrying a hint of mockery. Why don't we change the question, Danzo-sama? Like, for example, the mission you assigned to the 7th Division of Root. They were ordered to carry out an assassination for the Fire Country's finance minister. So why did they end up encountering the source of holification? Danzo's pupils shrank, and his face twisted in disbelief. You, don't tell me. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 39, you were all great test subjects. Ah, yes. I made sure you ran into it on purpose. Aizen took slow steps forward, smiling. As someone obsessed with power, the moment you encountered an unknown and unique creature, you were bound to want to study it. And just as I expected, you led your men to kill what you thought was the source of holification. Then, you brought its body back to the 4th research lab in the Root base for study. Boom. Hearing this, Danzo felt like he'd been struck by lightning. What the hell was going on? How did Aizen know all of this? It was as if everything he had done had been under Aizen's watch the whole time. How was that possible? Not only did Aizen know everything, but he had also played dumb the entire time. They had worked together for years, yet not once had he shown any signs of deception. His acting was flawless. Absolutely perfect. Hey, what a terrifying mind you have. Orochimaru sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he glanced at Danzo. It seems you picked quite the disciple, Danzo-san. You're mistaken, Orochimaru-senpai. Under the silver moonlight, Aizen's glasses reflected a cold glint. From the moment I entered the Konoha orphanage, I was already prepared to become one of Danzo-sama's subordinates. What do you mean by that? Danzo asked, his face full of shock. You chose me for Root because you noticed my ability to manage the orphanage efficiently. And, combined with my talent in ninjutsu, you saw potential in me, didn't you? And what of it? Did it ever occur to you why Nono-sensei put a 4-year-old in charge of the orphanage? You. No way. Danzo suddenly understood. He finally understood everything. Nono had betrayed him long ago. She had deliberately pushed Aizen into the spotlight, using his talent to attract Danzo's attention. So, Aizen's lips curved into a small smile, his voice calm and soft. It wasn't that Danzo-sama chose me, but that I chose Danzo-sama. Damn it. Shimura Danzo clenched his teeth, his face turning ashen. Aizen Sōsuke, you little brat. Rage. A fury unlike anything he had ever felt before consumed Danzo. His whole body trembled, and veins bulged on his forehead. Who would have thought that the disciple he had carefully molded into his perfect creation was, in reality, a devil who toyed with people's hearts? Danzo had spent his life manipulating others, yet now he was the one being controlled. And it felt horrible. Absolutely unbearable. Hatred and fury twisted inside him, pushing his rationality to the brink. Gurgle. All of a sudden, Danzo coughed up a mouthful of white fluid. Like a living, flowing substance, it started spreading across his face and body. It's happening, Aizen murmured, completely unfazed. Strong emotions really do speed up the holification process. Heh. How ironic. Orochimaru turned his gaze to Danzo, looking at him like he was some kind of circus clown. The master manipulator, Danzo, has finally become someone else's puppet. An interesting observation. Aizen shifted his attention to Orochimaru and said in a low voice, but tell me, Orochimaru-senpai, do you really think you're not a puppet yourself? Trying to provoke me, kid? Orochimaru grinned, his voice laced with amusement. I'll admit, you're a genius when it comes to scheming, but not everyone is going to fall for your tricks. Whoosh. The moment he finished speaking, Orochimaru suddenly sprang up and thrust his Kusanagi sword straight at Aizen. Buzz. But just then, a powerful pressure erupted. The weight of it felt like it struck the soul directly, making Orochimaru's entire body creak as if his bones were about to snap. Clang. The Kusanagi sword slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Orochimaru gasped for air, dropping to one knee. He stiffly lifted his head, only to see that the source of this crushing pressure was a purple-haired woman with a sword at her waist. Konan. Orochimaru's face darkened. I have to say, I'm surprised. Even one of Akatsuki's founders has become your subordinate. Silence. Konan remained as indifferent as ever, seemingly unbothered by his words. Not a subordinate, Aizen said in a calm, almost gentle tone. Konan is my companion. But I suppose for a cold-blooded being like you, Orochimaru, that would be hard to understand. Apologies, Aizen-sama, Yakushi Kabuto lowered his head, speaking with a guilty tone. I didn't realize Orochimaru still had the ability to move. It's not that you failed to notice, Kabuto, Aizen said with a faint smile. It's just that Orochimaru has already mastered rapid regeneration. You even know about that. Orochimaru's face grew even darker. He had planned to use this ability as a trump card. Your research, it's reached this level already. Research. Aizen chuckled, his gaze calm. It seems you still don't understand, Orochimaru. From the very beginning, I have known everything about the abilities and powers of hollows. From the very beginning. Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock. You, don't tell me. Roar. Before he could finish speaking, beast-like roars echoed around them. Giant creatures with bone masks covering their faces began gathering around them. Strangely, these monsters completely ignored Aizen and the others. Instead, their eyes locked onto Orochimaru and Danzo. There are this many sources here. Orochimaru muttered in disbelief. Aizen clarified, they're not called sources. Their real name is hollows, twisted beings born from souls filled with resentment and hatred. I see, so that's what it is. This is what you meant by, from the very beginning. Orochimaru finally understood. These beings called hollows. Aizen was the one who created them. The gap. At that moment, Orochimaru felt the vast difference between himself and the young man standing before him. It was like heaven and earth. So, you finally understand, Orochimaru, Aizen said softly, smiling. Now, let me tell you 2 more things. Have you never wondered why your experiment number 8 mutated? Did you really think that rapid regeneration was something you evolved on your own? Orochimaru's eyes trembled. It was you. That's right. Aizen smiled warmly, his tone as casual as if chatting with an old friend. That's why I asked, do you really think you're not a puppet? Damn you. Aizen Sōsuke. Orochimaru roared in fury. Gah. At that moment, his own hollow transformation began. He had just been laughing at Danzo for being a fool, but now, he finally realized, the real fool was himself. Goodbye, Danzo-sama, Orochimaru. Aizen turned away, his voice calm. You both made excellent test subjects. You damn brat. Orochimaru clenched his teeth, half of his face now covered by a bone mask as he struggled against the presence inside him. But in the end, resistance was futile. The surrounding hollows slowly closed in on Orochimaru and Danzo. Buzz. Just then, a golden beam of light suddenly shot down from the sky. Boom. 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 Every hollow caught in the light instantly disintegrated into ashes. A mysterious figure, draped in a silver-white robe, appeared before Orochimaru and Danzo. Who are you? Orochimaru, still barely conscious, asked. Don't worry, I mean you no harm. The figure stepped forward and lightly touched Orochimaru's forehead with a fingertip. Orochimaru's body froze instantly before he collapsed into a deep sleep. After all, we share a common enemy. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 40, Trapped in Academy City, What to Do When Misaka Won't Leave You Alone. Looking up at the golden-lit sky, Aizen's lips curled into a faint smile. Just as I expected, they've arrived. Who is that? Konan asked curiously. Ah, just an old acquaintance, Aizen replied casually, not breaking his stride. An old acquaintance. Konan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. For Aizen to call someone an old acquaintance, they must be someone extraordinary. Just who could it be? Ah, I really want to talk to Aizen about this, but now isn't the time. Damn Aizen, why is such a little brat so sneaky? He's made me too scared to even open the chat freely. Konan grumbled in her mind, unaware that the so-called sneaky brat was casually spying on the group chat. Skirt-flipping maniac, so, in the end, Jin still didn't catch that underwear thief. Curly-haired guy, yeah, that guy slipped away like a monkey. Damn it, why would someone with skills like that waste them on being a pervert? Doujin artist, before you say that, could you at least take that bear-print underwear off your head? You sound really weird talking like that. Shark-faced guy, wearing underwear on his head. Hoshigaki Kisame was stunned. As the newcomer, he had no idea what kind of nonsense he had just walked into. This is an actor, that was an item Jin won from a lottery draw. You can think of it as armor. Shark-faced guy, oh, I see. That makes a little more sense now. Curly-haired guy, shut up, you annoying brat. I don't do that anymore. Now I just tie the bear print underwear to my chest. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, and somehow, that makes it less perverted. Doujin artist, no doubt about it, it's still 100% perverted. Curly-haired guy, TCH, you guys are just jealous, aren't you? Admit it. You're all just jealous. That's a legendary item, okay. A legendary one. You low-luck losers wouldn't understand. Dojin artist, the hell did you just say? You're the low-luck loser. Your whole family is. Shark-faced guy, whoa, it's getting heated. Shouldn't the group leader step in? This is an actor, this is just how they are. It's a sign of their deep friendship. Shark-faced guy, oh, I see. Curly-haired guy, shut up. Who's deep friends with this annoying brat? Stupid little blonde mutt. Dojin artist, huh? Says the scruffy old man with silver hair that smells like an old dude. You're way too old to be eating sweets all day, why don't you just go home and drink your mommy's milk? Skirt-flipping maniac, I think this is escalating. They're straight up insulting each other now. Are we sure this is fine? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, just ignore them. More importantly, Ruko, how's your investigation going? Skirt-flipping maniac, no progress at all. Satan Ruko was currently wandering near the storage warehouses in District 7. Unlike the lively crowds during the day, the area was quiet at night. That was exactly why she had come here. The Absolute Ability Project experiments had to be happening in places with few people around. That's why Satan Ruko decided to start her search in District 7, the closest area to her home. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, take your time. You can't rush things like this. Skirt-flipping maniac, yeah, I know. Hey there, little lady. Just as Ruko sent her message, a casual voice spoke up from behind her. What's a girl like you doing out here this late? Ruko frowned slightly and slowly turned around. What she saw was a group of rough-looking teens, wearing earrings and nose rings, their outfits screaming trouble. These kinds of guys were pretty common in Academy City. A special kind of nighttime pest, delinquents. Oh, and she's a cutie too. Looks kinda young, but she's got a nice body. Yeah, she's just my type. The moment Ruko turned around, their eyes all lit up. Taking a slow breath, Ruko spoke softly, walk away. I don't want to hurt you. She wasn't just bluffing. After all, she had won 1,000 points in the lottery when she first joined the group. Back then, she had planned to save them in exchange for an ability she liked later. But now, to make sure her search for the Misaka clones went smoothly, she had gritted her teeth and spent all 1,000 points. Shinigami powers, Shuinpa, Kido, Taijutsu, the nine-sword style, ancient tomb sword techniques. Satan Ruko was no longer just a normal middle school girl. Right now, even if she ran into a level 5, she could put up a fight. And if she gained more battle experience, she might even win. But of course, these delinquents had no idea who they were dealing with. To them, she was just some random girl talking nonsense. And so, they burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. You don't want to hurt us. But we really want to hurt you. The delinquents moved closer and closer, and a few of them, unable to hold back, reached out toward Ruko. Well, guess there's no other choice. Ruko let out a helpless sigh. In a flash, she vanished from where she stood. Thud. 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 A series of dull thuds echoed through the area, and within moments, everything was silent again. The silver moonlight poured down. The once arrogant delinquents were now sprawled out on the ground in all directions, some with their eyes rolled back, others twitching uncontrollably. Satan Ruko glanced at them before looking off into the distance. Looks like there's nothing here either. Guess I'll have to try my luck somewhere else. Ruko. Just as she was about to leave, a voice suddenly called out from behind her. That voice was very familiar. Too familiar. Ruko's instincts told her this wasn't going to end well. Stiffly, she turned around. Sure enough, standing before her was a short-haired girl with tea-colored hair. Misaka. Miss. I never expected you to be this strong, Ruko. Misaka Mikoto's eyes lit up like she had just found a rare treasure. Alright, let's fight. I'm busy with school. Gotta go. Without hesitation, Satan Ruko used Shuinpa to vanish. Was she kidding? This power wasn't meant for fighting people. And to top it off, her opponent was an LV5 Esper. That made her even more nervous. Behind her, Misaka Mikoto stomped her foot in frustration and shouted, "Wait. Get back here." Only after completely shaking her off did Ruko finally breathe a sigh of relief. She pulled up the group chat for help. Skirt-flipping maniac, is Anson-san here? Help me. I think Misaka's got her eyes on me. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, there's actually someone nice in this group. Dojin artist, huh? Shark-faced guy, Misaka. You mean Railgun? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, wasn't Ruko looking for Misaka's sister? How did she end up being targeted by Misaka Mikoto instead? System prompt, skirt-flipping maniac has added memories from a certain magical index and a certain scientific railgun. Skirt-flipping maniac, yeah, that's exactly what happened. Honestly, I'm confused too. Dojin artist, so you took down some delinquents, and Misaka Mikoto saw you and got all fired up for a fight. Why does this whole situation feel so weird? This is an actor, Ruko just stole Kamajutoma's storyline. Curly-haired guy, whoa, now that you mention it, that's totally what happened. Ruko just swiped the protagonist's role. Nice job. Now go all the way and win over Misaka Mikoto. Skirt-flipping maniac, win over. Satan Ruko blinked in confusion, completely stunned. Dojin artist, wait, what kind of win over are we talking about here? It's not that kind, is it? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, what kind are you thinking of? Shark-faced guy, yeah, I'd like to know too. Curly-haired guy, hey. I think either kind works, honestly. Ruko, I believe in you. Skirt-flipping maniac, don't joke around. I'm seriously asking for help here. Ruko's face turned bright red. She had no idea what they meant by win over, nor did she understand the implications. She was just an innocent middle schooler, she knew nothing. This is an actor, the safest method is to pretend to lose to Misaka Mikoto so she loses interest in you. Skirt-flipping maniac, there's a way like that. Thank you, Anson-san. Curly-haired guy, wait. That won't work. A true fighter can accept defeat, but faking it is unacceptable. Ruko, if you do that, your warrior spirit will cry. Skirt-flipping maniac, warrior spirit. I'm just a middle schooler. Dojin artist, everyone has a warrior inside them, no matter their age. It's okay to lose, but are you really okay with throwing a fight? Ruko, keep your pride. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, do your best. Skirt-flipping maniac, Satan Ruko's mouth twitched. She had no idea how to respond to this anymore. She just wanted to get Misaka Mikoto off her back, and now they were talking about warrior spirits. That made things way harder for her. This wasn't some RPG game. This is an actor, I see now. Even Ruko has come to this realization. I'm proud. Skirt-flipping maniac. Realization of what? She hadn't said anything. This is an actor, defeat Misaka Mikoto. Give her such a crushing loss that she develops a permanent psychological shadow. Make her realize the difference between you two is like the sky and the dirt. If you do that, I guarantee she'll never bother you again. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, that's a brilliant idea. Dojin artist, I'm on board. Curly-haired guy, this is exactly how it should be. Skirt-flipping maniac, wait, am I misunderstanding something? You all think I can actually defeat Misaka, who's a level 5 Electromaster? Satan Ruko's small eyes were filled with big doubts. Was she really that strong now? Curly-haired guy, of course. Believe in yourself, Ruko-chan. Dojin artist, that's right, you're the best. This is an actor, don't worry. It's just Misaka Mikoto. I'm sure you won't let us down. Skirt-flipping maniac, I'll do my best. Satan Ruko seemed to be swept up by everyone's encouragement. She closed the chat and took a deep breath. Dojin artist, Ruko logged off. Curly-haired guy, yeah, she's off. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, she'll be okay, right? This is an actor, it's fine. At the very least, Misaka Mikoto knows how to hold back. She won't seriously hurt Ruko. Shark-faced guy, huh? So you all knew Ruko didn't stand a chance against Misaka, but you still encouraged her to fight. Kisame thought these people were unbelievable. Were they really just setting her up to fail? Didn't they feel guilty at all? Dojin artist, I was just going along with everyone. Airi quickly shifted the blame. No way she was going to admit she played along just because she found it amusing. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, this will be a valuable challenge for Ruko. Curly-haired guy, exactly. If you have a strong sense of justice but don't have the right mindset and resolve to match, the weapon you hold will only end up hurting you in the end. Of course, in the end, the responsibility for all this still falls on the group leader. That's just how it is. Dojin artist, ugh. After all that, you're just pushing the blame onto someone else, aren't you? Curly-haired guy, nonsense. I'm just stating the facts. This is an actor, I'm not lying. If Ruko can come up with a solid plan and properly use her Shuinpa and Kido abilities, she does have a chance to defeat Misaka Mikoto. Of course, given Ruko's current battle experience, that chance is basically zero. Shark-faced guy, oh, so that's how it is. But honestly, the way everyone naturally played along with the group leader's idea. Is this what they call being in sync? This is an actor, no, it's just that everyone thought this would be fun to watch. Shark-faced guy, pfft. After all that talk, it was still just a setup to mess with someone. These guys were all the worst. He needed to be extra careful from now on. Omega Kure Village's Angel, I'm back. Notification, Omega Kure Village's Angel has restored parts of the Naruto memory archive. This is an actor, good work, welcome back. Aizen glanced at Konan, who was sitting upright beside him, and silently praised her acting skills. She could almost maintain a completely straight face now. This girl was improving fast. Dojin artist, yikes, Aizen is seriously terrifying. He's been playing Danzo and Orochimaru like complete fools. Curly-haired guy, he started planning all this when he was 4 years old. Is this guy just naturally a monster? Omega Kure Village's Angel, no. I think Aizen must have retained all his memories and powers from Soul Society. Otherwise, a lot of things wouldn't make sense. Dojin artist, so what you're saying, Konan, is that Aizen might have been reincarnated while keeping his past memories. If that's the case, then yeah, everything adds up. Omega Kure Village's Angel, yes, and the scariest part is that he still has the Hogyoku. I saw it with my own eyes today. It's because of the Hogyoku that Danzo and Orochimaru's holification advanced even further. Even as she sent this message, Konan kept her face cold and unreadable. Curly-haired guy, the Hogyoku. That thing got reincarnated with him too. Holy crap. Dojin artist, this is insane. How are we supposed to deal with this? If he has the Hogyoku, then, even if we manage to time travel and ambush him, there's no way we could actually kill him. Cough cough. Hoshigaki Kisame, who had been staring at the screen, nearly choked on his own breath at Iriri's message. He quickly tried to change the subject. Shark-faced guy, I'm more curious, are Orochimaru and Danzo actually dead? Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 42, A Plan with No Loose Ends. Were Danzo and Orochimaru really dead? Kisame's question made Konan's expression turn a little strange. Omega Kure Village's Angel, they probably aren't dead yet. Dojin artist, probably. Omega Kure Village's Angel, yeah, right before I left, I saw a flash of golden light. According to Aizen, the person who released that light is the one who saved them. That person is really strong. Maybe even stronger than me right now. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, stronger than you. This was pretty shocking. After all, Konan had been strengthened by the power of the Shinigami and was even carrying Hyarinmaru, which could already be released. Even the 6 paths of pain might not be her match anymore. Curly-haired guy, whoa, is there really someone this strong in the ninja world? Could it be Uchiha Madara? Omega Kure Village's Angel, I don't know. Aizen didn't tell me. Shark-faced guy, if someone could snatch them away from Aizen, that means they must be really terrifying. Omega Kure Village's Angel, no, I think the truly terrifying one is still Aizen. It's like he knew this person was coming to save Danzo and Orochimaru, but he still just let them do it. Curly-haired guy, so, this mysterious person showing up was also part of Aizen's plan. Omega Kure Village's Angel, I'm sure of it. Dojin artist, who could it be? I'm dying of curiosity. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, a mysterious figure even stronger than Konan, who also seems to know Aizen's true nature. If you think about it, the only possibility is Uchiha Madara, right? Dojin artist, no way, wasn't that guy already dead? Curly-haired guy, did you forget Aizen can turn dead people into Arrancar? Dojin artist, this. Omega Kure Village's Angel, but what's the goal? Aizen rarely does things without a plan. If he really turned Uchiha Madara into an Arrancar, then that means he should still be under Aizen's control. So why would Aizen let Madara rescue Danzo and Orochimaru? There's no reason for it. Curly-haired guy, no, with how scheming Aizen is, I wouldn't put it past him. Maybe he thinks Danzo and Orochimaru are still useful, so he's keeping them around. Uchiha Madara? Now that was a ridiculous theory. Aizen let out a small sigh but didn't join in on their discussion. These people always managed to guess in the complete wrong direction, coming up with wild ideas that didn't even follow basic logic. Oh well. Aizen turned his attention back to the monitor in front of him, which was displaying the root headquarters. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shisui stood in the main hall, their expressions dark as they looked around. Corpses. The entire hall was filled with bodies. Most of them were wearing the uniforms of root ninjas, and their dried blood had turned a dark red-black. Did Danzo do this? Shisui took a deep breath. I can't believe he actually went this far. The faces of the dead were calm, expressionless. There was no sign of regret or struggle. It was as if they had expected this outcome from the start. Clearly. The only person who could make them willingly face death like this was the leader of Root, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say a word, his face darker than ever. He really didn't want to believe that his old friend could do something like this. But the truth was right in front of him. The expressions of the dead couldn't be faked. Hokage-sama, we found 2 more bodies in the underground lab. A few ANBU carrying stretchers quickly stepped forward. Their voices trembled slightly as they reported, after checking, we confirmed that they are Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu, the 2 advisors. What? Hearing this, even Sarutobi Hiruzen froze on the spot. Before coming here, he had sent people to inform Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu about the investigation. The response he got was that Danzo had taken them away earlier that morning, and they hadn't returned since. At that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already felt uneasy. But he never expected Danzo to be this insane. They had fought side by side, survived countless battles together. How could he do this? Grief and pain overwhelmed Sarutobi Hiruzen as he turned his gaze toward the 2 bodies on the stretchers. He wanted to take one last look at his old friends, but what he saw completely shattered his understanding. How is this possible? On the stretchers, the bodies indeed looked like his old comrades. But parts of their foreheads, chins, and faces were covered in white bone-like material. Not only that, but their bodies had swollen and twisted into grotesque shapes, with long tails extending from their backs. Monsters. Anyone who saw this scene would think they were looking at monsters. One of the ANBU took a deep breath and said, based on the documents we found in the lab, this should be a mutation caused by holification. Holification. Shursue suddenly realized something, and his pupils shrank. Experiment. Sarutobi Hiruzen, unaware of the change in Shursue's expression, was already seeing red. He didn't know what holification was, but he knew exactly what Danzo had done. Using his own old friend as an experiment subject, this was something Sarutobi Hiruzen could never tolerate. Danzo, you deserve to die. Killing intent surged within him. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer saw Danzo as a human being. Hokage-sama, please calm down. Shursue snapped out of his thoughts and quickly spoke to de-escalate the situation. Right now, our top priority is figuring out how to deal with the joint attack from Kimogakure and Sunagakure. Damn it, Danzo, you bastard. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead and hands. According to the intel Aizen left behind, Kirigakure's attack on Konoha was a trap set by Danzo, a setup, a trigger. The real finishing blow was the joint assault from Kimogakure and Sunagakure. And once Konoha was exhausted from dealing with them, Danzo would take the opportunity to unseal the Nine Tails and deliver the final strike. The plan was seamless, leaving no room for escape. At first, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been skeptical. He had believed that, while Danzo's actions sometimes went too far, his loyalty to Konoha had never wavered. But now, looking at the harsh reality before him, it was like a slap to the face. And it hurt. It hurt deep inside his heart. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 43, Ruko, you set me up. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, black, I think a dress like that would look best in black. A Megakure Village's angel, purple seems nice too. Dojin artist, alright, I'll just buy both, one black and one purple. Curly-haired guy, humph. I think the best color is no color at all. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. A Megakure Village's angel, no color. What do you mean? Curly-haired guy, obviously, it means wearing nothing at all, no color, see. I've always believed that the most natural form is the most perfect. Shark-faced guy, I see. I've learned something new. Dojin artist, go to hell, you pervert. At curly-haired guy. Aizen glanced at the group chat and found it amusing. How did these people go from discussing Uchiha Madara to talking about dress colors? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, wow, we've been chatting for almost 2 hours already. Time flies. Dojin artist, yeah. And I just realized, Konan has been talking with us this whole time. Aren't you afraid Aizen will notice? Konan glanced quickly at Aizen before calmly typing, he's monitoring Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Shursue through the surveillance system. He probably hasn't noticed me. Besides, I've more or less figured out how to talk to him without drawing attention. Dojin artist, whoa. That's amazing, Konan. Shark-faced guy, that's really impressive. Kisame wiped the sweat off his forehead, his lips twitching. She probably didn't realize it yet, but just by saying that, she'd already caught Aizen's attention. Curly-haired guy, wait, don't tell me your method is using your, assets to distract him. I can't believe it, Konan, you've really gone that far. Is this the price of growing up? Dojin artist, shut up. Actually, forget it, just sew your mouth shut. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, I knew nothing good would come out of Gintoki's mouth. A Megakure Village's angel, Gintoki, Aizen is still just a child right now. How can you have such dangerous thoughts? Clearly, you haven't been educated properly. Dojin artist, yeah, Aizen is just a kid. Wait a second, Konan, that's not the problem here. Even if he weren't a kid, that kind of thinking is still messed up. A Megakure Village's angel, don't take it seriously, I was just joking. I have no intention of degrading myself. Don't worry. Dojin artist, Konan, you've been getting bolder lately. Even Ruko isn't as daring as you. Curly-haired guy, oh, right. Ruko. We've been talking for so long, I almost forgot about that girl. Maybe it's because she barely stands out. Dojin artist, yeah, I mean, compared to you, the king of perverts, anyone would seem invisible. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, I wonder how she's doing. A Megakure Village's angel, what happened to Ruko? This is an actor, nothing much. We just persuaded her to go fight Misaka Mikoto. If you want the full details, check out the memory log she uploaded. Curly-haired guy, ha ha ha, it's hilarious. That clueless girl didn't even have time to figure things out, she just logged off and ran straight to Misaka. Talk about being young and reckless. Skirt-flipping maniac, yeah, I was too naive. Dojin artist. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Curly-haired guy, wait, Ruko-chan. Skirt-flipping maniac, I actually believed your nonsense so easily. I was way too naive. Satan Ruko's hair and clothes were a mess, and her face was covered in dust, making her look a bit pitiful. Her big, watery eyes were filled with grievance and resentment. This is an actor, you noticed. Sharp senses. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, yeah, impressive, Ruko. Dojin artist, no, we totally exposed ourselves. Curly-haired guy, so, who won? Skirt-flipping maniac, ha, ha ha ha. I just wanted to ask how to get out of Misaka-san's fight invitation, and somehow, you all tricked me into actually fighting her. And now you think you can just move on like nothing happened. No way. I, Satan Ruko, won't let this slide. Curly-haired guy, ahem, we did it for your own good, Ruko-chan. How can you see a beautiful rainbow if you've never been through the storm? A life without battle is incomplete. Dojin artist, yeah, this was all part of your training. This is an actor, exactly, though I was mostly just here to watch. Shark-faced guy, boss, you just said the quiet part out loud. Skirt-flipping maniac, I don't believe you. I don't trust any of you anymore. You all have deeply wounded my innocent little heart. Dojin artist, how about I treat you to some cake when the teleport function is unlocked? Curly-haired guy, huh? Ruko-chan wouldn't be swayed by something as cheap as a little cake. Aki-chan, you're being way too optimistic. A simple cake isn't enough to heal her wounded heart, at least 2 cakes. And one for me too. Dojin artist, you seriously need to shut your mouth, Jin. You're just being greedy, why are you pretending to be a victim? Skirt-flipping maniac, chocolate milk. A Megakure Village's angel. Skirt-flipping maniac, I need chocolate milk too. Cake and chocolate milk, only then can my heart recover. Dojin artist, oh okay, got it. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, wait, does that combo actually have some kind of magical healing effect? Lee Macho frowned, thinking maybe she should test it out one day. A Megakure Village's angel, looks like Ruko-chan has calmed down. This is an actor, calm down. Don't underestimate Ruko. She might not have realized it at first, but she definitely figured out our intentions later. So really, she wasn't mad at all. Skirt-flipping maniac, hee hee, I tricked them into giving me cake and chocolate milk. Curly-haired guy, scam alert. Humph, good thing I saw through it from the start. Dojin artist, quit pretending. You saw through nothing. Damn it, why am I the only one who had to pay? What a ripoff. Even though her messages sounded like complaints, Eriri had a smile on her face. Clearly, she was in a good mood. After all, she was meeting up with her close friends in person, and the cute dress she bought today finally had a chance to shine. But the moment she turned her head toward the alley not far away, her smile suddenly faded. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 44, The World Changes. A Megakure Village's angel, so, in the end, Ruko-chan and Misaka Mikoto didn't settle the fight. Skirt-flipping maniac, nope. We didn't fight for long, and neither of us went all out. But if we had kept going, I think I would have lost. She was much faster than Misaka Mikoto, but she couldn't get close. Misaka Mikoto's electromagnetic barrier countered her taijutsu, and using weapons would have been too much. Curly-haired guy, giving up halfway. That's no good, Ruko-chan. A warrior's soul will weep. Skirt-flipping maniac, I keep telling you, I don't have anything like that. This is an actor, why do you think you would have lost? At the end of the day, Misaka Mikoto is just another middle schooler like you. It was basically a fight between 2 rookies. How did you come to the conclusion that you would lose? Skirt-flipping maniac, rookies. Curly-haired guy, puffed. There it is, another one of Aizen's wonderful metaphors. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, While it's true that Ruko and Misaka Mikoto probably don't have much experience in real combat, isn't rookie fight a bit too harsh? This is an actor, I'm just stating the facts. And for Aizen, it was the truth. Curly-haired guy, hey, don't tell me you actually think you're Aizen. At the end of the day, you're just a regular person, you know. And that railgun attack, Ruko-chan definitely can't stop it right now. This is an actor, then why give her the chance to fire it in the first place? Is Shuinpa just for show? Using binding spells with Shuinpa would easily take her down. Curly-haired guy, you're just talking big. You're making it sound like beating Misaka Mikoto is as easy as lifting a finger. This is an actor, isn't it? Omega Kure Village's angel, Anzen-san, aren't you exaggerating a little? Though, I do like your confidence and calm attitude. But still, Misaka Mikoto is no pushover. At least Konan doesn't think she can block Misaka Mikoto's railgun. Well, at least not yet. Curly-haired guy, ha. Even Konan said that, and you're still arguing. Konan is the strongest in this group, at least for now. Shark-faced guy, well, looks like the group leader is being underestimated. The strongest in this group? Konan. Kisame almost burst out laughing. But he didn't say anything because, honestly, seeing the supposedly invincible Aizen take a loss was way too entertaining, like discovering a whole new world. Aizen, of course, wasn't angry. With his level of composure, getting upset over something like this was impossible. Instead, he continued the conversation and asked, temporarily. So that means you believe you'll surpass Konan? Curly-haired guy, it's not about belief, it's just a fact. One more lucky draw, and I'll definitely become the strongest in the world, no, in the multiverse. This is an actor, I see, the strongest in the multiverse, huh? I'd love to believe you, but when it comes to lucky draws. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, that just reminds me of the bear print panties. Skirt-flipping maniac, ha ha ha. I can totally picture it. The ultimate being of the universe, Sakata Gintoki, wearing bear print underwear on his head. Shark-faced guy, well, technically speaking, with that lucky draw, Gintoki-san really could become the strongest in the multiverse, in a certain way. Omega Kure Village's angel, the strongest pervert in the multiverse. Curly-haired guy, shut up. Shut up, you bastards. How dare you mock me? You're all finished. I swear, you're all doomed. Dojin artist, we're doomed. Curly-haired guy, that's right. Every single one of you is doomed. I've decided, once I become the king of the multiverse, you'll all have to stay home sewing underwear every day. And not new ones, used ones. Skirt-flipping maniac, sewing underwear. Dojin artist. What the hell are you talking about? I meant we're doomed because of this. Image. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, is that a rat? They clicked on the image, and what appeared on the screen was a strange, dark gray creature. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary rat. But its size was dozens of times larger than usual, and the front of its head was covered with thick black scales. Dojin artist, no idea. I just randomly saw it in an alley. And it was fast, gone in the blink of an eye. Skirt-flipping maniac, that thing looks terrifying. What the hell has it been eating to grow that big? This is an actor, Fukushima nuclear wastewater. Curly-haired guy. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, nuclear wastewater. Dojin artist, puffed, why would Anzen-san think of that? This is an actor, because on my Earth, Japan has been dumping nuclear wastewater into the ocean. If the same thing is happening where you are, then it's no surprise creatures like this are mutating. Curly-haired guy, whoa, wait, dumping nuclear wastewater into the ocean. Are you serious? How insane do you have to be to do something like that? Are the people in charge over there completely heartless? No, even animals know to protect their environment. At that moment, Sakata Gintoki felt a shiver down his spine. His eyes nervously drifted toward Kagura. What's wrong, Jin-chan? Kagura asked, chewing on her favorite pickled seaweed. And nothing, Sakata Gintoki exhaled and said, Kagura-chan, maybe you should cut back on eating that stuff. He was seriously worried that the seaweed-loving girl might end up growing 4 heads and 8 arms. Just the thought of it was horrifying. Dojin artist, that shouldn't be happening here, right? I mean, I haven't seen any news reports about mutated creatures like this. Even as she said it, Eriri wasn't entirely sure. Curly-haired guy, maybe it's not that they haven't reported it, maybe they're covering it up. Wake up. Those so-called big shots don't want bad news that could threaten their control getting out. Dojin artist, then, what do we do? These things won't start attacking people, will they? This is an actor, if they haven't been openly running around biting people in the streets, then it's probably not too serious, yet. But you should learn how to protect yourself. Skirt-flipping maniac, Anzen-san, are you saying these giant rats might actually attack humans one day? This is an actor, it's not just about the rats. Eriri, do you remember that news story you saw earlier? The record-breaking giant anaconda. Dojin artist, you mean? This is an actor, yeah. The same kind of abnormal growth, the same kind of unnatural change. Could they be caused by the same thing? If so, then it's a sign. A Megakure Village's angel, a sign of what? This is an actor, the world is changing. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 45, Aizen's Web. Interesting. Aizen shifted his focus away from the group chat and started thinking about what was happening in Eriri's world. A normal everyday world suddenly experiencing such strange changes, this was a fascinating research subject. But what was causing these mutations? A virus leak? The revival of spiritual energy? Or an invasion from another dimension? The endless possibilities sparked Aizen's curiosity. He had a strong urge to visit Eriri's world and investigate. But not yet. First, he needed to take care of things in the ninja world. With that thought, Aizen turned his attention back to the surveillance screen in front of him. The sky was overcast, and light rain drizzled down. At the Konohagakure Memorial Stone, a crowd had gathered. Each person held a flower, their faces filled with solemnity and sorrow. Everyone here had some connection to Aizen, and his death was a loss that weighed heavily on them. Sarutobi Hiruzen had finally decided to reveal Danzo's crimes. Acting for his own selfish reasons, he had caused the deaths of an exceptionally talented jonin and two of Konoha's senior advisors. That alone was enough to make him a permanent disgrace in the village's history. Not to mention all the other schemes he had orchestrated in the shadows. Colluding with Kirigakure, Sunagakure, and Kimogakure in an attempt to destroy Konoha, this man was the greatest traitor in the village's history, surpassing even Uchiha Madara. There was no way to cover this up. The people of Konoha deserved an explanation. Hiruzen truly couldn't understand how a man like Danzo, who once had good intentions, had ended up like this. Sighing deeply, he looked toward the memorial stone. Dressed in mourning clothes, Kurenai stood in front of Aizen's grave, letting the rain slide down her hair. Don't worry, Sosuke-kun. I swear, I will avenge you. So will I. Mitarashi Anko, standing beside her, clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. That bastard Danzo, I'm going to tear him apart. Regret filled her heart. She had been so focused on playing matchmaker for her best friend and Aizen that she had buried her own feelings. Thinking back now, she felt like a fool. If only she had been more honest with herself back then. While the two women were lost in thought, not far from them, Shisui also stood in front of Aizen's grave, his face full of guilt as he murmured, I'm sorry, my friend. Hey, are you okay? A hand patted his shoulder, accompanied by a soft voice of comfort. Shisui looked up in confusion and saw a familiar head of silver hair. Kakashi-kun. If Aizen were still alive, he wouldn't want to see you like this. Kakashi glanced at Shisui with his usual tired expression, then shifted his gaze to the sky. Those of us who are still alive have to carry on the dreams of the ones we lost. I'm not like you, Kakashi-kun. Shisui hesitated, then sighed. Aizen's death was my fault. It was my own naivete that caused it. This was the pain buried deepest in his heart. Every time he thought about it, it felt like a knife twisting inside him. That's even more reason to live on and honor his will, Shisui. Might Guy walked over, giving a thumbs up with a wide grin. If you made a mistake, then fix it. That's what being a man is all about. What are you all doing? Before anyone could respond, a young voice suddenly broke through the silence. Aizen and I didn't die. Huh? Everyone turned in shock toward the source of the voice. Standing there was a young boy with spiky blonde hair. Him. The demon fox. Damn it, what's he doing here? This place is for Konoha's heroes. He doesn't belong here. Many of the Konoha shinobi present looked at him with disgust and scorn. Only those who knew the truth, like Kakashi, sighed quietly. Naruto, stop causing trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened as he scolded him. Normally, he was tolerant of Naruto, but this was not the time or place for his antics. Saying that Aizen wasn't dead, was he mocking everyone's intelligence? Aizen's body had been examined by Konoha's medical ninjas. The fatal wounds on him were real. There was no way to fake them. Grandpa, I'm telling the truth. Uzumaki Naruto stood his ground, soaked by the rain as he shouted, Aizen and I is alive. He told me himself, he promised to take me to see my mom. Get him out of here. Hiruzen, unwilling to hear any more nonsense, gave the order. Yes. The two Umbu beside him nodded and roughly dragged Naruto away from the memorial stone. It hurts. Let go of me. Why? Why does no one believe me? Mom was right after all, you're all bad people. All of you. Aizen bro. Even after Naruto disappeared from sight, his voice still echoed in the distance. A trace of guilt flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. He couldn't help but feel that the boy's mental state seemed a bit unstable. But that guilt quickly faded. All right. The reason I've gathered everyone today, aside from paying respects to the heroic spirits of Aizen Sōsuke, Mitokedo Hamura, and Yudatane Koharu, is to discuss the following strategic deployments. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was firm and commanding, while at the same time, the higher-ups of Tsunagakure and Kimogakure were also gathering their forces. Unlike Kimogakure, Tsunagakure decided to mobilize troops against Konohagakure because they had actually received an invitation from the Akatsuki. The one who sent the invitation was none other than Chiyo's grandson, Sasori of the Red Sand. Looks like you've got everything set up, Konan said calmly. Not yet, there's still a little more to do. Aizen shook his head slightly, turning his gaze to another monitor. The screen showed the Tsuchikige's office, built into the rock walls. At that moment, Inoki was listening to a report from a female ninja. His face showed clear disdain. Kirigakure, Tsunagakure, and Kimogakure are planning a joint assault on Konohagakure. Humph, I doubt they'll succeed. Besides, the risks are too great. The female ninja remained silent, but her expression subtly relaxed. Inoki noticed her reaction and smirked. All right, you're dismissed. Yes. The female ninja bowed and left. As soon as she was gone, Inoki turned to an umbu behind him and said, issue an immediate order, have all Chunin and higher-ranking ninja gather at the South Gate Plaza. Understood. The umbu flickered out of sight. Through the glass window, Inoki gazed at the distant streets. He had long known that the female ninja was a Konohagakure spy. But instead of eliminating her immediately, he deliberately let her stay so she could deliver false information to Konoha. This isn't trickery, it's strategy, Inoki thought smugly, a satisfied smile forming on his lips. In his mind, he could already picture Konohagakure in ruins. The humiliation he suffered in his youth was finally about to be avenged. However, what he didn't realize was that while he was busy scheming against others, he had already stepped into a carefully woven trap himself. Now, everything is finally in place, Aizen chuckled softly, the flickering light from the monitor casting shadows on his face, making his expression look even more unreadable. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 46, Kakashi's Brilliant Play. Amigakure's Angel, good morning, everyone. Skirt-flipping maniac, morning, Konan-san. Curly-haired guy, morning my ass, it's midnight over here, you jerks. Dojin artist, if it's midnight, then just go to sleep already. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, yeah, go to bed. Staying up late is bad for your health. Curly-haired guy, you guys are doing this on purpose, aren't you? You totally know today's the big battle in Konohagakure, and you're just trying to get rid of me. You scheming witches. Dojin artist, wow, you actually caught on. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, looks like Jin-san's finally getting smarter. Curly-haired guy, hey. What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying I usually act like an idiot? Dojin artist, not like an idiot, completely idiotic. To put it simply, your IQ probably hovers between 0 and 5. Curly-haired guy, bullshit. My IQ is at least 66. Dojin artist, Konan-san, are they in Konohagakure yet? Curly-haired guy, hey, don't just change the subject. Skirt-flipping maniac, it's not about changing the subject, Jin-san, you saying your IQ is 66. That's actually still considered low, you know. The human average is around 90, with a margin of about 15. Curly-haired guy. Amigakure's Angel, not yet. Tsunagakure and Kimogakure's main forces got ambushed by Konoha's ninjas along the way. But both the Kazekage and the Reikage have broken through with their elite squads, they're heading straight for Konoha's headquarters. As for Iwagakure, they're still holding back. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, looks like Inoki wants to wait and pick up the scraps. Curly-haired guy, TSK, that old schemer. The older they get, the more cunning they become. Dojin artist, cunning or not, he's still just another puppet in Aizen's hands. That guy is practically manipulating the entire ninja world by himself. Skirt-flipping maniac, yeah, everyone's just dancing in his palm. Shark-faced guy, well, it is Aizen-sama, after all. But it's going to take a bit more time before the battle reaches Konoha's main base. This is an actor, no need to rush. We need only wait patiently. Skirt-flipping maniac, I'm so nervous. I'm still in class, but I can't focus on anything the teacher's saying. Dojin artist, me too. Amegakure Village's Angel, just focus on your class. I can upload the memory later, and it'll be the same. No matter what, school comes first. Dojin artist, you're a ninja. Why are you talking about school being important? That's so out of character. And how can it be the same? Curly-haired guy, yeah, it's not the same at all. Watching it live is way better than just replaying the memory later. Skirt-flipping maniac, Konan, make sure to add text explanations along with the pictures. That way, it'll feel more immersive. Dojin artist, yeah. We're counting on you, Konan the streamer. Curly-haired guy, damn, it would be even better if we had an actual live stream function. Stupid chat group, we have to level up to unlock more features. What a pain. This is an actor, we're still 13,021 points short. Try a little harder, guys. Dojin artist, I'm already doing my best. Other than sleeping, I'm basically always chatting in here. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, honestly, I've been chatting in here so much that I even dream about it now. Skirt-flipping maniac, you two are working so hard. I'd be more active too if Misaka didn't keep bothering me all the time. Otherwise, I'd have way more free time. Shark-faced guy, even if you want to spam messages, there's a limit. We can't flood the chat, or we probably would have gotten enough points a long time ago. Omegakure Village's angel, the real issue is that we don't have enough members. Curly-haired guy, yeah, but what can we do? The invite system is completely random. No one knows when someone new will show up. Dojin artist, yeah, it's so frustrating. Omegakure Village's angel, just be patient. Rushing won't help. Anyway, how are things looking in Eriri's world? Dojin artist, I'm not completely sure, but it's definitely getting more dangerous. There have been more and more sightings of those giant creatures. I don't think they'll be able to keep it under wraps much longer. Skirt-flipping maniac, stay safe, okay. Dojin artist, don't worry, I'm basically a martial arts master now. Even though she didn't have that many points, it was enough for her to redeem all the martial arts techniques Lee Macho had uploaded. Omegakure Village's angel, even so, don't get careless. We still don't know much about those giant creatures. This is an actor, Eriri, try circulating your internal energy breathing technique. See if you feel anything strange. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, huh? What do you mean? This is an actor, if animals can mutate and grow gigantic, then wouldn't it be possible for humans too? Dojin artist, wait, it does feel kind of weird. I only circulated my energy a few times, but my stomach feels bloated. Curly-haired guy, you sure you're not just full? Try going to the bathroom first. Dojin artist, screw you. I watch what I eat, okay. I don't overeat. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, your stomach. That should be your dantian. If just a few breathing cycles filled it up, try guiding the energy and spreading it through your meridians. Dojin artist, got it. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, what's the result? Dojin artist, I think. I just broke through a little. This is an actor, looks like my guess was right. Eriri's world is probably going through some kind of spiritual energy revival. Interesting. Skirt-flipping maniac, spiritual energy revival. This is an actor, spiritual energy is basically a kind of supernatural power. A spiritual energy revival means that a once-lost energy is coming back. The real question is, did this revival happen naturally, or was it caused by someone? And if it was caused by someone, then who? And what's their goal? Aizen rested his cheek on his hand, lost in thought. On the screen in front of him, a surveillance feed showed a memorial monument. Kakashi was standing in front of a gravestone, lighting a small flame. Beside him, Shisui frowned. Kakashi, isn't this kind of inappropriate? I don't think Aizen is that kind of person. You can't judge people just by appearances, Shisui. Kakashi gave him a lazy look, speaking like someone who had seen it all. That guy might look refined with his glasses, but who knows? He could be a total scumbag. Besides, we've already burned a bunch of stuff for him. This is the final touch to make it perfect. Ah, really? Shisui still looked unsure. Aizen won't get mad, will he? Relax. I'm a great judge of character. As he spoke, Kakashi reached into his back pocket and pulled out a book with the words "Make Out Paradise" written on the cover. Amazing move. Konan, who was watching the surveillance, was completely dumbfounded when she saw this. Burning a copy of Ika Paradise for Aizen, the mastermind behind everything. Damn, you guys really know how to mess around. No way, this has to go in the group chat. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 47, The Battle to Defend Konohagakure. Dojin artist, pfft. Burning Ika Paradise for Aizen. Ha ha ha, Kakashi is a real genius. Skirt-flipping maniac, the best part is that Aizen saw it all through the surveillance feed. His face must look pretty bad right now, huh? A Megakure Village's angel, not really. He looks pretty calm. After sending the message, Konan glanced at Aizen beside her. His expression was completely unreadable, as if he didn't care about what was happening at all. Dojin artist, just because he looks calm doesn't mean he is calm. Don't forget, this guy is the king of deception. There's no way he'd let his real thoughts show. Curly-haired guy, exactly. I bet he's just pretending like nothing happened, but deep down, he's already added Kakashi to his hit list. Kakashi, watch out. Shark-faced guy, I think Jin has a point. What do you think, oh great group leader? Kisame had been in the group chat for a while now and had learned the same reckless habits as the other members. Mostly because Aizen really didn't seem to mind their jokes and always acted like he was above it all. This is an actor, group members aren't allowed to harm each other, but the group leader does have the power to kick people out. In other words, if someone gets kicked, the no harming rule no longer applies. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Dojin artist, whoa, that's actually a thing. We can't hurt each other in this group. Skirt flipping maniac, Eris, don't tell me you've never read the group rules. It's written clearly in there. A Megakure Village's angel, this is the first I'm hearing of it. Curly-haired guy, TCH. So you're bringing this up now just to flex your special privileges. Well, even so, I won't be intimidated by your authority. But in the spirit of group harmony, I will admit I was a little jealous of you before. Please forgive me. Skirt flipping maniac, uffed. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, wow, Jin actually backed down. Dojin artist, what happened to, I won't be intimidated by authority. Curly-haired guy, shut up. This isn't bowing to authority. I'm just admitting my mistakes. This is an actor, relax, I was just pointing something out. Shark-faced guy, my apologies, group leader. I spoke out of line. Kisame immediately backed down, even breaking into a cold sweat. Others might not have noticed, but he did. Aizen's words were a warning, a subtle way of telling him not to get too full of himself. This is an actor, what's wrong? You were about to ask something, weren't you? Shark-faced guy, no, nothing at all. Kisame's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, this guy is seriously shady. This is an actor, if you have any thoughts or suggestions, feel free to share them in the group chat. Just don't go talking behind my back, okay? Don't worry, I'm very democratic. Democratic, my ass. Kisame had no idea how to even respond anymore. How could he say something so blatantly threatening and then claim to be democratic? Where did he get the nerve? Dojin artist, to be fair, Anson-san does seem open to feedback. Skirt-flipping maniac, a pretty good group leader, huh? Shark-faced guy. Kisame had nothing left to say. He was just exhausted. A Megakure Village's angel, the invasion of Konohagakure has begun. Konan's message made everyone in the chat pause at the same time. They all stopped whatever they were doing. Konohagakure, near the memorial stone. Shisui and Kakashi were still standing in front of Aizen's gravestone, watching as the pages of Ika Paradise slowly turned to ash. The rising smoke drifted into the air, carrying the feelings of the living toward the distance. Boom. Just then, a massive explosion erupted from the western walls of Konohagakure. Asterisk clang. Clang. Clang, asterisk. The blaring of alarm bells echoed across the entire village. They're here. Shisui's face darkened as he turned toward the source of the explosion. A deep red glow from the flames lit up the sky. Yeah. Kakashi nodded slightly, his usually dull, lifeless eyes flashing with sharpness. Everything is just as Aizen predicted in his intel. That guy is truly something else. Once this war is over, we should pay him a visit. Yeah, it's settled then. Shisui gave a small nod before vanishing on the spot. Well then, I should get to my mission too. Kakashi let out a breath and turned in the opposite direction. Konohagakure, western perimeter. The fourth Raikage smashed his fist into the barrier surrounding the village, shattering it. With a powerful kick, he sent the wooden fence flying and stepped into the village, his guards following closely behind. Where is he? That bastard Aizen Sōsuke, where is he? Swish, swish, swish. Several figures appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Leading them was Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in his battle gear. Fourth Raikage. Leave now, and there may still be a chance to ease tensions between our villages. Ha, ease tensions. The fourth Raikage let out a sneer and, like a bolt of blue lightning, shot straight at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Raising his fist crackling with electricity, he growled, I didn't come here to make friends with Konohagakure. Lariat. Boom. His fist clashed against an iron staff, sending a shockwave rippling through the air. Blue lightning crackled wildly around them. So there's no room for negotiation. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, his expression turning cold. What a shame. His grip tightened on his staff, veins bulging on the back of his hand, as he thrust it toward the rakeage. Boom. 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 Heavy blows echoed through the air as the two clashed, their movements blurring as they exchanged attacks. Their battle seemed to signal the start of the war, as the ANBU under Sarutobi Hiruzen's command engaged in fierce combat with the rakeage guards. Meanwhile, at Konohagakura's main gate. Magnet release, gold dust. A deafening explosion erupted as golden sand surged forward like a tidal wave, swallowing several Konohagakura guards in an instant. Thud. Thud. Through the swirling dust, a group of figures emerged, all wearing forehead protectors bearing the mark of Sunagakure. Dressed in gray-brown flak jackets, they were led by a red-haired man, Raza. Is this all the defense Konohagakure has at its gates? Raza gazed ahead. The once bustling streets of Konohagakure were now eerily empty. It was clear that the civilians had already been evacuated to a safe location. Looks like we were right. Konohagakure was prepared for our attack, said an elderly woman standing beside him. Her wrinkled face bore a grim expression. It was Chiyo, a senior advisor of Sunagakure. But I still don't understand why that brat Sasori sent us this invitation in the first place. That doesn't matter. Raza waved a hand dismissively. Invitation or not, I wouldn't miss this chance. Konohagakure's main forces are occupied with us and Kimogakure. As long as Raikage and I crush their headquarters with overwhelming strength, this war is ours to win. His tone was full of confidence, as if Konohagakure was already doomed. Konohagakure whirlwind. Before Raza could finish speaking, a green blur suddenly shot forward, aiming a fierce kick straight at his head. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 48, The Mighty Shursue. Dojin artist, whoa, this fight is intense. Looking at the flood of battle photos Konan sent, Eriri couldn't help but marvel. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, yeah, neither Konohagakure, Sunagakure, nor Kimogakure are holding back. Limacho could clearly see in the pictures that Konohagakure was already engulfed in flames and smoke. Curly-haired guy, well, obviously. To Konohagakure, Sunagakure and Kimogakure are invaders. If they don't drive them out, their loved ones will be in danger. And for Sunagakure and Kimogakure, this is the perfect chance to wipe Konohagakure off the map. Skirt-flipping maniac, wasn't Kimogakure here for revenge? And to get back the tailed beast. Shark-faced guy, yeah, that's Kimogakure's main goal. But wiping out Konohagakure doesn't exactly go against that, does it? If one of the 5 great nations is destroyed, the remaining 4 would split the spoils. The benefits would be unimaginable. Curly-haired guy, hey, no leader could resist a chance like that. That's just human greed. Skirt-flipping maniac, man, human nature is scary. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, it's not human nature that's scary, it's Aizen. Haven't you realized? He even accounted for this greed and used it to his advantage. Curly-haired guy, that guy really is a monster. I wonder if Konohagakure can hold out this time. Dojin artist, they should be able to, right? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, I'm not so sure. Don't forget, the ones attacking Konohagakure aren't just these guys. A Megakure Village's angel, yeah, Iwagakure and the Akatsuki haven't even made a move yet. But even without them, Konohagakure's situation doesn't look good. Not good at all. On the western battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 4th Raikage were fairly evenly matched. Even though Hiruzen was old and his stamina was lacking, his vast combat experience made up for it. But on the other side, Might Guy and the others were struggling against the combined strength of the 4th Kazekage and Chiyo. If this were any sports battle, even though Might Guy had opened the 6th gate and could draw the full attention of the 4th Kazekage and Chiyo, the others, Kurinai, Mitarashi Anko, Yamashiro Aoba, and the rest, still couldn't deal any real damage. That was to be expected. Even though these younger ninjas of the Hidden Leaf had been through the 3rd Great Ninja War, the gap between them and Kage-level fighters was just too big, except for Might Guy. And right now, Might Guy still couldn't open all 8 gates. On the Sand Village's side, both Chiyo's 10-puppet collection of Chikamatsu and the 4th Kazekage's magnet release jutsu were perfect for large-scale attacks. Taking on multiple opponents at once was no problem, especially when the 2 of them were working together. Boom. A dull, heavy impact. Yamashiro Aoba was sent flying by a puppet's punch, coughing up blood in midair before slamming into a wall behind him. Yamashiro. Might Guy's face changed as he turned to rush over. Heh. Raza smirked coldly. You still have time to worry about others. Magnet release, gold dust burial. With a loud whoosh, golden sand on the ground suddenly gathered and formed into a massive golden hand, grabbing Might Guy's right leg. Damn it. Might Guy's pupil shrank as he instinctively tried to break free, but the golden sand clung to him like a parasite, quickly creeping up from his leg toward the rest of his body. Guy. Damn it. Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko gritted their teeth and threw kunai at Raza with all their strength. But before they could even get close, the kunai were swallowed up by the golden sand at Raza's feet. It was over. At that moment, Kurenai, Mitarashi Anko, and the other hidden leaf ninjas all showed looks of despair. Against Raza's magnet release jutsu, ranged attacks were useless, and getting close was suicide. All they could do was stand there, helpless. Then, a sharp flash of light suddenly cut into everyone's vision. A fierce blade strike came slicing in from the southwest, instantly cutting through the golden sand hand and continuing straight toward Raza. What? Raza's expression changed, and he quickly clapped his hands together and pressed them to the ground. Magnet release, gold dust shield. With a loud crash, the golden sand beneath him shifted, forming a massive golden shield in front of him. Boom. The blade strike hit the shield, slicing through it like a hot knife through butter, splitting it in half from the left side. The golden sand crumbled and scattered everywhere. Damn it. Raza reappeared, inhaling sharply with a dark expression. A fresh cut had appeared just below his left collarbone, not deep, but enough to draw blood. His gold dust shield had been broken, but it had still blocked most of the attack. Otherwise, he would have been decapitated just now. Looking at the red-eyed young man before him, Raza's gaze turned cold. Uchiha Sōsuke. You're a lot more dangerous than the intel suggested. Sōsuke didn't answer. He simply glanced at Might Guy. You all right? Don't worry, I'm fine. Might Guy gave a thumbs up with a big grin. But thanks, Sōsuke. Good. Sōsuke let out a breath, his eyes shifting toward Chiyo, who seemed ready to make a move. That one's yours. Think you can handle her? Oh, of course. Might Guy exhaled deeply, clenching his fists. Now it's time for a real fight. He shot forward like a panther, charging straight at Chiyo. You little brats, who do you think you're looking down on? Raza was furious at being ignored. He slammed both hands onto the ground. Die, all of you. Magnet release, gold dust wave. Boom. A massive surge of golden sand erupted like a tidal wave, rushing straight at Sōsuke and Might Guy. Sōsuke didn't dodge. His crimson eyes gleamed like a ghost's as he slowly raised his right arm, gripping his sword tightly. Then, he swung. Slash. The blade energy formed a dark red flaming sword in midair, slicing through the golden sand sea like a knife through butter. What? That's impossible. Raza was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. The golden sand shield he had just formed in a hurry being cut apart was understandable. But this golden sand sea, he had poured about a quarter of his chakra into it, making it even harder than steel. And yet, this boy's sword had still managed to cut it in half. This completely shattered his understanding of reality. Swish. Sōsuke didn't waste time talking. Using the body flicker technique, he instantly moved to the right and swung his flaming blade toward Raza again. Boom. A massive explosion shook the ground, sending dust and smoke billowing into the air. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 49, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was everything part of your plan, Oanoki? Whoosh. A breeze swept through, clearing the dust. Everyone could now see Raza's miserable state. His face and hair were covered in dust, and a deep wound that exposed the bone ran from his chest to his abdomen. Around the wound, black and burn marks spread, scars left by intense heat. This is the end, fourth Kazekage. Sōsuke looked at him with a cold expression and said flatly, you have no chance of winning this war. Raza. Not far away, Chiyo saw her Kazekage in such a terrible state and lost her composure for a moment. Konoha whirlwind. Seizing the opportunity, Might Guy delivered a flying kick that sent Chiyo's puppet crashing to the ground, its parts scattering in all directions. Konan quickly snapped a picture of the scene and sent it to the group chat along with a brief description. Dojin artist, a comeback. Did they actually turn the situation around? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, has Uchiha Sōsuke really gotten this strong? Curly-haired guy, he has mastered the power of holification. If he weren't this strong, that would be the strange part. Shark-faced guy, yeah. Gaining holification is like evolving from a regular ninja into something beyond human. And this is just the beginning for Sōsuke. Meanwhile, at the battlefield on the outskirts of the Land of Fire. A massive, bottomless trench stretched before Hashigaki Kisame. Beside the trench, over a dozen Konoha ninja lay scattered across the ground. Most were unconscious, while only a few were still barely hanging on. Crack. Hashigaki Kisame slung Same Hada back onto his back and turned to leave. But before leaving, he glanced slightly in a certain direction. Did he notice me? Lying on the ground, Uchiha Fugaku sucked in a breath, feeling a chill down his spine. Why? Why is this happening? It's just Kirigakure. So why does it have such an overwhelming monster? One attack, just one attack had wiped out an entire squad of elite ninja, including himself. And worst of all, Kisame had held back. Fugaku knew this clearly. If that attack had been meant to kill, there wouldn't be a single living person left here. Even with Susanoo activated, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. And with power like that, why didn't he just force his way through Konoha's defenses? That was the part Fugaku couldn't figure out. Something was off. This didn't feel like a war. It felt more like this Kirigakure ninja was playing a game with them, deliberately keeping Konoha's forces trapped on this battlefield. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Fugaku felt powerless, as if an enormous shadow was looming over him. A Megakure Village's angel, Iwagakure, has started moving. Skirt-flipping maniac, wow, they really know how to pick their timing. Why did they choose this moment of all times? This is an actor, must be spies. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, oh, that makes sense. Since Iwagakure knew Konoha had spies in their village, they must have spies in Konoha as well. A Megakure Village's angel, Anzen-san, you're amazing. You figured it out just like that. Konan was full of admiration. She hadn't given any hints, yet Anzen had pieced it together so easily, almost as if they had seen it happen firsthand. Shark-faced guy. Hoshigaki Kisame was speechless. Silly girl, that wasn't a guess. He was there the whole time, he's your boss. Boom. Another loud explosion echoed from the western gate of Konohagakure. Covered in dust and dirt, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the heavily injured fourth Raikage stood apart, locking eyes. You're really something, third Hokage. A grinned, baring his teeth. No wonder they call you the ninja hero. Even at your age, you can still fight at this level. No matter how much time passes, my will of fire will never fade. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, his wrinkled face solemn. For the sake of Konohagakure, I will stop you no matter what. Ha, will of fire. A scoffed, his voice full of sarcasm. Breaking into someone else's village and stealing their tailed beast, is that your so-called will of fire? Don't make me laugh, old man. Blaming us now. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained expressionless. If you've already decided to join forces with Danzo and invade Konohagakure, why not come up with a better excuse? Bullshit. I've never even met Danzo in my life. A roared, raising his fist and charging straight at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lightning release, lariat. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted. Something felt off. Wait, fourth Raikage. What did you just say? But before he could finish his sentence, an Umbu fighting a Kimogakure ninja nearby suddenly abandoned his opponent. He raised his Chunin blade and, without hesitation, slashed at Sarutobi Hiruzen's back. Slash. Bright red blood splattered through the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen dodged A's attack, but he hadn't expected the Umbu's betrayal. A deep cut ran across his back, and blood flowed freely. Well, even in a moment like this, you still managed to avoid a fatal wound. A raspy voice came from above. That's just like you, Sarutobi. That voice. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and A immediately looked up. Floating in midair was a small, elderly figure. The Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. Owanoki. Tsuchikage-sama. The Umbu removed his mask and knelt before Owanoki with one knee. You did well, Iwakawa. Owanoki nodded slightly, then waved his right hand. Now, it's our turn. Stick to the plan, begin the operation. Kill them. Kill them all. It doesn't matter if they're from Sunagakure, Kimogakure, or Konohagakure, anyone you see, take them out. Leave no one alive. The final victory belongs to Iwagakure. Battle cries pierced the sky. Iwagakure ninjas, wearing bright red uniforms and forehead protectors, swarmed into Konohagakure like a crimson flood. I see. So that's how it is. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened, his voice filled with fury. This was all you're doing, wasn't it, Owanoki? Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 50, enough talk, let's fight. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt like he had finally figured everything out. The one secretly stirring up the other ninja villages to invade Konohagakure wasn't Danzo, it was Owanoki. That scheming old bastard. Owanoki, however, didn't bother to deny it. Even though he felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely misunderstanding the situation, he saw no reason to explain. In fact, the angrier Sarutobi got, the more amused he felt. The joys of old age are simple. Dojin artist, puffed, Owanoki's grand plan. Curly-haired guy, ha ha ha, Aizen must be laughing inside. Skirt-flipping maniac, how did the third Hokage even come to that conclusion? That's way too far-fetched. This is an actor, because after his conversation with A, he realized that Kimogakure hadn't invaded due to some secret deal with Danzo. That meant there had to be another mastermind behind everything. A Megakure village's angel, and right at that moment, Oanoki appeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Oanoki had not only placed spies in Konohagakure but had also used Konohagakure's own spies in Iwagakure to spread false information. Dojin artist, so Sarutobi naturally assumed Oanoki was the true culprit. Curly-haired guy, this is what happens when someone gets too full of themselves. That old geezer totally had it coming. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, that's not entirely fair, Jin. We're seeing the whole situation from an outsider's perspective, so we know the mastermind behind everything is actually Aizen. But if we were in Sarutobi's position, we'd probably come to the same conclusion. Dojin artist, exactly. If I were in the Naruto world, I wouldn't even think of suspecting Aizen, he's supposed to be dead. And honestly, Jin, I don't think you're smart enough to figure it out either. Curly-haired guy, so what? That doesn't stop me from looking down on that old man. A Megakure village's angel, so you just plain don't like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Skirt-flipping maniac, why, though? Curly-haired guy, meh, whatever. Just think of it as me complaining for no reason. This is an actor, it's because he's fake and indecisive, right? Dojin artist, fake. This is an actor, he knew exactly what kind of dirty things Danzo was doing, yet he still chose to stay quiet and let it slide. That kind of attitude just let Danzo's ambitions grow even more. In the end, most of the terrible things that happened in Konohagakure started because of that. Skirt-flipping maniac, so the third Hokage wasn't actually a good person. But in the original story, he seemed alright. He even sacrificed himself for the village. This is an actor, sometimes, the line between good and bad isn't that clear. Compared to outright evil people, so-called good people who enable evil can be even more frustrating. Skirt-flipping maniac, I see. Satan Ruko seemed to understand something and frowned as she started thinking. Curly-haired guy, hey, group leader. Are you still staying in character as Aizen? The way you're talking really has his vibe. This is an actor, just a bit similar. Looks like I still have some work to do. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Lord Aizen is too humble. A Megakure village's angel, yeah, Lord Aizen is already amazing. Konan glanced at Aizen before shifting her eyes back to the chat. She suddenly felt like Anzen-san and Aizen were really alike. No, not just alike. In some way, it was like they overlapped. But was it really just because Anzen-san was so good at playing the role of Aizen? Konan narrowed her eyes, and a seed of doubt began to take root in her mind. Hoshigaki Kisame took the chance to throw in his own opinion. If you could just be a little less scheming, you'd be even more like him. This is an actor, oh. Do I really have that kind of personality, Kisame? Are you seriously asking that? At this moment, Hoshigaki Kisame really wanted to say something sarcastic. But for the sake of his own life, he held back and typed with forced politeness, no, haha. I was just joking. This is an actor, oh really? If you ever notice that I do have that kind of personality, make sure to let me know. I wouldn't want it to affect our group's friendship, understand? Shark-faced guy, why yeah, got it. Kisame twitched his mouth, looking completely helpless. If he really pointed it out, he probably wouldn't live to see tomorrow's sunrise, right? A guy this ruthless, yet still pretending to be friendly. This dude is seriously good at acting. Watching their interaction, Konan raised an eyebrow slightly. Was Kisame actually scared of Anzen-san? Curly-haired guy, Konan-chan, you're still too young. That's not fear. This guy is just naturally submissive. That strong, bottom energy of his really doesn't match his face, Kisame. Dojin artist, true. With Kisame-san's looks, he totally gives off top vibes. Shark-faced guy. Kisame was completely lost. What were they even talking about? The conversation had totally derailed. Konan didn't dig deeper and instead followed along. Don't judge people by their looks. Some people may look like a top on the outside but are actually a bottom inside. Dojin artist, That's true. Skirt-flipping maniac, buffed. You guys are way too fast at going off topic. How did we suddenly jump to this whole top and bottom discussion? And at a time like this, is this really what we should be talking about? Without hesitation, Eriri pushed the blame away. It's all Jin's fault. He was the one who started it. This guy is just disgusting. Curly-haired guy, bullshit. I was just making a random comment, I never told you to keep going with it. So the one who's really at fault is you brat. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, here we go again, Jin and Eriri's usual routine. This is an actor, arguing like this won't lead to anything. Skirt-flipping maniac, yeah, and it's pointless. You two, stop fighting. This is an actor, so, how about you just settle it with a fight? Scarlet Lotus Fairy. A Megakure Village's angel. Skirt-flipping maniac. Ignoring the confused messages from the group members, Aizen shifted his focus back to the monitor in front of him. It was clear that Konohagakure was in a dire situation. In fact, it wasn't just Konohagakure. Even the Sand and Cloud ninjas who had stayed in the village weren't doing any better. After all, Oanoki had come fully prepared this time. Thanks to the intel he had gathered beforehand, he had bypassed the front lines completely. Because of this, the elite ninja force he led hadn't suffered any damage. Meanwhile, the ninjas from Konohagakure, the Sand Village, and the Cloud Village had all just gone through a fierce battle and weren't in top shape. With the balance shifting in his favor, Oanoki felt he had the absolute upper hand. His tone grew arrogant. You have no chance of winning, Sarutobi, surrender now. Bow your heads and admit your defeat. Swish, swish. His answer came in the form of a black iron rod shooting forward and a fist crackling with bright blue lightning. Whoosh. Oanoki easily dodged Sarutobi Hiruzen and A's attacks with a quick side step. But his face darkened, and he let out a cold snort. Still resisting. Looks like you two have already accepted your fate. As soon as he finished speaking, the Iwagakure ninjas under his command charged straight towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and A. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 51, the Akatsuki appears. This is bad. Inside an abandoned warehouse in the back area of Konohagakure, Kakashi peered through a gap in the window, taking in the village's current situation. Shursue and Guy can still manage, but the third Hokage is in serious trouble. Damn it. His friends, comrades, and even the village leader were all fighting on the front lines, while he was stuck hiding in this dark warehouse. It was frustrating, but there was nothing he could do. According to the intel Aizen had left behind, the enemy's ultimate goal was to release the Nine Tails. To prevent the worst from happening, Sarutobi Hiruzen had deliberately chosen this remote warehouse as Naruto's hiding place and had entrusted Kakashi with the important task of guarding him. What else could he do? Even if he didn't want to play babysitter, he had no choice but to accept the responsibility. Besides, this was his teacher's child. He wouldn't just stand by and let him get hurt. Thinking this, Kakashi turned to check on Naruto, and froze. The blonde boy who should have been sitting there was gone. The only thing left was a light blue-covered manga lying on the ground, almost as if mocking him. No way. Where did he go? Kakashi jumped up and scanned the room. Finally, he spotted Naruto's figure in the alley behind the warehouse. The boy had one foot already out of the alley and was staring into the distance. Aizen-sama, I'll keep my promise. Naruto, come back. Hearing Kakashi's call, Naruto glanced back at him but didn't respond. He pushed off the ground with his legs and leaped onto a nearby rooftop. Damn it, where does he think he's going? Kakashi frowned and quickly gave chase. But to his surprise, even at full speed, he could barely keep up. This completely shattered his expectations. He was a jonin. A full-fledged jonin, struggling to keep up with a kid who hadn't even attended the ninja academy yet. Had Naruto somehow inherited his father's yellow flash speed? Kakashi was baffled. As they dashed across the low-rise buildings in the southern part of the village, Kakashi found the chase growing harder. Sweat started forming on his forehead. Luckily, Naruto finally stopped. He stood still, gazing at the Hokage rock in the distance. Naruto, you. Before Kakashi could finish, the blonde boy cut him off. I'm not going back. I don't want to listen to any of you anymore. I'm going to wait here for Aizen. We made a promise. He still hasn't moved on, huh? Kakashi sighed. He wasn't sure what to say. He wasn't good at comforting people. But one thing was clear, staying here for too long would be extremely dangerous. Danzo, lurking in the shadows, could strike at any moment. For the safety of both the village and the boy, Kakashi couldn't allow him to stay. Sorry about this. Kakashi let out a soft sigh. Without hesitation, he formed his hand into a blade and struck the back of Naruto's neck with lightning speed. Thud. The boy didn't seem to expect an attack from behind. His body stiffened before collapsing to the ground. Rumble. At that moment, with a loud roar, a massive figure appeared in Kakashi's view, a towering, chakra-formed, dark green giant. That is. Kakashi froze for a moment, his eyes filled with shock. Susanoo. As waves of Iwagakure ninja swarmed toward him, Shursue finally unleashed his Susanoo. A towering, dark green giant, dozens of meters tall, loomed over the streets of Konohagakure. Massive, fierce, unstoppable. The sight of Susanoo left everyone who witnessed it utterly shaken. Damn it, that's Susanoo. Oanoki, who had been calmly leading his forces against the Hokage and Raikage, suddenly turned pale. Hurry up and notify Katsuchi. Tell them to retreat immediately. But before he even finished speaking, Susanoo's glowing blade had already swung down. Boom. The sheer power of Susanoo made the ground tremble, and thick clouds of dust filled the sky. Damn it. Owanoki's face twisted in frustration. He couldn't see exactly what had happened, but judging by Susanoo's sheer force, his son and the Iwagakure ninja were most likely in serious trouble. Taking a deep breath, Owanoki gritted his teeth. I never expected you to be hiding a secret weapon like this. I really underestimated you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You should have known, Owanoki, Hiruzen said calmly, raising his staff. This war is already lost for you. Owanoki's own words were now being thrown back at him. The irony and humiliation stung deeply. But the truth was, he was already thinking about retreating. Not only had he underestimated the strength and resilience of the Hokage and Reikage, but he also never expected Konohagakure to still have an Uchiha who could use Susanoo. If he had more time, he was confident he could take them down. But under these circumstances, there was no way he would get that chance. And it wasn't just that. If they kept fighting, and that Uchiha with Susanoo decided to step in, it would be a disaster for the remaining Iwagakure ninja. So, should they retreat? Just as Owanoki hesitated, a sinister voice suddenly echoed through the battlefield. Well, so many Kage gathered in one place. Looks like I hit the jackpot today. If I sell your corpses, the bounty would be astronomical. As the voice faded, several figures appeared before Owanoki, Hiruzen, and the others. Though they all looked different, their clothing was the same, black cloaks with red clouds. At last, the Akatsuki had entered the battlefield. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 52, This world will be ruled by gods. Skirt-flipping maniac, whoa, the Akatsuki are here. Curly-haired guy, oh ho ho, is Pain about to drop a feel the pain speech. Dojin artist, whelp, Konohagakure is doomed. Not even Shisui can beat Pain, right? A Megakure Village's angel, only Aizen would know the answer to that. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, it doesn't really matter who wins. If those two fight, Konohagakure is definitely getting wiped out. Curly-haired guy, yeah, with their level of destruction, if they go all out in the village, damn. I can already picture old man Sarutobi crying his eyes out, snot dripping all over the place. This is an actor. Dojin artist. What is wrong with you? Why the hell are you focusing on the snot? That's disgusting. Curly-haired guy, I'm just giving you all a vivid mental image for free. You should be thanking me, you ungrateful fools. Skirt-flipping maniac, oh, wow, thank you so much. Satan Ruko spammed exclamation marks, venting her frustration and disgust. Sakata Gintoki's overly detailed description had burned a vivid image into her mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen's wrinkled old face, his hands clutching his head in despair, and a long, slimy trail of greenish snot hanging from his nose. A girl known for her wild imagination, she had finally suffered the consequences of thinking too much. Dojin artist, I swear, I want to stab you right now. Does that count as gratitude? A Megakure Village's angel, strange. Aizen just sent out 4 Arankar. Curly-haired guy, huh? Is he sending them into the battle? A Megakure Village's angel, no, they've already used Garganta to travel outside Konohagakure. Skirt-flipping maniac, wait, is he planning to attack other villages while the Kage are all gathered in Konohagakure? Dojin artist, whoa, is he about to wipe out the entire ninja world in one move? Aizen, you absolute bastard. This is an actor, no, I think he's still at least somewhat human. As the chat continued speculating about Aizen's true motives, a strange, pitcher plant-like creature emerged from the ground beside Pain. Did you find the target, Zetsu? Pain asked coldly. Yep, just near the Hokage rock, White Zetsu replied cheerfully. And the only one guarding it is Hitaki Kakashi. I understand. Pain slowly nodded and took a step forward. His movement made Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others tense up, ready for battle. But to their surprise, Pain didn't attack them. Instead, he turned and ordered, Kakuzu, Sasori, Juzo. Your task is to hold them off here. Can we kill them? Biwa Juzo grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. Do whatever you want. With those cold words, Pain rose into the air. Wait. Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed something was wrong and tried to stop him. However, just as he stepped forward, a massive blade slashed toward his neck. Boom. Blocking the attack with his iron staff, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned at his opponent. A rogue ninja from Kirigakure. Biwa Juzo. That's right. And your opponent is me, 3rd Hokage of Konohagakure. Biwa Juzo grinned widely, showing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Rumble. The eastern part of Konohagakure trembled as a massive, dark green giant wielded a spiral-shaped blade. Every swing of its arm carved deep trenches into the ground, turning what was once a wide and smooth street into a battlefield of destruction. Damn it. Our attacks aren't working on this thing at all. What kind of monster is this? The remaining Iwagakure ninja were exhausted, their faces filled with fear. Retreat. Fall back. The battered Katsuchi gritted his teeth and shouted, "We can't handle this." Hearing the order, the Iwagakure ninja finally sighed in relief and scattered in all directions. Shursui's Susanoo didn't chase them. Instead, it stopped its attack. Did we win? They finally retreated. Phew, this time there won't be any more surprise enemies, right? Standing safely behind Susanoo, Kurenai, Mitarashi Anko, and the others looked relieved. Swoosh. Suddenly, a blurred figure streaked across the sky above them. What was that? Looked like a person. Kurenai, Anko, and the others looked up, watching the figure move at an incredible speed, quickly leaving them behind. That direction. Uchiha Shursui's eyes widened as if he realized something. He immediately deactivated his Susanoo and used body flicker to chase after the figure. Whoosh. Holding Naruto in his arms, Kakashi dashed through the narrow alleys, his expression filled with urgency and worry. I need to get out of here fast and find a safe place. That strange, pure white creature that had appeared just moments ago gave him a bad feeling. Kakashi was sure it was Danzo's doing. Danzo had found Naruto's location. Swish. A sharp sound tore through the air. A figure descended from above, blocking Kakashi's path. Orange hair. Metal piercings in his nose and lower lip. A black cloak with red clouds. His expression was calm yet carried an overwhelming sense of superiority. But what shocked Kakashi the most were his eyes, pale purple, with ripple-like patterns spreading outward. A strange and powerful gaze. Who are you? Kakashi frowned. I am God. Pain spoke flatly, raising his right hand. Shinra Tensei. Boom. The moment those words fell, Kakashi felt an invisible force slam into him, sending him flying backward. Bancho Tenin. Pain's raised hand didn't lower. Instead, he clenched his fingers again, and Kakashi, still midair, was suddenly yanked forward as if he had been grabbed by an invisible hand. Pain caught him effortlessly, like picking up a small animal. Konohagakure's ninja, you have no future. Pain's grip tightened, and Kakashi's face turned pale. This world will be ruled by God. Buzz. Just as Pain was about to crush him, a sharp flash of a blade suddenly cut through the air. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 53, Welcome back, Kakashi. P.S. The book should be officially launched at midnight. Thanks for your support. Clang. A silver blade clashed against Pain's black staff, producing a crisp metallic ring. Uchiha Shursue. Pain took a few steps back, his pale purple eyes landing on the young ninja wielding a sword. His expression remained indifferent. You think you can stop a god? Even though he said that, he actually felt pretty tense inside. That slash just now was way stronger than he expected. Fighting this guy head-on would be a real hassle. Swoosh. Shursue didn't respond. He swung his sword sideways, aiming at Pain's right arm. At the same time, he glanced at Kakashi, who had just broken free, and said, "Take Naruto and get out of here." Clang. Pain blocked with a black rod in his left hand, then turned his right palm toward Kakashi, who was trying to retreat. He parted his lips slightly. Bancho. Before he could finish, Shursue's blade stabbed toward him again, forcing him to stop mid-attack. Just an Uchiha, Pain muttered, annoyed, his cold eyes locking onto Shursue. If you're that eager for divine punishment, then so be it. Clang. The black rod slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. It looked like Pain had abandoned his weapon, and Shursue wasn't about to waste such an opportunity. He moved in quickly. But the moment he got close, Pain suddenly raised both hands toward him. Shinra Tensei. Boom. Shursue's pupils shrank as he felt a massive repelling force slam into him, launching him backward. He crashed hard into the wall behind him. The intense pain made him grit his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Whoosh. Whoosh. Before he could catch his breath, two black rods shot toward him at high speed. Thud. He couldn't dodge in time. His right arm and left leg were pierced, making his face twitch in pain. Even worse, he could feel the chakra flow in his wounded areas slowing down. So this is the so-called genius of the Uchiha. This is all you've got. Pain looked down at Shursue from above, his expression indifferent. In truth, he had used a trick to gain the upper hand. Shursue had no intel on him, which was why he suffered such a big loss. Damn it. Sōsuke struggled to break free, but the black rods held him firmly in place. He couldn't move an inch. He could only watch helplessly as Pain turned and slowly approached Kakashi, who was holding Naruto. Konan took a picture of the scene and sent it to the group chat. Dojin artist, is it over? Skirt-flipping maniac, that was way too fast. They originally thought that even if Sōsuke couldn't beat Tendo Pain, he'd at least be able to hold him off for a while. But what just happened was completely unexpected. He got crushed in just a few moves. Curly-haired guy, TCH, what happened to that special ability? I demand a refund from Aizen. Shark-faced guy, actually, this seems pretty normal to me. Sōsuke had no idea what Pain was capable of, and on top of that, he hasn't fully developed his own ability yet. All he can do is use his spiritual pressure to enhance his body. He doesn't even know how to merge his spiritual energy with chakra. Dojin artist, so that's why. Maybe that's the reason Aizen gave up on training him. Megakure Village's angel, to be honest, I don't really understand it either. Something about converting mental energy into spirit particles and forming spiritual pressure. It's confusing. But for some reason, my spiritual pressure keeps increasing on its own. I have no idea why. This is an actor, yeah, that is strange. Even Aizen thought it was weird. No way, right? Kisame first looked confused, then suddenly had a realization. He had been around Aizen long enough to know, there was no way Aizen didn't understand why Konan's spiritual pressure was growing. That was just nonsense. The only explanation was that Aizen was secretly boosting her power. And now he was acting clueless about it. What an actor. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, wait, was Pain taking Naruto part of Aizen's plan too? Megakure Village's angel, no. So, Naruto won't be taken. As Konan sent this message, she felt a bit conflicted inside. Her friend was being used as a pawn, and she knew it. But she couldn't warn him. She understood very well that if she did, both she and her friend would end up in an even worse situation. Dojin artist, Naruto won't be taken. Then who's going to stop Pain? Don't tell me it's you. Curly-haired guy, whoa, are we about to see a tragic battle between close friends? Is the story finally going back to feeling like Naruto? Megakure Village's angel, wrong guess. It's not me. At that moment, Konan suddenly felt like a battle between close friends might actually be kind of interesting. What was wrong with her? Skirt-flipping maniac, if it's not Konan, then it's probably not Aizen either. Curly-haired guy, obviously. If that guy was getting involved himself, Konan wouldn't be so relaxed right now. Am I acting too relaxed? Konan blinked at the screen. It didn't seem like it. But they were right about one thing, the one who made a move wasn't Aizen. It was Itachi. Kakashi stared at the young man who had suddenly appeared in front of him, looking surprised. But he quickly came to his senses. Why are you here? The enemy is too strong for you. Get out of the way. Another Uchiha. Pain frowned as he looked at Uchiha Itachi standing before him. Your clan is really annoying. He raised his right arm, and the black rod in his hand shot forward like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight at his opponent. But his supposedly fatal strike hit nothing but air. What? Pain's eyes widened as he quickly turned his head, only to find that the young man had somehow moved to his side like a ghost. Impossible. For Pain, this was unbelievable. With the power of his Rinnegan, he should have been able to track his opponent's movements. Yet, he couldn't see a thing. And what shocked him even more was that the young man calmly extended a single finger toward him. Bakudo number 4, Heinawa. A golden rope shot out from Itachi's fingertip, wrapping around Pain like a snake. What is this? Pain struggled, but to his surprise, he couldn't break free right away. He also noticed that this restraint wasn't made of chakra. Itachi didn't waste time. His lips moved quickly as he chanted, Carriage of Thunder, Gap of Spinning Wheel, this thing gathers light and splits into 6. Bakudo number 61, Rikuchikoro. With a loud crack, 6 glowing rods of light appeared, locking Pain in place like blooming flowers. Only then did Itachi turn to Kakashi. Without paying any attention to Kakashi's confused expression, he reached into his sleeve and pulled out a long bandage. Holding Naruto in his arms, Kakashi was stunned, unsure of what was happening. But as the bandage wrapped around them, he suddenly felt a dizzying sensation, as if the whole world was spinning. When he regained his focus, he was met with a familiar sight. Kakashi realized that he had somehow returned to the Hokage Rock. Welcome back, Kakashi. As he stood there in shock, a voice that was both familiar and utterly surreal rang in his ears. Put Naruto down. You can leave now. Kakashi stiffly lifted his head, his whole body frozen in disbelief. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 54, Chapter 54, The Mastermind, Aizen Sosuke. The battlefield was covered in dust and smoke. Ruined houses and broken streets stretched as far as the eye could see. In the midst of the chaos, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakuzu, and Sasori clashed again and again, the sound of their attacks echoing non-stop. As for Biwa Juzo, the one who had started this fight, he was now nothing more than a lifeless corpse. The arrogance he had shown earlier only made his current state seem even more pitiful. But this outcome wasn't surprising. After all, Biwa Juzo wasn't truly at Kage level. Going up against Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was fighting with lethal intent, lasting even this long was already an overachievement. That said, he hadn't died in vain. At the very least, by sacrificing his life, he had further drained the already exhausted Sarutobi Hiruzen. The old third Hokage was reaching his limit. Kakuzu had noticed this as well, and his attacks became even fiercer and more relentless. He was determined to turn this legendary Hokage into his next bounty. Boom. At that moment, a massive shadow suddenly descended from the sky, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Enough. Stop this pointless battle. A deep voice rang out, making everyone pause. As the dust settled, they saw a massive toad standing before them. That's Jiraiya and Tsunadeheim. Seeing the two figures standing on the toad's head, the expressions of those present changed. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a visible sigh of relief. It looked like he wouldn't have to risk his life after all. With a loud puff of smoke, Jiraiya dispelled his summoning and landed on the ground. His face was serious as he spoke. Listen to me. This war is a complete lie. Every single one of you here is being used. I frowned and demanded, what do you mean by that? As I said, this war is just part of someone's scheme. Don't you find it strange that so many different forces have gathered in Konohagakure at the same time? Jiraiya glanced around at the devastated surroundings, took a deep breath, and said, to that person, everyone in Konohagakure today is just a piece on his chessboard. Silence. As soon as Jiraiya finished speaking, the entire area fell into an eerie silence. Puffed. Ha ha ha. A loud laugh suddenly echoed from the sky. It was Oanoki, who had been waiting for the perfect moment to take everyone out in one fell swoop. Are you joking? You're saying he manipulated all of us? At the very least, Oanoki believed that he had come to Konohagakure based on his own will, after careful thought. You're talking about Danzo, right? At the mention of his old friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of regret and pain. Hey, Danzo. Tsunade, who had been silent until now, let out a cold laugh. Him? Not a chance. The former princess of Konohagakure showed nothing but disdain for Danzo. But at the same time, her words filled Sarutobi Hiruzen with shock and curiosity. If the one pulling the strings from behind the scenes isn't Danzo, then who is it? You should know this person quite well, Jiraiya said with a sigh. His name is Aizen Sōsuke. Aizen Sosuke Aizen. At the base of the Hokage rock, Kakashi stared blankly at the brown-haired young man in front of him, feeling completely dazed. Someone who was supposed to be dead was standing right there, unharmed. It felt so unreal that Kakashi shook his head hard, trying to clear his mind. But no matter how many times he looked, Aizen was still there. Not only was he still there, but he was also getting closer. What's wrong? I thought I made myself clear. Put Naruto down, and you can leave. Put Naruto down. Kakashi suddenly realized something and frowned. So your target is Naruto. That means, you're Danzo's real backup plan. Your so-called death was just an act you staged with Danzo. A staged act with Danzo. That's an interesting theory. Aizen smiled slightly, his tone calm. But unfortunately, Danzo won't be making any more appearances. What? Kakashi's eyes widened, his pupils contracting. Danzo won't appear again. That means he's dead. And judging by Aizen's tone and expression, it was probably Aizen himself who killed him. No wonder the Umbu had been searching for so long without finding a single trace of Danzo. Konohagakure had assumed that Danzo had just gone into deep hiding. But now, it seemed the real reason was that Aizen had already taken him out. But if Danzo had been dead all along, then why were these enemies still attacking Konohagakure? Wait a minute. Had he been looking at this the wrong way? The real question wasn't whether Danzo had conspired with the enemy. The real question was, had he ever stood a chance against them in the first place? Kakashi slowly lifted his head, staring at Aizen. The young man in front of him, who looked so calm and approachable, now seemed like a terrifying monster. Fear. An overwhelming fear crept up inside Kakashi. A cold sweat broke out on his back, and his hands, still holding Naruto, started trembling slightly. So you're not willing to let go, huh? Aizen gripped the hilt of his sword and slowly drew it from its sheath. I suppose that makes sense. After everything you've been through, it must be hard to let go. That's fine. Go ahead and hold on to Naruto all you want. But, leave your right arm behind. Whoosh. Aizen's figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind Kakashi. A thin, straight line of blood stretched from Kakashi's right shoulder down to his elbow. Slash. Blood sprayed in all directions. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 55, Shirsue's Resolve. You dodged slightly at the last moment, huh? Aizen flicked the blood off his blade with a slow, casual motion. It seems your ability to react under pressure has improved again, Kakashi. That's good. He's too fast. Kakashi glanced down at the wound on his arm, his pupils dilating slightly. Even with his Sharingan, he hadn't been able to track Aizen's movements at all. Clearly, Aizen was much stronger than he had ever let on. And based on what Kakashi knew about himself, normal tactics probably wouldn't work here. So, he needed an unexpected approach. Kakashi's mind raced as he kept his eyes locked on Aizen. Planning your next move during a short break. Aizen smiled, as if he had already seen right through him. That's a good habit for battle. But I'd advise you not to push yourself too hard. After all. Before he could finish his sentence, he disappeared again. Slash. Bright red blood sprayed from Kakashi's back. Aizen's voice whispered in his ear, it's not easy to crush an ant without killing it outright, you know. Damn it. Kakashi's face twisted in pain, but he still didn't loosen his grip on Naruto. Oh. Even if it means dying, you won't let go. Aizen said, his tone indifferent. That's fine. I'll respect your wish. Take your time finishing whatever last regrets you have. He raised his sword. The silver blade caught the sunlight, reflecting a chilling gleam. Clang. The sword came down, only to be stopped by another blade. The one holding it was Shirsue, his face filled with shock. Aizen. What the hell is going on? Shirsue, huh? Aizen's expression didn't change. His smile remained as calm and composed as ever. So you've started getting the hang of using spiritual energy. What are you talking about? Uchiha Shirsue looked completely confused. Spiritual energy. What was that supposed to mean? Shirsue, watch out. Kakashi suddenly shouted, his voice urgent. Faking his own death, working with outsiders to attack Konohagakure, Aizen Sosuke is the real mastermind behind all of this. What? Shirsue's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Aizen. Is this true? Kakashi-kun, the word working with isn't quite right, Aizen said with a slight smile, correcting him. The right word should be using. Whether it's Kirigakure, Sunagakure, Kumogakure, Iwagakure, or even the Akatsuki, to me, they're nothing more than tools to be used. Frozen. Shirsue stood there, completely stunned. His blank stare remained fixed on Aizen. Those words alone made it clear, Aizen was admitting he was behind everything. Aizen. The sunlight fell upon the brown-haired young man, but his face no longer had the warmth that Shirsue once knew. The dark shadows outlining his features made him look almost sinister. You're not the Aizen I used to know anymore. Not the Aizen you knew. Aizen chuckled softly. I'm afraid the Aizen you knew never existed in the first place. Never existed? Shirsue's expression changed slightly, his brows furrowing. That's right. Aizen nodded casually, his tone relaxed. Did you really think I didn't know why you approached me 5 years ago, Shirsue? What? Hearing Aizen's words, Shirsue's expression shifted immediately. You got close to me on Uchiha Fugaku's orders, because Danzo valued me. You wanted to use me to change Danzo's opinion of the Uchiha. Am I wrong? Aizen, back then, No need to explain. I'm not blaming you, Aizen interrupted calmly. On the contrary, I'm actually grateful, Shirsue. If it weren't for you approaching me, my plan wouldn't have worked out so perfectly. Plan? What plan? Of course, the plan to break away from the route. Trying to move from the dark depths of Konohagakure's route to another division isn't easy. Without the Hokage's support, the outcome would have been grim. To avoid direct conflict with Danzo, I had to earn the Hokage's approval first. And you showing up was exactly the missing piece I needed. Aizen paused for a moment before smiling slightly. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, the bonds between people are the perfect embodiment of the will of fire. And at that moment, you, trying to get close to me, became the perfect candidate to establish that bond. Shirsue remained silent for a long time before his expression darkened. So, it was all an act. After doing so many cruel things, you can still smile. Cruel. Aizen smirked slightly. I only wanted to help a homeless boy reunite with his mother. And the ones who tormented him were Konohagakure itself. So tell me, who's really cruel here? Sōsuke took a deep breath, gripping his sword tightly. Trying to justify taking the nine tails like that. You're not the Aizen I once knew. If that's the case, I won't hesitate anymore. Swish. His figure blurred, suddenly closing the distance between him and Aizen like a teleporting shadow. That speed. Kakashi's face froze in shock. He realized that his Sharingan had failed him again. Whether it was Aizen or Sōsuke, their movements were beyond what the Sharingan could track. So strong. Sōsuke could feel it too. He had never felt this powerful before. That strange force had surged through him, not only freeing him from the black rods restraining him but also making him feel as if his body had stepped into a higher dimension. It must be because of that person. A black figure that had appeared in his consciousness many times surfaced in his mind, and the words "holification" echoed inside his head. But now wasn't the time to think about that. His only focus was defeating Aizen and restoring Konohagakure to how it should be. As if responding to its master's determination, the small katana in Sōsuke's hand erupted with dark red flames. Boom. The sword, wrapped in flames, slashed down at Aizen without hesitation, sending a blinding flash of fire into the air. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 56, Red Heavenly Lotus. Crack. A soft sound. To everyone's shock, a slender, white hand reached out and effortlessly stopped Sōsuke's blade with just one finger. Stunned silence. Sōsuke's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. He swore he had put everything into that attack. He had aimed to kill Aizen, without holding anything back. But this outcome was something he had never expected. The very same blade that had sliced through the fourth Kazekage's golden sand shield, with ease, had just been stopped, by a single finger. Just one human finger. Utter disbelief. The overwhelming contrast sent Sōsuke's mind reeling. Even after all this time, Sōsuke-kun, your swordplay still hasn't improved, Aizen said with a faint smile, gently flicking his wrist. Slash. Bright red blood sprayed from Sōsuke's waist and stomach. How is this possible? Not far away, Kakashi froze in shock, his face full of disbelief. Weren't they both considered Konohagakure's twin stars? How could there be such a huge difference between them? Whoosh. At that moment, Aizen's figure suddenly vanished right before Kakashi's eyes. Damn. Just as the thought flashed through his mind, Kakashi felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder, and everything went dark. Thud, thud. The sound of two bodies hitting the ground echoed as both Sōsuke and Kakashi collapsed. Blood seeped into the earth. That's enough, Itachi. Aizen flicked the blood off his blade before sliding it back into its sheath. Take the nine tails now. Yes, I understand. Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly, reaching into his sleeve and pulling out a black cube with a large 9 symbol on it. Aizen. Sōsuke, lying on the ground, struggled to lift his head. His voice was heavy. What exactly are you after by going through all this trouble to take the nine tails? I already told you before, Aizen replied, turning his head slightly. He didn't seem surprised that Sōsuke was still conscious. I just want to restore the tailed beasts to their original form. Their original form? Sōsuke frowned, confused. The nine-tailed beasts were originally one entity, a being known as the Ten Tails. Aizen looked down at Sōsuke, speaking at a steady pace. 1,000 years ago, the Sage of Six Paths split the Ten Tails into 9 separate creatures. My goal is to merge them back together and create Aizen Sōsuke. Before Aizen could finish, a furious roar interrupted him. A towering figure cloaked in crackling blue lightning came into view, fourth Raikage. Give me back the 2 tails and 8 tails. Lightning flashed. Fourth Raikage's entire body became a bolt of electricity as he shot straight toward Aizen. But just as he was about to land his attack, he suddenly realized something, his target was now on his right. What? He was just standing in front of Uchiha Sōsuke a second ago. I looked ahead in shock as Aizen's form slowly faded like mist. Ninpo Heido No. 4, Red Heavenly Lotus. Aizen calmly raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at fourth Raikage. Buzz. A deep red glow enveloped Ai's entire body. The next second, a massive pillar of fire shot up into the sky. A small mushroom cloud formed above Konohagakure. Whoosh. A fierce gust of wind blew past. Konan, her cloak fluttering, couldn't help but speak. Ninpo Heido. Yes. A combination of ninjutsu chakra and Heido techniques, Aizen replied casually. But it's still not perfected. The power is only about 1/10 of what I expected. Not perfected. Only 1/10. Konan looked at the massive crater in front of her, as if a meteor had crashed there. In the center lay fourth Raikage, his body charred beyond recognition. 1/10. Seriously? Isn't this too much of a humble brag? She kept a blank expression, but silently snapped a picture of the Raikage's miserable state and sent it to the group chat. Sorry about that, I got interrupted earlier. Ignoring her little action, Aizen turned to Sōsuke, who was still in shock. He spoke with an almost apologetic tone. Now, as I was saying, my plan to merge the 9-tailed beasts into the 10 tails started with targeting the 6 tails in Kirigakure, followed by the 2 tails and 8 tails in Kimobakure. This way, not only do I obtain the tailed beasts, but I also use my identity as a Konohagakure ninja to redirect Kimogakure and Kirigakure's revenge toward the leaf. Then, under the banner of the Akatsuki, I invited Sunagakure and Iwagakure to join the invasion. Ha! Arrogant brat. Suddenly, a gruff voice rang out from above. Are you saying you've been in control of everything? Aizen looked up and saw the small, floating figure of Owanoki. I don't know about the others, Owanoki scoffed, but I came to Konohagakure by my own free will. Your own free will? Aizen let out a soft chuckle, his voice laced with mockery. Tsuchikage-sama, have you never wondered why your spy, Iwakawa, a mere chunin, was able to join Konohagakure's Umbu? And why his reports always help your forces perfectly avoid the front lines? Wait, could it be? Realizing something, Owanoki fell silent for a moment. His expression darkened. So it was all you're doing. Looks like you finally understand. Aizen lowered his gaze slightly. By the way, I don't like looking up when I talk to people. Would you mind coming down from there? Come down. Are you kidding me? Why the hell should I listen to you? Of course, Owanoki had no intention of doing what Aizen suggested. Facing an opponent like this, whose abilities were completely unknown, his best move was to stay at an advantage. Rushing in recklessly would be pure stupidity. After all, he wasn't about to end up like the fourth Raikage, lying half-dead in a crater. Buzz. Just as Owanoki was about to open his mouth to mock Aizen, a sudden wave of pressure crashed down on him. It wasn't a physical force but something that struck deep within his heart and soul. Impossible to resist. No way to fight back. In an instant, Owanoki fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Even after hitting the ground, his body remained bent over, unable to stand up straight. Thank you for your understanding, Tsuchikage-sama. The words sounded polite, yet Owanoki's face twisted with shame, anger, and helplessness. Looking at the young man before him, he couldn't help but recall the time he had faced Uchiha Madara. No. This was even more terrifying than back then. Uchiha Madara's power was something you could see, but Aizen was like a bottomless abyss. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 57, Chapter 57, I will stand above the heavens. What kind of ability was that? Watching Owanoki's face contort while he remained completely unable to move, Uchiha Sōsuke was shaken. The scene unfolding before him was beyond anything he could comprehend. I suppose this is the end, Aizen said calmly as his gaze swept across the area. Konan-senpai, I'll leave them to you. What do you mean, leave them to you? You never even planned to kill them in the first place. Do you just enjoy putting on a show? Konan silently cursed in her heart but gave a small nod on the surface. Clang. Her right hand gripped the hilt of her sword and drew it from its sheath. Whoosh. Suddenly, an orange-haired figure stepped in front of her. Pain. Konan froze, her expression complicated. I've already heard everything, Pain said, his pale purple eyes locking onto hers. You've chosen to side with Aizen. Is that true? Konan didn't answer, but to Pain, her silence was as good as confirmation. I see. Then I'll kill him. His eyes turned to Aizen, filled with unmistakable killing intent. Pain believed his friend had been deceived. If he got rid of Aizen, Konan would return to his side. Crack. Before he could make a move, a sudden chill spread from his feet. In the blink of an eye, his lower half was completely encased in ice. Pain's eyes widened in shock as he turned toward Konan. Her Zanpakuto had already entered its released state, and she spoke in a cold, unwavering tone. Sorry, Pain. I won't let you lay a hand on him. She was doing this to protect her friend. If Pain truly fought Aizen, he would at best be severely injured, if not worse. So it was better for her to stop him herself. But Pain completely misunderstood her intentions. His face twisted in anger, and cracks started forming in the ice around his body. However, with Konan constantly reinforcing it with her spiritual energy, the cracks were quickly sealed again. The two of them were now locked in a tense stalemate. Oh. It seems Konan-senpai is unavailable for now. Aizen glanced at them and spoke with amusement. In that case, I'll just end this myself. With that, his right hand slowly reached for the hilt of his sword. Boom. Before he could draw it, a pair of hands suddenly burst out from the ground and grabbed his legs. At the same time, two other figures appeared in an instant, restraining his arms from both sides. This is the end for you, Aizen. You have no chance of winning now. Swish, swish, swish. More figures appeared. Might Guy, Kurenai, Mitarashi Anko, the fourth Kazekage, Chiyo, and several members of the Akatsuki all arrived at the battlefield. Sosuke, he's really still alive. But why? Was all of this really his doing? What a familiar sight. Aizen remained relaxed as if he had expected this all along. He glanced at the people surrounding him and then shifted his gaze slightly. Just as I thought, you two came as well. Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sensei. Sensei. Konan's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Aizen and Tsunade. They had that kind of relationship. Tsunade furrowed her brows and said coldly, "You still have the nerve to call me sensei, Aizen." "Of course. I've never forgotten," Aizen said with a small smile. "If it weren't for your guidance 4 years ago, I wouldn't have mastered yang-release chakra manipulation so quickly. For that, I've always been grateful to you. So, out of gratitude for your teacher's guidance, you decided to destroy the village she cared about." Jiraiya scoffed, his face full of mockery. "You're quite the student, huh? It seems Jiraiya-sama has a deep misunderstanding of me." Aizen didn't seem to care about his tone and replied calmly, "If my goal was to destroy Konohagakure, then why would I leave a letter for the Hokage?" His words made the Konohagakure shinobi freeze for a moment, exchanging glances. That actually made sense. If Aizen truly wanted to wipe out Konohagakure, he could have just left no warning at all. That way, the village wouldn't have been able to prepare for the combined attack from Kimogakure and Sunagakure. "So, what, we should be thanking you?" Tsunade sneered. "No need for that." Aizen chuckled, a faint smile forming on his lips. "If it weren't for all of you in Konohagakure, I wouldn't have been able to complete my plan so easily." Plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and turned to look at Naruto, who had already been separated from the Nine Tails. "You mean while we were busy fighting each other, you managed to steal the Nine Tails?" Aizen responded with an unexpected question. "Hokage-sama, do you really think the Nine Tails is the only thing that matters?" "Only the Nine Tails." The moment he said that, an uneasy feeling spread among the shinobi present, whether they were from Konohagakure, Sunagakure, or Iwagakure. The disheveled Chiyo directly asked, "What do you mean by that?" Aizen replied at a steady pace, "If my goal was only to create chaos in Konohagakure and take the Nine Tails, then there was no reason to involve so many other villages, was there?" "You don't tell me." Owanoki's face changed as he seemed to realize something. "Oh, looks like it's time." Aizen smiled. Buzz. At that moment, a massive black rift tore open in the sky, and beams of golden light shot down toward the ground. Seeing the golden light, Setsuna, Jiraiya, and Tsunade instinctively felt something was wrong and quickly backed away. In the next moment, the beams of light enveloped Aizen, Konan, Itachi, and Naruto. Crack. The ground beneath them split apart as they slowly began to rise into the air. "They're flying." "Wait, what's that inside?" "Monsters. They're all monsters." "So, this is holification." Jiraiya's expression darkened, his brows furrowing. "Just like we were warned. These creatures don't belong in our world." Through the rift, they could clearly see strange creatures covered in bone masks, clawing, and snarling. Leading them were 4 human figures, also wearing bone masks on their foreheads and cheeks. They were dressed in long white robes, swords at their waists, their presence cold and ominous. Are those the containers for the tailed beasts?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze focused on the black cubes each of them was holding, identical to the one in Itachi's hand. So this was Aizen's true goal. Damn it. Chiyo also noticed that one of the black cubes had the kanji 4-1 written on it. That meant while she and the Kazekage were away, Aizen's forces had already infiltrated Sunagakure and taken the One Tail. The humiliation and fury of being played made Chiyo's face turn grim. She controlled her puppets, ready to strike, but someone acted faster than her. "Aizen Sōsuke, you little brat." Owanoki roared, forming hand seals. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world. A transparent, cone-shaped cube shot out, smashing into the golden barrier. But to Owanoki's shock, the dust release, an ability that could disintegrate anything down to the atomic level, did absolutely nothing to the golden light. Tsunade also knew there was nothing she could do at this point. Her voice was heavy as she asked, "Tell me, Aizen. Why are you creating the 10 tails?" "For a higher level of existence." From above, Aizen's tone remained indifferent. "So you'll go this far just to get what you want?" Uchiha Shursue struggled to stand, his voice cold. "You've completely lost your way, Aizen. You're the one who's arrogant, Shursue." Aizen removed his glasses and casually crushed them in his hand. From the very beginning, no one stood at the top. Not you, not me, not even the gods. But that empty throne in the sky. That vacancy is over. He looked down, his gaze unwavering. From now on, I will stand above all. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 58, Chapter 58, Isn't this story great? Goodbye, Konohagakure, Sunagakure, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure. And to the members of Akatsuki, you all played your roles beautifully. With those parting words, the massive black rift in the sky slowly closed. The shinobi on the ground all wore different expressions. Shock, anger, fear, disbelief. A mix of emotions filled their faces. But deep inside, every one of them understood one thing. The world as they knew it was about to change. That bastard. He's mocking us even now. Kakuzu fumed. Sasori, ever straightforward, simply said, so what? You can't beat him. Then, he turned his gaze to their leader, who remained silent, staring intently at Konan. TSK, what a crushing defeat, Tsunade muttered as she scanned her surroundings, seeing nothing but devastation. Sarutobi Hiruzen hung his head, clenching his fists tightly. This is all my fault. What a terrifying kid, Raza finally spoke after a long silence. He single-handedly toyed with the 5 great villages and successfully captured 7-tailed beasts, including the 8 tails and 9 tails. At this point, is there anyone left in this world who can stop him? Strangely, the 4th Kazakage's tone carried little hatred. Instead, there was a hint of admiration. No, there's still hope, Jiraiya suddenly spoke, his voice firm. For the future of this world, we can't give up. This is just the beginning. The beginning? Owanoki asked abruptly. Jiraiya, what exactly do you know? And who gave you all this information about Aizen? He had been wondering about this for a while. Aizen had hidden in Konohagakure for years, fooling even the 3rd Hokage and Uchiha Shursue, people who were closest to him. So how did Jiraiya know so much? Was it a prophecy from the great Toad Sage? Sarutobi Hiruzen also looked curious. Jiraiya shook his head. It involves the ultimate weapon against Aizen. I can't reveal anything right now. But trust me, whatever he's planning next will be even crazier. The entire ninja world could be destroyed because of it. The Pure Land. From his throne, Aizen looked down at the Erankars before him and spoke calmly, everyone, the first phase of our plan is complete. Now, it's time for the next step. Aizen-sama, do we really need a plan to deal with those ninjas? Kinkaku grinned, his left cheek partially covered by a white mask. We should just wipe them out. Leave Kumogakure to me. Then I'll take Kirigakure, Hozuki Mangetsu added. You two dare to defy Aizen-sama's orders? Pakura narrowed her eyes, staring at them coldly. Boom. A powerful spiritual pressure erupted, sweeping toward Kinkaku and Mangetsu. But neither of them backed down, unleashing their own energy in return. The entire hall buzzed as the clash of spiritual pressure made the furniture tremble. It's fine, Pakura, Aizen said, waving his hand. Kinkaku and Mangetsu are simply eager to fulfill our shared ambition. I understand. As soon as he spoke, Kinkaku, Mangetsu, and Pakura all withdrew their energy. But reckless actions won't get us anywhere, Aizen continued with a smile, turning his gaze to Kinkaku and Mangetsu. Don't you agree? Though he was smiling, to them, he felt like an inescapable nightmare. Without hesitation, both of them dropped to one knee and shouted. Forgive us, Aizen-sama. I got carried away, Aizen-sama. Cold sweat ran down their backs. Unlike the ninjas, the Erankars understood Aizen's power on a much deeper level. Just a tiny trace of his spiritual pressure was enough to make their bones creak under the weight. Ha, these idiots, Ringo Emuri scoffed as she turned to Ginkaku. I feel sorry for you, having a brother like that. He's been more affected by the hollowification, Ginkaku muttered. But his attention wasn't on his brother, it was on the small figure standing beside Aizen's throne. A bone-white mask. A Zanpakuto. These clearly marked the figure as an Erankar. But unlike the others, this one's entire head was covered in a white hollow shell, completely obscuring their face and even their gender. By Erankar standards, that was an incomplete form. So how did an unfinished one get to sit beside Aizen-sama? And why did Aizen seem so tolerant of them? Questions filled Ginkaku's mind. So much so that he barely heard anything Aizen was saying. In fact, he wasn't the only one zoning out. Konan was too. A Megakure Village's angel, alright, I've uploaded the full memories of the Konohagakure battle. Compare it to what I explained earlier. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, thanks for your hard work. Dojin Artist, seriously, that must have been exhausting. It'd be so much better if we had a livestream function. Considering the effort, even if she could type with her mind, narrating such a long and detailed battle must have been a huge task. And Konan wasn't just the commentator, she was actually there. Skirt-flipping maniac, a live stream function. That might not be far off. This is an actor, still need 4,856 points. Doujin artist, excited. Can't wait. Curly-haired guy, but thanks to Konan, we got a first-hand look at how dangerous Aizen really is. TSK, did you see Sarutobi Hiruzen's face? Ha ha ha. Shark-faced guy, he was absolutely furious. And Oanoki, he's probably the first ninja in history to be completely crushed by Aizen's pure spiritual pressure, right? This is an actor, that's right. Aizen nodded in agreement. Normally, he wouldn't rely on something as crude as spiritual pressure to overpower his enemies, it was too simple, too boring. Skirt-flipping maniac, Nagato-san was also completely pissed off by Konan. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, looks like this needs some explaining. Omega Kure Village's angel, no, I think it's quite interesting. Curly-haired guy. Doujin artist, pfft. What's so interesting about this? Konan, you're acting weird. Omega Kure Village's angel, two close friends splitting apart, clashing over their ideals, doesn't that make for a great story? Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 59, doesn't Lord Aizen feel ashamed? Skirt-flipping maniac, story. Doujin artist, Konan, you're seriously not acting like yourself. You need to stay away from Aizen, he's totally corrupting you. You never used to think like this. Shark-faced guy, inspired by Lord Aizen, so she's awakened. Omega Kure Village's angel, I guess you could call it that. Either way, I find it fascinating. Curly-haired guy, cut it out. What's so fun about this kind of plot? Doujin artist, yeah, Konan, snap out of it. Curly-haired guy, this kind of overused shonen trope isn't going to impress anyone. If you want a real impact, you need a better script. Doujin artist. Skirt-flipping maniac. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Jin, are you just stirring the pot? Omega Kure Village's angel, a better script. Curly-haired guy, exactly. How many times have we seen stories about best friends turning against each other? No matter how flashy the effects are, a predictable plot is still boring. This is an actor, so. Curly-haired guy, so what really matters is tension. Drama. For example, what if Konan gets pregnant with Aizen's child, forcing her to break up with Nagato, her poor boyfriend? But because he won't let go, she falls into despair and has a miscarriage. Heartbroken and full of rage, she vows revenge against all men. Thus, the Black Widow of the shinobi world is born. This is an actor, heh. Notification, curly-haired guy has been muted by the group admin for 30 minutes. Doujin artist, good call. Skirt-flipping maniac, I support this decision. Shark-faced guy. Omega Kure Village's angel, Black Widow of the shinobi world, sounds awful. I don't like it. Doujin artist, Konan, that's not the main issue here. That guy was just straight up insulting our intelligence. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, and seriously, you can't just throw a woman's reputation around like it's nothing. Skirt-flipping maniac, the logic is completely messed up, and the whole thing sounds like some third-rate soap opera. Big thumbs down. Omega Kure Village's angel, so, we're sticking with the story I originally planned. Doujin artist, wait, you're really going through with this? If Nagato finds out, he's definitely going to cry. No doubt about it. Omega Kure Village's angel, it's fine. Everything is under control. Skirt-flipping maniac, whoa. So should we start calling you Little Blue now? Doujin artist, Little Blue. You mean like a fusion of Konan and Aizen? Ruko-chan, that's genius. Skirt-flipping maniac, hee. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, since Konan has made up her mind, we should support her. Shark-faced guy, that's fine, but if Konan doesn't bring Nagato into Aizen's group, aren't you worried Aizen will see him as a threat? Doujin artist, oh, right. Aizen is still a huge obstacle. Omega Kure Village's angel, I trust Aizen won't harm Nagato. Isn't that right, Anson-san? At that moment, the Arrancar faction's strategy meeting had just ended. Aizen remained seated high on his throne, while Konan stood at his left side, staring at him without blinking. This is an actor, you've figured it out. Doujin artist. Skirt-flipping maniac. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, are you two playing some kind of role-playing game again? But this time, Konan didn't stop like she usually would. She kept staring at Aizen and said, Aizen-san, when you saw Jin's message just now, the corner of your mouth twitched. This is an actor, and that's all it took for you to confirm my identity. Omega Kure Village's angel, of course, that's not the only reason. Actually, I started having doubts not long after Kisame joined the group. Then, during the battle at Konohagakure, you casually mentioned Jiraiya-sensei's future fate, didn't you? That's something only someone who's seen Naruto would know. This is an actor, so you finally caught that little clue I dropped. Not bad. A Megakure Village's angel, so you did it on purpose. Why? Dojin artist, haha, are you two so into acting that you can't stop? Just get married already and act all you want behind closed doors. Skirt-flipping maniac, if I hadn't been through so much, I might have actually believed you. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, wait, this doesn't seem like they're acting. This is an actor, why? Do you really need to ask? If I didn't drop hints, it would have been way too hard for you guys to figure me out. A Megakure Village's angel, oh wow, thanks so much. He was the one getting exposed, yet he still had the nerve to act smug. Was that even reasonable? This is an actor, no need to thank me. After all, this is what I wanted. It just took longer than I expected. A Megakure Village's angel. Conan's mouth twitched hard. Was he calling her slow? Was he saying that it took so long to expose him because she wasn't smart enough? Not only did he not feel guilty about what he did, but he was even mocking her. She glared at Aizen and muttered, "You bastard. This is an actor, you've smelled me." Aizen didn't say it out loud, he sent it through the chat instead. If he had spoken, he might have lost his composure, and that wasn't worth it. A Megakure Village's angel, humph. Dojin artist, what kind of weird conversation is this? So Aizen-san really is Aizen. Shark-faced guy, I told you so, but no one believed me. Skirt-flipping maniac, how could anyone believe something like this? Even now, I still can't fully believe it. What if you guys suddenly say it was all just a joke? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, if that's the case, then what about that memory clip Aizen uploaded before? This is an actor, I am Aizen, but Aizen is not me. To be precise, I have the ability to take on roles. The memory I uploaded is real, it belongs to me. A Megakure Village's angel, so that's why your username is actor. As in role-playing. This is an actor, you're getting smarter, Konan-senpai. Dojin artist, must feel great, huh? Watching us all struggle over Aizen's identity, I bet you had a blast, huh? Lord Aizen Sōsuke. This is an actor, it was alright. Dojin artist, wow, you're really shameless. Doesn't Lord Aizen feel even a little bit guilty? Skirt-flipping maniac, exactly. You tricked us for so long, and we're only now finding out the truth. And you don't even have the decency to apologize. This is an actor, so, what do you want? Skirt-flipping maniac, spiritual pressure. Dojin artist, Kyōka Suigetsu. Shark-faced guy, Hogyoku. System notice, shark-faced guy has been muted for 10 minutes. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 60, messing with kids is illegal. This is an actor, I already tried before, my powers can't be uploaded. Dojin artist, can't be uploaded. Why not? This is an actor, probably because my role as Aizen isn't at 100% yet, so the system doesn't recognize these powers as truly mine. He had already uploaded everything he had experienced since arriving in the Naruto world, including details about the system he possessed. Dojin artist, damn it. So there's a limit. We could have had instant power-ups. A Megakure Village's angel, just focus on your training. Didn't you say you wanted to break through to another realm? Dojin artist, I gave up. I just can't stand that boring life. Training once in a while is fine, but doing it all the time. No way. Skirt-flipping maniac, you decided yesterday, and you're already giving up today. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, that's classic lazy Eriri. Dojin artist, who's lazy? I wanted to get stronger to deal with Aizen, but now I have no motivation. What else am I supposed to do? Honestly, I feel pretty hopeless too. This is an actor, you went through all that trouble just to deal with me. I'm touched. A Megakure Village's angel, I knew it. I was right not to expect anything from her. This is an actor, the word expectation should never be used in the same sentence as Eriri. Dojin artist, enough already, you two. What is this, some kind of couples comedy act? Just because you're in the same world and can rely on each other doesn't make you special. Skirt-flipping maniac, Eriri-chan, are you jealous? Dojin artist, pfft. As if. A Megakure Village's angel, oh, I see. So Eriri is jealous. Dojin artist, I said I'm not. By the way, Aizen-san, now that you can't upload abilities anymore, have you thought about how to make it up to us? Don't think you can just ignore this. Our fragile hearts have been deeply wounded, especially Konan. A Megakure Village's angel, I don't really mind. When I found out Aizen was actually Anzen-san, I actually felt relieved. Like a weight had been lifted off my chest. Dojin artist, puffed, Konan ne. Even if that's how you really feel, you don't have to say it out loud. Shouldn't we be using this chance to extort him a little? Skirt-flipping maniac, Eriri-chan, you just admitted it yourself. Dojin artist, whatever. The plan's ruined anyway. A Megakure Village's angel, either way, blackmailing someone is wrong. Dojin artist, unbelievable. You got tricked just as badly as us, yet you're still defending him. Konan ne, you're so biased. No, actually, this is straight-up betrayal. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, isn't that phrase usually used for men? Dojin artist, times have changed, Muchine. You can't keep thinking that way. Good-looking guys count too. Skirt-flipping maniac, ha ha ha. But isn't Anzen-san just a kid right now? I think he's younger than me. Konan ne, don't tell me you have a thing for younger boys. A Megakure Village's angel, no, I prefer little girls. So, Anzen-san, please dress up as one. This is an actor. Dojin artist, that's right. Dress up, Anzen-san. If you do, you might win Konan's heart. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Aizen, in a dress. Skirt-flipping maniac, ha 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 ha. It's happening. I can already picture it. These idiots. Aizen's eyebrow twitched, but he kept his face calm. No way am I dressing up. If you really want compensation, think of something else. He knew his act had definitely left a strong impression on the group. So as long as their requests weren't too outrageous, he was willing to oblige. Dojin artist, wow. You said it yourself. We're not even forcing you. Konan ne, you saw that, right? A Megakure Village's angel, I accept Anzen-san's apology. In that case, there's no need for compensation. Skirt-flipping maniac, Konan ne is so kind. But honestly, I think Anzen-san had his reasons. It was all part of playing his role. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, that's true. Dojin artist, since everyone's saying that, ugh, but I still feel kind of frustrated. If a new member joins later and sees this, won't they just laugh at us? Skirt-flipping maniac, yeah, probably. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, not probably, definitely. Limacho could already picture it in her mind. Dojin artist, no. We can't let that happen. As the senior members, we can't be laughed at by newcomers. That's unacceptable. A Megakure Village's angel, so what do you want to do? Dojin artist, Anzen-san, can you delete the memories attached to the Naruto world? Specifically, the part about you being Aizen. It should just be our secret. This is an actor, I could delete them, but there's no way to keep this hidden forever. That's just not realistic. Skirt-flipping maniac, if any newcomers join, let's try not to bring this up. We'll pretend we don't know Anzen-san's identity. Let's see how long we can keep it a secret. A Megakure Village's angel, isn't that basically tricking the newcomers? We're supposed to be a big family. This doesn't seem right. Dojin artist, Konan, I wouldn't call it tricking. At most, it's just a harmless joke. Yeah, a joke. Plus, new members join completely at random, so we don't even know if they fit in with our family. What if this time, the Aizen we got wasn't Anzen-san playing a role, but an actual evil person? Imagine the consequences. A Megakure Village's angel, well, that is a possibility, but in the end, Aizen is still Anzen-san. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Konan, have you considered that revealing Anzen's system ability too much might not be a good idea? If the newcomer turns out to be ambitious, it could lead to trouble. A Megakure Village's angel, you're right. I understand now. Skirt-flipping maniac, that was fast. Konan changed her stance so quickly. Dojin artist, puffed. The moment she heard Anzen-san might be in danger, she immediately switched sides. Konan, your overprotective wife mode is way too real. At least try to hide it a little. Also, don't forget, Anzen-san is still a kid right now. That's illegal. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 61, Notice, curly-haired guy has been muted. A Megakure Village's angel, illegal. There are no such laws in our world. Skirt-flipping maniac. A Megakure Village's angel, what's so strange? In the Naruto world, there's no legal marriage age. Plenty of people have kids as teenagers. Skirt-flipping maniac, no, that's not what I'm curious about. Konan, you're not even denying the overprotective wife thing. A Megakure Village's angel, I guess you're right. Do I really seem like some kind of raging demon, Eriri? Dojin artist, Konan, you're missing the point. The key word is overprotective wife, not demon. How can you be so clueless? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, hey, is she really that clueless? Or maybe Konan is just pretending to be. Skirt-flipping maniac, Satan Ruko understood right away. If Konan was pretending, that meant she knew exactly what overprotective wife implied but chose not to argue against it. So, she was accepting it. Could it be that Konan really liked Aizen-san? And if that was true, how did Aizen-san feel about it? She was really curious. Satan Ruko's big eyes were filled with gossip-fueled excitement, but this wasn't something she could just ask outright. It was frustrating. Shark-faced guy, Aizen-san, the war between Kirigakure and Kanagakure is over. What should I do next? This is an actor, return to Kirigakure and wait for them to form the Ninja Alliance. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Ninja Alliance. Shark-faced guy, well, that's expected, isn't it? With the kind of power and threat Aizen-san showed in Kanagakure, there's no way they can fight back without joining forces. Skirt-flipping maniac, even with a Ninja Alliance, I don't think they can stop him. This is an actor, don't be so absolute. At least let them struggle a little. After sending the message, Aizen's eyes remained fixed on the monitor in front of him. The Kages of Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kimogakure had all returned to their villages. But they didn't linger. After quickly making a few arrangements, they immediately set out again. The same was true for Kanagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped down, and Tsunade took over as Hokage. Such a major event was only communicated through a Jonin meeting within the village. By the time the lower-ranked ninjas realized their Hokage had changed, Tsunade, the new Hokage, had already left the village with Jiraiya and Shisue. 4 Kages, 4 different directions. But they all had the same destination, their paths would all converge at Omegakure. Dojin artist, is this the 5 Kage summit plot? But why Omegakure? Omegakure village's angel, simple. Because Nagato is there. To the major villages, the Akatsuki is now an important force against Aizen's group. Skirt-flipping maniac, a 5 Kage summit with only 4 Kages. One's missing. This is an actor, don't worry, it'll be complete soon. Everything is moving according to my plan. Dojin artist, that smug yet scheming tone, as expected of Aizen-sama. This is an actor, instead of smug, I prefer to call it confident. Curly-haired guy, pft. Quit flattering yourself, you bastard. This is an actor, oh. Gintoki, you seem really upset with me. Curly-haired guy, of course I am. Not only did you mess with my pure, innocent heart, but you also muted me for so long. You think I'll just let this go? I demand compensation. 100,000 yen. Dojin artist, only 100,000 yen. Your heart is pretty cheap. Curly-haired guy, shut up. Gintoki needs that 100,000 yen to pay off his debts. Omegakure village's angel, pay off a debt. Dojin artist, what happened? Did you get some girl pregnant? Curly-haired guy, no, it's the gorilla. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Omegakure village's angel. Skirt-flipping maniac, pft. Dojin artist, I really underestimated you, Jin-san. I can't believe even a gorilla is fair game for you. This completely changes how I see the world. Curly-haired guy, wait, no. It's not what you think. I was talking about Kondo Isao. Kondo Isao. The commander of the Shinsengumi. You remember him, right? Skirt-flipping maniac, yikes, that's even scarier. Curly-haired guy, scary my ass. I told you it's not what you think. There was an accident during our fight, okay. An accident. Image. When they clicked on the image, it really was Kondo Isao. But the once proud commander of the Shinsengumi now looked like a beaten stray dog, wrapped in bandages and lying on a stretcher. Dojin artist, Jin-san, even if it's a guy, you didn't have to be so rough. Curly-haired guy, I already said it was a fight. Can you guys actually listen to me? I accidentally used my Shinigami powers in the middle of it, that's all. Dojin artist, oh, in that case, it's fine. Skirt-flipping maniac, so that's the kind of fight you had, huh? Curly-haired guy, fine my ass. If I don't get 100,000 yen for compensation, I'm going to jail. Do you really have the heart to let that happen? Dojin artist, Aizen-san, did you erase the extra memories? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, just checked. They're gone. Dojin artist, good. When a newbie joins, let's make sure we all stick to the same story. Curly-haired guy, hey. Don't ignore me, you bastards. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, I still don't get why Aizen-san brought Naruto to the Pure Land. Was it really just to reunite him with Kushina? Or was there another reason? Curly-haired guy, a reason my ass. This guy's just into married women. He's totally drooling over her. Disgusting. Megakure Village's angel, I believe Aizen-san isn't that kind of person, right? Outside Aizen's view, Konan's gaze sharpened. This is an actor, if you've seen Bleach, you should know about Inoue Orihime, right? I think Naruto has the potential to be just like her. Dojin artist. Skirt-flipping maniac, but Naruto's a guy. Curly-haired guy, you're not thinking of turning Naruto into Naruto, are you? I'm warning you, that's a path of no return. Wait, no way, are you aiming for a mother-daughter combo? Damn, you really are something else. Notice, curly-haired guy has been muted by the group admin for 1 hour. This is an actor, I see 30 minutes wasn't long enough for you. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 62, Obito, Yakushi Kabuto will be our trump card against Aizen. Notice, curly-haired guy has been unmuted. Dojin artist, huh? He's unmuted already. Curly-haired guy, humph. Obviously, I used my sheer personal charm to convince Lord Aizen. Shark-faced guy, can you speak like a normal person? Kisame, watching from the side, couldn't see a single trait in Gintoki that matched the words, personal charm. This is an actor, he privately messaged me and swore to be my loyal lapdog from now on. Skirt-flipping maniac, L lapdog. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, that definitely sounds like something Jin would say. Dojin artist, Jin-san, do you really have no shame? Not even a little. Curly-haired guy, and what would I even do with it? Use it as a side dish. Make a shame-flavored rice bowl. Megakure Village's angel, I get it now. Aizen-san is using Naruto the same way Orihime was used in Bleach. By making him a target, he's drawing in all the ninja who'd try to save him, splitting up the power of the entire ninja world. This is an actor, exactly. You've grown, Konan-senpai. Aizen's young face lit up with the proud smile of a father watching his hopeless daughter finally score a passing grade on a test. Meanwhile, Konan, feeling proud of herself after being praised, smirked. Ahem, call me big sis. If there was ever a definition for getting carried away, this was it. But Aizen was magnanimous. He wouldn't embarrass her over such a minor thing. Instead, he responded with encouragement. When you get a perfect score, then maybe. Megakure Village's angel, a perfect score in what? If this were an elementary school test, your current score would be 60. Puffed. Wait, if even Konan only got 60, does that mean we all failed? No, we probably got negative scores. You got a negative score. Don't lump us in with you. I'd say we got at least 20 or 30 points. Ah, we did, right. Arisa-chan, who are you even asking? I understand the idea of splitting up the ninja world's power, but how are you planning to get the ninjas rescuing Naruto into the Pure Land? They don't know how to use Garganta, do they? Oh yeah, are you planning to teach them how to use it? Of course not, but that doesn't mean someone won't figure it out on their own. Figure it out on their own. Someone in the ninja world actually managed to steal your techniques. Never underestimate any world, and never underestimate anyone, especially the strongest warriors. They didn't reach their level by chance. Sometimes, being pushed to the limit awakens talents they never knew they had. After sending the message, Aizen turned his gaze back to the monitor in front of him. The screen displayed a luxurious mansion in Megakure. Standing in the center of the hall was Pain, clad in a black cloak with red clouds. At his feet lay Hanzo the salamander, once called a demigod, now nothing more than a lifeless heap. The air twisted slightly. A masked man in a black cloak appeared behind Pain like a ghost. You're here. Pain turned around, his expression cold. I thought you wouldn't dare show up in front of me again. Aizen Sōsuke was an unexpected variable. The masked man's red eyes locked onto Pain. I didn't know he had other motives. That was complete nonsense. Obito had known from the start how dangerous Aizen was. But the idea of reviving the dead was too tempting. That was why he had brought Aizen into the Akatsuki. What Obito hadn't expected was that Aizen would play such a massive, ruthless game, manipulating the 5 great ninja villages and the Akatsuki like puppets while successfully capturing 7-tailed beasts. And yet, Uchiha Madara had the nerve to claim he could control Aizen. Yeah, right. Is that so? Then tell me what you know about Aizen's whereabouts. Pain spoke after a brief silence. White Zetsu can't find him. Obito's lips twitched under his mask. Why do you think that if White Zetsu can't find him, you can? What, do you think you're Uchiha Madara? No, scratch that. Even if Madara were alive, he probably couldn't track Aizen down. That guy and his followers had practically vanished from the ninja world. Calming himself, Obito said slowly, all I know is that Black Zetsu is with him. Black Zetsu betrayed us too. Pain muttered, deep in thought. Maybe. Obito wasn't sure either. Black Zetsu was supposed to be the will of Uchiha Madara, so why had he sided with Aizen? It made no sense. Did Madara's own will decide that Aizen was better suited to fulfill his dreams than Madara himself? Are you really Uchiha Madara? Pain's doubt grew. Could the legendary ninja really be this incompetent? His subordinates kept betraying him, and his reputation was crumbling. Are you questioning me? Obito scoffed, trying to keep his cool. I haven't even asked you about Konan. Weren't you supposed to be inseparable partners? Pain fell silent, as if Obito's words had struck a nerve. After a long pause, he finally spoke. I will bring her back. Even if it means working with the great ninja villages. Obito sneered. How ironic. Shut up. Pain snapped, raising his right hand. Boom. An invisible force blasted toward Obito, shattering the wooden floor into countless splinters. Shinra Tensei, huh? Obito reappeared at Pain's side, unfazed. You know that won't work on me. A god does not tolerate provocation, Pain said coldly. Yeah, right. You're no god. Obito scoffed internally but kept his face neutral. Drop the pointless fight. I came to help. I've already convinced the Mizukage to attend the meeting to take down Aizen. I also found someone who knows a lot about him. Who? Pain's Rinnegan eyes locked onto him. Obito didn't hesitate. Yakushi Kabuto. He'll be our key to defeating Aizen. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 63, Eriri's Discovery. Buffed, Yakushi Kabuto is the key to defeating Aizen. Wasn't that guy working for Aizen all along? But Obito doesn't know that yet. So Kabuto is actually Aizen-san's spy planted next to Obito. Poor, naive Obito. He's sweeter than a chocolate parfait. First, Aizen played him, and now Kabuto is about to do the same. This was Kabuto's own choice. He is truly loyal. A Megakure Village's angel, not as good as me. This is an actor. Aizen was speechless at Konan's sudden comment. Was she competing for favor? Seriously? Fighting for attention with a mere tool as a member of his household, was that even necessary? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, by the way, I remember that Orochimaru and Danzo are still alive, right? If that's the case, isn't Kabuto at risk of being exposed? This is an actor, that's why I've already prepared a redemption arc for him. Shark-faced guy, as expected of Aizen-sama, every plan is so tightly woven. You placed me in the allied shinobi forces, was that to have me cooperate with Kabuto? This is an actor, not really. I just found you annoying and didn't want you in the Pure Land. Whether you want to work with Kabuto or not, that's up to you. Shark-faced guy. Doujin artist, puffed. Ha ha ha. He's totally being left to his own devices. As long as he doesn't come to the Pure Land, he can do whatever he wants. Is that what you're saying, Aizen-san? Skirt-flipping maniac, feels like Kisame-san just took a massive blow. Curly-haired guy, annoying, huh? Makes sense. Seeing that shark face while eating sashimi would be a total appetite killer. Like the sashimi suddenly coming back to life. Shark-faced guy, not only would it come back to life, but it'd also bite you. Wanna test it out, Jin-san? Doujin artist, Kisame-san, was that a serious bite? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, how can a bite not be serious? Lee Macho looked genuinely curious. Skirt-flipping maniac, ahem, Macho Jie, maybe it's best not to dwell on this. This kind of topic might be too early for you. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. A Megakure Village's angel, Macho looks so confused right now. Even Ruko, a 13-year-old girl, can talk like this in front of a 29-year-old Taoist nun. Skirt-flipping maniac, sorry, Macho Jie. I just thought this topic wasn't suitable for you. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, it's fine, I understand. Curly-haired guy, humph. Macho-chan will grow up sooner or later. Shouldn't we take the chance to educate her about these things now? Doujin artist, but what you're teaching isn't knowledge, it's poison. How does Jin even have the nerve to say, educate, with a straight face? With the way he acts in the group, does he really not have any self-awareness? Sitting in the classroom, Eriri shook her head and let out a sigh. Just then, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a familiar figure. Is that Kasumiga Kaka? Long, jet-black hair draped over her shoulders, a white hairband on her head, black stockings wrapping around slightly plump legs. Even though Eriri couldn't see her face from this angle, the figure and outfit made it pretty obvious, it had to be Kasumiga Kaka Yutaha. But something about her seemed off. She was staggering as she walked, her steps unsteady. Did she drink some bad alcohol or something? Eriri thought with amusement. Then, without hesitation, she stood up and started following her. It wasn't because she was worried something might happen to her, she just wanted to see the scheming woman make a fool of herself. Yeah, that was it. With that thought in mind, Eriri silently trailed behind Kasumigakaka, following her through the corridor until they arrived at a red-roofed building. I remember this place, it's the school's abandoned storage room. What's Kasumigakaka doing here? Eriri watched as Kasumigakaka pushed open the door and stepped inside, her curiosity growing. But the storage room was a single room. If she just walked in like that, Kasumigakaka would definitely notice her. And getting caught following someone like this would be hard to explain. Wait. Her gaze shifted to the storage room's window. A better idea came to mind. She pushed off the ground lightly, using her agility to propel herself upward. Tap. She landed easily on the ledge in front of the window and peeked inside. The next moment, she froze. Fire. Deep red flames reflected in her pupils. Kasumigakaka Yutaha stood there, completely engulfed in the flames, a hint of intoxication on her face. Seeing this, Eriri blinked in shock and quickly pulled up the group chat. Dojin artist, guys, what the hell is going on? Image. Curly-haired guy, Kasumigakaka Yutaha, is on fire. Not gonna lie, Eriri-chan, even if she's your romantic rival, isn't this a bit too much of a punishment? Dojin artist, nonsense. I didn't start that fire. And come on, who gets burned and still looks like they're enjoying it? Even the biggest masochist has limits. Skirt-flipping maniac, she's covered in flames, but there's not a single burn on her. This looks a lot like the fire-wielding ability users on our side. This is an actor, if I'm not wrong, this is an ability awakening. Since this world has a spiritual energy revival, it's not surprising that new rules would bring about such changes. Megakure Village's angel, a product of the new rules. So you're saying Kasumigakaka Yutaha's case isn't unique? This is an actor, exactly. Which is why Eriri should get ready. Dojin artist, are ready for what? Eriri suddenly started to panic. Something about this felt off. This is an actor, people who originally had no power suddenly gaining abilities, it's hard to say they won't develop ambitions. And if ability users start appearing everywhere, it could shake up the old order. The ones in power won't just sit back and watch their authority weaken. When that happens, what do you think will follow? Curly-haired guy, a clash between the old and the new, leading to chaos. Basically, a man-made disaster. Skirt-flipping maniac, it's more than that. Eriri's world also has mutated animals running around. They definitely won't be friendly toward humans. Dojin artist, stop it. If you guys keep talking like this, I'll start thinking human society is doomed. Damn it. This was just supposed to be an ordinary world, how did it end up like this? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, so, Eriri, what do you plan to do? Dojin artist, I'm feeling hopeless. Gonna grab some pudding to calm down. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 64, Makoto arrived, Makoto died. Curly-haired guy, pudding. At a time like this, you're still thinking about pudding. That's completely irresponsible, Eriri-chan. As punishment, hand over your pudding right now. Dojin artist, image. Curly-haired guy, you bastard, are you mocking me? I said to upload the pudding, not upload a picture. And the worst part, you sent a photo of a half-eaten pudding. Shark-faced guy, you jealous? Curly-haired guy, ha, as if. I told you, this is punishment. You don't understand punishment. Shark-faced guy, so your idea of punishment is stealing someone's pudding. Curly-haired guy, shut up, you damn shark face. A shark like you should just behave and turn yourself into sashimi, don't go making up roles for yourself. Megakure Village's angel, stealing pudding. Gintoki, you're getting more and more pathetic. You used to be unreliable, but at least you weren't like this. Curly-haired guy, that's because back then, I wasn't in prison. Image. Clicking the image opened a photo, Sakata Gintoki, wearing a prison uniform, hands and feet chained. Skirt-flipping maniac. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Dojin artist, because of that duel with Kondo Isao. You actually ended up in jail for that. Curly-haired guy, what else? Damn it, they put me in for 2 months over such a small thing. Those tax thieves are clearly abusing their power. I'm filing a complaint. Shark-faced guy, I don't think so. You beat the hell out of their chief. The fact that they only gave you 2 months is actually pretty generous. Megakure Village's angel, yeah, if someone did that to Aizen-san, I'd probably kill them. Skirt-flipping maniac, Konan, that scenario doesn't exist. Who in the entire ninja world could even hurt Aizen-san? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, if it were Nagato, he might actually get hurt. Megakure Village's angel, Nagato's a grown man. He can take care of himself. Dojin artist, pft. The favoritism is so obvious. If Nagato knew about this, he'd definitely cry. Curly-haired guy, pudding. Give me pudding. I can't go on without pudding. Doujin artist, it's gone. Image. Curly-haired guy, you did that on purpose, didn't you, you brat? Damn it. If there's no pudding, at least give me an arrow book. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, ha, typical men, thinking with the lower half. But I guess that's still better than some hypocrites. Skirt-flipping maniac, Mosu, that sounded like you've dealt with a lot of hypocrites. This is an actor, met a lot of them. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, yeah, for example, this guy. Image. Doujin artist, from the looks of it, he's actually pretty handsome. He had a refined appearance, dressed in white, with the elegance of a noble young master. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, I met him in Lantian County, and he left a deep impression on me. You'd never guess just by looking at him, but he was a human trafficker. He kidnapped innocent young girls, starved and beat them until they gave in, then sold them to brothels. Skirt-flipping maniac, that's horrible. This is just too much. A Megakure Village's angel, people like that deserve to die. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, yeah, so I killed him. And while I was at it, I wiped out his entire sect too. At this moment, Limacho stood in a courtyard, holding a blood-stained sword. All around her, bodies lay scattered in disarray. Bright red blood pooled into small streams, and the terrified, pleading expressions still lingered on the faces of the corpses. The scene was too gruesome, so Limacho didn't send a picture to the chat. Skirt-flipping maniac, whoa, is Big Sis Macho becoming a hero of justice? That's so cool. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, it was just a coincidence. Running into something like this made me sick. Limacho didn't see herself as a hero. Even though she had changed, she still believed that the blood of innocent people stained her hands and could never be washed away. Doujin artist, I get it. Just hearing about it makes me feel sick. But in that era, I guess there was no way to completely stop such disgusting things. Skirt-flipping maniac, yeah, and those so-called martial artists aren't under the government's control. They do whatever they want. This is an actor, it's not impossible to stop. Doujin artist. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, how? This is an actor, the foundation of a feudal society is ruled by people, not laws. If you want to change things, you have to be the one making the rules. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, the one making the rules. Like the leader of the martial world. This is an actor, whether it's the leader of the martial world or the emperor, it depends on you. Curly-haired guy, the E-Emperor. Whoa, this is getting way too crazy. And is something like that even possible? A Megakure Village's angel, it might be hard for Macho alone, but we're a group. Once we upgrade the chat and unlock the time travel function, there will be no one who can stand in our way. Doujin artist, Anson-san, he stole your line. A Megakure Village's angel, humph, I belong to him anyway. What's wrong with him borrowing a line from me? Skirt-flipping maniac, damn, that actually makes sense. I have no argument. Curly-haired guy, outrageous. This is just too outrageous. I can't stand watching anymore. Aizen-sama, are you really going to let this woman get away with this? Aren't you going to teach her a lesson? This is an actor, what kind of lesson are you suggesting? Curly-haired guy, cough, you know what I mean. Notice, curly-haired guy has been muted by the group owner for 1 minute. Doujin artist, ha. Serves you right. Trying to make Anson-san do something pervy. That's so lame. This is an actor, yeah, and if anything like that happens, it won't be until I'm at least 18. Shark-faced guy. Skirt-flipping maniac. Doujin artist, Anson-san, what's wrong with you? At least 18. That's not the issue here at all. Notice, Chingji laughs at your lack of awareness, has joined the chat. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, a new member. That name. Doujin artist, that's so weird. It feels like he's mocking us. This is an actor, should we just kick him out? Just from the username, Aizen already had a pretty good idea of who this newcomer was. That's why he made the suggestion, this guy wasn't worthy of being part of his group. Just thinking about it was disgusting. Skirt-flipping maniac, kick him out. Isn't that a bit harsh? A Megakure Village's angel, Anson-san, do you know this person? Are they that bad? This is an actor, oh, they're worse than you think. A Megakure Village's angel, got it. I trust your judgment. Chingji laughs at your lack of awareness, is anyone there? Please, help me. Save me. They're coming, they're going to kill me. Doujin artist, huh? This is an actor, tell us where you are. Chingji laughs at your lack of awareness, Sakakino Academy, I'm in the storage room. Ah. Notification, group member Chingji laughs at your lack of awareness has been confirmed dead. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 65, So, can you show us how to eat with your butt? Silence. Everyone in the group chat went quiet as they stared at the blood-red notification on the screen. After a long pause, the chat started moving again. Skirt-flipping maniac, he's dead. The new guy just died like that. This has to be a joke, right? This is an actor, I don't think the group rules would joke about something like this. Aizen sent the message, then glanced at the member list in the chat. It was clear as day, next to the username, Chingge laughs at your lack of awareness, there was now a big black skull icon. This group chat really had a lot of details. Dojin artist, poor guy, we didn't even know his name. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, yeah. Shark-faced guy, didn't Aizen say this newbie was pretty useless? If that's the case, there's no need to get sentimental over him. Skirt-flipping maniac, still, no matter how useless he was, he's dead now. Dojin artist, exactly. At least show some basic empathy. Notification, this is an actor has uploaded the memory school days. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Curly-haired guy, whoa, wait a second, don't tell me the guy who just died was this idiot protagonist. Two-timing, lying to girls, using them for their bodies, and then bouncing between them over and over. Not only that, but he was messing around with the fourth and fifth girl too. And after doing all that, he just says, actually, I like Kotonoha. Damn, what a world-class piece of trash. Even someone as jaded as Gintoki couldn't help but feel disgusted. Skirt-flipping maniac, Makoto Itu. Chingge, yeah, it has to be him. Dojin artist, holy crap, this scumbag who played with girls' feelings. Good riddance. No wonder Aizen wanted to kick him out, someone like that didn't deserve to be one of us. Shark-faced guy, Eriri, where's your empathy now? Dojin artist, that's for humans, not for garbage like him. Ugh, this guy is disgusting. He's beyond awful. Eriri was so furious her whole body was shaking, and she could barely hold her pencil straight. Compared to this sleazebag Makoto Itu, even those ridiculously lucky harem protagonists seemed almost respectable. And this was just the TV version of Aizen's uploaded memory, which was the all-ages edition. If he had uploaded the game version, Eriri might have exploded on the spot. Omegakure Village's angel, Eriri, calm down. He's already dead. This is an actor, that's right, there's no point getting mad at a corpse. The only shame is that he died too fast. If he'd lived longer, we could have gotten more information about his world. Shark-faced guy, oh, so that last question Aizen asked was just to get intel. This is an actor, exactly. At that point, I was about 80% sure he was Makoto Itu, but I needed to be 100% sure. Luckily, his final answer confirmed it for me. Sakakino Academy. The moment he mentioned those 4 words, Aizen knew his guess was right. The story of school days takes place at Sakakino Academy. Skirt-flipping maniac, wait, so you weren't actually trying to save him? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, there's no way we could have saved him, the group's teleport function isn't even on. And besides, Aizen never wanted to save him. Omegakure Village's angel, what I'm more curious about is, what information was Aizen trying to get? You already knew the plot of School Days, didn't you? This is an actor, knowing the story doesn't mean everything is under control. Even small changes can throw an entire timeline off course. And in Makoto Itu's world, I don't think we're talking about small changes. Dojin artist, what do you mean by that? This is an actor, do you remember what Makoto said when he was begging for help? They're going to kill me. That they, what was he talking about? Since our group chat transmits messages directly from our thoughts, there shouldn't be any typos unless they're intentional. Omegakure Village's angel, so whatever killed him, it wasn't human. Skirt-flipping maniac, if it wasn't human, then what was it? He was still at school, so it couldn't have been some wild animal, right? Dojin artist, could it have been a ghost? Curly-haired guy, don't be stupid. Ghosts don't exist. They're just something people made up. Dojin artist, wow, really? You do realize we're in a supernatural group chat, right? Why would ghosts be impossible? Wait. I get it now. You're scared, aren't you? Curly-haired guy, nonsense. I'm not scared at all. I'm just analyzing things logically, okay? Logically. Maybe the one who killed that idiot protagonist was actually an apostle from the MU continent. Dojin artist, logical my ass. And what the hell is MU continent? That's even crazier than ghosts. Also, why would an apostle from another world go out of their way to kill some random loser? Even gods don't get that kind of special treatment. Skirt-flipping maniac, so sharp. I don't really get it, but Aaron-chan's sarcasm feels so sharp. Dojin artist, damn it, am I really turning into the designated sarcastic one? I never used to be like this. Curly-haired guy, Aaron-chan, people change. Dojin artist, and whose fault do you think that is? How do you even have the nerve to act all smug about it? Curly-haired guy, young girl. You probably don't know this, but real men like me don't need dignity. As long as we have a butt, we can survive. This is an actor, oh. Then why don't you show us how you eat with your butt? Skirt-flipping maniac, Dojin artist, ha ha ha. Yeah, show us. Shark-faced guy, I'm also curious, Jin-san. How exactly do you survive just with your butt? Curly-haired guy, ahem, Warden's making rounds. Gotta go. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 66, The 5 Kage Summit begins. Dojin artist, what does the warden checking rooms have to do with your little performance? Just say you're running away, at least come up with a better excuse. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, sigh. I really hope Jin can stop making things up on the spot like this. Dojin artist, not gonna happen. That habit is in his bones. The only way to fix it is to rebuild him from scratch or wipe his memory completely. Skirt-flipping maniac, oh, losing memories. I think that actually happened to Jin in the story at one point. Dojin artist, yeah, that did happen. But in the end, they helped him get his memories back. What a shame. Curly-haired guy, cut it out already, damn it. If I really lost my memories, I wouldn't even recognize you guys anymore. Isn't that a pretty tragic thing? Dojin artist, no. Shark-faced guy, no. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, no. Skirt-flipping maniac, no. Curly-haired guy, no your ass. Are you guys just broken record players? Is this what human nature is now? I curse you all with diarrhea. Upside-down diarrhea. Dojin artist, that kind of high-level skill. Only you could pull that off. Curly-haired guy, shut up. Your world is about to fall into chaos, and you still have the mood to chat here. Don't you feel even a little guilty? Dojin artist, why should I feel guilty? I'm not a ruler, and I'm not some chosen hero. Even if the world does fall apart, it's not something I can stop. My abilities are limited. All I can do is protect the people I care about. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, yeah, that's enough. Curly-haired guy, damn it, you didn't fall for it. Aren't people your age supposed to be full of dreams and want to save the world? Dojin artist, that middle school phase is long gone, thanks. Besides, chatting in the group isn't necessarily useless. If I work hard enough to collect enough points to level up the group, I can just cling to Aizen-san's leg for safety. Skirt-flipping maniac, same here. That absolute ability project testing ground is way too hard to find. Aizen-san, please come save us. Omega Kure Village's angel, I think Aizen-san is still thinking about that Makoto Ito situation. At this is an actor. Konan glanced at Aizen, who was sitting in front of the monitor. She quickly noticed that his focus wasn't on the screen at all. After being tagged, Aizen turned his head slightly to look at Konan and replied in the chat, was I that obvious? Omega Kure Village's angel, I can't think of anything else that would make you look so deep in thought. Curly-haired guy, hey, you two are literally sitting right across from each other. Why are you still using the group chat to talk? Are you showing off or something? Dojin artist, you don't get it, do you? This is what we call atmosphere. But since that scumbag Makoto is already dead, that means the trail is completely cold, right? What's left to think about? This is an actor, just making some connections, that's all. Both Aizen and Anzen had always been the kind of people who were curious about the unknown. Makoto Ito's death had clearly sparked his curiosity, making him think about things like interdimensional invasions, supernatural awakenings, or even zombie viruses. After all, in the web novels from his past life, this kind of world-ending disaster was a common trope. Of course. It wasn't necessarily some big disaster happening in school days. It could have just been a one-off case. Or maybe some traveler from another world who hated Makoto Ito found a weird way to kill him. That wasn't impossible either. The problem was that there was too little information to be sure. Forget it. Snapping out of his thoughts, Aizen refocused on the screen in front of him. Oh. It's starting already. In the eastern district of Omega Kure, there was a luxurious mansion. It used to belong to Hanzo, but now, Pain had taken it over as the new base for the Akatsuki. The 5 Kage Summit was also being held here. At this moment. Around the large round table in the center, Pain, Tsunade, Oanoki, Raza, and Karatachi Yagura were seated in order, while their bodyguard ninjas stood on either side. This used to be Hanzo's place, right? Oanoki looked around and was the first to speak. Where is that old man? He's dead. Just this morning, Pain replied in a cold voice. Hanzo is dead. Tsunade was momentarily stunned, her eyes dazed. She could still remember how powerless she felt when facing him back then. And now, the man who once made her feel so helpless was gone. It was a strange feeling. As for how Danzo had died, no one here was foolish enough to not figure it out. The man with the legendary Rinnegan truly lived up to his reputation. After a brief silence, Jiraiya spoke with a complicated expression. Are you still unable to let go of what happened back then, Nagato? Clearly, he had already learned Pain's true identity through certain channels. He also understood why he and Konan had become who they were now. Nagato didn't answer his question. He simply said in a cold tone, I am Pain now. Nagato, you. Bang. Before Jiraiya could finish, a loud slam interrupted him. The fourth Raikage, using his only remaining left hand, slammed the table hard and grinned. I didn't come here to play some stupid role-playing game with you all. I don't care who you are. I'm only here for one thing, to deal with Aizen Sōsuke. He had barely survived Aizen's Heido attack back then, saved only by Tsunade's healing jutsu. But he had lost his entire right arm forever. Speaking of Aizen Sōsuke, wasn't he kind of like the 5th Hokage's student? Oanoki turned his gaze to Tsunade, implying something. Doesn't Konohagakure owe us an explanation? Sure. Tsunade suddenly stood up and looked around at everyone. But before that, you all should compensate for the damage done to Konohagakure first. Even if Aizen misled you, invading the village was still your own decision, wasn't it? As soon as she finished speaking, the entire hall grew tense. Are you all planning to fight among yourselves? At that moment, a young man standing behind Pain, wearing a deep red cloak, suddenly spoke. Go ahead, I'm sure Aizen would love to see that happen. Instantly. Everyone, including Tsunade, turned their eyes toward the young man. Who are you? Ah, my bad. The red-cloaked young man smiled and adjusted his round glasses. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Yakushi Kabuto, and I'm someone who knows a bit about all this. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 67, Yakushi Kabuto's acting career. Someone who knows. The fourth Raikage frowned as he studied Kabuto. What do you mean by that? Exactly what it sounds like, Kabuto said with a small smirk, his expression gentle. Kid, are you trying to play mind games with us? Oanoki snorted, clearly annoyed. That annoyance wasn't just directed at Kabuto, it was also directed at Pain. Because this silver-haired young man was clearly associated with him. Wait, Yakushi Kabuto. Tsunade narrowed her eyes as if something had clicked. You're that orphan from Konohagakure's orphanage. Aizen's childhood classmate. If I remember correctly, you later joined Root with him, didn't you? Tsunade-sama sure knows a lot. Did Aizen tell you that? Kabuto turned his gaze to her, his tone polite. Tsunade nodded slightly, her expression complicated. Aizen once told me you were a rare genius in the ninja world. A genius, huh? Kabuto shook his head slightly, looking a little nostalgic. In front of Aizen, I don't think anyone can really claim that title. Silence. Even as Aizen's enemies, no one in the room could refute that statement. At just 13 years old, he had single-handedly manipulated the entire ninja world with both power and strategy. That level of talent was unheard of. But actually, he didn't tell you the whole truth, Tsunade-sama. After a short pause, Kabuto continued, I didn't join Root with him, I was forced to, as his spy. His goal was to take down Danzo and Orochimaru-sama. I see. Jiraiya seemed to realize something and nodded in understanding. Of course, take down might not be the most accurate way to put it. Pushing his glasses up, Kabuto's tone remained calm. After all, even back then, Aizen already possessed power beyond the ninja world. So to him, whether it was me, Danzo, or Orochimaru-sama, we were probably nothing more than entertainment pieces on his board. Beyond the ninja world. Uchiha Shisui, who had been silent until now, furrowed his brows as if he had caught onto something. You must be Shisui-kun. I've heard a lot about you. Kabuto turned his gaze to him and smiled faintly. As Aizen's close friend, you should know about Kyōka Suigetsu, right? That's not actually a genjutsu, it's the ability of his sword. The sword's ability? Shisui was momentarily stunned, suddenly recalling the strange feeling he had during his fight with Aizen earlier. He also remembered a specific detail, every time Aizen used genjutsu, he would draw his sword. So, you figured it out. Yakushi Kabuto's smile faded as his expression turned serious. That sword's true power is called complete hypnosis. It can completely control all 5 senses. As long as someone has seen the sword being released, they will become its prisoner. Not even the Manjiki Sharingan or the Rinnegan can break free from it. What? Everyone present was shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. Complete hypnosis. Controlling all 5 senses. How are they even supposed to fight against that? You mean, just seeing the sword's release is enough? Shursue frowned, deep in thought. That's right. Once the release phrase is spoken, the hypnosis ritual is complete, Yakushi Kabuto nodded. Shatter, Kyōka Suigetsu. Doesn't that sound familiar? That's the release phrase. You've got to be kidding. Raza's eyes widened in disbelief. It's just an ordinary sword, how could it have such power? If it were just an ordinary sword, then of course, it wouldn't. A slight smile appeared on Yakushi Kabuto's lips. But that sword is far from ordinary. No one in the entire ninja world, aside from Aizen, knows how to forge it. With just that sword alone, he already stands above the entire ninja world. Silence. The information Yakushi Kabuto had just revealed made the entire room fall into a heavy silence. If what this silver-haired boy was saying was true, then only a handful of people here had likely never seen Aizen release his sword. If they went into battle against him like this, they'd be nothing more than cannon fodder. Boom. Suddenly, a loud thunderous sound erupted. Everyone turned toward the source of the noise. As expected, it was the short-tempered fourth Raikage slamming his fist on the table. Kid, did you bring us here just to praise the enemy? The fourth Raikage raised his fist, his eyes blazing with anger. If you think this alone is enough to break my will, then you're too naive. No matter how strong the enemy is, I will never back down. As expected of Raikage-sama. That kind of determination is something we should all learn from. Yakushi Kabuto first gave a small compliment, then continued calmly, but isn't it also important to correctly recognize the enemy's strengths and advantages? If I truly wanted to break your will, I wouldn't be standing here, and I certainly wouldn't have joined the Akatsuki. So, you're here looking for a way to escape Aizen's control? Tsunade asked, frowning. That's not the only reason. Tsunade-sama, you've heard of Yakushi Nono, haven't you? Yakushi Kabuto shook his head slightly, his voice softening. She was my and Aizen's mentor at the orphanage, someone I cherished more than anything. But now, she's being held captive by Aizen. I have to rescue her. The determination in his eyes seemed to affect everyone present. Meanwhile, Aizen and Konan were watching the scene unfold through a monitor. A Megakure Village's angel, Anzen-san, this Yakushi Kabuto guy seems to be imitating you. This is an actor, yeah, he really does. In the original story, Yakushi Kabuto liked to imitate Orochimaru. Now, he had just switched targets to Aizen. It was obvious that deep down, this boy lacked confidence in himself. That's why he deliberately mimicked those he admired. A Megakure Village's angel, but he's nowhere near as good as you. No matter how you look at it, Anzen-san is the best. Dojin artist, Konan, seriously. Even if you want to praise Anzen-san, can you not be so blunt about it? I don't want to be force-fed your lovey-dovey nonsense in the group chat. A Megakure Village's angel, you can join me if you want. I don't mind. Dojin artist. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Skirt-flipping maniac, wait, you don't mind. Curly-haired guy, hold up, what do you mean by join you? Are you saying what I think you're saying? This is an actor, Konan-senpai, you've already met the Arrancar, right? Is there any one of them you're particularly unhappy with? Dojin artist, what kind of question is that? This is an actor, since the 5 Kage Summit is already happening, I should at least do something. If they don't truly understand the severity of the situation, they won't really come together as a united front. Shark-faced guy, so, Aizen-sama is planning to send an Arrancar over to cause trouble. And that Arrancar probably won't be coming back alive. Skirt-flipping maniac, Anzen-san, your way of thinking is something else. Most people worry about the enemy being too strong. You're worried the enemy is too weak. A Megakure Village's angel, in that case, send Pakura. The way she looks at you makes me uncomfortable. I don't like her. Dojin artist, pfft. Konan, are you seriously using this as an excuse to get rid of a potential rival? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, weren't you just saying you didn't mind? A Megakure Village's angel, I don't mind when it's you guys, but other women are off limits. This is an actor, let's switch targets. The Espada level 1s are still useful. Besides, with Pakura's current strength, these Kage probably won't even be able to put up a fight. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 68, The Arrancar Attack. A Megakure Village, 5 Kage Summit Venue. Thanks to the intel provided by Yakushi Kabuto, the Kage had gained some understanding of Aizen's abilities and tactics. However, the atmosphere in the meeting hall had become even heavier than before they had this information. It wasn't surprising. After all, ignorance breeds fearlessness. But now that they knew, they were finally realizing just how terrifying Aizen truly was. That guy is already this powerful, yet he's still building an army. Owanoki's expression was tense, his brows furrowed. This is really bad news. Raza also frowned. Are those hollow-like beings really that strong? We can confirm that. Tsunade nodded and continued, a ninja who successfully undergoes hollowification can indeed reach an entirely new level of power. I won't hide anything from you, Sōsuke has already mastered hollowification. With that, she turned to look at Sōsuke. He gave a slight nod, then covered his face with one hand and pulled downward. Whoosh! A pale white, bone-like mask suddenly formed over his face. A powerful wave of energy burst out from within him, filling the entire conference hall with an almost tangible pressure. Though the force quickly subsided, it was enough to send chills down the spines of everyone present. So this is the power of hollowification. Just releasing his aura alone was overwhelming. If Sōsuke were to attack them right now, they might not even have time to react. What incredible spiritual pressure, Yakushi Kabuto murmured in admiration. He wasn't just flattering Sōsuke, he genuinely meant it. The spiritual pressure that Uchiha Sōsuke had just unleashed clearly met the standards of an Espada. In fact, he might even be one of the stronger ones. It seemed Aizen really had taken special care of this close friend of his. As he thought this, Yakushi Kabuto maintained his usual calm smile. However, even with power like this, Sōsuke-kun's hollowification still isn't complete. What? This isn't the full version. Raza was visibly shocked. That's right. Yakushi Kabuto nodded. If I'm not mistaken, Sōsuke-kun's current state has a time limit, correct? I can maintain it for 5 minutes at most, Sōsuke replied as he waved his hand, making the mask vanish. And after each use, I need about 10 minutes to recharge that special energy. I believe it's called Ryatsu. Yes, that's correct. You've picked it up quickly, Sōsuke-kun. Yakushi Kabuto gave an approving nod. Tsunade spoke up, so what you're saying is, because Sōsuke can't sustain this form for long, it's considered incomplete. It's not about how long it lasts. Yakushi Kabuto shook his head and grinned. A true, fully hollowified form is irreversible. Their masks become permanent. He flashed a sinister smile. To be honest, they can't even be considered human anymore. They're something else entirely, beings known as Erinkar. Whoosh. Before Yakushi Kabuto even finished speaking, a sudden, unnatural distortion rippled through the space inside the conference hall. A black void, like the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, opened up above the round table. Asterisk tap. Tap. Tap, asterisk. A figure in white stepped out from the void, slowly coming into view. He was a stocky man, clad in a pristine white battle uniform. But the most striking feature was the white mask covering his forehead and extending down the back of his head, making it look as though he were wearing a bone-white helmet. Who are you? Enemy attack. Stay on guard. The moment the masked man appeared, Pain and the Kage all assumed combat stances. You're Iwakawa. Owanoki's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the newcomer. Though his appearance had changed significantly, Owanoki still recognized that face. This was the same subordinate he had personally chosen and sent to infiltrate Kanagakuwa as a spy, only for the men to betray them and join Aizen, causing a major setback during the battle against Konoha. Oh, Owanoki, Iwakawa glanced at him with disdain. You're as old and frail as ever. Still not ready to kick the bucket. Owanoki ignored the taunt and instead asked, is this transformation what you call an Erinkar? Oh. You already know what I am. Iwakawa shifted his gaze toward Yakushi Kabuto and sneered. Looks like you've got a blabbermouth in your ranks. Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses and calmly replied, it seems this Erinkar's target is me. Bingo, you insignificant worm. Iwakawa let out a cold chuckle. You threw away the honor Aizen-sama bestowed upon you. Have you prepared yourself for? Slash. Before he could finish speaking, a flash of blue lightning suddenly struck. Boom. Fists and palms clashed, sending out a powerful shockwave through the air. Humph, the fourth Reikage. With his right palm blocking A's lightning-covered fist, Iwakawa smirked. You're not that impressive. As the battle in Omegakure Village's conference hall raged on, Konan diligently reported the fight to the group chat. The atmosphere among the spectators immediately became lively. Dojin artist, is this Erinkar getting cocky? Everything he says and does screams arrogance. Shark-faced guy, when someone gains too much power too fast, their ego tends to inflate. This isn't surprising. Omegakure Village's angel, he's just a disposable pawn. Keeping him in the afterlife wouldn't do us much good, so I figured we might as well put him to use. Skirt-flipping maniac, Konan, you're really starting to sound like a housekeeper. Dojin artist, but let's be real, your first choice for waste disposal was Bakura, right? A Megakure Village's angel. Well, Aizen-sama said she's useful, so I'll leave it at that. I wouldn't dare go against his wishes. Dojin artist. Whoa, what's with the jealousy? I can taste the vinegar from here. Curly-haired guy. Some things are better left unsaid, Eri. You know what I mean, right? Aizen glanced at the chat but didn't join in, pretending nothing was happening as he focused on the screen in front of him. At that moment, the battle in Megakure Village's conference hall had reached its peak. Facing the combined assault of the 5 Kage, Iwakawa, who had been so full of himself earlier, was now clearly struggling. Realizing he couldn't hold back anymore, Iwakawa finally decided to reveal his true power. With a flick of his wrist, he turned his Zanpakuto horizontally and ran his right hand along the blade. Shred them, Tsukikage Kamakiri. Boom. A surge of spiritual pressure exploded outward, completely enveloping Iwakawa. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 69, Chapter 69, Where's Your Final Boss Aura? Whoosh. A violent gust of wind sent powerful shockwaves rippling through the room. The round table at the center trembled, while chairs and other objects were forcefully pushed aside. Damn it. What's going on? What the hell just happened? Even the Kage present had to step back, struggling to resist the storm-like pressure. After a moment, the wind subsided. Tsunade and the others finally opened their eyes, only to be met with the sight of Iwakawa in a completely transformed state. 2 long, bony horns had sprouted from his head. A white mask covered the upper half of his face, and both of his arms had turned into jagged, serrated blades. What is that? Raza's eyes widened in shock. Resurrection, Yakushi Kabuto muttered, his tone unusually serious. A power unique to the Erinkar. By releasing the core sealed within their Zanpakuto, they returned to their true form. Their true form? The group was momentarily stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. So, this is what Iwakawa really looks like. No wonder Kabuto said they had become something else entirely. This was no longer human. Watch out. He's coming. Tsunade shouted. Boom. Iwakawa stomped hard on the wooden floor, shattering it instantly. His entire body shot forward like a cannonball, heading straight for the Kage. Tsunade and the others braced themselves for the attack, but just before reaching them, Iwakawa suddenly veered off, rushing straight at Yakushi Kabuto instead. After exchanging blows earlier, Iwakawa's inflated ego had already deflated. He knew that even in his Resurrection form, he probably couldn't take on all 5 Kage at once. And Pain, with his Rinnegan, hadn't even made a move yet. If he stayed here any longer, he'd end up dead. In that case, it was better to complete his mission and escape. His sudden change in direction caught everyone off guard. Before Tsunade and the others could react, Iwakawa had already raised his serrated blade, slashing straight at the unguarded Yakushi Kabuto. Snap. A sharp crack echoed as wood chips flew everywhere. Under the shocked and astonished gazes of everyone present, Iwakawa's hand chop split apart the coffin lid that was blocking Yakushi Kabuto. When did this happen? Iwakawa's eyes widened in surprise. Of course, before you rushed over. Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses and smiled. This little gift I prepared for you, please accept it. Bang. Just as Yakushi Kabuto finished speaking, a massive fist suddenly shot out from the coffin, slamming into Iwakawa and sending him flying. Boom. Under the terrifying force, Iwakawa coughed up blood and was sent crashing straight into the wall behind him. Broken stones scattered in all directions as dust filled the air. Tap, tap. A man wearing dark red armor slowly stepped out of the coffin, his long hair swaying behind him. His gaze carried an overwhelming sense of dominance and arrogance. You are. Looking at the armored men in front of him, Oanoki's eyes widened in disbelief. Uchiha Madara. Tsunade also sucked in a breath. Uchiha Madara? Pain glanced at the armored men, raising an eyebrow. So, that one was fake. This body, so the Rinne rebirth jutsu was a success. Madara ignored the people around him, focusing only on examining his own flesh and blood body. It's not Rinne rebirth, Madara-san, Yakushi Kabuto's voice suddenly came from behind him. This artificial body of yours was personally created by me. Are you satisfied with it? Artificial body? Uchiha Madara turned his head slightly, looking surprised. I remember that Brat Aizen came up with this idea, it actually worked. He recalled how, back then, Aizen had proposed the concept of an artificial body to him. He had encouraged it on the surface but secretly dismissed it as nonsense. It wasn't surprising. After all, making a dead person's soul inhabit an artificial body sounded like childish fantasy. Uchiha Madara had never taken it seriously. But now, that supposedly ridiculous idea had actually become reality. Yes, it's already complete, Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses up with a smile. In that case, where is that Brat Aizen? And these people? Uchiha Madara scanned the crowd until his gaze landed on Pain. I see, so Nagato is here too. As the original owner of the Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara naturally understood that the Pain in front of him was just a puppet. This Uchiha Madara, he knows who I really am. Pain furrowed his brows, feeling puzzled. The only Uchiha Madara he had interacted with was the masked man. So why did this one also know his real name? There's a lot to explain, Madara-san, Yakushi Kabuto said with a smirk. The reason I brought you here today is to deal with. Boom. A thunderous explosion cut him off mid-sentence. From the rubble, Iwakawa's figure emerged, his face twisted with rage. Unforgivable, you bastards are unforgivable. Die. Swish. Like a hunting leopard, he charged toward Madara and the others, his arms swinging as jagged blades sliced through the air, leaving behind afterimages. This is an actor, looks like it's over. Squelch. Just as Aizen sent his message, Iwakawa's body was pierced straight through the heart by a curved blade, lifted high into the air. The wielder of the blade was none other than Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Ha ha ha. You're all done for. You're absolutely done for. Lord Aizen will kill every last one of you. Long live Lord Aizen. Iwakawa let out a crazed scream as his entire body started to twist unnaturally. Then, with a loud pop, he completely exploded. A Megakure Village's angel, so Uchiha Madara's resurrection was also part of Anzen-san's plan. This is an actor, yes. Without a character like Uchiha Madara, the story would feel a bit bland. Don't worry about Nagato, Kabuto will make sure he's safe. Dojin artist, what if Uchiha Madara tries to kill Nagato? Can Kabuto stop him? This is an actor, oh. Does Kashiwagi Eri-sensei not trust me? Dojin artist, pft, shut up. Even if it's Anzen-san, you can't just call me by my pen name in the group. A Megakure Village's angel, since Anzen-san said so, I feel relieved. By the way, for dinner, I want sweet and sour pork, twice cooked pork, and mapo tofu. Make the tofu extra spicy. Curly-haired guy. Skirt-flipping maniac, isn't that a bit of a sudden topic change? Also, why is Anzen-san the one cooking? Dojin artist, exactly. What happened to your dignity as the mastermind? Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 70, Ninja Alliance Infighting. This is an actor, would you rather starve just to maintain an image? That's just sad. Dojin artist, that's not the point. The issue here is that you, the mastermind, are personally cooking. Shouldn't that be left to your subordinates? A Megakure Village's angel, looks like Arisa-chan still doesn't get it. What he really means is, aside from him, no one else in Jinto can make anything edible. Skirt-flipping maniac, that sounds terrifying. Curly-haired guy, that includes you too, Konan. A Megakure Village's angel, well, I can at least grill fish. This is an actor, true. As long as you don't mind it being undercooked and completely unseasoned, it's edible. Skirt-flipping maniac, Scarlet Lotus Fairy, sounds like Nkuin has it rough. Does that mean he's in charge of all the meals in Jinto? A Megakure Village's angel, no way. Those errand cars don't deserve to eat Anzen-san's cooking. They're not worthy. Shark-faced guy. Skirt-flipping maniac, ha ha ha, errand car Kisame-san just sent a question mark. This is an actor, most errand cars don't need food. They can sustain themselves by absorbing spiritual energy. A Megakure Village's angel, oh, food's ready. Image. Skirt-flipping maniac, whoa, is this Anzen-san's cooking? It looks amazing. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Nkuin, you really are a jack of all trades. This is an actor, it's just a hobby. Cooking, tea-making, calligraphy, these were all just hobbies. But Aizen treated his hobbies as seriously as his actual work. Whatever he set his mind to, he had to do it well. Curly-haired guy, damn it, showing off food at this hour. Have you ever considered how I, a prisoner, feel? My heart is wounded. Hand over that plate of bright red meat, or I won't be able to fill the hole in my soul. Dojin artist, give it up. There's no way to fill the hole in your soul. At best, you'll just fill your stomach, and then all that food will turn into useless waste, just like you. Curly-haired guy, shut up, you blonde sore loser. What's wrong with waste? Are you looking down on it? Don't forget, the veggies you eat are grown with fertilizer. Dojin artist, sorry, I'm not looking down on fertilizer. I'm just looking down on you. Skirt-flipping maniac, Arisa-chan, Jin-san, you two are at it again. And talking about fertilizer while people are eating. That's just rude. 7th District, Nikomimi Cafe. Satan Ruko sighed, feeling like she had to play mediator for these two every day. Ruko-chan, sorry. A soft, sweet voice interrupted her thoughts. Am I late? Yup, Satan. Ruko dragged out the word as she stood up and walked over to her friend, who was wearing a flower crown. So, you'll have to be punished. She reached out and started tickling her underarm. Ahaha. Ahaha. Ruko-chan, stop. That tickles so much. Haruka squirmed, trying to escape, but couldn't get away from Ruko's hands. Her face gradually turned red from laughing too hard, and only then did Satan Ruko stop. You're so sensitive, Haru. This is all your fault, Ruko-chan. Haruka turned her head away, pretending to be upset. You always like messing with me. That's because you're just too cute. Satan Ruko smirked like a mischievous old man. If I don't tease you, it'd feel like a waste. No, it wouldn't. That's just rude. Haru pouted but quickly changed the subject. Anyway, I saw something weird earlier, and that's why I was late. Weird? How weird? Satan Ruko asked, picking up a spoon to add sugar to Haru's coffee. Haruka tapped her chin thoughtfully. I think I saw two Misaka-sans. And one of them was wearing goggles. Clink. The spoon slipped from Satan Ruko's hand and hit the table. She jumped to her feet. Where did you see them? Dojin artist, two Misakas, and one was wearing goggles. That means Misaka Makoto already ran into a Misaka sister. Skirt-flipping maniac, I don't know. By the time I got to the place Haru mentioned, they were gone. I looked around but couldn't find them anywhere. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, don't worry about it. If you missed them, you missed them. You did your best. Megakure Village's angel, yeah, it was just bad timing. Skirt-flipping maniac, now that I think about it, the timing seems off. According to the original Railgun story, Misaka-san and her sister were supposed to meet for the first time in June. But today is only May 7th. This is an actor, the plot isn't everything, but it's possible that someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Dojin artist, so, Aizen-san, you also think that the one without goggles is actually Misaka Makoto? This is an actor, I'm almost certain. Shark-faced guy, is the one behind this Alistair. Curly-haired guy, who else could it be? That upside-down man is probably the only one. The source of all evil and darkness, yet he's packaged as a saint. It's honestly ironic. Megakure Village's angel, if this was Alistair's plan, why would he do it? This is an actor, no need to overthink it. Ruko, just keep an eye on Misaka Makoto. Skirt-flipping maniac, got it, I understand. Taking his eyes off the chat, Aizen turned his gaze back to the monitor in front of him. Deep down, he already had a vague idea. If Alistair arranged for Misaka Makoto and the sisters to meet early, it was probably because of Ruko. In other words, the one who monitored Academy City through the Misaka network 24/7 had likely already noticed Ruko's unusual behavior lately. But this was just speculation, so Aizen didn't say it out loud. Boom. A thunderous explosion from the monitor interrupted his thoughts. At the same time, Konan glanced over with a questioning look. On the screen, the round wooden table that had been placed at the center of the 5 Kage summit was now reduced to splinters, scattered all over the place. Uchiha Madara, having activated Susanoo once again, stood proudly on the left. On the opposite side were Pain and the ninjas from the various villages. The atmosphere was tense, like a powder keg ready to explode. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 71, The Legendary Rakuto Sennin. Megakure Village's angel. Dojin artist, what's up, Konan? Why the sudden question mark? Megakure Village's angel, Uchiha Madara and Nagato's group are clashing. Image. Skirt-flipping maniac, looks like it. Even the table got smashed. Dojin artist, why, though? At a time like this, they're fighting each other. I don't get it. Does Madara still think Aizen-san is on his side? This is an actor, no, Kabuto has already told him everything. It's just that Uchiha Madara is extremely confident in himself. Curly-haired guy, extremely confident. You mean? This is an actor, yeah. He believes he can easily defeat me on his own. If that happens, the 7-tailed beasts I've gathered will naturally become his. As for the 5 Kage and Pain, they're nothing but obstacles to his Eye of the Moon plan. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, so he decided to strike first. Dojin artist, wow, Madara is so arrogant. This is an actor, well, he has the right to be. After all, he was once at the top of the ninja world. Megakure Village's angel, was being the key word. Konan scoffed. To her, no one in the ninja world could compare to her Aizen. At this moment, the once overbearing Uchiha Madara finally met his match, his own clan's descendant, Uchiha Sōsuke. You brat, what kind of technique is that? Madara frowned at the bone-like mask covering Shinsuke's face. Ever since this younger Uchiha put on that strange mask, his strength had skyrocketed. Even for Madara, dealing with him was becoming difficult. That's called holification, Madara-san, Yakushi Kabuto answered with a smirk. To be honest, this is something Aizen developed. And under him, there are quite a lot of subordinates with this ability. What? Madara's pupils shrank, and for the first time, his expression turned serious. Whoosh. Before he could react, Shinsuke closed the distance in an instant. His Chunin blade swung down. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed through the hall as the entire right side of the building collapsed. Thick dust and debris filled the air. You're really something, brat, Madara's voice came through the smoke. If we're talking purely about swordsmanship, I, Uchiha Madara, acknowledge you as the strongest. As the dust settled, Madara's figure became visible again, looking a bit worse for wear. His dark red armor was cracked, and a long slash ran from his right shoulder down to his abdomen. Behind him, a massive, seemingly endless chasm stretched out. Stunned silence. Even the 5 Kage, including Tsunade, were completely shocked by the sheer destruction caused by a single slash from Shinsuke. And this wasn't even a charged-up attack, just a casual swing. Are you still going to continue? Shinsuke's voice was cold, with a sharp metallic edge to it. Do you even need to ask? Uchiha Madara grinned, the tomo in his blood-red eyes spinning wildly. It's rare for something to catch my interest. There's no way I'm stopping now. Bright blue chakra surged out, wrapping Uchiha Madara's entire body. Excited, he was about to unleash his full-body Susanoo. But just then, a rough, aged voice suddenly rang out. That's enough. Stop right there. Whoosh. Out of nowhere, a figure wearing a silver-white cloak appeared between Shinsuke and Madara. The cloak covered their head and face, so no one could see who it was. The way this figure showed up was almost too strange. Neither Shinsuke, Madara, nor even the 5 Kage noticed how they moved. It was unbelievable. Konan felt the same way. She hadn't expected anyone to interfere at this moment. She turned her head to glance at Aizen, only to see him still looking calm, as if he had already predicted this. Buzz. 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 The monitor suddenly gave off a strange noise. Konan quickly looked back at the screen and saw the mysterious figure's right hand start to glow with a bright white light. All of a sudden, oval-shaped stone pillars burst from the ground in every direction. As if answering the glow from the figure's hand, the stone pillars lit up with strange lines of light. These lines connected the pillars together, forming a thin, glowing barrier. What is this? Konan looked surprised and was just about to study it more carefully when, snap. The screen went black. Omega-Kure Village's angel, Anson-san, was this part of your plan too? Konan still felt a little lost, like watching a TV show that cuts off right at the most exciting part. This is an actor, everything is under control. Omega-Kure Village's angel, but the screen's black now. We can't see anything. Dojin artist, wait, are you saying someone noticed your surveillance and even countered it? That's crazy. This is an actor, it's only at this level. If he couldn't handle my surveillance, that would be more surprising. Curly-haired guy, no way, normal people wouldn't stand a chance against that. Even Uchiha Madara didn't notice anything. Just who has that much power? Shark-faced _ guy, I think I've seen someone like that in Lord Aizen's memories. It was just a quick flash, but that person even noticed your base is in the Pure Land. Omega-Kure Village's angel, oh, is it the same person who rescued Danzo and Orochimaru? This is an actor, yep. But actually, it's not that he figured out my base is in the Pure Land. I just never bothered to hide it from him when I set it up there. After all, he's someone who already lives in the Pure Land. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Skirt-flipping maniac, someone who lives in the Pure Land. Isn't it supposed to be just wandering souls there? This is an actor, normally, yes. But he's special. Even after dying and entering the Pure Land, he never lost his consciousness. Omega-Kure Village's angel, there's actually someone like that in the ninja world. Could it be? This is an actor, yes, the legendary Rakuta Sennin. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 72, Machete Konan. This should be good enough. After setting up a barrier to block surveillance, the mysterious man finally took off his hood, revealing his true face. He looked very old, with a thin goat beard. His skin was pale, and he had 2 sharp horns on his forehead. A faint red crack could be seen in the middle of his brows. But the most striking feature was his light purple eyes. Another pair of Rinnegan. Inoki gasped. Uchiha Madara was also staring hard at the man, his face full of disbelief. You. Could it be? My name is Akatsuki Hagoromo, the old man said slowly. So you really came? Jiraiya walked over to him, speaking in a very familiar tone. How's Orochimaru doing? Clearly, Jiraiya had known this old man for a long time. In fact, all the information he had gotten about Aizen had come from this man. He's about to fully master the power of holification, Akatsuki Hagoromo nodded. He's a very talented kid. So you really are the Sage of Six Paths. Even facing his own ancestor, Uchiha Madara showed no respect. I can't believe you're still alive. The Sage of Six Paths. Everyone, still a bit dazed, widened their eyes in shock, staring at the old man. In the whole ninja world, probably no one hadn't heard of the legend of the Sage of Six Paths, the father of chakra, who brought an end to chaos and started the era of ninjas. To ninjas, the Sage of Six Paths was like a hero from a myth. But no one expected that this legendary figure would actually be alive today. I'm not exactly alive, Akatsuki Hagoromo shook his head, not bothered at all by Uchiha Madara's attitude. My current state is pretty much the same as yours, I'm the reincarnation of Indra. Reincarnation of Indra? Uchiha Madara frowned, confused. Don't rush. The story I'm about to tell is very long. Akatsuki Hagoromo found a spot and sat down. Luckily, we have plenty of time. As the Sage of Six Paths slowly began to tell the story of the chaos in the ninja world, the chat group discussions also exploded with excitement. Curly-haired guy, the Sage of Six Paths. That guy is really the Sage of Six Paths. Man, that's crazy. Dojin artist, I think it's unbelievable too, but it also kind of makes sense. Even in the original Naruto, you could tell the Sage of Six Paths was probably always watching the ninja world. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, plus, young Aizen put his base right in the Pure Land, which is basically like digging a giant hole in the sage's backyard. It would be weird if he didn't care. Skirt-flipping maniac, but wasn't he always just in a chakra form? How does he have a physical body now? Is this like a fake body or something? Megakure Village's angel, Aizen-san. This is an actor, yeah, you could say I taught him. Of course, Aizen didn't just teach Akatsuki Hagoromo how to make fake bodies. He also taught him how to use spiritual power, pass on Shinigami powers, and create Eren cars. Back then, Aizen had to demonstrate everything to Akatsuki Hagoromo again and again, while pretending not to notice that Hagoromo was secretly watching him. It was honestly exhausting. It tested both his acting skills and his patience to the limit. Luckily, Aizen pulled it off perfectly. Dojin artist, so it was you who taught him. Skirt-flipping maniac, raising your own enemy, that's really something Aizen would do. Shark-faced _guy, Rikudo-senin isn't someone you can take lightly. Aren't you worried about things going wrong, Aizen-san? Remember in the Bleach world, Aizen trained Ichigo too much and it backfired on him, right? This is an actor, I thought after seeing my memories, you'd know I'm not the same as that Aizen. I didn't expect you to still have such a shallow view, Kisame. Megakure Village's angel, the Aizen from Bleach raised Ichigo because he was too lonely and wanted someone strong enough to stand beside him. But Aizen isn't like that. He has me, us. Dojin artist, Konan, you added that us part afterward, didn't you? Don't deny it, I can see right through you. Megakure Village's angel, that's why Aizen could never fail like Aizen did. Curly-haired guy, she totally changed the subject. And she did it so awkwardly too. That's just like you, Konan. Skirt-flipping maniac, the biggest difference between Aizen and Aizen is that Aizen genuinely cares about his friends. Aizen's kindness was all fake. Dojin artist, true. Aizen is even a bit too kind sometimes, he even cooks for us. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, you sound kinda bitter. Are you jealous? Dojin artist, who's jealous? Why would I be jealous? Mocho, what are you even talking about? Curly-haired guy, exactly. Our Ailey would never fall for someone like Aizen. She likes strong, muscular guys. You know, muscleheads. Skirt-flipping maniac, musclehead. Dojin artist, you're the one who likes muscleheads, you damn perv. Megakure Village's angel, if it's Lily, I wouldn't mind. Curly-haired guy, I get it, I get it. You say you don't mind, but you're probably already sharpening your blade, right? Or maybe even treating your zanpakuto like a kitchen knife. If that's the case, Lily might really be in danger, that shiny golden head of hers won't last. Dojin artist, shut up. You're the damn dog head here. And what the heck is shiny golden supposed to mean? Why does it sound so disgusting when you say it? Skirt-flipping maniac, honestly, I feel the same. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, it makes you think of fertilizer. Dojin artist, please, I'm begging you guys, stop. I can't get that image out of my head now. Ugh. Notice, this group's total points have reached 50,000. Group leader, please proceed with the upgrade. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 73, Konan Senpai, can I try out the new feature? Skirt flipping maniac, wow. Dojin artist, we actually saved up enough points for the group upgrade. Curly-haired guy, the time travel feature, are we finally unlocking it? Damn, I can finally break out of this damn prison. Ailey, don't forget the milk pudding we talked about. Dojin artist, screw you. First you called me a shiny golden dog head, now you want pudding. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, but we need the group leader to upgrade, where's Aizen? This is an actor, I already clicked the upgrade button but it still needs time to finish loading. Dojin artist, damn it. There's actually a nasty loading time too. Waiting like this is torture. Skirt flipping maniac, what, does that mean you want to try crossing over to, Ali-chan? Dojin artist, no, I actually just want to watch the live stream. Curly-haired guy, I see, so Ali-chan is at that age now. No worries, when the time comes, Jin Baba will open a live stream every time he takes a bath so you can watch all you want. Dojin artist, sorry, I'm someone who gets queasy around needles. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, queasy around needles. Skirt flipping maniac, uffed. Satan Ruko clearly understood what those words meant. Curly-haired guy, shut up, you little brat. Jin Baba's not a needle, okay? It's a giant dragon. Have you ever seen a giant dragon that's 50 meters long? Dojin artist, hey. Tip, group upgrade complete. Live stream, teleportation, and task features loaded. Group leader privileges updated. Member benefits, intruder alert system, energy converter transmission complete. A bunch of messages popped up, making everyone's head spin. Skirt flipping maniac, whoa, even the chat interface looks different now. Omega Kure Village's angel, yeah, it looks a lot cleaner than before. The old function bar had everything split into little sections, but now it's all merged into one new interface. It definitely looks much simpler, and you don't have to waste time hunting for the small features anymore. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, there's even this now. Emoji, silly smile. Shark-faced underscore guy, it's pretty interesting. Emoji, smile. Curly-haired guy, damn it, why are there still so many rules about teleporting? You need the other person's permission and it costs points. Emoji, angry. Dojin artist, what did you expect? Imagine if someone just suddenly popped up next to you at the worst possible time. That would be a disaster. Ing Lily pictured herself watching a horror movie late at night, with the lights and curtains all shut tight. Just as the creepy atmosphere on the TV peaked, someone suddenly appeared and tapped her on the shoulder. Oh my god, that would be instant death. Curly-haired guy, WH what? Who would do something so gross? Popping up out of nowhere while someone's soaking in a hot spring, that's total pervert behavior. No normal person would do that, right? Dojin artist, hold up, soaking in a hot spring. What do you mean by that, Izumi? You just outed yourself. Skirt flipping maniac, exposed. You totally exposed your own dirty thoughts, Jin-san. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, soaking in a hot spring, huh? You already thought that far ahead? You're more dangerous than I thought, Jin. Emoji, helpless smile. Shark-faced underscore guy, when it comes to being a pervert, you're undefeated. Curly-haired guy, cough cough, actually, I didn't say anything just now. Really, it was my cellmate. He used my account to talk to you guys. You have to believe me. Dojin artist, yeah right, like I'd believe that. There's no saving someone like you. I feel like not only should your body be locked up, but your brain should be too. This is an actor, haven't you guys noticed something strange with your bodies? Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Skirt flipping maniac. Curly-haired guy, I kinda feel like I need to poop. Does that count as strange? This is an actor, that's got nothing to do with it. You only bought the power of a Shinigami, so what you're feeling is just a normal bodily need. Konan checked her own body and showed a slightly weird expression, it feels like my chakra and spiritual power have completely merged. Before, she had been trying to turn chakra into spiritual power, but because of her limits, the process was super slow. But now, somehow they had completely merged on their own. This is an actor, it's not really merging, it's more like they've turned into a kind of universal energy. It's a member benefit, but clearly none of you were paying attention. Skirt flipping maniac, I was too busy checking out the world travel feature. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, yeah, me too. Only now did Lee Macho realize that her body had changed too. She had once bought Conan's chakra out of curiosity, but found that it didn't mix well with her own inner energy. They stayed totally separate. But now, that dividing line was gone. The two powers had blended together perfectly. Because of it, her strength had skyrocketed, reaching the legendary innate realm in martial arts. Shark-faced underscore guy, is this universal energy really that amazing? This is an actor, it's not something you can just call amazing. It's more like, some rule is evolving directly inside each of us. In other words, from now on, we just need to gather more energy. We don't have to choose different paths anymore, because all paths will lead to the same place. Dojin artist, so basically, we won't need to separate chakra, spiritual power, or inner energy anymore. Once we buy it, it'll all turn into universal energy. This is an actor, that's right, Iri Kashiwagi-sensei. You caught on quick. Dojin artist, arg, I told you not to call me that. A Megakure Village's angel, if that's the case, as long as we keep buying energy, we can become top-level fighters. But that also means points have become way more important. Konan let out a breath of relief. She felt like she wouldn't fall too far behind Aizen now. As long as she had enough points, she could keep up with him. Curly-haired guy, damn it, why did it turn out like this? If only I had drawn some points back then. Forget those so-called legendary prizes, this stupid bear print underwear is totally useless. Sakata Gintoki lost it. Under the stunned gazes of his cellmates, he pulled out the bear underwear from his pocket and started tearing at it like crazy. It didn't work, but at least he vented a little. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, good thing I saved up a lot recently. This is an actor, Konan-senpai, there's something I'd like to ask you. Would it be okay if I tried entering your body? Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 74, is this group task for real? Skirt-flipping maniac. Dojin artist, enter the body. You're kidding, right? Have you two gotten that close already? Even if you have, you shouldn't just say something like that so casually in the group. Curly-haired guy, hey, am I seeing things? Lord Aizen, are you really Lord Aizen? This is an actor, I think you guys are misunderstanding. I just wanted to try out the group leader's special privileges. Shark-faced guy, so that's it, the group leader's privilege is being able to enter girls' bodies as he pleases, huh? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, normally this kind of thing would be called taking advantage, right? This is an actor. Aizen didn't really feel like explaining anymore. He realized these group members had some serious issues. What kind of weird stuff are they thinking about all the time? It's just entering the body, can't they be a little more pure-minded about it? But, maybe Konan-senpai would understand. He turned to look at Konan, only to see her cheeks completely red. She looked a bit shy and said, let's move somewhere else. This place doesn't feel very appropriate. Alright, it looks like he was the one overthinking it. Aizen's brow twitched slightly, something that almost never happened, but he held back the urge to complain. No need. Let's just do it here. Konan's eyes widened in surprise. She froze for a second, then took a deep breath and nodded a little helplessly. If you insist. Seeing her reaction, Aizen felt a bit speechless but didn't bother explaining anymore. He just opened the shiny golden group leader privilege menu and selected the Possession Travel button. Entering Konan's body was simply to try out this function. Its effect was to let his body, mind, and abilities enter the person he possessed, allowing him to fully control their actions. The perspective shifted. At this moment, although Konan's appearance hadn't changed, the mind controlling her body had become Aizen. Raising a hand, Aizen gently made a fist. As he thought, even though he was using Konan's body, his own strength and powers hadn't weakened at all. In fact, Konan's original abilities had been added to his as well, although for Aizen, her strength was so small it barely made a difference. This is an actor, what an overpowered ability. This possession ability was a special power that only the group leader had. It didn't matter whether the person being possessed agreed or not. In other words, as long as the target was a group member, Aizen could possess them anytime he wanted, no questions asked. No doubt about it, it was seriously overpowered. A Megakure Village's angel, so this is what you meant by entering the body. As the one being possessed, Konan's mind hadn't been erased. Instead, she was stuck watching from the side inside her own consciousness. She could still talk in the group chat as usual, and she could also communicate with Aizen through her mind. This is an actor, yep. How does it feel, Konan-senpai? A Megakure Village's angel, really weird. Watching someone else move your body while you can't do anything about it, yeah, it was definitely weird. Skirt-flipping maniac, it's bad enough you guys did that kind of thing, but why are you even talking about it in the group? Satan Ruko's face turned bright red. She felt like she shouldn't keep reading, but her curiosity just wouldn't let her stop. Curly-haired guy, and shouldn't the answers just be it felt good or it didn't? What the heck is weird supposed to mean? I don't get it at all, Jin-san. This is an actor, I didn't bring my Zanpakuto with me. Aizen looked at the long sword lying on the ground through Konan's eyes, deep in thought. So, if it's seen as an object, the Zanpakuto can't follow its owner when they possess someone. Dojin artist, Zanpakuto. You even need to bring that for this kind of thing. You guys are seriously weird. Eriri grabbed her hair, completely confused. Just the body wasn't enough. They needed props too. But why the hell was it a Zanpakuto? How could you even use that in this situation? A Megakure Village's angel, but I can still feel the Hogyoku. Dojin artist, what? Even the Hogyoku got involved. Eriri's mouth dropped so wide you could probably fit a whole duck egg in it. Just how many crazy things had those two tried? This is an actor, that should be enough, Konan-senpai. Thanks for your help. A Megakure Village's angel, no problem. Curly-haired guy, it's over. Just like that. Hey, you're kidding, right? The unbeatable Aizen-sama, and that's all. Dojin artist, that was way too fast. A Megakure Village's angel, it's not what you're thinking. It's a little disappointing, but nothing happened between us. Skirt-flipping maniac, huh? Then you too. A Megakure Village's angel, we were just testing out a new feature. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, I figured it wouldn't be that fast. And Kuin's not the type to rush things. Dojin artist, but their lines were seriously awful. Stuff like, entering the body, and, it's weird, any normal person would think something bad was going on. Even though she said that, Eriri actually felt a bit relieved inside. This is an actor, that's just because your mind is dirty to begin with. A Megakure Village's angel, yeah, exactly. Konan seemed to have completely forgotten about her blushing and awkwardness earlier. Curly-haired guy, well, Eriri is a Dojin artist after all. Having those kinds of dirty thoughts is pretty normal. Don't worry, Eriri. Jin-san doesn't think any less of you. Dojin artist, shut the hell up. You're the last person who should be saying that with how filthy your mind is. Notice, the group owner has started a mission-grabbing event. Note, the first person to quickly click on the mission tab will get the mission. Finishing it will give double the normal rewards. Congrats to group member, curly-haired guy, for grabbing the mission first. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Skirt-flipping maniac, I didn't even finish reading the note yet. Dojin artist, what kind of hand speed is that? Just how many years have you been single? Curly-haired guy, ha, the double rewards are mine now. Mission info, wear a pair of stockings on your head and rob 10 men of their leggings. 0 out of 10. Basic reward, 500 points. Mission penalty, forced baldness for 10 days. A Megakure Village's angel. Dojin artist, pft. Skirt-flipping maniac, men's leggings. Curly-haired guy. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 75, Gintoki's mental breakdown. A Megakure Village's angel, isn't this mission a little too much? Curly-haired guy, a little. You call this just a little? What kind of guy wears leggings? This is basically as hard as shoving a watermelon into your nostril. It's just impossible. This is an actor, so, are you giving up? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, you'll go bald if you fail. Dojin artist, no, bald doesn't mean completely bald. Balding is more like, you know, that horseshoe look. Shark-faced _ guy, at least you'd still have some hair then. Curly-haired guy, yeah, at least a little. Like hell. I'd rather be completely bald than look like one of those weird old guys with hair just around the sides. Skirt-flipping maniac, but the forced balding only lasts 10 days. If you go fully bald, who knows how long it'll take for your hair to grow back. This is an actor, you could just wear a wig. Dojin artist, honestly, not a bad idea. Curly-haired guy, no way. Gintoki will never wear a wig. A real man never wears a wig. A Megakure Village's angel, so you're choosing to go completely bald. Curly-haired guy, no, I'll complete the mission. Skirt-flipping maniac. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Dojin artist, calm down, you're still in jail. Curly-haired guy, exactly. That's why I don't feel guilty about robbing these lowlifes. And more importantly, it's 1,000 points. My dream of ruling the multiverse starts with this 1,000. Shark-faced _ guy, so after all that talk, you just don't want to lose the points. Skirt-flipping maniac, even so, no guy is gonna be wearing leggings. Especially not in prison. Curly-haired guy, they will. Cafeteria, prison. Gintoki stood up from his seat, head down. The shadow across his face made him look a little scary. He slowly walked to the center of the cafeteria and stopped next to a group of big guys. Hey, you're that bloody ogre, right? The guy who can get crazy stuff even inside prison. Help me out. Huh? Who the hell are you? You've got some nerve talking to our boss like that. Before the tattooed man called Bloody Ogre could speak, two of his goons slammed their hands on the table and stood up. They even clicked their tongues like classic Yakuza. Ignoring them, Gintoki kept his hands in his pockets and slowly lifted his right leg. Thud. Thud. Two heavy, dull thumps. Stained Devil's two goons were sent flying, crashing hard onto the tables behind them. Food scattered everywhere. Silence. The whole cafeteria instantly fell quiet. Even the prison guards who had been rushing over froze where they stood. This guy's brutal. That silver-haired guy was seriously dangerous. Two men, each weighing over 160 pounds, and he just kicked them more than 10 meters away. Thud. Sakata Gintoki rested his right hand on the blood-stained devil's shoulder and said softly, "I'm guessing you won't say no to me, right?" Blood-stained devil's mouth twitched. Cold sweat ran down his face. It wasn't just fear, he was also in real pain. This silver-haired guy didn't look that strong, but his grip was crazy powerful, like he was about to crush his shoulder blade. Humiliation. Blood-stained devil felt humiliated. Back in Edo's underworld, he was a big name. Even after getting locked up, the warden still had to treat him with respect. But this silver-haired bastard dared to treat him like this. How could he just swallow it? Blood-stained devil gritted his teeth hard and shouted, Please tell me what you want." What else could he do? This guy was oozing such a terrifying killing intent, and he didn't want to die. "Leggings," Gintoki said with a straight face and a cold voice. "I want to see 10 pairs of leggings by 2 in the afternoon. Also, get some stockings too." After saying that, he turned around and walked away. Bloodstained devil stood there, mouth wide open, staring blankly at his fading figure, looking completely lost. Tip, curly-haired guy recovered part of his memories from Gintama. Curly-haired guy, all set. Should have the results by this afternoon. Hehehahaha, 1,000 points. My 1,000 points. Skirt-flipping maniac, there was actually a method like this. Dojin artist, I give your threat full marks. But seriously, you're gonna be seen as a total creep after this. Judging from the blood-stained devil's face, he already thinks you're a pervert. Curly-haired guy, you're still too young, little Ailey. As they say, you can't catch a wolf without risking your own child. If you care too much about saving face, you'll never achieve anything big. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, this isn't about caring too much. You've just completely lost your shame. Dojin artist, honestly, if being like you is the price, I'd rather stay small forever. Curly-haired guy, then just stand there and watch me rack up all the points. How sad. Weaklings like you will never get anything. This world, in the end, belongs to the strong. Ha 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 ha. Dojin artist, just like Anson-san predicted, you're totally letting success get to your head. A Megakure Village's angel, sorry to crush your dreams, Jin-san, but it's not like we get nothing. Curly-haired guy, huh? What's that supposed to mean? Gintoki suddenly had a really bad feeling. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, the basic reward. As long as the group mission is completed, everyone in the group gets it. You, the one who did the work, just get double. Dojin artist, if you think about it another way, it's like you're working for us and we're paying you. Feeling good, worker boy. This is an actor. Oh, and by the way, the group leader gets 4 times the basic reward, no matter who finishes the job. Curly-haired guy, crap. Unable to hold back, Sakata Gintoki cursed out loud, his mind collapsing as 1,000 grassmud horses stampeded through his heart. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 76, Aizen's live stream. Depressed. Right now, Sakata Gintoki was really feeling down. Damn it, he worked so hard, sacrificing his dignity to earn those points, and it's fine if others got basic rewards, but why did that damn group owner get even more than him? As if he could read Gintoki's mind, Aizen calmly sent a message, obviously because of special privileges. Dojin artist. This is an actor, I'm just answering Gintoki's question. He must be feeling pretty upset right now. Curly-haired guy, of course I'm upset, damn it. Why the hell does something like group owner privileges even exist? This stupid group rule is way too unfair. Shark-faced guy, even if it's unfair, there's nothing we can do about it. Dojin artist, and you're only calling these privileges disgusting because you're not the group owner. If you were, who knows how smug you'd be right now. Curly-haired guy, shut up. Do I look like that kind of guy? Skirt-flipping maniac, obviously, yes. A Megakure Village's angel, no doubt about it. You are. Dojin artist, the people see everything clearly. This is an actor, if you really can't accept it, you can still choose not to take the mission. Aizen actually didn't like this unfair rule much either. It reminded him of those brutal 996 and 007 work schedules from his past life. but right now, he had no power to change it. All he could do was silently carry the guilt that came with these privileges. Carrying heavy guilt, maybe that's also a kind of mental training. Curly-haired guy, not take it. Are you kidding? No way that's happening. Doujin artist, so in the end, you still can't let go of those 1,000 points, huh? Skirt-flipping maniac, that's our Gintoki alright. Curly-haired guy, this has nothing to do with points, okay. I just want to show you all that I, Sakata Gintoki, am not the kind of man who gives up halfway. Doujin artist, by the way, Aizen-san, do you know what's going on with the 5 Kage summit right now? This is an actor, they just finished talking about the Sage of Six Paths skirt-flipping maniac, huh? You can still know what's going on over there even without surveillance. This is an actor, yep. Doujin artist, that's amazing. How do you even do that? Curly-haired guy, what the hell is wrong with you guys? Just ignoring me like that. I was showing such a proud, manly side of myself, and this is how you react. Doujin artist, proud and manly. Do you even believe that yourself? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, you can't say that. He probably does believe it. When it comes to lying to himself, Gintoki really is pretty skilled. Skirt-flipping maniac, ha 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 ha. Curly-haired guy, I've had enough, Gintoki. I really can't take it anymore. You women, cut it out already. Doujin artist, he's panicking, he's totally panicking. But even if we don't stop, what can you do? You'll still have to work like a good boy. A Megakure Village's angel, not working isn't really an option either. Those points are just too tempting. Notice, this is an actor has started a live stream. Notice, curly-haired guy, skirt-flipping maniac, a Megakure Village's angel, Doujin artist, and shark-faced guy have entered the live stream room. Skirt-flipping maniac, whoa, whoa, whoa. I see Aizen. The image is super clear. Doujin artist, for real, this video quality is insane. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Aizen looks even better than in the photos. And Konan's way more beautiful than I remembered. Through the window of the live stream, a grand palace of pure land came into view. Aizen sat on the throne with a calm smile on his face. Next to him stood Konan in all white. Her hairstyle hadn't changed, but the lipstick, eyeshadow, and lip piercing were all gone. She looked less seductive and more ethereal. Curly-haired guy, Konan, you're not even wearing the Akatsuki uniform anymore. What's with this look? I almost didn't recognize you. A Megakure Village's angel, people change over time. Doujin artist, Konan, do you even know what over time means? That was not slow at all. Curly-haired guy, TCH, clearly lost her mind in love. This woman. Shark-faced guy, come to think of it, did Aizen start this live stream just to show off his charm? Do I really look like someone that boring, Kisame? Aizen didn't type in the chat, he spoke directly into the stream. Hold on, let me switch the view. Skirt-flipping maniac, Aizen's voice though. Doujin artist, damn, it's young but still has that deep, magnetic vibe. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, yeah, it's really nice to listen to. I think I get why Konan's so head over heels. Good looks, a gentle personality, genius-level smarts, insane power, and now a voice you just can't forget, what woman could resist that? Curly-haired guy, barely on my level, honestly. Doujin artist, no way. When it comes to being shameless, Northwest One even comes close to your level. Right after Eriri sent that message, the live stream scene suddenly changed. Uchiha Madara appeared, wearing deep red armor, long hair flowing behind him. Aizen, Black Zetsu. Madara clenched his fists, his face twisted with anger. It was all fake. Everything was a lie. The Moon's Eye plan he spent his whole life on, their loyalty, every bit of it was fake. Now you understand, Madara, Tsunade said, turning toward him and taking a deep breath. We're not your enemies. Madara gave a cold snort, his face still dark. Can't blame him. With his pride, getting played like a fool is definitely hard to accept. Hagoromo-sama, what should we do next? Owanoki glanced at Madara and asked the Sage of Six Paths. To be honest, the old man was feeling a bit pleased deep down. After all, he had once been crushed by Madara, and now seeing him in such a bitter state naturally made him feel good. First, we need to build up our strength as quickly as possible. Otsutsuki Hagoromo paused for a moment and said, the Erinkars under Aizen aren't pushovers. With just the current power of the ninja world, we likely won't stand a chance. So, I'll be passing on the powers unique to Soul Reapers to all of you. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 77, Kisame, do you even have manners? Skirt-flipping maniac, huh? Aizen-san, you even taught the Sage of Six Paths how to pass on Soul Reaper powers. This is an actor, yup. Dojin artist, it's one thing to go easy, but you're going full ocean mode now. This is an actor, if I didn't, it'd be totally one-sided. Just a boring slaughter. A plot with zero tension is way too dull. A Megakure Village's angel, that's true. Curly-haired guy, true. My foot. Isn't steamrolling the enemy fun? Why make things harder for yourself? This is an actor, to improve my role-playing skills. Skirt-flipping maniac, I see. Dojin artist, can't even argue with that. If that's the reason, then there's nothing more to say. Getting better at acting the role is definitely key. That's the core of Aizen's whole identity. As long as that gets better, everything else is secondary. This is an actor, also, in my plan, mass-producing low-quality soul reapers is a crucial part. Shark-faced guy, mass-producing. He definitely understood what low-quality soul reapers meant. They couldn't forge Zanpakuto. Even Aizen couldn't create real soul reapers. But even so, isn't mass-producing even the weak ones a bit of a stretch? Sure, the Sage of Six Paths is powerful, but he doesn't have unlimited spiritual energy. It seemed like Aizen knew what Hashigaki Kisame was about to ask, and directly revealed the answer. Relying on Otsutsuki Hagoromo's energy alone isn't enough, but he's not alone. Dojin artist, not alone. Seemingly realizing something, Eriri looked over at the livestream screen. On screen, Otsutsuki Hagoromo had already led Madara, Pain, the 5 Kage, and the other ninja into a deep tunnel. The view ahead opened up again. Lush trees, a gently flowing stream. Distant mountains layered one after another, with silver moonlight pouring down. What is this place? Uchiha Madara asked in surprise. It was clearly daytime just a moment ago in a Megakure village, but after walking through a tunnel, it suddenly became night. Even someone like Uchiha Madara felt unnerved by the strange time shift. Welcome, Otsutsuki Hagoromo said with a small smile, clearly pleased by everyone's shocked expressions. This is the pure land, the land of the dead. What? Everyone present, including Uchiha Madara, was shocked. Even the people watching the livestream couldn't believe what they were seeing. Curly-haired guy, the pure land. This place too. Are there more than one pure land? A Megakure Village's angel, there's only one pure land. What's happening now probably just means it's huge. Even if you added up the entire ninja world, it wouldn't be even 1% of it. Swish, swish, swish. Right after the two of them sent their messages, several figures appeared on the screen in front of the ninja crowd. Hashirama. Grandpa. Great-uncle. Madara and Tsunade both shouted in surprise. That's right, the ones who appeared were the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. And they weren't the only familiar faces. A number of well-known figures from different villages had shown up. All of them were former Kage who had long passed away. So this is the secret plan you mentioned earlier to deal with Aizen. Jiraiya looked around and suddenly understood. Bringing the fallen Kage back to life to protect the ninja world. That's a surprise. Yakushi Kabuto added, Aizen would definitely be shocked if he saw this. That's what he said, but in his mind, he was already thinking about how to send this information to Aizen. From Kabuto's point of view, even Aizen's army of Arankars might not stand a chance against this many powerful fighters. He could feel spiritual pressure coming from all of them, which meant they had all been turned into Shinigami. These people were already top tier in life. Now that they had Shinigami powers, who knows how strong they'd become? Kabuto didn't dare make a guess. This was far beyond what he had expected. Kind of funny when you think about it. Otsutsuki Hagoromo didn't notice Kabuto's hidden thoughts and said calmly, the idea of reviving the Kage actually came from Aizen Sōsuke himself. Using his own method against him, it should teach that arrogant brat a lesson. His tone carried a bit of pride, like he believed Aizen was already in the palm of his hand. That moment, with his long goatee lifted slightly as he raised his chin, was clearly seen by everyone watching the livestream. Skirt-flipping maniac, Satan Ruko burst out laughing. She thought this Rakuto Sennin was pretty funny, though not exactly the brightest. Curly-haired guy, he wants to teach Aizen a lesson for being arrogant. What do you think, Anzen-san? This is an actor, seeing how confident he is, I'm quite happy. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, too bad, that lesson probably won't happen. Dojin artist, yeah, instead he'll probably realize he was the clown all along. A Megakure Village's angel, what I'm more curious about is, how is Anzen-san watching all of this remotely? Is this some kind of live streaming ability? This is an actor, you've heard of surveillance bacteria, right? Dojin artist, oh, the thing Mayuri Kuratsuchi invented. This is an actor, exactly. The bacteria blend into someone's cells and let the controller create visuals from them. Shark-faced guy, so who's the one being watched then? This is an actor, oh, you didn't really think I'd completely trust him, did you? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, then you didn't put those tracking bacteria in Konan and Kisame too, right? This is an actor. I knew from the start that Konan was one of our members, so of course I wouldn't plant anything on her. Shark-faced guy, what about me? This is an actor, that's all for today's stream. Nothing else worth watching. Get some rest, everyone. Notification, this is an actor has ended the stream. Total viewers, 6, stream duration, 15 minutes. Streamer earned 90 points. Shark-faced guy. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 78, Kushina's Dilemma. Morning. Aizen got up on time, dressed neatly, and opened the door. He walked down the long hallway into a grand hall. He didn't check the chat group or make breakfast. He just calmly made a cup of black tea and sipped it slowly. It wasn't some kind of noble act, it was simply part of Aizen's daily routine. People's minds are usually at their sharpest in the morning, making it the best time to think or read. But Aizen wasn't here to read today. He was waiting for someone. Tap tap tap. Steady footsteps echoed as a graceful figure slowly came into view. So you came, Miss Kushina. Aizen smiled gently. It's been a while. Looks like you've finally calmed down. Long red hair, a white tight-fitting dress. A crown-like white bone structure on her head, Uzumaki Kushina looked just like a princess from a fairy tale. Yeah, thanks to you. Kushina looked at Aizen, her tone mixed. Do you need me to do something? She was grateful to this young man, and also had a good impression of him. It wasn't just because he saved Naruto from Kanagakuer. What really got to her was what he said about the sun, it left a deep mark on her heart. Even if his reasons weren't pure, even if all he wanted was the 9 tails, to Kushina, Aizen still kept his promise to her and her son. So both emotionally and logically, she felt she should repay him. But she wasn't sure how. Just to return a favor, Miss Kushina. Aizen rested his hands on the armrests and smiled. Don't you have something else you want to tell me? You. Kushina's face shifted, her eyes growing more complicated. You really see through everything, huh? If I'd been half as smart as you, maybe Minato and I wouldn't have died so early. And that old man Sarutobi wouldn't have let those people bully my son. Even though she was a mother, she was acting like a child, venting all her anger to someone she trusted. Aizen didn't say anything. He just smiled and listened quietly. I'm sorry for ranting so much. After who knows how long, Kushina finally let it all out and took a deep breath. I want to leave this place with Naruto. That last sentence was the real reason she came here, the result of her long thinking the night before. Kushina didn't know every detail about what Aizen had done, but she knew enough. This man was standing against the entire ninja world. And he had the power and the right to do it. Kushina had no intention of helping Kanagakuer or the ninja world fight against Aizen. Her reason for wanting to leave Aizen was actually pretty simple, she realized her values were starting to change. She found herself siding with Aizen more than with the rest of the ninja world. And that, to her, was a dangerous sign. It meant her emotional connection to her late husband was starting to fade. If things kept going like this, she was afraid she'd become the kind of shameless woman she used to hate. So even though she was grateful to Aizen, leaving him was the best choice, for both Naruto and herself. Oh, so that's what Miss Kushina wanted to talk about. Aizen's expression didn't change, and his smile stayed as calm as ever. That's fine. If that's what you want, I have no reason to stop you. So, he was going to let her go. Kushina seemed to breathe a little easier, but for some reason, she also felt a bit empty inside. But there's something I think Miss Kushina should know, Aizen suddenly said, changing the topic. The Ninja Alliance has already been formed. From the information I've gathered, besides targeting me, their other goal is to take Naruto back. Take Naruto back. Kushina's eyes narrowed, and her spiritual pressure suddenly surged. What gives them the right? A powerful gust of wind whipped her wine-red hair into the air, and her skirt fluttered violently. They believe I plan to use Naruto as the vessel for the 10 tails, Aizen said calmly. He wasn't making that up. In fact, the entire Ninja Alliance, led by the Sage of Six Paths, believed Aizen's real plan for holding Naruto was to make him the 10 tails host, since Naruto was the reincarnation of Azura. There was no way they'd believe Aizen just wanted to make a mother and son reunion come true. Those bastards, they really love making decisions for other people. Kushina clenched her teeth in anger. She trusted Aizen completely and knew he had never planned to make Naruto the 10 tails vessel. And they've already chosen the vanguard team to lead the attack, Aizen said with a small smile, speaking slowly and clearly. The one leading them is someone named Namikaze Minato. What? Kushina's eyes went wide, and she froze on the spot. It took a long while before she slowly turned around and left, deep in thought. The hall went silent again. What do you think she'll choose? A voice suddenly asked. Konan stepped out from behind a pillar on the right side of the hall. She had seen the whole thing and couldn't help but feel curious. On one side was her benefactor and her child, and on the other, her husband. What would Kushina choose? What made it even more interesting was that Aizen had let her choose early, giving her time to prepare herself mentally. Yeah, what will she choose? Aizen didn't seem the least bit surprised that Konan had been hiding there. I'm curious too, he said, then casually opened the group chat window. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Ruko, maybe wait a bit longer. Aizen should be waking up around now. Skirt-flipping maniac, I don't mind waiting, but Misaka can't hold out any longer. Forget it, I'll just start the stream now. Notice, Skirt-flipping maniac has started a live stream. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 79, Ruko's Growth. Notification, curly-haired guy, shark-faced guy, Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Dojin Artist, this is an actor have joined the live stream. Dojin Artist, eh? Aizen-san is here? This is an actor, yeah, just came in and saw Ruko streaming. Notification, Omega Kure Village's Angel has joined the live stream. Omega Kure Village's Angel, whoa, Ruko-chan is actually live streaming. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Konan's here too. Did Aizen tell you? Omega Kure Village's Angel, yep. Aizen-san and I just woke up not long ago. We almost missed it. Dojin Artist, wait, what do you mean you two just woke up? Don't tell me you two. At that moment, Eriri's mind started racing. She imagined dozens of scenes from her adult comics, stuff like, middle of the night something, good morning something. Slowly, her whole face turned red. Curly-haired guy, whoa, this sounds like some huge gossip. Omega Kure Village's Angel, oh right, it's not just us. Miss Kushina is here too. Dojin Artist, wait, Kushina too. Shark-faced guy. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Curly-haired guy, you guys. You're already getting into that kind of stuff. If Minato finds out, he'll explode, right? Dojin Artist, yeah, he's definitely going to explode. What does Minato even have to do with this? At first, Konan didn't get it. Then she looked over her chat history more carefully and finally realized what they were misunderstanding. Wait, it's not what you think. I mean, me, Kushina, and Aizen-san, the three of us, we all just woke up. That's all. Dojin Artist, got it. Curly-haired guy, I understand. This is an actor, Konan-senpai, I think you better just stop explaining. Let's just enjoy the live stream. Ruko, where are you? At Skirt-flipping maniac. Ruko had been completely caught up reading the group gossip until the screen in front of her shook a little. Only then did she notice a message from Aizen floating past her eyes. Ahem. After a couple of dry coughs, Satan Ruko spoke into the stream window, I'm currently at the entrance of the Mizui Research Lab. She turned her body, showing the lab's front gate on the screen. Omega Kure Village's Angel, Ruko-chan, what's with that outfit? From Konan's point of view, Ruko's look was definitely off. Instead of her usual blue and white school uniform, she was wearing all black. And on top of that, she had on a cap with a long brim, like she was sneaking around or something. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, she's dressed like that to move around more easily. Dojin Artist, in simpler terms, she doesn't want the cameras to catch her real face. This is an actor, a research lab, huh? Are you planning to help Mikoto Misaka break something? You're amazing as always, Aizen-san. I can't believe you guessed it so fast, Satan Ruko said, surprised. Omega Kure Village's Angel, why would you do something like this? You should know it's pointless, right? The real problem isn't these labs. Dojin Artist, of course she knows. But Misaka Mikoto doesn't. That silly girl just came to help her friend. Ever since Aizen warned her to keep an eye on Misaka Mikoto, this girl would visit her whenever she had time. During that time, she had seen Misaka Mikoto secretly looking into records about the Level 6 shift project several times. Satan Ruko quickly realized Mikoto was planning something big. Ruko didn't want her friend to take such a dangerous risk, so they ended up laying everything out and being honest with each other. Misaka Mikoto didn't want to give up on destroying the labs, and Ruko thought acting alone would be too dangerous. In the end, they agreed to work together. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, what a silly girl. Hee hee. Satan Ruko scratched the back of her head and didn't argue with that label. She knew it meant they cared about her. Ruko, it's ready now, Mikoto's voice came through on the screen. Sorry, it took a while to hack the security system. She was dressed in black too, wearing a baseball cap just like Ruko. They looked like they were wearing matching outfits. No problem at all. Ruko shook her head and took a deep breath in front of the screen. Everyone, we're heading in now. Who are you talking to? Misaka Makoto was confused by her reaction and suddenly felt a chill. From her point of view, it looked like Ruko was talking to thin air. Curly-haired guy, she's scared. Misaka Makoto actually looks scared. Still afraid of ghosts at her age. What a scaredy cat. Ha ha ha. Dojin artist, that comment fits you better, Jin. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, true. You're no braver when it comes to ghosts. How do you even have the nerve to mock someone else? This is an actor, Ruko, there's an abyss ahead. Just as Satan Ruko was about to step through the lab entrance, a message from Aizen popped up on screen. She froze, her expression stiffening. Shark-faced guy, oh, Mr. Aizen's being sneaky again. This is an actor, not at all. I'm just stating the facts. With the floating network in place, Alistair can see almost everything happening in Academy City. The strange power Ruko's been showing, something outside of both science and magic, has definitely caught his attention. Dojin artist, wait, so. This is an actor, and with someone like Ruko showing up, someone not part of the plan, Alistair will definitely want to test her. That meeting between Misaka Makoto and the sisters. Probably not a coincidence. Omegakure Village's angel, then, this lab might be a trap. This is an actor, if you keep moving forward, you might fall into the abyss. Are you sure you're ready, Ruko? Hesitation. At that moment, Satan Ruko really did look unsure. She was just a middle schooler, of course she was scared. But as she watched Makoto's figure slowly fade into the distance, she took a deep breath and followed. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 80, The Infuriating Truth. Dojin artist, Ruko, you're so brave. Eriri watched as Ruko moved quickly through the digital gates on the screen and couldn't help but comment. If it were her, she'd probably have turned and run already. I'm actually really scared, Ruko's voice came through the stream. But I don't want to let Misaka down, and I don't want to give up halfway like this. When she looked up, everyone could see the determination in her eyes. Curly-haired guy, Ruko-chan's actually pretty capable, huh? Omegakure Village's angel, she's already showing the spirit of a strong person. This is an actor, if you feel no fear at all inside, you'll stop chasing hope. But those who push through fear and take that first step will find a treasure beyond imagination. That treasure is called courage. Shark-faced guy, so Aizen said all that scary stuff just to help Ruko grow braver. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, I don't think it was just to scare her. The earlier analysis seemed real. Omegakure Village's angel, it definitely was. It was also Aizen-san giving Ruko a warning. When you stand in front of the abyss, it's up to you whether to move forward or back away. The choice is Ruko's alone. On screen, Ruko and Misaka Makoto kept moving forward. They passed through a narrow, dark hallway until the view opened up again. It looked like a lab's main testing area. Under the dim lights, all kinds of high-tech machines gave off a metallic shine. Everyone watching the stream could clearly see rows of containers filled with nutrient liquid. Inside those containers, half-developed Misaka clones were being grown. But through the screen, their bodies looked blurry. It was like transparent squares were used to cover them on purpose. Curly-haired guy, and mosaic. Why is there mosaic in a live stream? Where's the basic trust between people, damn it? Dojin artist, it's because of people like you that trust doesn't exist. Also, what exactly were you hoping to see without the mosaic? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, pervert. Curly-haired guy, hey, Jin-san didn't say anything weird. How does that make me a pervert? Omegakure Village's angel, because even if you don't say it, everyone knows exactly what you're thinking. Curly-haired guy, Konan, you've changed. You weren't this sharp-tongued before. The world's gone cold. Jin-san's lost hope in this heartless world. Dojin artist, alright, cut the act. It's making me sick. Inside the testing room. This is real. Even Misaka Makoto was stunned, her face full of disbelief. They really used my genetic code to run these experiments. Sigh. Ruko let out a deep sigh and didn't answer. She just looked around the room, her eyebrows tightly furrowed. Logically, a place like this should have night staff even after hours. But they hadn't seen a single person since they entered the lab. Something's off. Is this a trap? Ruko felt something was wrong and was about to tell Makoto to leave. But Makoto seemed frozen in place, staring blankly at the computer, not moving a muscle. Her eyes were locked onto the screen. What's going on? Ruko froze for a second, then turned to look at the computer screen. That's when she realized it was showing internal files from the lab. Laser puncture experiment, Misaka Unit 012. Failure reason, caused full body spasms. Time of death, 10 minutes after spasms began. Brain nerve removal experiment, Misaka Unit 084. Failure reason, brain damage. Time of death, immediate. Heart transplant compatibility experiment, Misaka Unit 104. Failure reason, blood loss. Success rate of heart match, only 3%. Time of death, 20 minutes and 14 seconds after the experiment started. There were over 200 experiment logs. In plain terms, that meant at least 200 Misaka sisters had been cruelly killed as lab material in this place. Silence. At that moment, not only Ruko but even the others watching the live stream were completely silent. A long while passed before Satan Ruko snapped out of it. Do these scientists not have even a shred of humanity? Curly-haired guy, humanity. That kind of thing doesn't hold up in front of big profits. Dojin artist, and I think these scientists never saw the Misaka sisters as people. To them, they were probably just lab animals. This is an actor, more accurately, they were seen as puppets. Do you remember what the Misaka sisters said in the original story? Worth only 180,000 yen, mass-produced from an assembly line. That kind of self-awareness was probably forced onto them by the scientists too. A Megakure Village's angel, disgusting. These people are just sick. Konan's pretty face was covered in frost, and an invisible pressure spread out from her without her even noticing. Crack, crack. Everything in the hall started to shake. Tables and shelves clattered like they were crying out in pain. This is an actor, what about Ruko? What do you want to do? Aizen thought it was pointless for everyone else to get angry. What mattered was what Ruko, the person directly involved, wanted. As long as she made up her mind, even if the sky fell, he'd have her back. I want to make them pay too. Satan Ruko's face was serious. What those scientists had done was way beyond what she could tolerate. If she didn't do something, she knew she'd never be able to let it go. This is an actor, I see. Then let's start small. See that little black box in the middle of the hall? Doesn't look like much, but that's probably the core database for this whole lab. Smash it, and the lab will be done for. Promoting a book, Dungeon Floor Challenge, I can add skill points freely. Read 30 advanced chapters on my Patreon. Patreon.com/GastinaKamaya. Chapter 81, Academy City Umbu's assassination attempt. Boom. A loud crash. Ruko didn't hesitate, she smashed the lab's core database with one punch. Metal parts and circuit boards went flying everywhere. The old Ruko might have felt bad doing something so destructive. But now, she just felt great, like a weight had been lifted. She even cracked a happy smile. Curly-haired guy, she's changed. Ruko-chan has totally changed. That look on her face, she's like some kind of fire-starting, murder-happy witch. Dojin artist, should we say this is thanks to Aizen's good teaching? This is an actor, I just pointed the way. It was Ruko who made the choice. Shark-faced guy, so what you're really saying is. Ruko had this urge to break stuff deep down all along. Curly-haired guy, scary. I never knew you were like this, Ruko. The comment floated across the screen, and Satan Ruko didn't deny it. Instead, she smiled and admitted, maybe this really is who I am. BZZZT. The once dim hall suddenly lit up with flashes of red. A loud alarm started blaring. Misaka Mikoto, who had been spaced out, finally came back to her senses and looked at Ruko in shock. I broke the lab's core database, Satan Ruko said with a smile, her voice soft. This whole place is finished, Misaka. Misaka Mikoto froze, then lowered her head. Thank you. This was something she should have done herself, but in the end, her friend had to do it for her. She felt ashamed. No need to thank me, Misaka, Ruko shook her head, then looked toward the front door of the hall. But we really need to leave now. You think you can just leave after doing something like that? A voice suddenly called out. Satan Ruko and Misaka Mikoto both turned toward the sound. Up on the second floor, standing by the railing, was a tall woman with long hair and a curvy figure. She had a beautiful face, but her expression was dark and cold. You little rats aren't going anywhere today. Dojin artist, isn't she the fourth one? I think her power was called Meltdowner or something. Everyone in the live stream room had clearly seen the woman's face too. This is an actor, yep, Mujino Shizuri. Member of Academy City's Umbu, and leader of the group Item. Shark-faced guy, she looks really mad. This is an actor, probably because Ruko ruined her mission bonus. But it's not just about the bonus. Because Mujino Shizuri didn't stop her in time, Ruko's sneak attack ended up destroying the core database of the Mizuhoshi Research Lab. That caused dozens of research projects backed by the director behind Mujino to crash completely. This isn't something a mission bonus can cover. Honestly, Mujino would probably have to work for free for 2 whole years to make up for the loss. No wonder she's so furious, she probably wants to grind these two little rats into dust. Die. With a shout, Mujino raised her right arm. A dark green laser instantly formed and shot straight toward Mikoto and Ruko. They didn't try to block it head-on. The two girls split to the sides in perfect sync. Boom. The green beam slammed into the lab bench behind them. The bench, made entirely of metal, was instantly blasted through, leaving a huge hole. That move, she's the fourth ranked. Mikoto frowned and muttered under her breath. This girl really knows her stuff. She recognized Mujino right away. Buzz, buzz. More green lasers shot toward them. Mikoto turned to the side, using electromagnetic force to stick to the metal pipes in front of her, climbing quickly. A few leaps later, she was on the second floor. Railgun. Blue sparks crackled from her forehead, and a lightning bolt shot straight at Mujino. Boom. But before the lightning could even get close to Mujino, a small figure jumped out from the side window and punched the electric arc away. It was a girl with short brown hair, wearing a hoodie and jeans. Her face was calm and cool. That was some serious electricity. You must be the third-ranked one, right? And who are you? Mikoto frowned, clearly annoyed. These two weren't weak. In the past, she might have been excited to fight someone strong, but right now, she didn't feel like battling at all. Konohata Sai, the short-haired girl, said her name. So that's it. You're the railgun girl. At that moment, Mujino finally figured out who Mikoto was. She grinned wide and said, nice, really nice. If I take you down here, I'll become the new. Before she could finish, her expression froze. You might not get that chance, lovely Miss Mujino. Ruko's voice came from behind her, and a long knife was pressed against her lower back. Everyone was stunned. Neither Mikoto, Mujino, nor Konohata saw how Ruko got there, or where she even got that knife. Miss Konohata, please step back, Ruko said as she wrapped her left arm around Mujino's waist, her tone clearly threatening. Otherwise, I can't promise I won't do something to this beauty. Honestly, Ruko wanted to go for her neck, but she just wasn't tall enough. You really sound like some creepy villain guy, Konohata said with a sigh, but still backed off like Ruko asked. If only I were a creepy guy, I could just take all of you down with no guilt. Ruko smirked and gave Mikoto a look. Mikoto got the message and jumped down using the metal pipes. Damn it. Watching her target slip away made Mujino super frustrated. Just then, smack, she felt a hard slap on her butt. Good times don't last forever. Looks like it's time to say goodbye, Ruko said with a playful grin. Don't miss me too much, beautiful. Whoosh. Under the shocked eyes of Mujino and Konohata, Ruko vanished in an instant. Chapter 82, Confident Ruko. Mujino, Konohata looked at her, face completely red. You okay, like, seriously okay? She was mostly just asking out of politeness, she already knew Mujino probably wasn't in a great mood. Her face was so red, she might just explode from anger. That girl was seriously something else. Who has the guts to slap a tigress like Mujino? As she thought about it, Konohata couldn't help but feel a bit impressed by Ruko. But truth is, Mujino wasn't actually all that mad right now. Or rather, what she felt more than anger was embarrassment. This was the first time in her life someone had smacked her butt, and that strange tingling sensation left her oddly shaken. It was kind of like a bad girl running into a punk, surprisingly fitting. Too bad the other person was a girl. Of course, Mujino Shizuri wasn't about to say any of that out loud. She kept a cold look on her face and glanced sideways. Why didn't you warn us, Takitsubo? Standing there was a girl with short black hair hanging to her shoulders. She looked delicate, but her eyes were unfocused, like she was half asleep. Her name was Takitsubo Riku, a member of the item team with sensing abilities. She could detect the number, location, and level of enemies through the AIM diffusion field. When Mujino asked, the girl calmly replied, her AIM field was really weak, I could barely feel it at all. Couldn't sense it. Mujino's eyes widened in surprise. The AIM diffusion field is a kind of special energy that espers give off without even trying. In simple terms, it's like a glowing tag above your head showing your power level. Different level espers give off different AIM fields. It's automatic, no one can control it or hide it. But that girl just now clearly showed power beyond a level 4 esper. Normally, someone at that level would have an extremely strong AIM field. So why was hers so weak that even Takitsubo could barely sense it? Curiosity. Everything about that girl, and what she did to her, made Mujino seriously curious. She was sure that girl was hiding something big, something beyond what she could understand. She wanted to dig deeper. Mujino, what do we do now? Konohata Sai asked. Chase them, they shouldn't have gotten far. Mujino answered without hesitation, scanning the area. Where's Frenda? She's over there. Takitsubo looked toward the left side of the main hall downstairs. Right in that spot, a flat-chested girl with wavy blonde hair was hanging in the air, tied up by some kind of strange rope. Her body twisted around like a caterpillar. Meanwhile, in the live stream chat. Dojin artist, impressive, Ruko. You had Mujino Shizuri so flustered she didn't even fight back. How'd it feel? Skirt-flipping maniac, Not bad. Kinda like soft bread. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, that's way too detailed. You've been planning this, haven't you? Dojin artist, totally. Ruko acted like a real perv back there. You better learn some self-control. Curly-haired guy, being a perv is fine, but being this nice. Come on. If it were me, I would have just gone all the way. This is an actor, that, gone all the way, of yours, can you not be gross for once? A Megakure Village's angel, we all know Jin's never serious, unless the sun rises in the west. But still, Ruko just letting Mujino Shizuri go like that. Kinda hard to accept. Did you forget your friend who got cut in half? Shark-faced guy, if I remember right, her name was Frenda. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, yeah, the blonde one. Ruko just tied her up and whipped her a minute ago. It was rough. Hey, I didn't have much choice, okay. Ruko muttered toward the camera as she walked along the lab's front corridor. I had to save Misaka, there was no time to mess around. As for Mujino Shizuri, I don't think she's completely evil. Maybe I can talk her out of it someday. Shark-faced guy, talk her out of it. Ruko, you're sounding pretty confident lately. Curly-haired guy, what kind of talking are we talking about? Using your body to reform her? She almost killed your friend, and you still want to reform her. What are you, a saint? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, even saints don't use their bodies for that. What kind of twisted monk are you talking about? Curly-haired guy, Miroku. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Limacho was stunned for a second. That Miroku answer seriously messed with her view of the world. Dojin artist, Miroku my butt. Is that the only monk you know? Curly-haired guy, of course not. I know, Inari. Dojin artist, that's Shinto. Has nothing to do with Buddhism. Why would you bring up a Shinto god in a talk about Buddhist monks? Even ignorance should have limits. Curly-haired guy, whatever. There are so many religions, who can keep track of all of them? Dojin artist, you're clueless and proud of it. That's so you. A Megakure Village's angel, okay, enough arguing. Ruko took down Academy City's 4th-ranked Esper like it was nothing. No matter how she plans to reform her, I'd say she's earned the right to try. Pfft, Satan. Ruko's face turned red after hearing what Konan said. She looked like a steaming kettle. I only pulled that off because I caught him off guard. It really wasn't a big deal. And it was just normal friendship that changed him. What are you all thinking? As she spoke, she was about to push open the research lab door in front of her. This is an actor, wait a second, Ruko. Seeing the message pop up in the chat, Satan. Ruko stopped and sent a confused emoji. This is an actor, don't rush in yet. Try sensing your surroundings with your spiritual pressure. Chapter 83, Riddle Guy, Get Lost. Sense the surroundings with spiritual pressure. Ruko paused and looked like she was thinking hard. What's wrong, Ruko? At that moment, Misaka Mikoto caught up with her. Aren't we going out? There might be something going on. Hold on a sec. Ruko took a breath and sent a message in the group chat. Skirt-flipping maniac, I don't know how to use spiritual pressure sensing. Even though she had bought Shinigami powers, she hadn't really practiced or explored them much. She usually only used things like Shuinpa and Kido for fighting. This is an actor, close your eyes and imagine your spiritual pressure like a net being cast out. When you pull it back in, you'll be able to feel things. Following Aizen's method, Satan. Ruko quickly got the hang of it and sent back a message. I see, lots of small blue dots outside the door. A Megakure Village's angel, blue dots mean souls, living people. Dojin artist, in other words, a bunch of people are waiting outside for Ruko-chan and Misaka Mikoto. Curly-haired guy, oh, I doubt they're here to invite them to a party. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, is this Alistair's plan? This is an actor, more accurately, this is part of a plan that was set up from the start. The item group was just a warm-up. What's coming next is the real deal. Skirt-flipping maniac, wait, LV5s were just the warm-up. Ruko's eyes widened in shock. This is an actor, don't forget, Academy City has more than one LV5. The 4th-ranked one isn't that high up, so it's just an appetizer. Dojin artist, so, that means the people coming might include the 2nd-ranked one. Maybe even Accelerator. Curly-haired guy, Accelerator. If it's him, this is gonna be real bad. I hate to admit it, but he really is the strongest in Academy City. That vector control ability is totally broken. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, yeah, he once stopped the Earth's rotation when going all out. Dojin Artist, there was a time limit on that, right? Like 5 minutes. Still, even 5 minutes is crazy enough. This is an actor, that's only because of how special his power is. He has a deep understanding of Earth's vectors, so at his peak, he can affect the planet. But that doesn't mean he has planet-level combat power. A Mega Kure Village's angel, exactly. In fact, it's the opposite, because he's so strong and has always lived in a protected environment, his real combat experience is super limited. You can see that clearly in his fight against Kamiju Toma. Without his powers, he's basically helpless. Curly-haired guy, the problem is, Ruko doesn't have that chick magnet punch Toma does. So she can't cancel out Accelerator's ability at all. Well, she does have the hand that slapped a big sister's butt. Skirt-flipping maniac, can we not talk about that anymore? Dojin Artist, if it's just the second-ranked one coming, maybe Ruko-chan and Mikoto can manage to fight him. Shark-faced guy, he's got the terrain advantage. If he takes to the sky, only Ruko can go one-on-one with him. Skirt-flipping maniac, I haven't really learned how to make spirit paths in the air yet. Curly-haired guy, oh man, then she'll just get smacked around. Dojin Artist, this isn't good. No matter who shows up, this looks really bad. This is an actor, why were the two of them split up anyway? Why not send them out together? You guys should know Alistair can totally make that happen. Dojin Artist. Curly-haired guy, and no way. This is an actor, from Alistair's point of view, Ruko is an unpredictable variable. It's normal to want to get rid of her at all costs. Not every mastermind is like Aizen, who likes to sit back and study the unknown. Dojin Artist, that actually makes a lot of sense, but, are you kind of roasting yourself there, Aizen-san? Hiss. As the person being talked about, Satan Ruko gasped. Aizen's guess made her scalp tingle with shock. Sending both the number 1 and number 2 to deal with a fragile girl like her. That's just crazy. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, what should we do? Lee Macho looked seriously worried. She felt that neither the first-ranked Accelerator nor the second-ranked Kakin Taidaku were opponents Ruko and Mikoto could handle. And this time, the two of them might even be working together. They needed a solid plan. If Ruko just walked out there now, the result would be worse than a crushed strawberry. Lee Macho couldn't help but think of the bottle of strawberry jam she'd bought in the chat group 2 days ago with 2 points. Her dumb apprentice had knocked it over by accident. It had been a total mess, both the jam and the apprentice. Shark-faced guy, I'll go help out. A Mega Kure Village's angel, I'll go too. Curly-haired guy, how could Gintoki miss out on something like this? Letting a teammate fight alone, no true samurai would stand for that. Skirt-flipping maniac, everyone. Satan Ruko's eyes were a little red. She was clearly touched. This is an actor, the group mission isn't done yet. Do you even have enough points to cross over? Sakata Gintoki froze for a second and glanced at his points balance. A measly 234. Probably, not enough. Dojin Artist, how embarrassing. Eriri didn't say she would go help. She knew her skills weren't good enough and she'd only hold them back. But in that moment, her desire to get stronger had never been greater. This is an actor, besides, with your current strength, it'll be tough to take on those two. Don't forget, Alistair is still lurking, waiting for a chance. A Mega Kure Village's angel, so Aizen-san is going to use that. This is an actor, yeah, that alone should be enough. Curly-haired guy. Shark-faced guy. Dojin Artist, come on, can you two stop being all mysterious? Chapter 84, Accelerator's Arrogance. 7th School District, in front of the Miswa Research Center. Dozens of fully armed soldiers stood alert, eyes locked on the iron gate. Their expressions were tense. They had received orders from above, 2 dangerous individuals with powerful abilities were hiding inside this building. To catch them, the team was equipped with Academy City's newest custom weapons. These guns could fire high-density energy bullets and even spread out to form nets of energy to trap people. But even with such high-tech gear, the soldiers still weren't confident. After all, they knew full well they were up against high-level espers. Just one of them was as dangerous as an entire army. Silence. The plaza was dead quiet, with only the sound of heavy breathing now and then. Click. A sudden sound of a door opening rang out. All eyes turned sharply as the gate of the research center slowly opened. Under the bright white spotlights, 2 small figures stepped into view. Ruko looked at the scene in front of her, then turned to the side and asked, Misaka, can I leave the left side to you? I should be fine. Misaka Mikoto let out a breath, blue sparks of electricity dancing around her. Be careful, Ruko. I still haven't properly thanked you yet. Well, how about a milk tea set from the Cat Ear Cafe as thanks? Ruko pulled down her hat and smiled softly. If it's from you, it'll taste even better. Then, it's a deal. The moment the words left her mouth, Misaka Mikoto and Satan Ruko shot forward, splitting left and right. They're coming. They're coming. Open fire. Open fire. Panic-filled shouts came through the walkie-talkies. Rat-a-tat-tat. Dark orange energy bullets poured out, forming a web of overlapping fire aimed at Mikoto and Ruko. The squad moved quickly and without hesitation. But it didn't matter, they were wasting their efforts. Misaka Mikoto's electricity easily shattered the energy bullets. And Ruko's Shuinpa made her move like a ghost. Before the bullets even got near her, she had already vanished from their sight. Boom. 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 One muffled crash after another. One after another, the soldiers in battle gear dropped to the ground. 2 minutes. It only took 2 minutes for this elite high-tech unit to be completely wiped out. That's it. Mikoto looked around at the people knocked out all over the place and brushed back her messy bangs. That was pretty easy. If only it really were that easy. Ruko shook her head and looked toward a shadowy corner. You've been watching all this time. Still not coming out. Whoosh. As soon as the words were spoken, a blast of black dark matter suddenly shot toward her. Almost like she expected it, Ruko reached behind her, grabbed the small sword on her back, and swung it in a wide slash. With a loud bang, the dark matter energy was sliced clean in half and crashed to the ground. Oh. A surprised voice came from the shadows, and a figure in a dark red casual suit slowly appeared. You actually managed to cut that. Impressive. Who the hell are you? Misaka Mikoto frowned, eyes full of caution. Kakin Taitaku. At that moment, Mujino Shizuri and the others came running out of the lab. When they saw who it was, shock showed on their faces. Why are you here? Oh, it's the fourth ranked. Kakin gave her a sideways glance and said calmly, you should already know why I'm here, shouldn't you? Mujino froze, frowning. Orders from the top. Bingo. Kakin grinned, his smile sly like a fox. Looks like the big shots think you're useless. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent me to take over your mission. Damn it, this bastard. Mujino was furious at the insult, but couldn't find anything to say back. Worse yet, she knew she wasn't strong enough to beat him. Take over her mission. Ruko suddenly spoke, her tone amused. So you're saying the higher-ups trust you that much? I don't think so. If they really trusted you, why would they send the number 1 too? Number 1. Kakin's eyes widened, full of disbelief. No way. Satan Ruko ignored him and locked her eyes on the dark alley to the right. Tap, tap. Footsteps echoed with a steady rhythm. A white-haired figure slowly walked out. Interesting, very interesting. I blocked my signal completely, and you still sensed me. Thin, pale, and sickly-looking, Accelerator walked with his hands in his pockets. His red eyes stared straight at Satan Ruko. Power not from Academy City, huh? I guess that guy wasn't lying for once. The guy he referred to was the scientist Kiku-sensei, who had given him the mission. Accelerator took the job because he thought this unknown power might help improve his analysis and calculation skills. It's really him. Mujino trembled slightly and instinctively took 2 steps back. No exaggeration, this white-haired bastard was the biggest nightmare she'd ever faced in Academy City. Ever since their encounter half a year ago, she'd kept her distance from him. To her, Accelerator was a total monster. His power couldn't be countered, and he always acted like rules meant nothing. Accelerator, go to hell. Unlike Mujino, who was frozen with fear, Misaka Mikoto flew into a rage the moment she saw him, completely losing her cool. Bzzzzzt. A crackling surge of electricity sounded out of nowhere. A blue arc of lightning shot forward like a spear, aiming straight for Accelerator. Pop. The lightning slammed into him, but disappeared instantly, like it had been swallowed. Oh, it's you. Accelerator turned his gaze to Mikoto, the corner of his mouth twitching. What were those dolls called again? Never mind, doesn't matter. Weaklings like you never interested me. As he spoke, he also gave a glance at Kakin and Mujino. Bastard. Mikoto clenched her teeth, sparks of electricity crackling all over her body. She wanted nothing more than to drag him down with her. And it wasn't just her, both Kakin and Mujino looked a little sour too. They knew very well Accelerator's insult wasn't only aimed at Mikoto, it included them too. What, pissed off? Accelerator grinned, his tone full of arrogance. Go ahead. If you're that mad, come at me together. I don't mind. Chapter 85, Public Execution. Curly-haired guy, he's nuts. This bastard is way too full of himself. I can't take it anymore. I'm gonna punch him. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, calm down, you don't have enough points. Dojin Artist, that's exactly why he dares talk like that. If he had enough points, he'd be the one embarrassed. Curly-haired guy, huh? What's that supposed to mean? I, Sakata Gintoki, a real man, could totally beat up some androgynous freak. Don't look down on me. A Megakure Village's angel, androgynous freak. What kind of way is that to describe someone? Curly-haired guy, Accelerator's gender hasn't been clear from the start, right? Can't tell if it's a guy or girl, so androgynous fits. Dojin Artist, actually, that kinda makes sense. Puffed. Watching the comments fly past the screen, Satan Ruko couldn't help but laugh. In this tense standoff, her laugh stood out so much that everyone turned to look at her. What are you laughing at? Accelerator asked with a frown. Oh, nothing. Just thought of something funny. Satan Ruko looked at him with a strange expression, her eyes scanning him up and down like they could see right through him. Honestly, just from looks alone, you really couldn't tell the real gender of this white-haired kid. Calling them androgynous actually kind of fits. Accelerator didn't like the way she was staring at him like some kind of lab animal. His face twisted with irritation. If that's how it is, then let me make you even happier. He raised his right foot and lightly tapped the ground. Boom. The ground within tens of meters around him shattered and floated into the air, turning into countless chunks of rock. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With a casual wave of his arm, all those rocks shot out like bullets from a cannon, raining down on everyone nearby. That's right, he wasn't just targeting Ruko. He made sure everyone got a taste. Boom boom boom. A deafening explosion rang out as a huge cloud of dust filled the air. Cough cough, damn it. Mujino Shizuri staggered out of the dust, looking angry. That psycho really is different from normal people. Her pretty face was covered in dirt, and there was a red bump on her forehead. She got hit by a flying rock she didn't manage to dodge. What now? Looks like we can't even join the fight at this point, said Frenda, who was next to her. Frenda had stayed completely behind Mujino just now, using her small size to hide, so she came out without a scratch. Mujino stared into the dusty area ahead and said in a low voice, let's back off for now and look for a chance to move. Honestly, she knew full well that retreating was the smart move here. With Accelerator showing up, their mission was basically impossible now. But when she thought about that girl who had caught her interest, she still didn't choose to leave. He, not bad at all. A creepy laugh echoed as Accelerator stared ahead with red eyes. Even in that mess, you still managed to dodge with someone else in tow. As he spoke, the dust began to clear. Ruko appeared, holding Misaka Mikoto in her arms. The cap that was on her head had fallen off, revealing her young, fair face. Ignoring Accelerator, Satan Ruko looked down at Mikoto. You okay? I am fine. Mikoto's cheeks turned a little red. She realized she was being carried like a princess in Ruko's arms. It felt super weird. Put me down, okay. Thud. As her feet touched the ground, Mikoto noticed Ruko's hand was badly bruised. It must have been from protecting her. For some reason, her eyes started to water. This whole scene was being watched by everyone in the live stream. A Megakure Village's angel, is she crying? Shark-faced guy, maybe she was really moved. Curly-haired guy, this is totally like being won over, right? Misaka's totally been won over by Ruko-chan, hasn't she? Dojin Artist, amazing, Ruko-chan. Wait, no, we can't just call her Ruko-chan anymore. From now on, we call her Lord Tears. Lord Tears is the best. Reading the messages in the stream, Satan Ruko's mouth twitched hard. She quickly typed back, cut it out already. Lord Tears sounds way too weird. And what do you mean by won over? Mikoto and I are just friends, okay. This is an actor, just friends, might be your view. But it's not just Misaka Mikoto, even Mujino Shizuri seems interested in our dear Lord Tears. Otherwise, she would have left already. Dojin Artist, whoa, not just the third-ranked one. She even got the fourth rank too. And don't forget, she's got that little puppy Wihara back home. Lord Tears is a natural-born legend. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Lord Tears' charm is just unstoppable. Curly-haired guy, Lord Tears, please take me with you. Skirt-flipping maniac, Anson-san, all of you. She regretted everything. Why did she even start this live stream? This wasn't a stream, it was public humiliation. A Megakure Village's angel, don't worry about us. Focus on the battlefield in front of you. Like hell I can ignore you guys. Ruko cursed in her head but still looked calm on the outside. Whoosh. A sharp sound cut through the air behind her. Ruko twisted her body just in time, dodging a dark spear-like thing that stabbed into the ground right next to her face. TCH. You even dodged that. Kakeen Taitaka clicked his tongue, floating in midair. Would have been better if you just let me take you out. It'd hurt less. Trash. Who gave you permission to touch my prey? Accelerator stared at him, his expression ice cold. Don't act like you're the only one who matters, Accelerator, Kakeen Taitaka said calmly, not backing down at all. The higher-ups didn't say you had to be the one to finish the job. Let's just see who gets it done first. He didn't want to fight Accelerator, but he wasn't really afraid of him either. If it came to a fight, maybe he'd lose, but he was pretty sure he could get away. A target, huh? You two really think you've got me all figured out. Satan Ruko took a breath and lifted her chin. In the end, you're just the strongest inside the city's bubble. You have no idea how small your world really is. Chapter 86, Complete Oppression. Silence. The moment Ruko finished speaking, the whole square went quiet. Accelerator, Kakeen, and Misaka Mikoto all stared at her with shocked expressions, like they were seeing some strange creature. Not far away, Mujino Shizuri's team also heard her bold words and widened their eyes. You're kidding, right? I must have imagined that, Konohata Sai whispered. Nope, not your imagination. I heard it too, Frenda said, shaking her head. That girl is really something. No matter how you look at it, she's unbelievable, Takitsubo Riku nodded in agreement. Idiot. Is she trying to get herself killed? Mujino Shizuri clenched her teeth, staring hard at Ruko. She's really mocking those two in a situation like this. Is she trying to act brave or something? It's so dumb. Unbelievably dumb. She's about to die anyway, so maybe we shouldn't talk about her like that. Frenda said in a quiet voice. Shut up. Mujino shot her a sharp glare, clearly getting more irritated. After a moment of silence, Takitsubo spoke softly, Mujino, don't tell me, you're worried about that girl. Who's worried about her? Mujino's face instantly turned red. Are you stupid? She's our enemy. Then why are you blushing? Takitsubo didn't say it out loud, but she was starting to think something was definitely off with their leader. And the cause was probably that girl. Still, she figured they wouldn't see that girl again after today. Takitsubo just couldn't believe anyone could get away safely from both the first and second-ranked espers. Ha 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 ha. A wild laugh rang out. Accelerator stared at Satan Ruko, his face twisted into something almost crazed. Interesting. You're really interesting, woman. You're way more fun than that clone next to you. You say I'm only the strongest inside the city. So what, you think there's someone stronger out there? Yeah, I do. Satan Ruko nodded calmly on the outside, but in the group chat, she was spamming messages like crazy, Anzen-san. Anzen-san. I'm counting on you. Come save me already. Dojin artist, don't panic, Ruko-sama. Curly-haired guy, hang in there, Ruko-sama. Aizen is on the way. Shark-faced guy, on the way. He's time traveling, what's he waiting for, the right weather. Curly-haired guy, idiot. I was just setting the mood, okay. Setting the mood. But seriously, does time travel take time? If it does, we're screwed. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, if that's true, we might see Ruko-chan turn into strawberry jam. Dojin artist, wait, even Scarlet is cracking bad jokes now. Skirt-flipping maniac, guys, stop scaring me. Where is Anzen-san? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Right after Ruko sent that last message, several dark energy blasts shot toward her. She froze. Satan Ruko stood there like she was completely stunned, not moving an inch. Only when the dark energy was just about to hit her did she slowly raise her right hand, gripping the blade. Slash. A flash of silver light. Thud. Thud. The dark energy split in half and scattered into pieces. He's here. Ruko smiled, her mouth curving up perfectly. So then, who should we start with? She glanced at Accelerator, then shifted her eyes to Kakeen Taitaku. Ruko. Misaka Mikoto looked at her, confused. Something felt off. She looked like Ruko, but she didn't feel like the same person at all. And of course, that made sense. Because the one controlling her body now wasn't Ruko. It was Aizen. Swoosh. Her figure suddenly vanished. Controlling Ruko's body, Aizen appeared out of nowhere on Accelerator's right side. What the? Accelerator was shocked. He clearly didn't expect her to fly too. And her speed, it was beyond anything he thought possible. By the time he reacted, Aizen's blade was already swinging toward him. Crack. A sharp sound echoed. In a rush, Accelerator formed a black shield in front of him. But against the girl's strike, the shield was as fragile as paper. Splurt. Bright red blood shot out from Accelerator's right arm and splashed everywhere. Not bad defense, Aizen said as she floated midair, casually shaking the blood from her blade like a teacher giving feedback. But your judgment was way off. If you had put that shield on your left instead, I might not have broken it so easily. You, what are you? Accelerator was still in shock, unable to understand why this girl suddenly became so strong. Spacing out in a fight? That's a bad habit, the girl's voice suddenly came from behind him. What? Accelerator's eyes went wide. Before he could even turn around, blood sprayed from his back. His whole body dropped like dead weight to the ground. Whoosh. Out of nowhere, a thick, black metal pipe shot through the air, slicing toward Aizen with a sharp whistling sound. When dealing with someone you don't understand, a sneak attack from a distance is a smart move, Aizen said calmly as she swung her sword toward the pipe's direction. Slice. Her powerful strike split the metal pipe clean in two, and the force behind it didn't stop. The blade energy turned and shot back toward whoever launched the pipe. Boom. A loud thud rang out. Accelerator, who had just stood up, was blown backward, flying through the air. His face still frozen in shock and disbelief. Too bad your sneak attack was way too easy to read. Before he even landed, Aizen had already appeared behind him, as if she knew exactly where he'd end up. The blade in her hand gleamed coldly in the moonlight. Splurt. Blood bloomed in midair like a red flower. Chapter 87, Chapter 87, you might have misunderstood my power. Happy National Day, everyone. Shock. Everyone on the scene, from Misaka Mikoto to Mujino Shizuri, was completely stunned. Is this a joke? The number 1 and number 2 strongest people in all of Academy City had just been totally overwhelmed by this girl. This didn't even look like a fight, more like a mom spanking her 2-year-old. And it wasn't just them. Even the chat group members watching the stream, who knew the truth, were just as shaken. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, it's over already. That was fast. Curly-haired guy, I finally believe it. Ruko really is Aizen now. Only Aizen could finish a fight that fast. Dojin artist, ahem. What kind of fast are you talking about? A Megakure Village's angel, I've said it so many times, Ruko right now is Anzen-san. Curly-haired guy, no matter how many times you say it, people will still doubt it. She can possess someone, travel across dimensions, and even bring all her powers. That's way too broken. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, even a magical group chat like this exists. What isn't possible at this point? Skirt-flipping maniac, right? At the moment, Ruko's own mind felt like a bystander. She watched as Aizen used her body like a tool. It was a strange, dreamlike feeling, being in her own body, but not in control. Boom. A loud explosion drew everyone's attention in the stream. On the screen, rubble and twisted steel were sent flying. From the wreckage, Accelerator slowly walked out, his clothes torn and hair a mess. He stared straight at Aizen and grinned. You actually managed to hurt me. You're way more fun than those other losers. His lips were stained with blood, and he looked a little crazy. Is that so? But to me, you're more boring than I expected, Aizen said with a slight smile, her voice soft. This is all that strongest can do. All that strongest can do. Accelerator froze, eyes wide. His gaze turned sharp, and his face twisted with rage. Woman. Are you trying to piss me off? Fine. Good. Now I'll show you what real power looks like. Boom. He stomped down hard. His vector powers exploded, pulling in energy from everything around him like a black hole. Fierce winds surged outward in waves, shaking the entire battlefield. Whoosh. A powerful wind roared through the area, tearing the ground apart like a spider web and sending chunks of debris flying everywhere. Under the force of the shockwave, streetlights, power lines, and parked cars were all swept away. The whole scene looked like a level 17 typhoon had just passed through. Is this maniac trying to destroy the entire Academy City? Kakin Taitaka stood up in the distance, sensing things were going south. He flapped his wings madly, trying to get away from the area. But soon he realized, even the wind was being pulled toward Accelerator. No matter how hard he flapped, he couldn't move forward at all. So this is the power of the number 1. Kakin Taitaka got it now, really got it. The gap between them wasn't just big, it was a whole different level. Countless streams of energy started to gather in one spot, forming a glowing white ball above Accelerator's head. The pressure coming from it was so intense, it even made the air around it warp a little. Dojin artist, so scary. Even watching through a screen is terrifying. Curly-haired guy, Accelerator's way stronger than we expected. Shark-faced guy, if that ball explodes, Academy City's probably done for. Skirt-flipping maniac, how did it come to this? Anzen-san, can you stop him? Her closest friends were all in Academy City. She couldn't just watch it be destroyed. Dojin artist, judging by how strong Anzen-san is, I think she probably can, right? My power. A slight smile. Ruko, now under Aizen's control, smiled brightly on screen. Looks like you've misunderstood something. Besides the passive ability that comes with the God of Swords, I haven't even used my real power yet. Dojin artist. Curly-haired guy. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, wait, you mean? Yeah. Whether it was Shuinpa, spiritual power, or strength, I've only been using Ruko's own power this whole time. Still smiling, Aizen slowly raised the blade in his hand. Swish. The screen shook slightly. From the viewer's perspective, Aizen, controlling Ruko's body, hadn't moved. But his sword was now being slid back into its sheath. Whoosh. A breeze lifted Ruko's long black hair. A clear, gentle voice rang out with the softness unique to girls. As for my real power, it's probably about this level. Thump. Thump. Two dull sounds. Accelerator's eyes went wide. The massive ball of energy above his head split cleanly in two. And a thin red line appeared across his chest. You. He opened his mouth like he wanted to say something. But just as the first word left his lips, blood gushed out from the cut across his chest. Thud. His vision blurred as he collapsed backward. Kakeen Taitaka followed soon after, his face still frozen in shock and fear as he hit the ground. Silence. Whether it was the plaza in District 7 or the group chat, everything had gone quiet. Crack. In the middle of District 7, the windowless building suddenly split diagonally down the side. And then, boom, it collapsed in an instant. Chapter 88, Alistair's Compromise. Dojin artist, so strong. Eriri didn't even know what words to use anymore. All she could do was repeat, so strong, to express how shocked she was. Skirt-flipping maniac, he took them out instantly. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, yeah, they didn't even have a chance to fight back. A Megakure Village's angel, if it were us, we'd end up the same way. We couldn't even see what Anzen-san did. Konan looked a little upset. She had thought she was growing fast, that she'd soon be able to catch up to Aizen. But now she saw, she'd been way too optimistic. She couldn't even tell how far apart their levels were. Shark-faced guy, you're terrifying, Aizen-san. Way more terrifying than I expected. From his own experience, Kisame thought he could beat Kakeen Taitaku. And maybe hold off Accelerator for a while, even if he'd eventually lose. But Aizen didn't need any flashy moves. Just a simple flash step and slash were enough to completely wipe them out. Even scarier, he sliced that windowless building in half like it was nothing. Everyone in the group who'd seen the story of Index knew that building was Alistair's base. Said to be strong enough to survive a nuclear blast, and now Aizen had turned it into rubble with a single strike. Do I seem scary to you? That should be how enemies feel about me, Aizen said with a gentle smile, using Ruko's body to slowly walk to the right. So, are you treating me like an enemy? Gulp. Kisame swallowed nervously, clearly terrified, and quickly sent a message, of course not, I've never thought that way from the beginning. It's okay, Ruko, still under Aizen's control, had now walked up to Mujino. She reached out a pale hand and gently touched her smooth cheek. Even if you see me as an enemy, I won't hurt you. Curly-haired guy, puffed. Shark-faced guy, oh, so you were talking to that girl. Hashigaki Kisame let out a sigh of relief. Skirt-flipping maniac, whoa, sudden flirting. Wait, Anzen-san. What are you doing? Dojin artist, if I'm guessing right, it's exactly what you think. Skirt-flipping maniac, no. Stop that. That's my body you're using. Why are you shaking? Aizen curved his lips into a half-smile, giving Mujino a charming yet sinister look. Come on, give me a smile. Yeah right, like she could smile right now. Mujino was terrified. She hadn't forgotten that she was supposed to be an enemy of this girl. Even monsters like Accelerator and Kakeen couldn't last a single move against this person. She didn't stand a chance. If she had known this would happen, she never would have stayed behind. She just wanted to make sure the girl was dead, but now it turns out she's some monster in a schoolgirl's skin. What now? Even running away didn't seem like an option anymore. Mujino, I still think you should try smiling, Frenda tugged on her sleeve and whispered. Shut up already. Mujino shot her a warning look, but in the end, she forced a very awkward smile. Not bad. You look way better smiling than with that scowl, Aizen said with a nod. Well then, next. Buzz. Before he could finish, a strange energy field suddenly spread across the entire area. Thud. Thud. Without warning, Mujino and the others rolled their eyes back and dropped to the ground, completely knocked out. Even Mikoto, who was still watching in shock nearby, collapsed the same way. Whoosh. A dark green figure suddenly appeared behind Ruko as if it had teleported. It held a staff made of some unknown material and gently sliced toward the back of Ruko's neck. ZZZZT. A bright white line cut across the sky, distorting the air as it passed. The entire space twisted around it. But just before it could touch Ruko, a glowing hexagonal shield appeared and blocked it completely. So you've come, Alistair. Aizen turned his head slightly, still speaking in a calm, kind voice. You didn't really think I wasn't ready for you, did you? State your purpose, stranger, came Alistair's voice, even though his mouth didn't move. He floated down from midair, wearing a dark green surgical gown, staff in hand. Couldn't take me down quickly, so now you want to talk, is that it? Aizen smiled and spoke slowly. Why not try using Iwas? Iwas was the key to all of Alistair's plans, a powerful angel not found in any Bible, created purely through physical laws. According to the original story, Iwas was unbeatable. With just one finger, it could destroy the whole world. Even Aizen, now fused with the Hogyoku, couldn't match that kind of power. But Aizen wasn't worried. His face stayed calm and confident. Because he knew very well that, even though Iwas was summoned by Alistair, it had its own will. Not even Alistair could control it completely. And right now, Kazakiri Hyuka, the safety valve, wasn't fully formed yet. If Iwas showed up now, its unstable energy would cause it to lose a lot of power. Whoosh. As soon as Aizen finished speaking, Alistair gave up on talking. He swung his staff again, slicing across the air. That same space-distorting white line reappeared. But this time, Aizen didn't use his massive shield to block it. Instead, he spun the handle of his sword, and a wave of silver-white energy burst out. Boom. The two forces clashed, but there was no thunderous explosion like one might expect, just silence. Then, with a soft pop, dozens of thin black cracks about half a meter long suddenly tore through the air. Space itself had split open. This was just the aftershock of a test exchange between them, and it was strong enough to rip the fabric of space. Slice. A small cut appeared on the upper part of Alistair's surgical gown, about the length of a finger. Pale skin peeked through as light blood seeped out. Ruko, under Aizen's control, was completely unharmed and stayed calm. Looks like I hit a nerve, Mr. Edward. Edward Alexander, that was Alistair's real name. Compared to Alistair, the name, Edward, was far more famous in the world of magic. It seems you really do know a lot about us. After a brief pause, Alistair spoke flatly, in that case, I can accept your reasonable requests. His face showed no emotion, but those words were a real sign of compromise. Chapter 89, The Girl with the Machete joins the group. Skirt-flipping maniac has ended the stream. Viewers, 6 duration, 40 minutes points earned, 240. Curly-haired guy, that's it. It's over already. Isn't that a bit of a letdown? Where's the big, drawn-out showdown we were promised? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, drawn-out showdown. Dojin artist, pft, what a ridiculous way to put it. Do you even know what that phrase really means? Don't use big words if you don't understand them, it's just embarrassing. Curly-haired guy, huh? Isn't that phrase used to describe a really intense, long fight? Dojin artist, I mean, in a way, yeah. But the kind of fight that phrase usually refers to is very different from what you had in mind. You get what I'm saying? Curly-haired guy, ahem, never mind. Forget I said anything. Omega-Kure Village's angel. Dojin artist, Konan, even if you don't get it, I'm not explaining. If Anson finds out, I'm done for. This is an actor, just saying that already gave her the idea. By now, Aizen had returned to the Naruto world and was going over what he'd gained from his trip to Academy City. Helping Ruko connect with Mujino was one thing, but more importantly, his acting proficiency had jumped from 64% to 70%. That was a pleasant surprise. He hadn't expected the acting system to still work after taking over Ruko's body in another world. He also discovered that the Hogyoku inside him had started analyzing the rules of the Toru world on its own. If this could be completed, Aizen would not only learn the structure of that world's power system through the Hogyoku's feedback, but the Hogyoku itself would also evolve to a new level. The path to godhood was already within reach. Feeling quite pleased, Aizen turned his attention back to the group chat. Dojin artist, Anson. I didn't do anything. It was all Jin's fault. Emoji, terrified. Curly-haired guy, shut up, I'm not taking the blame for this. That crazy couple. Yeah, nobody wants to mess with them. For many, many reasons. Shark-faced guy, I'm confused. Aizen clearly had the upper hand earlier, why stop now? This is an actor, what, you wanted to see Academy City turned into rubble? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, seriously. If Aizen and Alistair went all out, the city would be more shredded than a strawberry smoothie. Shark-faced guy, I get it now. Makes sense. Skirt-flipping maniac, just imagining that scene is scary enough. Anyway, it's finally over, thanks, Aizen. Back in her dorm room, Ruko let out a long sigh. Tonight had been way too intense. This is an actor, over. Oh no, this is just the beginning. Dojin artist. Curly-haired guy. Skirt-flipping maniac, huh? But didn't you guys make a deal? This is an actor, a deal only matters if you want to honor it. If not, it's just a piece of paper. Both Alistair and I know that perfectly well. It was just a way to buy time. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, that means Ruko's in danger, isn't she? This is an actor, not really. Alistair won't touch Ruko unless he's absolutely sure he can kill me. In fact, until then, he'll treat her really well because of the agreement. Curly-haired guy, treated well, huh? Does that mean Ruko's part of Academy City's top decision-making now? Damn, she's a total winner at life. Skirt-flipping maniac, I just got some high-level permissions, that's all. Doesn't mean I'm really part of the top. And even those permissions are only for helping settle the Misaka sisters. Dojin artist, so in the end, this is just Alistair pretending to compromise in order to trick the enemy. That guy is seriously shady. Omega-kure Village's angel, Ari-chan, you just dragged Anzen-san into that insult too, you know. Shark-faced guy, Aizen agreed to that deal for the same reason, to catch the enemy off guard. If he gets the chance, I'm sure he'd gladly stab Alistair in the heart. Dojin artist, that's different. Anzen-san is using strategy, it's called planning. Alistair's just a sneaky old man with a dirty heart. Curly-haired guy, double standards much. That's totally a double standard. Just so you know, no matter how much you simp for Aizen, you're never gonna be the main wife. Give it up already. Dojin artist, main your face. Eriri's face suddenly turned red, her cheeks burning. Curly-haired guy, TCH, just a side chick. Pathetic as you are, you're only good for drinking the queen's foot-washing water. Dojin artist, you little. Omega-kure Village's angel, don't worry, Ari-chan. We won't make you drink foot water. We've got plenty of clean water at home. Dojin artist. Konan Nizan. You're actually treating me like a side chick now. If I marry into your family, I swear I'll eat all your rice. Every last grain. Skirt-flipping maniac, puffed, ha ha ha. Ari-chan, so you're not just a side chick, you're a walking rice vacuum. Dojin artist, shut up, Ruko-chan. You're betraying me too. This is an actor, seeing Ruko laugh that hard, I guess those two girls in your harem have already settled in. Satan Ruko froze. The smile on her face slowly vanished. Whose fault do you think that is? Dojin artist, ha ha ha, Ruko's mental HP just got wiped. That's what you get for backstabbing me. Curly-haired guy, a level 0 with 2 espers in his harem. That's Ruko-sama for you. Skirt-flipping maniac, stop calling me that, it's so embarrassing. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, 2's not enough. Next time you get a chance, go for the 5th rank too. With your charm, Ruko-sama, I'm sure you can do it. Skirt-flipping maniac, Muchanizan, not you too. Ruko felt like she just got hit with a critical blow. In her heart, Muchanizan was always pure and sweet, like a kind, shy fairy, not like this at all. Curly-haired guy, too many might be dangerous, though. These girls are espers. If they get jealous, it might end in blood. Remember Makoto from school days? Dojin artist, ugh, you had to bring that up. Can we just never talk about Makoto and that damn knife stuff again? That anime seriously scarred me for life, you jerk. System message, Machete Girl has joined the group. Chapter 90, Kotonoha's surprise. Curly-haired guy, huh? Wait, what? Knife what? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Machete Girl, yep. Dojin artist, why? Why is there really a Machete Girl joining the group? Are you guys trolling me on purpose? Shark-faced guy, I think it's mostly your fault for jinxing it, Jin-san. Curly-haired guy, shut up, you damn shark sashimi. I don't know anything. Jin-san is totally innocent. Omega-kure Village's angel, enough bickering. Right now, let's just welcome the new member. Dojin artist, how are we supposed to welcome someone with a name like that? It already makes me feel sick just looking at it. All I can think of is that jerk Makoto, and now I feel like throwing up. Curly-haired guy, calm down. Don't just assume the worst, Ari-chan. Maybe this new person isn't even from Makoto's world. Skirt-flipping maniac, yeah, right. There are so many worlds in the multiverse. It can't be that unlucky, right? Machete Girl, hello everyone, I'm the new member, Kotonoha Katsura. Nice to meet you all. Sakakino Academy. Kotonoha Katsura, with her long, straight black hair, sat in the classroom staring at the glowing screen in front of her. Her face showed surprise and wonder. A group chat that connects different universes. And now she was part of it. Kotonoha stared blankly, unable to fully grasp what was happening. It felt like a dream. This is like something out of a miracle. Could miracles really exist in this world? If they do, maybe, just maybe, she could finally make some real friends. Kotonoha had always thought of herself as unlucky. Even though she came from a well-off family, her quiet and shy nature meant she'd never had a real friend growing up. On top of that, she had a deep fear of men. She couldn't be in a small space with a guy, and she couldn't stand being touched by one. Even something simple like a handshake would make her mentally break down. This made her even more closed off socially, and her classmates started calling her the weird girl behind her back. It even led to bullying. Kotonoha had slowly lost hope in school life. But now, this group chat felt like a ray of light breaking into her world. She stared at the chat window, full of hope. But then. Curly-haired guy. Doujin artist. Skirt-flipping maniac. What appeared in Kotonoha Katsura's chat window was a series of question marks from the other group members. She got a little flustered and quickly messaged back, did I say something wrong? Doujin artist, Kotonoha Katsura, from Sakakino Academy. Machete girl, senpai, you know me. Curly-haired guy, it really is her. No way, you're kidding, right? What are the chances of this happening? This is rarer than winning the lottery. Ugh, I guess I should go buy a lottery ticket today. Doujin artist, it's your fault for jinxing it. You're taking the blame this time. Curly-haired guy, not happening. Gintoki's not Shimura Danzo, okay. Even if I was, Danzo wouldn't take the blame for something that came out of nowhere. Machete girl. Kotonoha was completely lost. She was starting to wonder if these upperclassmen were all a bit strange. This is an actor, ignore them. Has anything weird happened on your side? Machete girl, huh? Kotonoha was even more confused now. What were these people talking about? Wait, is this guy the group admin? She noticed the group owner tag next to Aizen's name and suddenly felt a bit nervous. Anyone who could make a chat group like this must be pretty amazing. This is an actor, it's fine. According to group rules, why don't you introduce yourself first? Machete girl, oh okay. My name is Kotonoha Katsura, female, 15 years old, currently attending Sakugawa Middle School. I'm a first year in class 4 at Sakakino Academy. My dad is Katsura Raisei, a senior manager at Entu Corp. My mom is Katsura Minami, who works in food marketing and management. I also have a 10-year-old little sister named Kokoro. Skirt-flipping maniac, wow, that's super detailed. She even gave info about her family. Emoji, facepalm. Machete girl, huh? I wasn't supposed to include that. A Megakure Village's angel, nope, just introducing yourself is enough. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, she's really serious. Doujin artist, that's not serious, that's just naive. Too naive, actually. That's why she got fooled by that scumbag. Eriri still couldn't get over the story in school days, and it made her feel frustrated with Kotonoha too. Machete girl, fooled by a scumbag. Are you talking about me? This is an actor, you probably have enough points now. Just go check the memory list and look at the school days storyline, then you'll understand. Machete girl, the memory list. Thank you, group leader. Kotonoha opened the function menu and quickly found the memory list interface. Doujin artist, I hope this doesn't make you depressed. Skirt-flipping maniac, by the way, Miss Katsura hasn't started dating that Makoto guy yet, right? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, can't say for sure. This is an actor, probably not. If she had, her answer earlier wouldn't have been like that. Shark-faced guy, got the info he wanted without anyone noticing. Aizen really is something else. Doujin artist, Kisame. Did you forget what we agreed on? Note, shark-faced guy has deleted a message. Shark-faced guy, sorry. Kisame finally remembered that they had agreed not to expose Aizen's identity in front of new members. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, she probably didn't see it, right? Skirt-flipping maniac, probably not. And even if she did, I think Miss Katsura would be fine. Doujin artist, don't forget what Anzen-san said, never underestimate anyone. Some people may look like sweet, innocent girls on the outside, but deep down, they might be the queen of a whole harem. This is an actor, like Rue. Doujin artist, ha ha ha. Skirt-flipping maniac, why you guys? Chapter 91, Aaron car made from black zetsu. Machete girl, the scenes in this memory, is this really my future? Sitting in a corner, Kotonoha looked stunned. The warm sunlight from the classroom windows fell on her, but it didn't make her feel warm at all. Cold. Dark. Right now, she felt like she was falling into a bottomless pit. Her eyes slowly lost their light. This is an actor, that was just your original future. Cleaver girl, the original future. This is an actor, of course. The future isn't set in stone. Right now, it's in your hands, isn't it? In my hands. Kotonoha Katsura looked down and opened her soft, pale hands. After a moment of silence, she finally understood what the group leader meant. Thank you, group leader. Now that she knew what the future could become, why not change it herself? She was a real person, not some puppet controlled by a script. With that thought, Kotonoha's eyes grew firm and determined. Curly-haired guy, looks like our lost girl found her way. Shark-faced guy, yeah, I didn't expect Anzen-san to actually be good at comforting people. This is an actor, so in your eyes, Kisame, I've always been a cold guy, huh? Shark-faced guy, no, I didn't mean that. Kisame shivered all over, cold sweat running down his back. Curly-haired guy, don't try to deny it, you totally did. Anzen-san is usually as warm as the sun to us group members, and you think he's cold. Our bond is broken. I'm not your dad anymore. Cleaver girl, dad. You two are father and son in the same group. Dojin artist, puffed. Skirt-flipping maniac, you seriously believe that? Kotonoha-san, you really took that seriously. Cleaver girl, huh? It's not true. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, of course not. Gintoki was just joking. Curly-haired guy, whoa, this girl's way too easy to fool. She's sweeter than a strawberry sundae covered in hot chocolate. She'd probably get scammed and still help the scammer count their money. Cleaver girl, sorry. Dojin artist, why are you apologizing to him? You should talk back instead. That dirty silver-haired mophead couldn't be sold even if he was on discount. Curly-haired guy, shut up. You lowly side chick, looking to drink foot-washing water again. Dojin artist, even if I'm a side chick, you're not the main wife either. Why should I listen to you? Or what, are you, a guy, also trying to take Konan's main wife spot? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, no way. Even if he made it into the harem, he'd only be a eunuch. Skirt-flipping maniac, Jin the eunuch. Dojin artist, there it is. Ruko-chan's killer punch. Jin the eunuch is such a genius nickname. Don't you think so, Jin the eunuch? Curly-haired guy, you damn women teaming up on me again. If you've got guts, come at me one-on-one, jerks. Cleaver girl, everyone here seems to get along really well. Kotonoha said this with genuine admiration. She actually wanted to join in too, but didn't know what to say. Curly-haired guy, don't let them trick you, Kotonoha-chan. These girls are terrible role models. Dojin artist, shut up. You're the worst one here, and you've got the nerve to say that. Skirt-flipping maniac, Jin-san's never had shame to begin with. He even said as long as he's got a butt, he can survive. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, yeah, and yet he still hasn't shown us that skill of eating with his butt. Jin, now that we've got group live streams, isn't it time you gave us a show? Cleaver girl, eat, with his butt. Kotonoha was totally shocked. What kind of weird thing was that? Can humans even do something like that? Curly-haired guy, I'm in the bathroom, busy robbing someone's panties. Bye. Cleaver girl. Megakure Village's angel, don't worry about Jin. He's just working on a group task. When you have enough points, try watching the memories from our worlds. It'll help you understand us better. Cleaver girl, okay. Thank you, Angel Senpai. Megakure Village's angel, just call me Konan. If you really want to be polite, you can add big sis, but don't use senpai. Cleaver girl, okay, Konan big sis. Dojin artist, I get it now. The title Konan senpai is something only Anzen-san is allowed to use, huh? A special pet name. TSK. Skirt-flipping maniac, so even Konan has a romantic side too. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, why can't we go for romance? Konan's not even old. This is an actor, true, sometimes she even acts like an elementary school kid. Megakure Village's angel, Anzen-san. Konan looked sadly at Aizen sitting on the throne. You know it in your heart, why say it out loud? This is an actor, I'm saying you have a young heart. Even that girl Yue really likes you. Dojin artist, who's Yue? Eriri thought for a second. There didn't seem to be anyone like that in the Naruto world. Megakure Village's angel, she's a special Erincar that Aizen made by mixing black Zetsu, who's been turned into spirit particles, with some tailed beast matter. Dojin artist, an Erincar made from black Zetsu. Damn, Aizen really knows how to mess around. Skirt-flipping maniac, And judging from the name, she sounds like a girl. Wait, is Black Zetsu a girl now? Omega Kure Village's angel, the original Black Zetsu didn't have a gender. But after turning into an Arrancar, she clearly looks female. Not only that, she doesn't have any of Black Zetsu's memories or thoughts. She's like a newborn baby. Really cute. Image. Skirt flipping maniac, see cute. Doujin artist, Konan sis, don't you think your taste is a little off? If you just look at the body, yeah, she does look like a regular human kid. But when you look up, you see her whole head is covered by a creepy off-white bone mask, and she's got two sharp horns sticking out of the top. She looks like a demon straight out of hell. How the hell is that cute? Chapter 92, what? Makoto didn't die. Omega Kure Village's angel, you mean she's not cute? Curly-haired guy, if we're using demons as a standard, then yeah, I guess she's cute. Omega Kure Village's angel, I'm mad now. How dare you call such a cute girl a demon? Anson-san, help me teach him a lesson. System, curly-haired guy has been muted by the group owner for 10 minutes. Skirt-flipping maniac, mercy. Emoji, trembling in fear. Doujin artist, spare me. Emoji, trembling in fear. Omega Kure Village's angel, she just hasn't fully transformed into an Arrancar yet. If she shows her real face, you'll all be shocked. Doujin artist, no matter how cute she is, she can't be cuter than Konan sis. Skirt-flipping maniac, yeah, no way she beats Konan. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, you two are such bootlickers. Just to avoid getting muted, they were trying so hard to suck up to Konan. Lee Macho figured this must be what they always call a simp, right? Clever Blade Girl, Konan sis, you're still staying by Aizen's side. Be careful. Katsura Kotonoha had just caught up with the Naruto and Bleach storylines, so she had a rough idea about Konan's situation. But because Aizen had deleted the part where he revealed his real identity, she still didn't know the group owner was actually Aizen. Skirt-flipping maniac, yeah, Konan sis, always be on guard. Doujin artist, when you're alone with Aizen, make sure you've got protection. Skirt-flipping maniac, Eri-chan, why does that sound kinda off? Is that the kind of protection I think it is? Doujin artist, what else would it be? Geez, your brain is full of dirty thoughts. Konan sis likes Anson-san, there's no way she'd do anything like that with Aizen. Get your mind out of the gutter, Ruko-chan. Skirt-flipping maniac. Satan Ruko twitched at the corner of her mouth. Why did she suddenly feel like punching someone? Clever Blade Girl, being undercover like this must be really hard, huh? Omega Kure Village's angel, nah, it's actually kinda fun. Clever Blade Girl, fun. Kotonoha didn't get it. Living next to the big bad guy, always watching your words, how is that fun? Shouldn't it be stressful and miserable? Omega Kure Village's angel, yeah. If you ever have time, you should try it. Clever Blade Girl, Konan sis, are you being serious? Kotonoha's face turned pale. Sure, she had daydreamed about doing something exciting now and then, but this was way too much. She was just a regular middle school girl, how could she be an undercover agent? Doujin artist, Konan sis, that's kind of ridiculous. Kotonoha-chan hasn't had any real training. She wouldn't make it. Skirt-flipping maniac, yeah, she'd probably blow her cover right away. Cleaver girl, professional training. Shark-faced guy, to put it simply, it's acting training. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, pretty much everyone in this group has had some level of training. Anson, our group leader, was actually our coach. Lee Macho's words clearly had a deeper meaning. Cleaver girl, I see. So that's why the group leader is called the actor. Skirt-flipping maniac, he's not just any actor, though. Anson is a true master. Back then, all of us were fooled by his amazing acting. Cleaver girl, the group leader tricked you guys. Doujin artist, ahem, what Ruko means is that his acting was so real, so perfect, that no one could tell. Cleaver girl, I get it now. That's incredible. Everyone in this group seems really skilled, not like me. I can't do anything. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, it's fine. Just watch and learn. We were all beginners too at first. Doujin artist, yeah, just start with the basics of acting. And the most basic part of acting is being the victim. Pretty much everyone in this group was tricked by Aizen's flawless performance. Of course, Kotonoha didn't know the truth and replied very seriously, got it. I'll do my best. Skirt-flipping maniac, cough cough. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, you guys keep chatting. I'm going out for a bit. Seeing such an innocent girl about to fall into the trap, Lee Macho suddenly felt a little bad. Doujin artist, actually, it's okay even if you don't try that hard. Even Eriri felt this was going a bit too far. Kotonoha was just way too easy to trick, so easy that it didn't even feel satisfying. Cleaver girl, I want a fresh start. I don't want to give up halfway. Skirt-flipping maniac, wanting a new life is understandable, but what does that have to do with working on your acting? Are you planning to become an actress or something? Cleaver girl, no, I'm going to get revenge on Makoto Itu. The plan is to follow the original plot, let him slowly get close to me, and then drag him down into the abyss. At this point, Kotonoha had already changed into her gym clothes and was on the school field. She'd made up her mind, this would be the first step toward changing her life. Omegakure Village's Angel, Revenge on Makoto Itu. Dojin artist, it's great that you have this determination, but Makoto Itu is already dead. Cleaver girl, he's dead. Skirt-flipping maniac, you didn't know. He died in your school's storage room. It was a huge deal, how did the school even manage to cover it up? Dojin artist, if it involved some kind of supernatural force, I guess it's possible. That kind of thing would cause mass panic if people found out. Cleaver girl, no, Makoto Itu isn't dead. Image, look. Omegakure Village's Angel. Dojin artist, wait, what's going on here? The picture showed a skinny boy in a gray-blue school uniform, sitting in the bleachers by the field. His eyes were dull and lifeless, staring blankly ahead. His face was pale. Even through the screen, he looked like someone completely drained, like he'd gone way overboard with pleasure and was now totally empty inside. But without a doubt, it was definitely Makoto Itu. Chapter 93, The Intruder. Shark-faced guy, were we tricked? Was that new member not actually Makoto Itu? This is an actor, judging from his username and how he acted, that's unlikely. Usually, when someone's about to die, all they want is a way out. Faking their identity just to mess with us. That'd be nuts. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, yeah. People are usually honest when they're close to death. Dojin artist, then how do we explain this? Is it some parallel universe thing? This is an actor, not impossible, but... Skirt-flipping maniac. This is an actor, Miss Kotonoha, please check the support panel and turn on the intruder detection tool. Cleaver girl, oh okay. Skirt-flipping maniac, intruder detection tool. Dojin artist, what's that? Since when did our group have something like that? This is an actor, when the group was upgraded, 2 support systems were added. One is the energy converter, you all know that one. The other is the intruder detection tool, which you all ignored. Machete girl, I tapped it. It looks like a mini-map popped up, like in a video game. What does the yellow dot mean? Right now, the screen in front of Katsura Kotonoha was split in 2. On the left was the group chat, and on the right was a mini-map that looked like a radar. And on the front left side of the mini-map, a yellow dot kept blinking. Skirt-flipping maniac, if I had to guess, that yellow dot is where the intruder is. Ruko also opened her intruder detector, but her radar showed nothing but an empty screen. This is an actor, if it's just a yellow dot, then it's probably nothing serious. Shark-faced guy, I see. Do the colors here mean something? This is an actor, Miss Kotonoha, you can try switching the detector to detailed mode and check again. Machete girl, got it. Kotonoha didn't doubt Aizen's suggestion for a second. She quickly switched the radar to detailed mode. Right away, a yellow ring appeared above Makoto Itu's head. As she stared at the ring, a new message popped up in front of her. Intruder, wicked spirit. Invasion mode, possession. Invasion level, 2. World destruction, 1. Hostility level, 5. Guilt value, 0. Kill reward, 200 points. Origin, this intruder came from the realm of black mist, entering reality through a space rift. Hint, wicked spirits are drawn to twisted human desires. While possessing someone, they can be killed using only physical attacks. Kotonoha paused, then quickly took a screenshot and sent it to the group chat. Skirt-flipping maniac, wicked spirit. Dojin artist, what's this realm of black mist? And how do they even decide who counts as an intruder? This is an actor, do I really need to explain? Anything that doesn't belong in the original world is considered an intruder. Omegakure Village's Angel, if that's the case, then you. This is an actor, yeah, technically I count as an intruder too. But since I'm a group member, I don't show up on the radar. Dojin artist, that's a double standard if I've ever seen one. Killing other intruders gives you points, but if a group member is an intruder, they just don't show up. How is that not a double standard? Machete girl, The group leader is an intruder too. Skirt-flipping maniac, Anzen-san was probably forced into it. She just woke up one day and crossed over. Machete girl, crossed over. But I don't see any memories of that in the memory list. Omegakure Village's Angel, they're there. You've already seen them. Machete girl. Dojin artist, here's a hint, Anzen-san is that man standing next to Sister Konan. Next to Konan. Kotonoha blinked, and her thoughts started racing. Skirt-flipping maniac, Arisa-chan, weren't we not supposed to say anything? Dojin artist, humph. I just gave a hint, I didn't say it outright. Skirt-flipping maniac, that's still twisting the rules, Arisa-chan. It's basically the same as saying it. But I guess that fits your personality. You act like a cool older girl, but you're actually really kind and gentle. Dojin artist, cool older girl. What the heck is that? How do I even look like that? This is an actor, how do you not? Skirt-flipping maniac, yeah, how do you not? A Megakure Village's angel, what doesn't fit? Dojin artist, damn it, stop repeating that. This isn't my fault, it's all Aizen's. If it weren't for that bastard influencing me, I wouldn't be like this. Curly-haired guy, why are you dragging me into this? I just got out of confinement and you're already blaming me. Shark-faced guy, I'm still curious, don't different levels of invaders show up with different colors? Is it based on how destructive they are? This is an actor, there's also the level of evil and malice. But those aren't fixed, they can change. Let's take a traveler as an example. When a traveler first arrives and isn't that strong, the damage they cause to the world is minimal. But as time goes on, if the traveler's power grows and the number of innocent people they kill increases, their destructive power and evil score will go up, and their invasion level will rise accordingly. On the other hand, if the traveler doesn't commit evil and instead does a lot of good deeds, their invasion level will drop. Skirt-flipping maniac, the malice score is 5, that's pretty high, right? This is an actor, that's the highest it can go. Dojin artist, but its evil score is 0. So that means, even if they have deep malice toward this world, killing Makoto is still not a crime. Curly-haired guy, this is so real. Chapter 94, Ruko, my conscience is too thick, I can't feel it. Skirt-flipping maniac, it really feels real. You can imagine just how hated Makoto Ito must be. This is probably the real wrath of heaven. Dojin artist, too bad he died so early. Otherwise, I might have had the urge to kill him myself. A Megakure Village's angel, even though he's dead, his body is still here. This evil spirit is clearly no good. Arisa-chan, you could try fulfilling your wish. Dojin artist, isn't that a bit much? Eriri twitched at the corners of her mouth, cold sweat forming on her forehead. She had just been speaking off the cuff, she'd never even killed a chicken in her life. How could she kill someone? This is an actor, what's wrong with that? It's about protecting the people. Skirt-flipping maniac, yeah. Arisa-chan, are you scared? Dojin artist, cough, I'm just an ordinary high school girl. Skirt-flipping maniac, you can jump so high now, you could leap over 10 meters. And you're telling me you're ordinary? Can you be more ridiculous? Curly-haired guy, even Michael Jackson, the basketball player, would be stunned. Dojin artist, puffed. When did Michael Jackson ever play basketball? You mean Michael Jordan, right? Can you stop embarrassing yourself? Curly-haired guy, shut up, that's not the point. The point is, you're definitely not an ordinary high school girl anymore. What are you afraid of? Dojin artist, even if my power is beyond what an ordinary high school girl would have, we live in a law-abiding society. Have you ever seen a law-abiding high school girl running around with a knife, killing people? This is an actor, there are plenty of such high school girls across the multiverse. Skirt-flipping maniac, right, Miss K is a perfect example. Dojin artist, well. Eriri was instantly unable to argue. A Megakure Village's angel, by the way, where's Kotonoha? Skirt-flipping maniac, oh, she's probably still thinking about Anzen-san's true identity. No way, right? The hints have been so obvious already. Chainsaw girl, sorry. I've been thinking for a while. The group leader is Itachi-san, right? Dojin artist. Curly-haired guy. Skirt-flipping maniac, shark-faced guy, can I ask, how did you come to this conclusion? Chainsaw girl, because I feel like the group leader is as smart as Itachi-san and also very kind. Other people, like Jiraiya-san and Nagato-san, have some flaws in their personalities. Dojin artist, Uchiha Itachi being kind. When he killed his entire clan in the original story, there was nothing kind about it. Chainsaw girl, well, didn't he have his reasons? Skirt-flipping maniac, having reasons isn't an excuse to whitewash things, Miss K. Do you think the souls of the Uchiha clan would forgive Itachi just because there was a reason? Shark-faced guy, the Itachi we know now didn't take that extreme path because Aizen-san's appearance shifted the focus of the Konoha conflict. Curly-haired guy, so, Aizen really is the gentle one after all. Chainsaw girl, Aizen. He almost destroyed the entire Konohagakure village. Can that really be called gentle? A Megakure Village's angel, of course it can. Even though Konohagakure was almost destroyed, none of the civilians were harmed. That's the result of Aizen intentionally leaving information for them. Chainsaw Girl, but he's still an ambitious person. Dojin artist, you're wrong. For the ninja world to achieve true peace, it needs change. Aizen is just pushing the change forward ahead of everyone else. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, change always comes with bloodshed and sacrifice, that's unavoidable. But he's always kept that sacrifice to a minimum. That's gentleness. Chainsaw Girl, this is just your speculation, right? Skirt-flipping maniac, no, we have proof. Chainsaw Girl. A Megakure Village's angel, because Anzen-san is actually Aizen. Chainsaw Girl, huh? How? Katsura Katono stared wide-eyed, her face filled with shock. Clearly, this was the answer she never expected. Her instinct told her that someone as big as Aizen could never be on their side. Dojin artist, wow, Katono-chan is really shocked. Bet you didn't see that coming, huh? Haha. Skirt-flipping maniac, what are you so proud of, Eri-chan? You forgot how you were at first, huh? You're no different from Miss Katsura. Dojin artist, that's different. Now seeing others shocked makes me really happy. It feels like justice is being served. Skirt-flipping maniac, that's true. Honestly, Satan Ruko felt the same way. Chainsaw Girl, sorry, group leader. I said those things earlier. This is an actor, it's okay, Aizen really is an ambitious person who isn't that gentle. You're right about that. A Megakure Village's angel, but Anzen-san is not the real Aizen. There's a fundamental difference between them. Dojin artist, of course, the real Aizen wouldn't be a stay-at-home husband. Skirt-flipping maniac, is this jealousy coming from Eri-chan, the side chick? Dojin artist, shut up, you're the one with a harem. Chainsaw Girl, so Anzen isn't the real Aizen. I understand now. Now, she really understood. Anzen's memories from his past life were connected to Aizen from the world of Naruto. They were the same person. Curly-haired guy, now that you understand, when a new person joins, you know what to do, right? Chainsaw Girl, just like today. Dojin artist, exactly, you're quick to catch on. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, you guys are still playing. Dojin artist, of course. Don't you think it's fun, Mo-cho-chan? I think this could be a regular show for our group from now on. Skirt-flipping maniac, but if the next newcomer is as innocent as Miss Katsura, I might not be able to do it. Dojin artist, you wouldn't feel bad at all. Just check your conscience and see if it hurts. Skirt-flipping maniac, it's too thick, I can't feel anything. Dojin artist. Inori lowered her head, instinctively touching her own conscience. Thump, 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 her heart was beating strongly and clearly. Chapter 95, Samurai Fight with Chainsaws. Skirt-flipping maniac, Eri-chan, what's with the question mark? Dojin artist, nothing at all. It was hard to explain. At that moment, Inori really felt embarrassed. She had lost to a middle schooler. And, now that she thought about it, wasn't she probably the one with the smallest conscience in the whole group? Now that she thought about it, it seemed true. It was obvious that Mocho-chan and Konan-chan, two adult women, were definitely older than her. While Katono-chan was a little younger, she was probably not much less mature than an adult. Damn, how sad was that? Feeling sorry for herself, Inori stepped out of the school gate. As she passed by a video store at the corner, the news on the TV screen suddenly caught her attention. Mutant giant beasts are appearing more frequently, but is it true? Who is the girl bathed in flames? The male anchor on the screen was speaking passionately about the topic. But Inori's attention was entirely focused on the background photo behind him. Under the dark moonlight, a strange creature, completely blackened by fire, was lying on the ground. It looked like a dog, but it had two heads and was much bigger than a normal pet. Its mouth was full of sharp, jagged teeth that looked terrifying. Next to the creature stood a girl with fire all over her body, seen from the back. She wore a black outfit suited for night missions. Her long black hair flowed behind her, and her leather boots were stepping on the creature's head. She looked powerful and cool, like a queen of fire. Stunned. Eriri was frozen in place, the corner of her mouth twitching hard. Even though she could only see the girl's back, she instantly recognized her. This fire queen was clearly Yutahaka Sumigakaka. Had this girl started seeing herself as some magical girl fighting evil in secret ever since awakening her powers? Thinking of this, Eriri quickly shared the amusing sight in the group chat. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, magical girl. Skirt-flipping maniac, I think it's kind of like the espers in our academy city. But magical girls use magic, not science-based powers. This is an actor, that's not quite right. Technically, esper powers aren't really science either. Personal reality is also a kind of miracle. A Megakure Village's angel, but if Yutaha keeps doing this, she'll probably get into trouble eventually. People in power on your side are bound to notice her. Dojin artist, I agree. Looks like we'll have to give her a heads up. Eriri let out a sigh, wondering how to warn Yutaha, the sharp-tongued queen. Should she be direct, or take a softer approach? It was giving her a headache. Skirt-flipping maniac, you're really kind, Eriri. Even though she's your love rival, you still worry about her. Dojin artist, love rival my butt. I've moved on, okay, you idiot. I'm just being a decent person. That's all it is, basic human decency. System message, curly-haired guy completed the group task and earned 1,000 points. All members received 500 base points. The group admin received 2,000 points. Curly-haired guy, damn, finally done. In a prison toilet, Sakata Gintoki threw down 10 pairs of men's underwear that he had grabbed, then pulled the nylon stocking off his head. Across from him, about a dozen nearly naked, bulky men were sitting in a row with their arms around their knees, quietly squatting. A Megakure Village's angel, good job, Jin-san. Dojin artist, how did it feel robbing men of their underwear? Was it exciting? Curly-haired guy, exciting my ass. My head is full of their thick, hairy legs right now, you get it? Thick. Hairy. Legs. Skirt-flipping maniac, ha 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 ha. Machete girl, that image is too much for me to even imagine. Katsura Kotonoha, who already had a fear of men, trembled and tried to stop her mind from wandering. A Megakure Village's angel, by the way, what's the plan with Kotonoha? Do we need to take out that demon thing? Dojin artist, it'd be a big mess if we act now. We know he's an invader, but to everyone else, he still looks like Makoto Itu. Machete girl, it's okay. I'll take care of it myself when the time is right. Skirt-flipping maniac, will you really be okay on your own, Miss Katsura? Machete girl, no problem. I already bought Macho's internal energy and martial arts. Also, I should thank Gintoki for that. Dojin artist, got 500 points for free. Feels good. Skirt-flipping maniac, big thanks to our hard-working Jin-san. Curly-haired guy, shut up, all of you. If I take on this kind of task again, I'm a total idiot. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, be confident. You're an idiot even if you don't take it. Dojin artist, ha ha ha. Skirt-flipping maniac, Macho always speaks the truth. Curly-haired guy, I swear to. Jintoki's face turned dark with anger. These women took advantage of him and were now making fun of him too. What kind of sick joke was this? This is an actor, keep a close eye on Miss Kotonoha. That invader may not be the only one. Machete girl. Skirt-flipping maniac, there's more than one. A Megakure Village's angel, oh right, I remember now. The last thing Makoto Ita said was, they're here. That probably means it wasn't just one demon that came from the Black Fog realm. Maybe there's more? This is an actor, exactly. But since we have invader detection devices, we don't need to panic. Just stay alert. Machete girl, I understand, thank you for the reminder, Group Master. Skirt-flipping maniac, Miss Katsura, remember to livestream when you go after that monster. Dojin artist, yeah, and make sure to use a chainsaw. It'll be a great chance to see the legendary Machete girl in action. Curly-haired guy, enough already, you guys are going too far. Chainsaw girls aren't cool anymore, they're so outdated. Just use an electric saw, please, it'll be much better. Dojin artist, are you stupid? Watching an electric saw rip through flesh is disgusting. You're a samurai, at least try to make the fight look cool. Curly-haired guy, that's exactly why a samurai should use an electric saw. Real samurais fight with electric saws. Dojin artist, what the hell, samurais don't fight with electric saws. Are you trying to fool me? Curly-haired guy, I swear on my pure and noble samurai soul, Jin-san, I'm telling the truth. Skirt-flipping maniac, pure and noble. Are you joking, Jin-san? Is there a more degenerate samurai than you? System message, Wig Guy has joined the group. Chapter 96, Group Master, here's a gift from the newcomer. Silence. The moment this notification appeared, the group suddenly fell silent. After a while, the chat window began to scroll again. Dojin artist, that username, no way. Curly-haired guy, there's no way, right? Skirt-flipping maniac, it's happening. A samurai even more degenerate than Jin-san has really shown up. Machete girl, is it Mr. Katsura? Curly-haired guy, don't say that sad name. Damn it, why him? Why did it have to be him? I'd rather it had been Takasugi than this idiot. A Megakure Village's angel, I see. So Jin-san's ideal partner isn't Hijikata, it's Takasugi. Curly-haired guy, ideal partner. What are you talking about? It's just a metaphor, just a metaphor. Anyway, we can't help it now. At wig guy, are you there? The entire group paused for several seconds. Then, Eriri sent a message, no one's answering. They're probably still reading the group announcement. Curly-haired guy, TCH, this guy always takes forever to read these announcements. Let's make sure we're all on the same page from now on. Dojin artist. Shark-faced guy. Curly-haired guy, it's about Aizen-san. Let's make this interesting. This is an actor, how do you want to play? Curly-haired guy, what if Aizen-sama appeared in the Gintama world? Skirt-flipping maniac, is it really necessary to make it that big? Dojin artist, you really go all out when you're sabotaging your teammates, huh? You must have overloaded that dumb brain of yours to come up with something like this. You're a genius. Curly-haired guy, hey, when I do the live stream, are you watching or not? Dojin artist, what kind of dumb question is that? Of course I'm watching. While the group was quietly scheming, Katsura Kotaro was still in shock. A chat group that connects countless worlds, and with enough points, you can even travel between worlds. Incredible. This existence was just so amazing that it almost felt unreal. Thinking this, Katsura Kotaro pinched his thigh, but there was no pain at all. Am I dreaming? Katsura-san, if you don't let go, Okawa-kun is going to die. A voice suddenly sounded. Katsura Kotaro quickly realized what had happened, looking sideways at the young man kneeling next to him. He was trembling, his face flushed. It was clear he had just been pinched on the thigh. Sorry, Okawa-kun, Katsura said apologetically, releasing his grip. I got a little distracted. It's okay, Katsura-san, Okawa said with a cheerful smile, rubbing his thigh. You were probably thinking about the Jui patriots, right? Thinking for the country and the people, just like Katsura-san. No. I was just thinking about how I might meet Lady Iris soon. I'm a little excited, Katsura said, shaking his head, his eyes filled with longing. Silence. The group of Jui patriots sitting at his feet froze. Lady Iris. The Iris from the RPG, Heavenly War Chronicles. What is going on? Why is he thinking about a game character during such a serious Sano Joy meeting? And why Iris? Isn't she a middle-aged widow elf in the game? What's his deal? Ah, right. As if remembering something, Katsura pulled 2 vouchers from his sleeve and handed them to Okawa. To make up for it, take this as an apology gift. This is. Ogawa looked down at the discount coupon in his hand, his face twisting in disbelief. How could this be a discount coupon from a host club? Why would a grown man like him need to go to a host club? Give my name, and you can earn your spending points, said Katsura Kotaro, not bothering to pay any more attention to Ogawa, who was completely lost, and refocused on the group chat. Wiggy, hey everyone, I'm a newbie. Dojin artist, that took forever, how long did you stare at the announcement? Skirt-flipping maniac, right. Not only did we finish discussing the main plot, we've almost got the details worked out too. Dojin artist, ahem, Ruko-chan. Skirt-flipping maniac, it's fine, I'm sure Wiggy can't tell. Wiggy, it's not a wig, it's Katsura. Wait, are you? Curly-haired guy, it's clear now, we know who you are, Wiggy Kotaro. Emoji, nose-picking. Wiggy, you know who I am. Curly-haired guy, did you figure it out? Wiggy, Mrs. Aramaki from next door. I can't believe you're in this group too, that's impressive. Curly-haired guy. Skirt-flipping maniac, uffed. Dojin artist, ha ha ha. Oh my god. Machete girl, Mrs. Aramaki. This is an actor, so, what does our Mrs. Aramaki think about this? Curly-haired guy, I'm already planning my escape to kill someone. This idiot, with his messed up brain, is hopeless. Voice message. Wiggy, that voice. Gintoki. My dear friend, who would have thought we'd meet here by fate? This is great, really great. Curly-haired guy, shut up. At this point, no amount of emotional speech will change anything. Emoji, anger. Dojin artist, one mention of Mrs. Aramaki, and your friendship comes to an end. Is this the twisting of human nature or the decay of morals? Skirt-flipping maniac, tune into the 5 o'clock dimension chat group, where we explain this thoroughly. This is an actor, not bad, you two could do a comedy skit together. Wiggy, so, this is the group leader. Nice to meet you. Here's a little gift from me, Image. A Megakure Village's angel. Skirt-flipping maniac. Dojin artist, puffed. A discount coupon from a host club. Chapter 97, Wiggy's surprise. Machete girl, a host club. Isn't that a place for pleasing women? You gave that kind of coupon as a gift to our group leader. Kotonoha Katsura froze, wide-eyed. Shark-faced guy, wow, this is one incredible newbie. Hashigaki Kisame grinned from ear to ear, really wanting to see what Aizen's face looked like right now. Curly-haired guy, sorry. I don't know this person, and what he's doing has nothing to do with me. Wiggy, what's wrong, Gintoki? Curly-haired guy, shut up. I have no idea who you are. Kick him out, group leader, please get rid of this idiot. He's a disaster. If this kept going, Gintoki felt like this guy was going to get him killed. Sending Aizen a host club coupon. What kind of absurd move was that? There has to be a limit to self-destruction. This is an actor, it's fine, I'm not mad. But you can keep that coupon for yourself, Mr. Katsura. Wiggy, is that so? That's a shame. A Megakure Village's angel, Anzen-san isn't interested in men. Skirt-flipping maniac, yep, Anzen-san already has Konan-chan. Oh, and also a concubine. Dojin artist, Ruko-chan, take that last part out. Wiggy, looks like I won't hit my target for today's performance. Curly-haired guy, you're actually regretting that. And you're still trying to pitch it to the chat group. Just end it already. You're an idiot who needs to just end it. Skirt-flipping maniac, Wiggy, really, you're an even worse samurai than Gintoki. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, finally got to experience the feeling of, there's always someone worse, today. Wig kid, it's not a wig, it's Katsura. This is an actor, even though everyone already knows who you are, it's tradition in this group to introduce yourself. Wig kid, I see. Got it. My name is Kotaro Katsura. I'm 27, male. I'm a freedom fighter and also a host club promoter. My wish is to meet Iris here. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, who's Iris? Dojin artist, I've got no clue. I don't think she ever showed up in Gintama. Wig kid, she's the honored priestess of the elf forest. She uses nature magic to wipe out the evil monsters that try to invade the world. Skirt-flipping maniac, honored priestess. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, evil monsters. Curly-haired guy, you're never gonna meet her, you weirdo. And seriously, we're in the PS5 era now. Who still plays those ancient NES games? Instead of daydreaming, go check out the memory list, idiot. Dojin artist, so Iris is from an old NES game. Shark-faced guy, wanting to meet a virtual character in a group chat. That's a pretty pure thought, in a way. But maybe it's not totally impossible. This is an actor, wait, Kisame, do you also have a favorite virtual character? Shark-faced guy, not really a favorite, but there are a lot I'd like to meet. Like the Espada from Bleach. I'd love to know how far I still have to go compared to them. This is an actor, at your current spiritual pressure growth rate, you'll reach Haribel's level in about 30 years. What Aizen means by growth rate is the power you build on your own, without buying energy with points. Shark-faced guy, 30 years just to reach Espada number 3. Guess my title of no. 2 in the Naruto world really doesn't mean much, huh? Skirt-flipping maniac, but Kisame-san, you're already super strong. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, you should look at it the other way. Haribel trained for hundreds of years. You're what, a few decades in? Catching up that fast is amazing. What are you even complaining about? Curly-haired guy, well. I gotta admit, Haribel is definitely big. Dojin artist, wait, that kind of big isn't the same as Sister Macho's, you perv. Curly-haired guy, hey. I didn't mean it that way. Don't twist my words, you dirty-minded lady. Machete girl, I have a question. If I use points to buy Kisame-san's spiritual pressure, will I get a mask on my face too? A Megakure Village's angel, nope, I already bought it and didn't get one. This is an actor, spiritual pressure is just pure energy made from spirit power. If you want a mask, you'll need to also add the Erinkar transformation trait. Shark-faced guy, I haven't uploaded that one yet. Dojin artist, even if you do, I wouldn't dare buy it. Imagine showing up at home with one of those Erinkar masks on your face, how would I explain that? Skirt-flipping maniac, just tell them it's a new fashion trend. Dojin artist, yeah, like that's gonna last forever. Wig kid, wait, really? Gintoki, is that true? Dojin artist, what are you even talking about? That came out of nowhere. Curly-haired guy, guess he found out the truth about that thing. Makes sense. Yeah, it's true, Katsura. Master Shoyo, he really did. Wig kid, that Aizen Sōsuke guy really added Miss Kushina to his harem. Kotaro Katsura, will never forgive him. Curly-haired guy, what the hell? Sakata Gintoki was totally thrown off. He thought his old buddy would be shocked by what happened to their beloved teacher. Instead, the guy took the conversation in a totally weird direction. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, are you stupid? Dojin Artist, harem. Skirt flipping maniac, what do you mean harem? How did you even come to that conclusion? Wig kid, humph. Just think about it. A beautiful married woman like Miss Kushina, no man could ever resist. I bet that evil Aizen is forcing her to do all kinds of terrible things right now. This is awful. So awful. A total disaster. Expression, maniacal laughter. Notice, Wig Kid has been muted by the group owner for 1 hour. Chapter 98, where are we getting our vaccines? Curly-haired guy, idiot Katsura, serves you right. Making stuff up like that is banned in this group. Even if Lord Aizen is our enemy, we still have to show respect. Sakata Gintoki wiped the sweat from his forehead, his body trembling a little. He just hoped he wouldn't get dragged into this. Dojin Artist, also, why was your final expression maniacal laughter? Shouldn't you be heartbroken or furious? Skirt flipping maniac, so mad you started laughing. Machete girl, what kind of emotional shift even is that? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, maybe he's just a simple crazy person. Hint, Wig Guy has been unmuted by the group owner. Wig Guy, sorry, I was wrong. I said something I shouldn't have, it's the biggest mistake of my life, Katsura Kotaro. A Megakure Village's angel, you did go too far. No matter what, Aizen-sama would never say something like that in front of Naruto. Skirt flipping maniac, buffed. Ha 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 ha. Konan sis, if Aizen-sama saw what you just said, he'd probably cut you down. A Megakure Village's angel, he won't. He's busy watching other girls. Image. Dojin Artist, is that Kurenai? In the picture, Aizen's eyes are focused on the monitor, showing Kurenai watching fireworks on the screen. Curly-haired guy, hey, what's going on? Even though it's such a dangerous time, those Konohagakure ninjas still have the time to watch fireworks. Talk about being carefree. A Megakure Village's angel, firework festivals are a long-standing tradition in Konohagakure. Since the founding of the village, this custom has never been interrupted. In a symbolic sense, the fireworks festival represents Konohagakure's confidence. As long as the festival can still be held, Konohagakure will never fall. Clever blade girl, I see. It's to boost morale, huh? Skirt flipping maniac, that's a nice idea, but Aizen-sama isn't like the enemies Konohagakure used to face. This guy even made Rikudo-senin feel afraid. Shark-faced guy, that's true. Facing Aizen-sama, determination and confidence won't help at all. The gap is like the sky and the earth, but those guys can't even see that. Dojin Artist, but it doesn't really matter, right? Whether they can see it or not, the result will be the same. Curly-haired guy, yeah, you're right. Aizen purposely trained Rikudo-senin, so what can the ninja world do to fight him? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, when will the final battle happen? This is an actor, probably in about half a year. Half a year is the buffer time Aizen has given the whole ninja world. According to his estimate, Otsutsuki Hagoromo and the others will need about half a year to turn all the tens of thousands of ninja in the ninja world into soul reapers. Of course, this transformation will be very poor and unstable, nowhere near the quality of his Arrancar army. But it's clear they're relying on overwhelming numbers, what's called the sea of people tactic. Dojin Artist, so you're saying the ninja world only has half a year left? Shark-faced guy, it's kind of sad when you think about it. Wig guy. Everyone, is it really right for us to talk like this? We're supposed to be on the side of justice, aren't we? Shouldn't we be supporting the ninjas of the ninja world to fight against this big bad Aizen? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, are you going? Dojin Artist, good luck. Curly-haired guy, Wig, I support you in spirit. Wig guy, Jin-san, you've fallen so far. You're just watching beautiful Kushina-san being bullied and doing nothing about it. You bastard, how can you still call yourself a samurai? Curly-haired guy, shut up. The guy who fell the fastest, shut up. Skirt-flipping maniac, you said all that nice stuff just to talk about Kushina-san. Wig guy, I'm doing this for the ideal of a samurai. Emoji, drooling. Dojin Artist, drooling. What the hell is that? Your expression has already exposed you. Your dirty samurai ideal has been completely revealed. Skirt-flipping maniac, so the samurai ideal is about being a wife. No wonder you're such a pervert with a wife obsession. Emoji, sneering. Wig guy, no, I was sleepwalking just now. Curly-haired guy, you expect me to believe that? You're chatting in the group and sleepwalking. I'd like to try that too, you bastard. Wig guy, Jin-san, what are you going to do about Shoyo-sensei? Skirt-flipping maniac, that's quick. Mr. Katsura changed the topic really fast. Dojin Artist, weren't you supposed to fight Aizen? Weren't you supposed to go save Kushina? Now that no one's responding in the group, you're just giving up on that ideal. You call yourself a patriot? Clever blade girl, Eriri-san, your sarcasm is on point. Wig guy, humph. She even surpassed Jin-san. What a remarkable girl. By the way, I'm not wig guy, I'm Katsura. Dojin artist, who cares about your compliments? Answer my question, you bastard. Wig guy, yeah, Jin-san. You still haven't answered my question. Dojin artist, I. Skirt-flipping maniac, Eriri-chan, calm down, he's clearly just playing dumb. No need to get mad at an idiot. Curly-haired guy, what can we do? Just go with it. Wig guy, I see, as expected of Gintoki. Cleaver girl. Shark-faced guy. Omega Kure Village's angel, did Gintoki say something? Dojin artist, he didn't say anything. This guy is just trying to change the subject, even using his teacher's misfortune as bait. That's really low. Curly-haired guy, Wig, there's something I have to tell you. Forget about Matsuyama-sensei's problem, there's a bigger crisis in our world. Wig guy. Curly-haired guy, after all these years undercover in Kabuki Street, I found out our world might also get an Aizen Sōsuke. He's the same as the Aizen from the Naruto world, I suspect, this is a virus copied from the world. So, I named it the Aizen virus. Spits out drink. Looking at the message Gintoki sent, Eriri couldn't help but spit out salt water. What the heck is this Aizen virus? This lie is so obvious, even an idiot wouldn't believe it, right? Wig guy, what? The Aizen virus? That's impossible. Where do we go to get vaccinated? Chapter 99, World Mission. Silence. At this moment, the entire chat fell into an odd silence. They believed it. Kotaro, the idiot, actually believed the Aizen virus story. And he's seriously thinking about getting vaccinated. What a fool. Even Gintoki and everyone else in the group thought this way. Although they all knew Kotaro had some idiotic tendencies, like riding his bike to a zoo, they didn't expect this to be far from his lowest point. Curly-haired guy, no, the vaccine won't help. This is a special worldwide virus, it infects worlds, not individual humans. Wig guy, I see. Curly-haired guy, yeah, and that's what makes it scarier. Every world infected by the Aizen virus creates a new Aizen Sosuke. You've already seen how terrifying he is, right? Wig guy, damn it, what should we do? Expression, fear. Skirt-flipping maniac. Satan Ruko's mouth twitched, not knowing how to comment. How can anyone believe such an obvious lie? Buffed, ha 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 ha. Gintoki was laughing so hard, he was holding his chest and rolling on the floor. Damn, does this person even have a chance? With a brain like that, they couldn't even donate it for science. But, gotta keep up the act. He quickly composed himself and sent another message, don't panic, the Aizen virus hasn't fully arrived yet, we still have a chance. Wig guy, got it. What should we do? Curly-haired guy, well, I haven't figured that out yet. But we'll think of something. Wig guy, really? I have an immature idea. I think we can pretend to cooperate with Aizen, make him let his guard down. Then, we'll secretly build up our strength and take him down all at once. Curly-haired guy, Cough. Not bad. Gintoki almost couldn't reply because he was laughing too hard. Damn, take him down all at once. You're dreaming if you think you can do that. This is an actor, so how do we make him let his guard down? Wig guy, give him what he likes, start by sending him some beautiful housewives. Omega Kure Village's angel. Skirt-flipping maniac, buffed. Dojin artist, damn, that's your own fetish. Don't make Aizen out to be some weirdo like you. Wig guy, with that, we can get into Aizen's inner circle. After that, we can use his power to wipe out the Shinsengumi, then take out the Ten Dao group, and take over the world. Cleaver girl, and then. Wig guy, then, I'll become the prime minister, and Gintoki will be the new defense minister. Dojin artist, what about Aizen? Didn't you say we'd take him down? You're just thinking about using Aizen's power to climb to the top, huh? What happened to your goal of overthrowing the government? Wig guy, I'm saving the country through indirect means. Skirt-flipping maniac, wow, even a traitor to the country is calling this pro-level. Curly-haired guy, no, I'm in on the plan. But I want to be the Minister of Finance. Wig guy, no problem. Shark-faced guy. Dojin artist, your dead comrades must be crying right now. You two are shameless. Curly-haired guy, see come on, calling us scum is too much. I mean, there are reasons, right? We can't fight back against Lord Aizen's power. Wig guy, exactly. Even if our fallen comrades knew about this, I think they'd forgive us. Omega Kure Village's angel, these two are completely rotten. Wig guy, anyway, Gintoki. For the good of our country and future, I have to go prepare. Watch more DVDs and learn more stuff. Skirt flipping maniac. What kind of future are you even planning for this country? Dojin artist, he's gone offline. Machete girl, you think he's faking it? Maybe he's starting to doubt things. Curly-haired guy, Konoha-chan, do you really think Wig guy could come up with a plan like this? You're giving him way too much credit. Dojin artist, don't act like you're any better. You two are basically the same. But seriously, is Aizen-san really planning to cause trouble in the Gintama world? This is an actor, well, world missions need to get done after all. Skirt-flipping maniac, world missions. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, it's the pinned one in the mission tab. Every time we take control of a world, all group members get 10,000 points. And if you're from that world, you get partial control over it. The group leader, though, gets total control. Dojin artist, partial control and total control. That's basically being a god. A Megakure Village's angel, true, but taking over a whole world isn't easy. You need unbeatable power, strong influence, and a good public image. You have to make yourself into a god that the people of that world actually recognize first, then you can really become one. Skirt-flipping maniac, got it. Since Gintoki and Katsura are both totally unreliable. Aizen-san's planning to go to the Gintama world himself. Dojin artist, was that even in question? There's no way those two could finish the mission, not even in 1,000 years. Curly-haired guy, bull. If it wasn't for that idiot wig guy slowing me down, I could have done it in a year. But because of him, I've been stuck for 999 years. Shark-faced guy, so if you're going into the Gintama world, where do you plan to start, Aizen? This is an actor, Yoshiwara. Yoshiwara. When she saw that name, Konan froze, I'm coming too. Yoshiwara is a famous red light district in Edo. If Aizen-san goes in there, it's like a sheep walking into a den of wolves. Those women will have him tied up and twisted into all kinds of poses. No way I'm letting that happen. This is an actor, I don't mind. But if the Arrancar back in the Pure Land notice both of us are gone, what do you think will happen? Aizen wasn't actually worried about Konan coming along. It's not like he really wanted to visit brothels. He hadn't finished mastering his role yet, he wasn't about to ruin his own plan. A Megakure Village's angel, damn it, I'll destroy them all eventually. Konan wasn't happy, but she had to admit Aizen had a point. Most of those Arrancar were mentally unstable, super strong, and short-tempered. They only acted calm because Aizen's power kept them in check. If both he and Konan left the Pure Land, the place would definitely fall apart. This is an actor, you don't need to do anything. Aizen didn't plan on keeping the Arrancar around forever. Most of them were already marked for death, aside from a few exceptions. Still, he was kind in his own way. If possible, he didn't want to be the one to kill them himself. Dojin artist, so Aizen-san's really going with Wig Guy's plan. Starting by taking out that Yoshiwara. Skirt-flipping maniac, if that's the case, won't Aizen-san become the new Night King? Night King. Aizen. This is an actor, relax, at least I won't wipe out the Shinsengumi. After all, our Gintoki soulmate is one of them. Machete girl, Gintoki soulmate. Dojin artist, Hijikata Toshiro. Image. It was that DVD promo image of Gintoki and Hijikata biting flower petals and holding hands tightly. Eriri actually saved it. Machete girl, this is. Kotonoha felt like her innocent heart had just taken a direct hit. Curly-haired guy, delete it right now. Damn it, my whole heroic image has been ruined by that dumb marketing plan. Why did it have to be that dead fish-eyed tax thief? Even if it was that guy Shinpachi, it would have been better. Dojin artist. Skirt-flipping maniac. Machete girl, Shinpachi. Notice, Scarlet Lotus Fairy has started a live stream. Chapter 100, settling a past karma. Notice, curly-haired guy, a Megakure Village's angel, shark-faced guy, skirt-flipping maniac, Dojin artist, Machete girl, this is an actor have joined the live stream. Dojin artist, wow, Mucha's sister is actually streaming. Machete girl, where is this? The view is beautiful. This is Mount Jongnan, Li Mucha said softly, a slight smile on her lips. Right now, it was midsummer in the world of Return of the Condor Heroes. Mount Jongnan was lush and full of greenery. Unknown birds chirped on the treetops all around, and sunlight poured through the thick leaves, casting scattered spots of light on the ground. Such a natural scene was rarely seen in modern times. Skirt-flipping maniac, it's not just the view, Mucha's sister is beautiful too. This wasn't Ruko trying to flatter her on purpose, it was a genuine reaction. At the moment, Li Mucha was still wearing her light yellow Taoist robe, but without her usual hairpiece. Her long black hair flowed down like a waterfall, and her fair face carried a faint smile, like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Well, a fairy riding a donkey. A Megakure Village's angel, true. Mucha used to be beautiful, but a bit too thin. Now she looks healthier, and her eyes don't seem as sad anymore. Dojin artist, well, she used to be heartbroken over love, just like me. Curly-haired guy, you. You were just crushing on someone. Akiyama never even looked at you. You were just a drawing tool, nothing more. Dojin artist, shut up. Eriri was fuming but couldn't argue back. Now that she thought about it, yeah, it really was a one-sided crush. This is an actor, judging by the camera view, Mucha must be using cinema mode to stream. Skirt-flipping maniac. What's that? A Megakure Village's angel, I just noticed, the view in Mucha's stream is way wider than normal. Curly-haired guy, yeah, and it's not just the view, it's like the whole area around her is shown on screen. Is that what cinema mode does? Dojin artist, damn, I didn't even know streams had this feature. Skirt-flipping maniac, me neither. I've streamed before and had no idea. After starting the stream, there's a little blue button on the bottom right, Mucha patiently explained. Click that to switch modes. A Megakure Village's angel, so that's how. Mucha's really thoughtful. Skirt-flipping maniac, got it, I must have just overlooked it. Dojin artist, I live in the modern world, and I'm getting taught about tech by someone from ancient times. I give up. I've completely lost. Curly-haired guy, you've never won to begin with, loser. Dojin artist, ha. You dare talk. You're the guy who fantasizes about Shinpachi. You even tried to seduce your own male subordinate. What a twisted perv. Enough, Mucha shook her head helplessly. If you're going to watch my stream, don't argue. Dojin artist, fine, for Mucha's sister's sake. Curly-haired guy, that's my line. Master. Who are you talking to? Beside her, holding the donkey's reins, Hong Lingbo looked wide-eyed and a bit scared. Are you having another episode? Machete girl, episode. Even though the stream had automatic language translation, some special terms still confused members from different eras. Dojin artist, I think she means like, going crazy. Skirt-flipping maniac, uffed. So Mucha's sister's little disciple thinks she's losing her mind. This is an actor, that little disciple's kinda cute. Reading the comments on the screen, Mucha's mouth twitched hard. She was starting to understand what public humiliation felt like. Damn, this was embarrassing. Still, with everyone watching, she couldn't punish her foolish disciple too harshly. She just gave her a sharp glare. Focus on your job. Don't look back. Okay. Not daring to say anything else, Hong Lingbo quietly turned around and continued doing her job, leading the donkey like a good little helper. Dojin artist, did you see that? Did you all see it? That little look in her eyes, ha ha ha. Shark-faced guy, she looks kind of upset. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, don't be fooled by her face. That girl's a total little menace. At this moment, Macho didn't say anything more to the screen, she just sent a reply. Curly-haired guy, if even our Macho-chan looks like she's holding a grudge, that disciple must be really out of line. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, remember those 2 pieces of lingerie I asked Ali to upload last time? That little brat wore them on her head like a hat and strutted around in public. Machete girl, lingerie. Like girls' underwear. And she wore that on her head. A Megakure Village's angel, yeah. Skirt-flipping maniac, uffed. Dojin artist, ha ha ha. Macho sister, your little disciple is something else. I'm laughing so hard my head might fall off. Shark-faced guy, in a way, it's very Gintoki style. Machete girl. Curly-haired guy, enough. That old joke again. How many centuries are we gonna keep bringing it up? Gintoki, I have already wiped it from memory and moved on. This is an actor, but we haven't forgotten. Dojin artist, yeah, we remember. That indestructible little bear print underwear, someone just casually wore it on their head like it was no big deal. Machete girl, that's perverted. Curly-haired guy, stop it. Don't say any more. Gintoki, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I never should have drawn that cursed little bear print underwear. Ha ha ha. Reading the chat, a genuine smile crept onto Macho's face. As expected, the people in the group were the most fun. If not for them, she probably never would have gotten through her lowest point in life. Clang, clang. Just as she was thinking that, loud drums suddenly sounded not far away. A Megakure Village's angel. Dojin artist, what's going on over there, Macho sister? What's the noise? It's nothing serious. Macho shook her head lightly and took a breath. It's just a matter I need to settle, something from the past. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, the supporting cast arrives. Skirt-flipping maniac, something from the past. This is an actor, probably about when Macho tricked her junior martial sister, right? Dojin artist, I remember now. Back then, Macho's sister went all over the martial world spreading the tale of the dragon girl of the ancient tomb, saying whoever married her would inherit treasure beyond imagination. Shark-faced guy, so all these people now are treasure hunters drawn by that rumor. Yeah, that's the seed I planted a few days ago. Lee Macho sighed as she took the sword from her donkey's saddle. Back then, I really did go too far trying to get the Jade Maiden manual. Sensing something was off, Hong Lingbo turned her head just in time to see Lee Macho dismount. Master, what are you? I'll go ahead. You just follow behind later, she said simply. With a light step, Lee Macho floated toward the sound like a drifting cloud. Curly-haired guy, nice. This kind of self-mockery from Macho-chan is really well done. A Megakure Village's angel, it's great that she can admit her mistakes and wants to make things right. Go, Macho. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, good. The scenery on both sides flew by. Lee Macho had always been good at light-footed movement techniques, and now she had even broken through a major limit. With constant energy flowing through her, she moved so fast her figure left after images in the air. She passed through a shaded forest path and came upon a peaceful open space. A gentle stream flowed down from the mountains, collecting into a deep, cold pool. To the right of the pool stood a heavy stone gate. Nearly 100 martial artists in all kinds of outfits and holding different weapons had gathered in front of the gate. Leading them was a handsome man dressed in a luxurious gray-black robe, holding a folding fan. Behind him stood several servant-like attendants carrying large drums. The drums were aimed at the gate, and the attendants would hit them now and then with hammers, producing loud banging sounds that echoed for miles. Stop. Apparently satisfied with the atmosphere, the man with the fan waved for the noise to stop. Then, confidently, he shouted toward the stone gate, I heard the dragon girl of the ancient tomb is 18 and still unmarried. I, Wadu, have come uninvited to seek her hand and enter the tomb. Dojin artist, Wadu. That gross little Mongol prince. He seems even more full of himself than in the original story. Machete girl, so he's saying he wants to marry dragon girl. Skirt-flipping maniac, TCH, he's clearly dreaming. A Megakure Village's angel, the marriage thing is just an excuse. What he's really after is the treasure. But once he sees Dragon Girl for real, that might change. Konan had seen Dragon Girl's real appearance through Lee Macho's memories. That kind of beauty really takes your breath away. Even compared to Lee Macho now, it's hard to say who's more stunning, they each have their own charm. Curly-haired guy, TCH, what a dirty old man. Dojin artist, you're the last person who should be calling someone that. Shark-faced guy, Miss Macho still not planning to make a move. No rush. Standing atop the cliff above the valley, Lee Macho looked down at Wadu and the others. The supporting cast hasn't fully arrived yet. Dojin artist, supporting cast. This is an actor, I see. It's them. Aizen seemed to understand now, a small smile appearing on his lips. This Scarlet Lotus Fairy was clearly planning to end things once and for all. Skirt-flipping maniac, who? Who is it? Tell me, I'm super curious. They're already here. Just as Lee Macho finished speaking, several calm and steady figures rushed down the path from the hills. Most of them wore grayish-blue Taoist robes, with their hair tied up in traditional Taoist styles. But two people at the back, one tall and one small, wore simple white robes and looked very different from the ones in front. Dojin artist, are those Taoists from the Quanjin sect? A Megakure Village's angel, looks like it. And the two at the back are Guojing and Yanghua. Curly-haired guy, Quanjin sect. You mean that filthy, corrupt place? Where's that bastard Yin Jiping? I swear I'll cut him up. Skirt-flipping maniac, so the supporting cast are these Quanjin people. Is Macho planning to fight the whole sect? Guojing's with them too, can she handle that? Shark-faced guy, just say the word if you need backup. No need to worry. Leave it to me. Lee Macho took a deep breath and silently leapt from the cliff. Her black hair flowed behind her, elegant like a fairy. By now, the Quanjin Taoists were already facing off with the martial artists Wadu had brought. The back of the ancient tomb was sacred ground for the Quanjin sect. There's no way the Taoists would allow a group of rowdy troublemakers to raise chaos here. They were just about to drive them out. But before they could act, a sharp voice rang out, so this is the so-called famous Quanjin sect. I didn't expect you all to be so pushy. Who are you? Chio Chuji, known for his hot temper, glared at the speaker. I am Wadu, Prince of Mongolia. Wadu closed his fan and smiled. You just said this place is a sacred ground for your sect, right? But it's not sacred ground for us. Don't tell me you're claiming all of Mount Jungnan as your territory. You. Chio Chuji's stance softened the moment he heard the man's title. And honestly, the guy had a point. A lot of the people around nodded in agreement. After a short pause, Wadu added, besides, we only came for the Dragon Lady. Once the martial arts contest for her hand is over, we'll leave. You had to admit, this guy knew how to play the game. He didn't just lean on his status, he also had a silver tongue. With just a few words, he had the Quanjin people looking at each other, unsure what to say next. Rumble. Right at that moment, the sealed stone gate of the tomb began to open. A graceful figure in white appeared in everyone's view. Chapter 102, Macho-chan's about to break. With her beautiful face and quiet, graceful presence, the white silk dress lightly floating in the breeze, and her long black hair dancing like a sprite's, she looked like a snow fairy stepping straight out of a painting. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The Xiaolongnu. She's here. That's her. She's gorgeous, like, beyond words. The whole square froze for a second before a wave of gasps and praise erupted from the crowd. Skirt-flipping maniac, wow, Macho's sister disciple is insanely pretty too. Dojin artist, no kidding. Some of those guys are drooling already, I swear. Curly-haired guy, TCH, have some self-control. Expression, drooling. Machete girl, your face already gave you away, Gintoki. Curly-haired guy, I was just eating ramen, okay. On screen. Xiaolong slowly looked around, her face calm and emotionless. Her voice was cold and clear as she said, there has never been any martial arts contest for marriage at the ancient tomb. You've all been tricked. Please leave. With that, she turned to go back inside. Wait. Wadu snapped out of it and hurried after her, shouting, Xiaolongnu. I am Wadu, Prince of Mongolia. May I? Clang. Before he could finish, a flash of silver light shot past his face and stabbed into a giant rock right in front of him. Crack. The stone shattered instantly, exploding into countless shards. Only then did people realize that the silver flash was actually a long sword still in its sheath. The handle, stuck into the rock, was still trembling slightly. Silence. Wadu stood frozen for a moment. He reached up to touch his right cheek without thinking, only to smear blood all over his hand. This isn't a place where you can mess around. A cold voice rang out. Her light yellow robe fluttered as the stunning Taoist woman suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. It's her, it's really her. Li Macho. Why is she here? Another wave of gasps swept through the square. Earlier it was awe, this time, it was fear. A name carries power, just like a tree casts a shadow. The ruthless ways of the Scarlet Lotus Fairy were known throughout the martial world. Her reputation was so fearsome that even children would stop crying when her name was mentioned. Now that she was standing right in front of them, how could this ragtag group not panic? Senior sister, a gentle voice broke the moment. Even the usually calm Xiaolongnu showed a flicker of emotion in her eyes. It's been a while, little sister. Li Macho looked at her with a gaze full of mixed feelings. She had once been blinded by hatred, her heart consumed by obsession. All she could think about was revenge. Because of that, she had done many terrible things. The innocent people who suffered because of her anger. The loyal little apprentice who looked up to her. Even this pure-hearted junior standing before her. She had hurt them all deeply. This was a burden Li Macho could never truly let go of. The only thing she could do now was try to make up for it. After a moment of silence, Xiaolongnu's gaze calmed again. Her voice was cool, Senior sister, why are you here? If I said I missed you, would you believe me? Li Macho looked straight at her and asked softly. You, missed me? Xiaolongnu finally couldn't keep her calm face. Her lips parted slightly, eyes filled with surprise. Curly-haired guy, whoa, this scene. Is this the legendary wild lily about to bloom? Go for it, Macho-chan. Skirt-flipping maniac, what the heck is wild lily? Dojin artist, she's stunned. Dragon lady is totally frozen in shock. This is an actor, no way she expected Macho to say something like that. Even Xiaolongnu wasn't the only one caught off guard, Aizen didn't see it coming either. But that made sense. After spending so much time in this chat group, Li Macho had long since moved past the original story. Her personality and way of thinking had changed completely. She was now her own person, a brand new Li Macho. Yeah, now you're starting to look like the junior sister I remember. Li Macho gently tapped Xiaolongnu's nose, then turned around. But let's save our talk for later. For now, I've got a scene to finish. Senior sister. That small gesture brought back old memories for Xiaolongnu. For a second, she felt like the warm, gentle senior sister she once knew had returned. 10 seconds, 10 breaths. Facing the crowd, Li Macho's voice was calm as ever. You've got 10 breaths to leave. If you stay, don't even think about walking away. Skirt-flipping maniac, pretty sure she meant 10 seconds, right? She was about to say seconds and switched halfway. Dojin artist, yeah, she couldn't just say seconds, these ancient folks wouldn't get it. So she had to switch it up mid-sentence. Curly-haired guy, don't be fooled by her cold face. I bet Macho-chan is super embarrassed inside. Don't blush now, if you blush, you lose. Machete girl, Jin-san, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Shark-faced guy, obviously. Totally doing it on purpose. A Megakure Village's angel, Jin, quit messing with her head. If Macho really blushes here, how's she gonna keep her scary rep in the martial world? This is an actor, right? The Scarlet Lotus Fairy would turn into the blushing fairy. Skirt-flipping maniac, uffed. Dojin artist, be blushing fairy. I can't. Curly-haired guy, only Lord Aizen could come up with something that evil. I give up. No one messes with people better than him. This group is seriously cursed. Watching the barrage of flying comments, Lee Macho's mouth twitched ever so slightly. Blushing fairy, seriously. This Aizen guy's a demon. Who comes up with something that embarrassing? Crap, I'm about to lose it. Just as Lee Macho's ears started turning red, Wadu finally stepped up with a twisted grin, unintentionally saving her. Ha. So you're the big, bad Scarlet Lotus Fairy. You think we martial world fighters are scared of you? Chapter 103, Slaughter begins. Curly-haired guy, what a bro. Wadu's a real one. Skirt-flipping maniac, she was this close, Macho was almost officially the blushing fairy. Dojin artist, damn it. That was our chance. This is an actor, yeah, a little disappointed. Disappointed your ass. Lee Macho really felt like cursing someone right now. How had she never noticed before that this man, who had always seemed mature, calm, gentle, and dependable to her, was actually so playful? To be honest, she had almost lost it just now. From the feared Scarlet Lotus Fairy, to the super embarrassing, blushing fairy. That kind of public humiliation would make it impossible for her to hold her head high in the group again. She let out a soft breath and turned her gaze to Huadu. The right side of the Mongol prince's face had just been grazed by her sword energy, leaving a shallow scar. Right now, he was staring at her with a dark, resentful look. It was clear he had already taken this personally. But Lee Macho didn't care at all. Her red lips parted as she spoke lightly. 10 breaths have passed. Are you ready? Huadu stiffened. He had a bad feeling. Lee Macho seemed serious. She really looked like she was about to go on a killing spree. Was she crazy? Did she really think she was unbeatable? Thinking this, Huadu shouted loudly, Lee Macho. Do you really think you can kill all of us here? We are heroes, we won't be threatened by you. That's right. There are so many strong fighters here. You can't do whatever you want. Today, I will slay this demon and bring justice for the Liu family of Hejian. Whoever kills this witch gets to marry the Xilongnu of the ancient tomb. An uproar broke out. That last sentence seemed to light a fire in everyone's hearts. The crowd of martial artists almost instantly got riled up. Get her. Kill the witch. Some who thought they were especially skilled couldn't hold back any longer. With loud cries, they charged straight at Lee Macho. In all the chaos, hardly anyone noticed that Huadu had already slipped to the back of the crowd. If you're all so eager to die, Lee Macho said, gripping her sword hilt, don't blame me for what happens next. Shing. A flash of silver lit up the air. The ones closest to Lee Macho froze where they stood, their eyes wide. Then came several dull, wet sounds, asterisk thud 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 asterisk, and bright red blood splashed into the air. Turning her body, Lee Macho twirled her sword in her right hand and slashed again toward her left. SHHK. A young man holding a steel blade froze in place. A thin red line appeared down the center of his forehead and slid downward. The next second, his body was split clean in two by the force of the sword energy. Gasp. Sounds of people sucking in cold breaths came one after another. The bloody scene in front of them shocked the so-called heroes, who had been blinded by dreams of beauty and riches, into stopping their charge. It was terrifying. This Scarlet Lotus Fairy was way scarier than they had imagined. And those people she had just killed. They were among the most well-known fighters here. That's why they had been able to rush at her first. But even they had been killed instantly, like vegetables being chopped. How could the rest of the crowd not be shocked and afraid? In fact, it wasn't just the mob. Even the 7 masters of Quanjin and Guojing nearby had their eyes wide open, their faces full of disbelief. Was that sword energy just now? Wang Chui asked in shock. I think so. Chiyo Chuji swallowed hard. Sword energy that passes through the body and doesn't fade. I didn't expect Lee Macho to have reached that level. It's hard to believe, Guojing said, staring blankly at her. He looked completely stunned. He had fought the Scarlet Lotus Fairy before. Back then, he was confident he could beat her within 40 moves. Now, he wasn't even sure if he could last 40 moves. What made it worse was that her specialty used to be the Ice Soul Silver Needles. When did she switch to using the sword? And how did she develop this insane level of sword energy? This was just nuts. Skirt-flipping maniac, this is a murder scene. I just saw a real murder happen live on stream. Doujin artist, my eyes. I'm going blind. Why wasn't this censored? This kind of R-rated scene should definitely be censored, right? Curly-haired guy, humph. Only kids need censorship while watching a stream. Grown-ups should have already moved past the whole mosaic thing. Machete girl, Sister Macho's sword skills are amazing. Skirt-flipping maniac, now's not the time to be impressed, Miss Gue. Don't you feel even a little disturbed? Machete girl, not at all. Doujin artist, I guess this really is your talent, huh, Machete girl? Machete girl, I just think those people deserved it. Sister Macho warned them already. They let their greed take over, it's their own fault. Doujin artist, I get it in my head, but it still feels hard to accept. Skirt-flipping maniac, yeah, seeing someone get killed up close like that. This is an actor, you'll need to get used to it. You'll probably have to go through it yourself someday. Still, Macho didn't really need to make it that bloody. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, I'll keep that in mind next time. Since the mob in front of her had completely lost the will to fight, Macho didn't plan to keep killing them all. She needed them to spread the word, to tell the martial world what she had done. Her real target was the leader of the martial alliance. Without enough reputation and fear behind her name, she could never take that position. With that in mind, Macho glanced at Huadu, who had already slipped to the back of the crowd. He knew the tide had turned and was getting ready to run. But Macho had no intention of letting him go. She used her light foot technique and dashed after him. She didn't care about the others, this guy had to die today. Stop. You can't, demon woman. Seeing her move, Guojing, Chiyochuji, and the others couldn't just stand by anymore. They stepped in and launched their attacks to stop her. Chapter 104, The Death of Yin Jiping. You think you can stop me? Macho twisted her body and swung her sword in the direction of Guojing and Chiyochuji. A flash of silver burst forth with a gust of sword energy. Not daring to be careless, Guojing quickly gathered his inner power and sent a powerful palm strike toward the incoming sword energy. The sound of dragons roared through the air. Chiyochuji, Wang Chui, and the others didn't dare to block it alone. They worked together and formed a sword formation to face her. Puffed. Blood sprayed into the air. Guojing staggered back several steps, his right palm bleeding non-stop. As for the 7 masters of Quanzhen, they didn't fare much better, their swords were broken, and they all had cuts and wounds on their bodies. Shocked. Everyone who witnessed the scene was completely stunned, mouths wide open in disbelief. You've got to be kidding, right? That was the famous Guojing, the great hero, together with the 7 masters of Quanzhen, 8 people in total, and even they couldn't take one strike from the Scarlet Lotus Fairy. You still want to fight? Macho spun her sword hilt casually in her hand and looked at Guojing and the others with a cold expression. What an arrogant demon woman. The faces of the Quanzhen disciples turned ugly. No one had ever dared to speak to them like that. But deep down, they had to admit, this woman was unbelievably strong. Their 7-star sword formation, even back in the day, would have given their master Wang Chongyang, the best in the world, some trouble. Yet this woman had shattered it with just a single strike. Could it be that her skill had already surpassed even their master? That couldn't be. That was impossible. They didn't want to believe it, but the harsh truth was right in front of them. Compared to them, Guojing stayed much calmer. He cupped his hands toward Macho and said, Miss Li, your sword skills are truly unmatched. I'm impressed. But the killing today has gone too far. Can you stop here? No. Macho smiled lightly and said, if I've decided he has to die, then he dies today. Her eyes glanced toward Huadu, still running off in the distance. Arrogant. As long as we're here, you won't get away with this. The Quanzhen disciples were full of anger. Even if they couldn't win with their fists, they wouldn't lose with their words. Get away with what? Macho sneered and said, that Mongol prince came here to stir up trouble, and you just turned a blind eye. Now you're stopping me from killing him. Who's really in the wrong here? Besides, do you really think you can stop me? As she finished, she pulled something out from her robe. In front of their stunned faces, she revealed a silver Desert Eagle pistol. Holding it in her left hand, she pulled the trigger. Bang. A thunderous blast. Huadu, who had already run over 100 meters away, froze in place. He looked down slowly and saw a fist-sized hole in his chest. Thud. Everything went black, and Huadu collapsed to the ground. Dead? Is he dead? Everyone stared in shock, their faces filled with fear. What was that? A hidden weapon. But what kind of hidden weapon could be that powerful? Skirt-flipping maniac, she pulled a gun. Sister Macho actually pulled a gun. That's cheating. Doujin artist, who cares about fairness, just have fun. Look at their faces, ha 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 ha. Curly-haired guy, they're totally confused. They have no idea what that thing in Macho-chan's hand is. This is what it looks like when modern weapons just crush everything. This is an actor, man, this is the perfect moment to say, times have changed. Machete girl, Sister Macho hasn't put the gun away. Is she going to keep killing? A Megakure Village's angel, of course. There's still something even more disgusting she hasn't dealt with yet. On screen. Lee Macho ignored all the shocked, frightened stares around her and calmly walked toward the second-generation disciples of the Quanjin sect. You, what are you going to do now? Chio Chuji gathered his courage and shouted. Without even looking at him, Lee Macho walked straight up to a young Taoist and stood in front of him. She asked softly, "In Jiping." "I am, and you are." Bang. Before he could finish, half his head was blown off. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. Stunned silence. Everyone was once again frozen in shock. At this point, most of them were convinced that what the Scarlet Lotus Fairy was holding wasn't some hidden weapon, it had to be a magic tool. Only something legendary like that could be this terrifying. You, how dare you? You demon. I'll fight you to the death. Chio Chuji yelled, his heart burning with rage as he watched his beloved disciple get killed. He raised his broken sword and charged at Lee Macho. Bang. Another gunshot. Chio Chuji froze in place. His broken sword clattered to the ground, and he slowly looked down. Not far in front of him, the ground had a deep crater, still letting off wisps of smoke. You've got guts, Lee Macho said with a playful look, holding up her gun. Care to take one more step and see what happens? You. All his courage vanished, and Chio Chuji's face turned red. Humph. You call yourselves righteous? What a joke. Lee Macho sneered and blew on the barrel of her gun. Her pretty peach blossom eyes swept across the crowd coldly. If you want revenge, come find me in the tomb. She turned around, her light yellow Taoist robe fluttering in the wind. Skirt-flipping maniac, so cool. Sister Macho is seriously awesome. Curly-haired guy, huh? Weren't you just saying she wasn't playing fair? Skirt-flipping maniac, that doesn't stop me from liking her. Doujin artist, that turn at the end, beautiful and badass. I love this version of Sister Macho. The action was great, too, and the tomb setting looked really nice. I just wish there was a little less blood splatter flying everywhere. This is an actor, are you writing a movie review over there? Chapter 105, Side Effects of Watching DVDs. Scarlet Lotus Fairy has ended the stream. Viewers, 6, total time, 15 minutes. Points earned, 90. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, thanks for watching, everyone. Skirt-flipping maniac, he, no problem. This stream was really awesome, Sister Macho. This is an actor, too bad we didn't get to see the public execution scene. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, and Gongzi, I haven't even settled the score with you yet. What's up with that ridiculous name, Blushing Fairy? Doujin artist, ha 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 ha. Yeah, I wanted to ask too. Aizen-san, how did you come up with something that embarrassing? It's weirdly creative. This is an actor, relax, that's just standard behavior. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, standard, huh? So even you can act this shameless, and Gongzi. This is an actor, shamelessness is just part of being a man. A Megakure Village's angel, but right now, you're just a boy. Skirt-flipping maniac, buffed. Konan sis just dropped the perfect roast. But yeah, biologically speaking, Aizen-san is still just a kid. Doujin artist, I'm the youngest in this group, no question about it. Curly-haired guy, the youngest, huh, cough, that kind of makes people imagine things. Shark-faced guy, Gintoki, are you trying to get yourself killed again? Doujin artist, quit those crazy thoughts. And besides, you haven't even seen it, how do you know Aizen-san is the smallest in that way too? Curly-haired guy, huh? Do I even need to see it? Where's your brain? Just think about it, he's a 13-year-old boy, how big could he possibly be? Humans can't grow that fast, you know. Doujin artist, that's not for sure. Aizen-san isn't an ordinary human. Maybe he really did grow faster than normal. This is an actor, even if you say that, there's no way I'm taking off my pants to show you. Skirt-flipping maniac, gasp, he talked back. Anzen-san actually talked back. A Megakure Village's angel, that's crazy. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, I knew it. Something's off about young Masterin today. Did he eat something bad? Machete Girl, can eating bad food really change someone's personality like that? Dojin Artist, if it's a girl, yeah, during certain times, that kind of thing can happen. A Megakure Village's angel, then drink more brown sugar water. Skirt Flipping Maniac, does that stuff really help? A Megakure Village's angel, of course. But during this time, you shouldn't eat cold, spicy, or harsh food, like ice cream, mapo tofu, or hot pot. Otherwise, it'll feel awful. Machete Girl, no wonder. Last time I ate a popsicle during that time and ended up with stomach pain for days. Dojin Artist, Konan Nizan knows so much. A Megakure Village's angel, no, Anzen-san taught me all this. Shark-faced guy. Skirt Flipping Maniac. Curly-haired guy, wait, how do you know stuff like that, Anzen-san? You're a psychology PhD, not a medical doctor. This is an actor, of course I studied it. I even learned how to take care of sows after they give birth. Skirt Flipping Maniac, uffed. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, post-birth care for sows. Dojin Artist, why would you learn something like that? That's way too weird. Are you planning to raise pigs or something? This is an actor, I actually thought about it. Skirt Flipping Maniac, the almighty Aizen wants to raise pigs. Machete Girl, the perfect image of Aizen in my heart is starting to fall apart. A Megakure Village's angel, I think Anzen-san feels more real because of thoughts like that. If he only showed the Aizen side of him, it would feel too fake. Dojin Artist, now that you mention it, yeah. I'd rather have the real Anzen-san than some idealized version of Aizen. Curly-haired guy, TCH. You're already his concubine, no need to keep confessing your love. Dojin Artist, shut up. This kind of isn't what you're thinking, okay? You and your dirty mind, silver-haired perv. Curly-haired guy, as dirty as I might be, I'm still better than you, you blonde loser. Just a side chick and you're already dreaming of taking over. What a joke. I swear, Gintoki's gonna die laughing from this. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, enough with the fight, look at my room. Image. Machete Girl, it's really dark. Is this in some kind of tomb? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, MHM. This used to be my room. The furniture and layout haven't changed. Dojin Artist, looks kinda plain, but it definitely gives off an old-time feel. Skirt Flipping Maniac, Arisa-chan, are you forcing me to roast you? It's from the Song Dynasty, of course it feels old. Curly-haired guy, ha ha ha. Eriri's brain must be broken. She can't even think straight anymore. Dojin Artist, you're the one with the broken brain. Go die, you jerk. Eriri was super pissed, how could that idiot Gintoki say a cute girl like her has a dog brain? Fine. She's gonna remember this insult. This is an actor, macho, what's your plan for the next step? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, wait for the right time, build up strength. Once the chance comes, I'll take over the martial world in one shot. This is an actor, yeah. Just go with your plan for now. If you need anything, just say it in the group. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, don't worry, I won't be shy about it. A Megakure Village's angel, no need to be polite, we're like family. Skirt Flipping Maniac, exactly. Wig guy, sob. Family. That's so touching. Emoji, fainting. Curly-haired guy, when did this wig guy show up? Machete Girl, totally missed it, he just popped in out of nowhere. Wig guy, it's not wig, it's Katsura. Skirt Flipping Maniac, Katsura Kotoru-san, what's with that fainting face? Were you so touched you passed out? How weak is your emotional control? Wig guy, you're overthinking it, Ruko-san. I, Katsura Kotoru, am a seasoned patriot who's seen all kinds of storms. I'm not that weak. It's just a side effect from watching a DVD earlier. Silence. Everyone in the group fell into a weird silence as they stared at Katsura's message. Chapter 106, Tsukuyo's Shock. Dojin Artist, what kind of insane way did you watch a DVD to make yourself this exhausted? What kind of freak are you? Curly-haired guy, now that I think about it, it must be that kind of way. The Armstrong Cannon kind of way. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Skirt Flipping Maniac, kids don't get it. Wig guy, gonna wash my hands, they're sticky. Skirt Flipping Maniac, shut up. Don't bring up gross details in the group chat. Dojin Artist, Ruko-chan. I think you actually do get it, don't you? This is an actor, honestly, the only one in this group who's completely clueless is probably Macho. Machete Girl, what about Konan sis? This is an actor, she half gets it, half doesn't. A Megakure Village's angel, I still have a lot to learn. Dojin artist, there's no need to learn stuff like this. Damn it, it was bad enough with Gintoki dragging the group's vibe down, and now we've got an even worse one, Katsura. Curly-haired guy, huh? What do you mean I ruined the vibe? You, Dojin artist, really have the nerve to say that. Dojin artist, yeah, I draw that stuff, but I've never posted it in the group. But you. There's not a single day you don't drop some dirty joke. Wig guy, alright, both of you calm down. I think you're both to blame. Dojin artist, you've got some nerve saying that. Curly-haired guy, shut up, you pervy housewife-obsessed freak. Weren't we supposed to be working on a plan? Instead you're off zoning out over your DVD. Wig guy, not true, I did gain something from it. At least I feel more confident in my rope skills now. Skirt-flipping maniac, rope, skills. Satan Ruko had dark lines on her forehead and twitched hard at the corners of her mouth. Curly-haired guy, damn it. Katsura, just go die already. Hurry up and die. People like you are a waste of space. Wig guy, Gintoki, do you really think our current strength is enough to take on someone like Aizen? I don't think so. It's just not realistic. Machete girl, if you knew that, then why'd you go watch a DVD? Wig guy, I passed by a video shop, and the cover and title caught my eye. Dojin artist, damn it, so that's the real reason. And here I thought you had some noble excuse. You're hopeless. Completely hopeless. Wig guy, still, even if I can't stop Aizen, that doesn't mean I'll just sit around and do nothing. Skirt-flipping maniac, you don't have to say it. I've already lost all hope in your ideas. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, nothing you say sounds even slightly reliable. Wig guy, the Shinsengumi, I'm taking them down first. Dojin artist, huh? A Megakure Village's angel, the Shinsengumi. What does that have to do with Aizen? Shark-faced guy, logically speaking, aren't they kind of your potential allies? Shouldn't you try to win them over instead of wiping them out? Wig guy, allies. Humph, I don't see those shogunate lapdogs as allies. They even get in my way when I hand out flyers on the street. An organization like that doesn't deserve to be our ally. Dojin artist, so you want to destroy them just because they mess with your flyers? Man, you're really petty. Skirt-flipping maniac, ignoring a world-ending boss like Aizen just to take out a group that might actually be on your side. Impressive logic there, Mr. Katsura. Wig guy, ahahaha, it's nothing that impressive. Skirt-flipping maniac. I wasn't praising you. Curly-haired guy, Ruko-chan, I think you'd be better off staying away from guys like Wigman. He'll drag your IQ down to his level and then beat you with his experience. Sakata Gintoki sent the message but was staring at the big red door in front of him. TCH, pretty fancy. Of course. This is where the Night King lives, said a purple-eyed girl behind him, wearing a yukata with maple leaves and holding a smoking pipe. Her light brown hair was tied up, and she had deep scars on her left cheek and forehead, but they didn't take away from her beauty. This was Tsukuyo, leader of Hayaka, the Yoshiwara defense squad. She had also been talked into joining the fight against the Night King Hosen's cruel rule by Gintoki. I've decided, the second floor here will be the new branch of our Urazuya. Gintoki said with his arms crossed, totally serious. Bonk. Tsukuyo smacked him hard on the back of the head. You idiot. Were you even listening to me? I told you this is the Night King Hosen's place. Do you even know who he is? Are you really ready for this? Ow ow ow, Gintoki said, rubbing the back of his head. Man, you don't hold back at all. Our new Night King won't like such rough girls, you know. New Night King. Tsukuyo looked him up and down, then snorted. You're awfully confident for such an idiot. Huh? What's that look for? Gintoki blinked. I never said the new Night King would be me. Our boss is way more fit for the job. He lifted his foot and kicked the door open with a loud bang. Not you. Tsukuyo froze, clearly shocked. As the leader of Hayaka, she finally realized she had been played. This unreliable silver-haired idiot had talked such a big game, but he wasn't even the main guy. Who was this boss? Don't tell her it's some old geezer just like the Night King. If that guy really beats Hosen, wouldn't that be jumping out of the frying pan into the fire? Tsukuyo complained silently in her head, but with how things were going, she didn't have time to think it through. She quickly ran after Gintoki. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, I will be the new Night King. Skirt-flipping maniac, TCH, lately more and more people here are using the level upper. Dojin artist, level upper. Oh, you mean that thing Harumi Kiyama made? It later turned into that wild mind beast thing, big part of the early railgun story. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Harumi Kiyama, she was a pitiful one. In the end, she just wanted to save her students. Skirt-flipping maniac, yeah. Her actions were extreme, though. And that experiment was doomed to fail. Whatever. I'll go have a proper talk with her. This is an actor, Ruko's not satisfied with girls anymore. Gonna aim for a mature lady now. Wig guy, Ruko. Dojin artist, yeah, Ruko. Even our group admin respects her. She's built a massive harem in Academy City as just a regular schoolgirl. Totally deserves the title of strongest in the group. Skirt-flipping maniac, uffed. What harem? Don't make it sound so embarrassing. Machete girl, so Ruko-chan has this kind of achievement too. Wig guy, impressive. Skirt-flipping maniac, I said it's not true. You two are just trying to tease me on purpose. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, oh, Ruko's mad now. A Megakure Village's angel, don't be mad, Ruko. How about we make Gintoki sing a little tune for you later? Skirt-flipping maniac, you guys are at it again. Dojin artist, ha ha ha, Gintoki singing. Then nobody's sleeping tonight, we'll all have nightmares. Machete girl, is it really that bad? Wig guy, oh, absolutely. Back in our Jui squad days, people used to call him the singer of death. Even aliens were afraid of him grabbing a mic shark-faced guy, wasn't Gintoki the white demon? When did his title change? Wig guy, white demon was the name aliens gave him later out of fear. Singer of death was what we called him back in the day. Skirt-flipping maniac, uffed. Dojin artist, no way, seriously. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, if it weren't true, Gintoki would have jumped in to argue by now. Truth is, Gintoki wasn't staying quiet on purpose, he just hadn't seen the nonsense Wig guy was spouting yet. Right now, he and Tsukuyo had already reached the top floor of the Night King's tower. The spacious, grand hall had a huge jade rabbit statue resting in the center. Beneath the statue was a long red table, and at the table sat the Night King Fumizen, dressed in a kimono with long silver hair. Tsukuyo? So you're one of the intruders too? The Night King gave her a sideways glance and slowly stood up. No wonder those useless Byakuya people didn't send me any warning. I don't think it has anything to do with that. Gintoki stepped forward with a grin. They probably just couldn't stand your disgusting old man smell anymore. Oh. A samurai. Now turning his gaze to Gintoki, the Night King smirked, you pathetic bunch, robbed of your land, your pride, even your women, still have the nerve to talk tough. As he spoke, he suddenly pushed off the ground and charged straight at Gintoki. Thud. A heavy punch collided with Gintoki's wooden sword, and the air instantly boomed with a powerful thump. A shockwave burst out from the clash, ripping through the hall. The two fighters quickly jumped back after the hit. Gintoki still looked calm as ever, but the Night King now had a more serious look on his face. Impressive. He pulled open his robe to reveal a ripped, muscular body and leaped onto the jade rabbit's head. After all these years, you're the first earthling who's ever made me feel threatened. Now I'll fight you with my full strength. As he said this, he reached for the giant umbrella gripped in the statue's mouth. With just a small swing, the air exploded with a sharp, echoing blast. Hiss. Seeing that, Tsukuyo sucked in a breath and asked quietly, this old guy's way too strong. Do you think you can beat him? Humph, beat him. Gintoki gave a crooked smile. What are you talking about, Tsukuyo-chan? Of course not. Even though he said that, Gintoki figured that if he went all out, he might actually win. But there was no need for a head-on fight right now, just call for backup. Blank stare. Tsukuyo looked at him, stunned, like she was seeing something unbelievable. You're not confident, but you're still acting all calm. Are you not scared of dying or what? Hey, you've got a bad memory. Gintoki scratched his head. Didn't I already say? I'm not the one who's going to become the Night King. What? Tsukuyo blinked in confusion. Before she could react, a shining golden portal suddenly opened next to Gintoki. Out stepped a handsome young man with brown hair. He wore a white coat with his hands in the pockets, and a green-handled sword hung at his waist. Though his smile looked gentle, his eyes gave off a feeling of complete domination. Didn't expect crossing between worlds would be this easy, the young man said. His voice was young but carried a magnetic pull. It's way easier than using a black portal. You. The Night King finally snapped out of it and stared at the boy, now clearly on edge. Who are you? Danger. Serious danger. His Yato blood was screaming with instinctual warnings. He had never felt this kind of threat before in his life. Oh, sorry. The boy turned to face him, smiling slightly. I guess I haven't introduced myself yet. He pulled his right hand from his pocket and rested it on the sword handle. He was going to attack. The Night King's eyes widened. He gripped the giant umbrella with both hands, bracing himself to block. Aizen Sōsuke. The boy softly said his name and clack, snapped the sword back into its sheath. Starting today, I will be the new Night King. Confused. Both Tsukuyo and the Night King now looked completely baffled. What was this kid doing? Why sheath the sword? Then, in the next second, a thin line of blood suddenly appeared at the Night King's throat. As shock and disbelief filled his eyes, bright red blood sprayed into the air. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, The Kind Big Sister is Here. Machete girl, no way, Gintoki still wet the bed at 19. Wig guy, of course it's true. That's how he got the nickname, Bedwetting Prince. Takasuji and Tatsuma made fun of him for ages. After that, he'd wear diapers to bed every night. Doujin artist, wearing diapers to bed. That must have been super uncomfortable. Skirt-flipping maniac, this Gintoki is way different from what I expected. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, right? I thought he was just a weirdo online, but he's even worse in real life. Wig guy, and I haven't even talked about what happened after he turned 20. If I told you guys that, it would really blow your minds. And I, Katsura Kotaro, swear everything I say here is the truth. Even if he were here right now, I'd still say it to his face. Curly-haired guy, oh. Skirt-flipping maniac, whoa, is Gintoki back? Doujin artist, Katsura, hurry up and say it. He's here now, say it to his face. Wig guy, ahem. I think I ate something bad. Gotta go to the hospital. Let's talk another time. Curly-haired guy, no way. I'm coming over right now with medicine for your stomach. You better spill it, what happened to me after I turned 20? Wig guy, after turning 20, Gintoki became really handsome. Doujin artist, question mark. Skirt-flipping maniac, question mark. Machete girl, question mark. Wig guy, yes. After 20, Gintoki was known in our joy group as the most handsome guy. People called him the social butterfly. Skirt-flipping maniac, social butterfly is something you say about girls, isn't it? And even then, it's not exactly a compliment. Wig guy, no need to get hung up on little things. The point is, everyone liked Gintoki since we were young. Doujin artist, that's not what you said earlier. You said he peeked at a granny bathing when he was 6, read dirty books at 9, flirted with elementary school girls at 12, and wet the bed at 19, total disgrace to humanity. Curly-haired guy, Katsura, have you already decided how you want to die? Shark-faced guy, he just vanished. Disappeared so fast. Machete girl, fled out of guilt, clearly. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, so, all that stuff he said just now was fake. A Megakure Village's angel, of course it was. From the moment he called himself the Death Singer or whatever, I knew he was full of it. Macho, you didn't really believe it, did you? Doujin artist, no way, no way. Macho, you didn't actually fall for that nonsense, right? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, oh of course not. Lee Macho's face was burning red, like it was on fire. Clearly, she had believed it, but there was no way she'd admit to getting fooled by some idiot in front of everyone. Curly-haired guy, that bastard. I'll get him one day. He ruined my name. Doujin artist, huh? What name? Like you had one to begin with. Curly-haired guy, well, now I do. Starting today, I, Gintoki, am the vice president of the Yoshiwara Shadow Society. My name now represents Yoshiwara. Skirt-flipping maniac, question mark. A Megakure Village's angel, Yoshiwara Shadow Society. Doujin artist, where the heck did this group come from? I've never heard of it. Curly-haired guy, of course you haven't. It was founded by our great leader, the Night King Aizen. Image. In the picture, Aizen is dressed in white, sitting at a desk holding a cup of black tea. Tsukuyo and Gintoki stand smiling on either side of him. Machete girl, what a surprise. Skirt-flipping maniac, so Tsukuyo's already joined you guys. Didn't hear a single rumor about that, your secrecy game is strong. Doujin artist, I get it now. So when you left the chat earlier, it was for this. Curly-haired guy, of course. When I'm not in the group chat, it's because I've got more important stuff to do. Only a mission this grand would be worthy of someone as great as me. Doujin artist, great my ass. You just love patting yourself on the back. And let's be real, you didn't even do the job, it was all Tsukuyo. Curly-haired guy, careful with your words, Eriri. Tsukuyo's now my boss, you know. That's a real-life power dynamic. Skirt-flipping maniac, Eriri's part of Tsukuyo's harem though. That's way more intimate than your title. Curly-haired guy, there are only 2 vice presidents. But concubines? You can have tons of those. Shark-faced guy, no way it's really tons. Even if it were, not even Aizen could manage that many. Curly-haired guy, fine, then let's keep it realistic. Just a simple 4-digit number. Dojin artist, are you insane? 4 digits. That's not realistic at all. Even an iron rod would get worn down to a needle by then. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, wouldn't it sound better to say, Iron Pestle, here? A Megakure Village's angel, so there are 2 vice presidents. Is the other one Tsukuyo? This is an actor, Hinawa and Tsukuyo take turns running things. From now on, they'll manage everything in Yoshiwara. A Megakure Village's angel, stay safe out there. Come back soon. This is an actor, yeah. Once things are running smoothly here, I'll be able to step back. Machete girl, stay safe. Is there something dangerous over there that could hurt our group leader? Curly-haired guy, isn't it obvious? Of course it's. Skirt-flipping maniac, woman. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, a woman wild like a wolf and fierce like a tiger. Dojin artist, Konan is totally jealous right now. But even when she's jealous, she still talks so politely. She never throws a tantrum. Curly-haired guy, yeah, unlike you. You're throwing tantrums 24/7. Dojin artist, you're the one who throws tantrums all day and acts like a lunatic. Curly-haired guy, that's rich coming from you. I'm bouncing that right back at you. Machete girl, guys, don't fight. Shark-faced guy, that's not fighting. That's just how they usually act. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, we always have to explain this every time someone new joins. So annoying. A Megakure Village's angel, but I don't think we'll have any new members for a while. Skirt-flipping maniac, if we do get someone new, I hope it's a kind and gentle big sister type. Dojin artist, Ruko-chan, you're asking for trouble now. Are you saying Konan and Muchune aren't kind and gentle enough? Curly-haired guy, that's not totally wrong. Their kindness depends on the situation. The real them. One's a bomb-making genius and the other's a total killer. If that counts as gentle, then I must be a saint. A Megakure Village's angel at this is an actor, Anzen-san. Notice, curly-haired guy has been muted for 5 minutes. Dojin artist, serves you right. That's what you get for running your mouth. Skirt-flipping maniac, Konan and Muchune are definitely kind and gentle, but they're not big sisters. Based on their age, they're more like cool older girls. Dojin artist, whoa. Ruko-chan, your words are coated in honey or what? Machete girl, Ruko-chan is really good at talking. I'm kind of jealous. Notice, Soul Society's villain has joined the group. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Sister Hua, the Aizen virus. Machete girl, wait, we really got a new member. Dojin artist, that username, don't tell me it's Aizen. What Eriri meant by Aizen was the real one from Soul Society. If it's really him, things are about to get wild. Skirt-flipping maniac, it really might be him. This is an actor, could be. But it's not certain. Soul Society has more than just Aizen when it comes to villains. Skirt-flipping maniac, huh? This is an actor, don't forget. There's someone else who fits your ideal big sister type. The biggest villain in Soul Society's history. The founder of Squad 11. The original Kenpachi. Skirt-flipping maniac, Anohana Retsu. Dojin artist, if it's her, then yeah, she really is a true kind and gentle one. And she's definitely a real big sister. Like, over 1,000 years old kind of big. Soul Society's villain, to be exact, I'm 2,673 years old. Skirt-flipping maniac, she spoke. Already finished reading the group notice. Dojin artist, oh no way, it's really Sister Anohana. Shark-faced guy, captain of Squad 4 in Soul Society. Looks like we've got another major player in the group. Soul Society's villain, seems like you all know a lot about me. Mind telling me why? Soul Society, Squad 4 Barracks. Anohana Retsu held a cup of tea in her hand, calmly staring at the screen in front of her, a strange look flickering in her eyes. A system that connects all worlds, creates miracles, and knows the fate of every world. So everything in that announcement was true. Interesting. This group chat is truly something. Deep inside, Anohana felt a thrill she hadn't experienced in ages. It was even more exciting than fighting strong opponents in the past. After all, that kind of thrill only lasted a moment, but this group seemed free from time. It could keep bringing her new and exciting things. Still, no matter how excited she felt, her face stayed as calm as ever. She looked just like a gentle old lady enjoying retirement. A Megakure Village's angel, welcome to the group. Once you earn enough points, you can check the memory list. You'll find your answers there. But first, you need to give a proper self-introduction. That's the rule. Soul Society's villain, a self-introduction. Skirt-flipping maniac, yeah, just your name, gender, age, job, and preferences. Dojin artist, Ruko-chan, something's wrong with you. Orientation. What the heck? Since when do we ask people about that in our group? That's personal info, right? Skirt-flipping maniac, but I think it helps us understand the newbies better. By the way, my type is men. 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 This is an actor, oh, I get it. Is this your way of showing you're not happy with us, Rui-sama? Omegakure Village's angel, calm down, Rui-sama. We'll have Jin do a little show for you later. How about him smashing a rock on his chest? Dojin artist, puffed, ha ha ha. That I'd like to see. Skirt-flipping maniac, who wants to see that? And stop calling her Rui-sama already. Machete girl, I like soft and cuddly boys. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, soft and cuddly. Dojin artist, what? If a boy isn't hard, can he even be called a boy? Kotoha-chan, that thinking is off. This is an actor, I think she meant a different kind of soft, not what you're thinking. Skirt-flipping maniac, Ari-chan really is an old pro. Jin-san wasn't wrong there. Dojin artist, no way. I just happen to know a lot. Knowledge is never wrong. This is an actor, knowledge isn't wrong, but your direction is. If you go down the wrong path, the more you know, the worse it gets. People like you are exactly who I mean. Skirt-flipping maniac, so true. Couldn't be more spot on. Dojin artist, shut up already. Soul Society's villain, Anohana Retsu. Female. Age, 2673. Job, Soul Reaper. My type, a man who can keep me interested. Machete girl, interested. What kind of interest are we talking about here? Skirt-flipping maniac, anyway, it's not that weird kind of interest. Gotta stay on the right track, or you'll end up like someone who got schooled by the group admin. Dojin artist, Ruko-chan, keep talking like that and you're asking for a beating, got it? Skirt-flipping maniac, bleh. Soul Society's villain, what I meant by interested is, someone who catches my attention and is stronger than me. Omegakure Village's angel, with that in mind, I think my dear Aizen-san fits perfectly. Skirt-flipping maniac, puffed. Dojin artist, Konan sis, aren't you being too generous? Who goes around helping their men build a harem? Omegakure Village's angel, I just think Flower sis would be a great match for Aizen-san too. Soul Society's villain, Aizen-san. Shark-faced guy, that's what we call our group leader. Dojin artist, no, whether they're a good match or not, you can't just say it out loud like that. Eriri thought about it for a moment. Honestly, Flower sis and Aizen-san would make a pretty good couple. They actually fit together really well in some ways. Still, something about it just didn't sit right with her. Omegakure Village's angel, true, there's still that hurdle on Flower Sis's side. Were they talking about Kenpachi Zaraki? Anohana Retsu instantly understood what the other person meant. The corner of her mouth curved slightly. These new companions of hers were really interesting. And how come some of the uploaded items had spiritual pressure, Kido, and Shuinpa, things only Soul Reapers should have? She figured she'd better take a look at the memory section first and learn more about this group. Just as she was about to do that, a rolling message suddenly caught her eye. Wig guy, crap, Aizen Sosuke has really appeared in our world. The Aizen virus is already starting to invade this early. Gintoki, what do we do now? The Aizen virus. Anohana Retsu's pupils shrank, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Chapter 110, a headache for Flower sis. Wig guy, Gintoki. Skirt-flipping maniac, no use calling him. Jin-san's been muted. He can't reply. Wig guy, muted. What's that? Dojin artist, kind of like someone stuffing a rag in your mouth so you can't talk in the group. Wig guy, a rag. That's horrible. Totally unacceptable. Who dared insult a noble samurai like this? Skirt-flipping maniac, that's Aizen-san. Shark-faced guy, only the group owner has the right to mute people. Dojin artist, wig guy, are you trying to stand up for Jin? Wig guy, what are you talking about? I just think using a rag is a waste. I suggest switching to a foot towel instead. I feel like Gintoki and a foot towel are a perfect match. Skirt-flipping maniac, pfft, Dojin artist, knew it. Chickened out in seconds. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Jin probably wants to smash your face in right now. Soul Society's villain, wig guy, what do you mean by Aizen virus earlier? Wig guy, HM. Who are you? Omegakure Village's angel, she's Captain Anohana Retsu from Squad 4 of the Soul Society. She just joined the group today. Wig guy, a newcomer. A newcomer. That means I, Kotaro Katsura, am finally a senior now. Ha 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 ha. Dojin artist, what's there to be proud of about that? Skirt-flipping maniac, Anohana just joined the group a little later than you, but in reality she's the true veteran here. Wig guy, humph. At the end of the day, she's just an old woman. Dojin artist, you actually said it. You said the one thing you shouldn't have. Apologize now. Shark-faced guy, Mr. Katsura, that was really rude. Skirt-flipping maniac, seriously, that was way out of line. Soul Society's villain, it's alright, everyone. Thanks for sticking up for me, but I don't really care about those titles. Now then, Mr. Katsura, could you answer this old lady's question? Wig guy, since you asked so nicely, I, your senior, will generously give you the answer. Image. Amegakure Village's Angel, this is. The image was a newspaper with the headline, The Remade Fireworks Alley, Yoshiwara. Below the headline was a photo of Aizen, dressed in white with a long sword at his waist, standing in the middle of Yoshiwara's central tower, looking into the distance. Dojin artist, this Aizen guy really goes all in. He shut down Yoshiwara's flesh trade permanently. Doesn't that mean the whole underground street is done for? Skirt-flipping maniac, I'm curious, why would he do that? Shark-faced guy, that's something you'd have to ask Aizen himself. Soul Society's villain, is that really Captain Aizen? Unlike the others who were focused on the content of the article, Anohana's attention was entirely on the photo. The face did look somewhat like the Aizen from their Soul Society, but the age didn't seem to match, and this one wasn't wearing glasses. Wig guy, huh? You think I'd mistake him? That guy looks exactly like the Aizen from the Naruto world. Soul Society's villain, Naruto world. Amegakure Village's Angel, Anohana probably hasn't had time to check the memory list. The world I live in is the Naruto world. Dojin artist, ahem, according to Jin's investigation, Aizens have been appearing in these worlds because of something called the Aizen virus. No idea if that's true, but that's what he said. Eriri figured that Anohana probably wouldn't be as easy to fool as Wig guy. After all, in the original Bleach story, she was already suspicious of Kyōka Suigetsu. Why did Captain Aizen become a virus? What's going on? Anohana frowned. She figured the most important thing right now was to study the memory list carefully. With that thought, she quickly opened the menu. A few seconds later, after receiving the data about the other worlds, her expression turned grim. Hogyoku, Eren Cars, the truth behind Urahara Kasuke's betrayal decades ago. She honestly hadn't expected that calm, gentle-talking Captain Aizen was actually the biggest traitor hiding inside the Soul Society. But then, why was Aizen appearing in the Naruto and Gintama worlds too? Had he broken away from the original storyline and created a way to travel between worlds? Even if he could travel worlds, why did his body shrink? So many questions filled Anohana's mind. She kept ruling out different ideas, but new ones kept coming. Meanwhile, in the Gintama world. This is bad, real bad. Gintoki looked at the chat log with a panicked face and shouted, that idiot Eriri actually tried to trick Anohana with the nonsense I used to fool Wig guy. She's totally not gonna fall for that. Yeah, Aizen said calmly, still looking up at the sky like nothing was wrong, Captain Anohana definitely isn't as easy to fool as Mr. Katsura. The old underground Yoshiwara had no view of the sky. It was always covered in darkness. The first thing Aizen did after taking over was to open up the ceiling. If she keeps digging, won't our cover be blown? Gintoki scratched his head, clearly annoyed. Damn it, that Eriri ruined everything. It's your plan, not mine. I was just playing along. But I don't think it'll be exposed that quickly. Aizen glanced at him and said calmly, your so-called virus theory is full of holes, but even someone like Captain Anohana would need a lot of time to uncover the whole truth on her own. That's so. Then it's not too bad. Gintoki let out a sigh of relief. But why shut down the sex trade in Yoshiwara? Is there some deeper meaning behind it? No. I just want them to be people again, not things. Aizen looked up at the sky once more. A bright red sun hung high in the sky. Chapter 111, Aizen virus confirmed. Amegakure Village's Angel, to be people, not things. Curly-haired guy, yeah, that's why our boss wants to change Yoshiwara. I just got unmuted, so I came to explain it to you all. Dojin artist, I don't get your explanation at all. So in Aizen-sama's eyes, sex workers aren't even people. Skirt-flipping maniac, I don't think it's that simple. Wig guy, wait. Gintoki, you really joined Aizen. Curly-haired guy, what else was I supposed to do? I followed your plan step by step. That's called giving you face. Wig guy, are you kidding me? Don't you have any samurai pride left? You actually went and joined that evil demon Lord Aizen. Curly-haired guy, you've got a big mouth for someone not risking anything. Even Night King Hosen got one-shot by him, and no one even saw how he drew his sword. You try going up against him. Wig guy, a real samurai should stick to their beliefs, even if it means dying. What did you bribe him with? Machete girl, so that's the real question, huh? You want to try bribing him too? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, Konoha-chan's growing up fast, seeing through things like that right away. Curly-haired guy, bribe your sister. A man like me needs to bribe someone. Can't Aizen-sama just admire my talents? A Megakure Village's angel, admire your talents. Dojin artist, you've got to be kidding. That's just nonsense. This is an actor, totally ridiculous. Unless Aizen's blind. Curly-haired guy, ahem. Even if you're the group admin, you can't insult my boss. Skirt-flipping maniac, Aizen-san was only insulting you, not your boss. Dojin artist, can we get back to the main point? What does it mean to be a person versus being a thing? Shark-faced guy, we'll need Aizen-san for that. He's the expert here. Soul Society's villain, expert. Dojin artist, yeah, expert on reading Aizen. Aizen-san figured out Aizen's thoughts so many times before. Soul Society's villain, figured out Aizen's thoughts. The admin has skills like that. A Megakure Village's angel, Aizen-san can do a lot more than that. You'll learn over time. He's a man who can make both your heart and body feel good. Skirt-flipping maniac, Konan is promoting her men again. Soul Society's villain, oh. I'm looking forward to it. Then please, admin-sama, explain it for us. To be honest, Anohana was really curious about this admin. Just looking at how the group members respected him from the heart, it was clear this man wasn't as simple as he seemed. So what kind of secrets was he hiding? This is an actor. To understand Aizen's words, you first need to think about the difference between a person and a thing. It's not about being alive or dead. It's about having a mind. Scarlet Lotus Fairy, a mind. This is an actor, yeah, a mind. If someone loses their beliefs and forgets what it means to be a person, and becomes a tool that only knows how to please others for money, are they still a person? A Megakure Village's angel, I see. So that's what thing means. Losing your beliefs in the sense of being human, that's what makes someone a thing. Soul Society's scapegoat, that's an interesting way to look at it. So you're saying Aizen did what he did in Yoshiwara just to free those women's minds? Wig guy, no way. That evil bastard wouldn't do something so noble. Curly-haired guy, hey, Wig. If you think he's so evil, why did you come to Yoshiwara to hand in a resume? Did you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you wore a fake beard? Wig guy, it's not a wig, it's Katsura. I'm just here to do undercover work. Please approve my application, thanks. This is an actor, Aizen isn't simply evil. That's just a fact. To him, there's no need to worry about good or evil. What he really wants is the feeling of achievement along the way. Whether it's turning the world upside down or taking down the Soul King, it's all about that process. Soul Society's villain, so it's all about the sense of achievement. I see. Anohana seemed to understand something, and at the same time, grew even more curious about this mysterious group leader. He really seemed to get Aizen, really get him, deep down. Could he have figured all this out just by analyzing? This is an actor, still, the Aizens from the Naruto and Gintama worlds aren't the real Aizen from Soul Society. Captain Anohana, I think you've already noticed that, right? Soul Society's villain, yeah. The age difference is a big clue. And the bone structure in their faces, close, but not a perfect match. As one of the top medical experts in Soul Society, Anohana had both the theory and hands-on experience to back up her knowledge of human anatomy. She didn't even need to do a dissection. Just by careful observation, she could spot the tiny differences between the real Aizen and the ones from the Naruto and Gintama worlds. Dojin artist, that's amazing, Hanako. Skirt-flipping maniac, for real. Way better than we were. We only figured it out thanks to a hint from Aizen-san. Wig guy, wait, so, our Aizen isn't the real one. He's a fake. Soul Society's villain, not exactly a fake. I think those two are like offshoots, accidental creations caused by the Hogyoku. In other words, they're Aizen viruses. Aizen viruses created by the Hogyoku. Skirt-flipping maniac. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Shark-faced guy. Chapter 112, the wig guy digs his own grave. This is dumb. Kisame had really hoped that this top-tier medic from Squad 4 could guess that Aizen himself was in the group. But this? Seriously? After all that build-up, it's just Aizen virus. That's your big idea. Totally ridiculous and hard to buy into. Whatever. Let's just say everyone has their own field of expertise. Kisame gave up on complaining and let out a long sigh. Even though Captain Anohana had lived for thousands of years and was top-notch in both healing and fighting, she clearly lacked in reasoning skills. Soul Society's villain, what? Why is everyone quiet? This is an actor, nothing, it's just, your idea kind of shocked everyone. A Megakure Village's angel, yeah, it's a pretty shocking theory. Skirt-flipping maniac, wow, Hanako really is something. The way she said all that with such detail and logic. I couldn't find a single hole in it. Amazing. Honestly, if Satan Ruko didn't already know that Anzen-san was the same Aizen from the Naruto and Gintama worlds, she might have believed it. Soul Society's villain, I don't actually know that much about the Hogyoku. This is just my own guess. If I'm wrong, feel free to correct me. Dojin artist, ahem. No need for that, I think this has to be the answer. Everyone else probably thinks the same, right? Machete girl, why yeah. Kotonoha felt a little guilty, so her reply didn't sound that firm. Skirt-flipping maniac, yeah. Curly-haired guy, pretty much. Gintoki didn't even know what to say. He just made up a bunch of nonsense, and somehow Anohana backed it up. That's just insane. Shark-faced guy, even if we now know where the Aizen virus came from, what do we do about it? Soul Society's villain, start with Soul Society's Aizen and the Hogyoku. If he's the source, maybe cutting him off will cause some kind of chain reaction. This is an actor, makes sense, but how do we cut him off? You're already under Kyōka Suigetsu, you can't take him head-on. Skirt-flipping maniac, what if we report it to Captain Commander Yamamoto? Get all of Soul Society's power together and catch Aizen off guard. Wouldn't that work? This is an actor, no chance. That old man won't believe it. Soul Society's villain, yeah. Without solid proof, not even I could convince the Captain Commander. He's super stubborn at heart, really hard to move. Dojin artist, TCH. Hanako alone can't pull this off, and without proof, we can't rally Soul Society. This sucks. Skirt-flipping maniac, and Aizen's not even the only problem, there's also Yawatch, who's an even bigger threat. This is an actor, if possible, Captain Anohana, can you tell us what time period you're currently in? Soul Society's villain, it's been 2 years since Captain of Squad 10, Ishin Shiba, went missing. This is an actor, oh, so that means the Bleach story hasn't even started yet. We still have over 10 years to go. In that case, no need to rush. Let's just build up our strength first. Soul Society's villain, does the group leader have a plan to solve the problem? This is an actor, yeah, but it's not time yet. He needs to finish everything in the Naruto world first before moving on to the Bleach world. That place isn't as easy as Gintama. A Megakure Village's angel, Hana, you can always count on Anzen-san. Soul Society's villain, I'll try. Other than the wig guy, she had a good impression of everyone else in the group. So, she was happy to be part of it. Wig guy, everyone, I suddenly came up with a better idea. In other worlds besides Soul Society, Aizen still has a physical body, right? So why don't we drug him? Machete girl, you want to drug Aizen? Soul Society's villain, it might work. I can provide weak spots and pressure points. If the dose is strong enough, even Aizen might not resist it. Wig guy, no. I'm not talking about that kind of drug. Even if we knock him out, we can't really kill him with the Hogyoku protecting him, right? Skirt-flipping maniac, then, what kind of drug are you talking about? Scarlet Lotus Fairy, poison. But even poison probably wouldn't kill Aizen. Wig guy, of course it's not poison, I'm not that dumb. Dojin artist, then what the hell kind of drug are you talking about? Stop being so mysterious. Wig guy, Can't you guys use your dumb brains and think outside the box? If we can't use knockout drugs or poison, we can use supplements. Like Viagra, or that Indian oil stuff. Scarlet Lotus Fairy. Skirt-flipping maniac. Dojin artist, Viagra. Indian oil. What the heck is wrong with you? Curly-haired guy, shut up, wig guy. Stop with these crazy ideas. Wig guy, once we confirm Aizen took the stuff, we send a man in there. That way, we can make him die in another way, social death. Ha 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 ha. Machete girl, I have to admit, Katsura-san, you've really opened my eyes to how far people can go past the line. Wig guy, we samurai don't sweat the small stuff. Anyway, Gintoki, why is Yoshiwara's waiting room showing a red light right now? Curly-haired guy, oh, that just means there's an intruder. Wig guy, I see. So someone else wants to take down Aizen too, huh? Seems like there are still some smart people in this country. Just after he sent the message, Katsura suddenly realized he was surrounded by a bunch of masked Hayaka members. Leading them was none other than his close comrade. Sakata Gintoki. The intruder is this guy. Tie him up.